So I was trying to get to JFK. So he wanted to go to the moon. Why? Because it was hard. What's hard mean? Like if I said, "Hey, we're gonna build this pyramid. It's gonna be really hard."
Not
What
because
is hard?
it's easy, because it's hard.
If
Hey,
you'd have
let
said
him
not
finish.
because it's
Kenny, let
cheap.
him finish.
I'm sorry,
Please.
it's expensive. Please continue.
No. I'm saying let Hank finish. Kenny was jumping
Hank,
on your.
I
Oh,
cut you
yeah.
off.
Yeah.
Hank, I totally
Kenny.
cut you off, bro.
It's all good.
Continue.
I'll
What was
shut
it,
up after
Hank?
this.
You were saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we're going to the moon, right? Not because it's cheap, but because it's really expensive. Go ahead.
I love that. That's my favorite line of 2022, man, right there. We're going to the moon not because it's cheap, because it's expensive.
Genius. Makes perfect sense.
Dude,
Someone,
not because it's cheap,
ooh, nice.
because it's expensive.
There you go.
We'll go to the moon and do the other things. What were the other things anyway?
Do the other things and yeah.
Someone had mentioned recently. Yeah. Someone had mentioned recently a Glober. They were like, well, they're like, how do you think they faked the footage and stuff like that? Ridiculous question. And the best answer I've heard was like, have you seen the movie Gravity? Like, how do you think? I mean, shit, that movie nailed it.
Exactly. Yeah,
100%.
And I brought that up to a baller the other day, and he was like,
"That's probably you."
No, I brought it up to a baller, yeah, and I don't know, maybe it was me, but yeah, the movie Gravity, totally, you can see all that, and he's like, well, they didn't have a cut, they didn't have a nonstop cut of the tour, like the ISS was nonstop cut. I was like, you don't think they can do a movie with no cuts? Are you kidding me? Ever seen a Robert Altman film? Anyway, yeah,
hey,
that's.
I've seen the Robert Altman film. Yes. Yep. No cuts. It looks like
shortcuts.
There was a movie about World War II that came out recently in the last 5 years. Where it was one
medic one
shot. Apparently.
Is it called Saving Ryan's Privates?
No.
Kenny, you didn't get that.
I'm laughing.
Saving Ryan's Privates.
I'm gonna save Ryan's privates. I promise.
Save his privates in public.
Yeah, he's the last heir. So save his privates. We're definitely going to need him back at one piece.
But yeah, the message from Kennedy was, about the secret societies and going to the moon and all that. So it was a very important message he was giving before they supposedly killed him. And the message was, look what happens to people that say shit about secret societies.
Yeah.
That speech is
he the one that talks about? I don't think it's him that talks about the people that are scared to talk about it unless they're like whispering or something like that. I forget the exact.
Oh yeah,
speech, it's real creepy.
Covet means. Yeah. Oh yeah, that whole speech.
I know that one.
The people who know or whatever, they'll whisper about whatever force this is when they talk about it.
Yep,
it's a good one.
Fuck off.
That was like the real start of it. Like basically, they had enough control that they could have the president tell everybody that their secret societies controlling everything, and still control everything. That was where the real true, 3 layers of the psyop was started, and then his death, of course.
Intertwining history propaganda with the modern day propaganda. Every country is getting their own version of propaganda. Oh man, it's a mess.
Yep.
Yeah. Now we've got fakes. They're putting out fake propaganda about the fake war, which is actually fake,
Incredible.
but it makes it seem real because there's fake propaganda about the fake
Come
war.
on, Dave. You've seen Wag the dog. For fuck's
That's
sake.
exactly what it is. Yeah, they're wagging it. They're wagging it for sure.
Wagging, they COVID wagged, they cocoa. Well, fuck. These motherfuckers wag.
Anyone watching
They're swinging the dog and slapping us in the face.
Swinging the fucking dog.
Raised by Wolves?
Yeah, I have the first season, and
I've only seen
the second
one episode.
season.
The first one. Should
so
I
good.
keep going?
Oh yeah, I think I sent it to you,
Alright,
or was I recommending it? Yeah, I was recommending it. I think too.
I've heard it from a
Hear
lot
from
of
me.
people, so I figured I'd give it a shot.
Oh, dude.
Oh,
So
dude.
excellent. So
First
epic.
episode is nutty. I'm pretty in.
Oh yeah, it only gets better. I was not disappointed. It's some of the best sci-fi I've seen ever, especially for just a series. It's so well. I mean, I can't believe it's not more popular than some of the other crap.
I'm like so anti-Hollywood now.
Hey man, what are you like?
Yeah.
Get on
Earth or
board.
something, man? Fuck.
It's weird. I'm weary of a lot of shit too. I'll send you a list of recommendations.
Dude,
other
What
mainstream.
about They Live? I haven't seen They Live either.
Oh, that movie? Yeah, it's kind of a reference movie.
1988.
You definitely want to see that for Flat Earther. Yeah, you got to watch that. Fuck yeah.
They Live?
Yeah, They Live. I haven't seen it. I heard it's pretty
kind
good.
of a requirement as a Flat Earther to watch that movie, I think.
Don't watch that, man. Watch Back to the Future 1, 2, 3. Man.
Yeah, I've seen all those, but I was probably a kid, to be honest.
No, I'm just fucking with you, man. This is late night, kind of like kick around.
Oh yeah, I'm here for you, Flat Earth dude. You make the night.
Yeah.
It's always a party when the Flat Earth dude's in the house.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
You do. You make the party, bro.
Dude, man. I'm here for truth and reality, man. That's it, man. I'm not complicated, man. Let's bring the.
Oh, you said you're a sailor, bro. Cool.
I am a sailor, man.
I want to get a ship, and I'm thinking about getting a McGregor. 26,
you and I talked
what do you
about that
recommend?
McGregor, man. I thought the McGregor, as sleek it is,
yeah, it's super
you can
sexy.
tow it behind your car.
It's like a Mustang on the
Dude,
water.
just think about setting up that mast, setting up the. It's a lot of work, man. To set up the mast, set up, all your lines, dude. It's a pain in the ass. Head sail, damn. Mainsail, but hoisting the mast and anchoring the mast every time you sail, man, you got to be
in shape.
You got to be in shape, and you got to hoist that mast. How old are you? 32, I think I remember, right? Somewhere around there.
One off, yeah.
31?
33. Dun, dun, dun.
Illuminati confirmed.
Totally Illuminati confirmed. We got a 33 in the house. No. Dude, I make fun of all this shit because if you don't, man, you're fucked. Because it's ridiculous.
1988 was 33 years ago. That was when Late Live came out.
Hey, 88, man, I was in Vegas. Oh my God. I'll tell you. No. It was 33, bro.
There was no modern day anniversary movie, was there?
1988, man. Damn, I'm trying to think back. Damn, it was a good year.
It was, man.
Damn good years. Anyway, great music in the 80s. People like it now. Oh shit! Mass psychosis.
What do I like from the?
Talking about mass psychosis earlier. Damn, that's
song,
a cool
that
subject.
Boston song from the 80s. What's that? That Boston song's pretty good.
Amanda? Smoking?
It's some kind of like epic, like high pitched vocals.
Yeah, Boston lead singer had really high vocals. I saw him live in 1994, and I got to tell you, as far as a live band goes, that was a damn good show. They played it just like the recorded studio. And
Yeah.
I'm a bass player, so I kind of know what I'm talking about when
Hey, you're a
talking about.
musician, Hank. You're a musician.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to playing live the same way twice. It's like so freaking impossible that only like the super greats could do it. So yeah, Boston was definitely a kick-ass
Oh,
fucking
more than
show.
a feeling. That's the one I was thinking about.
More than a feeling, man.
Yeah, More Than a Feeling's got that really nice acoustic guitar when it first starts out, and then like the lead guitar comes in with the right amount of distortion. It's just such a nice blend.
Dude, I heard he spent like 4 or 5 years putting that album together, man. I heard that. I don't know.
It's the bee's knees. I'll tell you,
Yeah.
it's
I'm
really
saying, man,
good.
who
Was there
who
any,
gets 4 or 5 year? Hey, man, take your time, man. You got 4 or 5 years to figure this out, man. Relax. That's a kind of an open window, like, you know what I'm saying?
What is 33?
It could be a 33-degree open window. Could be. But who gets like 3
No,
years?
he's saying 4 years. 4 years to do the album.
Yay.
Oh, gotcha.
What were you saying? Though? Were you about to say something else?
Boston, man. That guy spent like 4 years in the studio to produce that album, man. He might have. He's a genius, man. The album is,
Dude,
man.
I'm telling you, man.
You
You got a rock and roll organ, right? So whatever you're thinking about church organ, that's a violin. We're talking about the fiddle of organ players.
Yeah.
Like this dude is so good, man.
It's ridiculous. It's so good, man. And you're like, no. Yeah, total Tavistock. Come on, Hank.
You think those organs had healing powers?
The
I
what?
don't know, man, but it sure did make me feel pretty good when I was smoking weed and listening to those songs.
You know what? It's a mind manipulation tool. That's just one of the tools they got, man. It's just
No,
one.
he was referencing Ewar. We got a fellow Ewar fan with us here.
Hold the fuck on, man. Who's an Ewar fan? Talk to me.
No, I've never seen an Ewar video.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I'm not sure where I.
It's one of the concepts. The healing.
I bet it's from
organs. I'll send you
Martin
videos.
Liedtke. I bet it's him. He talks about that kind of stuff.
That's it.
Yeah, Martin will talk about that shit for sure. But Ewar kind of takes it to a different level.
Presentation wise, it's pretty tough.
It makes sense because once you realize it's flat, what level can you take it to?
Let me just say this one thing.
What level can't you take it to, right?
Exactly.
What level can we take this shit to, boys and girls? Well, hey, I've been out here 6 years, humping and pumping and saying, hey, man, the earth is flat. I can observe that it's flat. I can show you it's flat.
Go ahead, Hank. What were you saying?
The Ewar thing, I think, is a bit of infotainment and like rabbit holes. He's giving you stuff to research, and you shouldn't take his word on it. And it's extremely entertaining.
Exactly. Good analysis.
Sounds like up my alley, but I don't know if I have time. So much content.
Oh, it's definitely worth your time. It's one of those things you got to watch just for reference.
Right.
It's definitely more important than even watching Raised by Wolves. Maybe, I don't know.
Dude, he said,
it's definitely entertaining. It's like but better than staying on here for an hour. Watch him first, at least maybe. Some of his shit's funny. Really well done.
Dude, you gotta find the time, man.
I've
takes you on a journey.
All the channels since I found this Discord. This has been enough entertainment.
Yeah, it's addictive. I know, totally.
Hey, welcome to a hit of acid, bro.
I've been on that ride for a while. It's not stopping. Man. It's going to continue for a good while here. Yeah. It's only going to get crazier.
So you kind of just figured this out like about what would you say, like a year ago or something, Stormfire, or about that?
It's probably like
You're a little bit.
2016.
Oh, okay. So you're kind of new to this part of the conversation, at least here, at least.
Oh, the
Not
stuff I found out
necessarily.
here was like I knew, I figured it was flat. I kind of knew it was, but now I really know it is. You know, what I mean? It's definitely flat.
Exactly.
It's definitely flat, man.
So,
Yeah, it's funny how we can go for a long
I knew
time
before, but I couldn't really
knowing
talk
it.
about it.
Yeah, exactly. Especially being in the.
What was that? You broke up there.
When you were in the military, you said you were kind of like into looking at some of that stuff, but it wasn't like you could talk about it with anyone there too much anyway, right?
Right. And I do remember talking about it a little bit, but small time stuff like I don't know. Whatever normie conspiracy stuff is even allowed. What's some baseline stuff like shootings, right? Whether or not shootings or this and that. What you know. Vegas, for example, that's a weird one.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's when they baited us with all of those. That's the interesting part about some of the manipulation going on with the alternative stuff. Like they make it so obviously fake, so they know someone's going to say something.
Muddy
and
the
then
waters.
Then they have a reason to start censoring people because it's playing on other people's emotions, and it becomes a sensitive subject for people to say something that doubts the official story. So then they have all of free reign on who they decide to cut and what they decide you can and can't say. It was perfect. So it's like, wait, they didn't make mistakes on these things. They made it obvious on purpose to bait us.
Yeah, make sure to get out of the Navy as quick as possible. I wasn't gonna do well. I did as best I could, but I knew I couldn't take it to the end and be super fake or whatever it would take.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah.
So yeah,
they probably offered you a bunch of shit too. It's probably hard to.
It was going to be a cool job
refuse.
for sure. Yeah. The next one was going back to Japan. It was going to be sweet.
Damn.
They do try hard. They do try hard to keep you in. It's interesting. The higher ranked people that you work with.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do.
Cool people though. Be interesting to talk to them about the flat Earth.
Yeah.
That's the thing we start to get puzzled by, or curious of how many people actually know that are in those kind of ranks. Even has anyone come to their common senses and figured it out, or have they been told directly?
From what I can tell, the further you get towards a PhD and beyond, the further you get from truth. And at that point, there's so many veils. I don't even think you even pay attention.
Veils. I love the word veils.
I know, that's a good one. Propaganda and veils. That's right. That's my
veils rules because I've seen the veils.
As a normie, if you can wrap your head around propaganda and veils, you'll get somewhere. But you're too busy with TikTok and bills. And
I gotta watch my TikTok. Gym. I gotta change my my squinter valve in my sink. What? Fuck off. TikTok, dude. The day I got it, I knew that shit was fucked, man. Like, oh shit, this shit.
I don't really know much. I refuse to even look at it.
Yeah, I did it for like a afternoon. That was it, man. I was like, oh my god.
From what I can tell, there's just weird. Probably anything you can see at this point, but
yeah, exactly.
I've seen just really stupid dance videos.
Damn.
And then there's unfortunately I can't avoid it all. On YouTube now it's showing like TikTok shorts.
Yep. Shorts. Lots of shorts out there, man.
these ridiculous shorts where whatever will trend for something will trend, and
Yeah.
every girl has to do a I'm super sexy in 5 seconds video.
I'm super sexy in 5
The one I'm
seconds.
seeing right now
TikTok.
is it's
Yep.
SpongeBob, where he's like, "Why are you not in uniform?" or something like that, and the
Hey,
girl's like,
caveman.
"Oh shit!" She goes back out and she changes into like some lingerie or whatever the case is.
Let me
Like
ask
5
you
second
this.
long video.
Let me ask you this, man.
What's up?
Have we reached idiocracy yet, man? Are we there yet?
Yeah, probably.
I think we're close, man. I don't know.
You know, maybe it was a little exaggerated,
Dude,
but we're
dude,
probably there. Yeah.
dude, I drove into a gas station yesterday, man, and there was this gas station being built for electric cars, man. Electric cars, Teslas, to be exact. There was a Tesla charging station, and there
Well,
was
I just had bad things to say about
there was like
Teslas.
50 fucking stations being built. 50. I mean, it was a huge amount at this like truck stop fucking, get your McDonald's hamburger to
Yeah,
go on the
Shines is right.
road kind of
It's
shithole.
exaggerated. We're not there.
I'm just saying, dude, wasn't even open yet, man. But they were building it. They're building the Tesla charging stations all over the place,
Yeah,
man.
I gotcha.
Fuck, they're building them. I go to my Mexican restaurant up the road, man. They got Tesla fucking charging stations, man. Motherfucker.
Forced agenda.
Dude, electric cars, that's their agenda.
Electric trucks. I hear the Ford. Someone was talking about the Ford Lightning was badass. Is that what it's called?
Oh,
Ford
yeah.
Lightning?
They want it,
It's on back order allegedly already.
Clean energy agenda, man. That's my guess. I don't know. Clean energy that comes from where you don't live.
It's a F-150 Lightning.
The Lightning, yeah.
All electric truck.
Mass hypnosis? Anyone? Mass hypnosis, man. What a beautiful thing that Bernays came up with. Mass hypnosis. Damn. Marketing. Marketing works every time. Prove me wrong. Shit, man.
That's not the only factor. Good.
I was going to say, I saw a show once where the guy was up on the stage and he hypnotized 90% of the room and made them think they watched the funniest comedy he ever did and couldn't remember a thing about it. And he did it in like 10 seconds.
Mass hypnosis. Yeah, man. We've been under a spell. That's my
you have to be a certain type of person, and maybe the majority is, but who knows?
Well,
I don't think I've ever been hypnotized or been attempted. I don't know.
Dude, at some point, man,
I probably heard of that.
You went to your teacher and said, "Hey, man, we live on the globe." What? Yeah, we live on the globe. That's it. Have a nice day, boys and girls.
This is really dumb sounding.
It's fucked up,
man. You'll be on here, Flat Earth Dude, talking to people, and it's pretty rare that there's a Glober here at this time talking to you. But it'll happen. It'll happen. They'll be talking about planets, and for some reason, when planet is said, it just there's nothing I can do but bust up. It's so good.
Is there a Glober in the house? Because that would be fresh meat, and I would love to hear it.
No.
Captain Caveman. I know your
Caveman.
name. I know your name, Captain Caveman. But I can't remember if you're a flat earther or a Glober.
Oh, he's flat earther. I just dropped some of his videos and really good videos
cool.
actually
Yeah,
in the
I
live stream.
remember
Check out
the
his
name.
channel.
He's like silver minimum.
The problem is that
Sure,
when you try to search for his channel, only Captain Caveman stuff comes up, not him. Because there's too much Captain Caveman stuff. Like the real old Captain Caveman.
Well, that's why I was confused, because it's showing up as VC verified only. So either somebody came in with his name, or
yeah, that's what happened. He got hacked. What happened with that? Tell us the story, Captain Caveman. What happened with your hack?
I do believe I clicked on a link and it gave me a false login for Discord, and I logged in like a dummy. And it got my Discord account, but because my stuff's different, it didn't get nothing else.
Yeah, and then they went around posting Nitro gifs that were probably also some kind of hackware, right?
Yeah,
check into that?
Yeah, and I went back and erased as many of them as I could find.
Mm-hmm.
No, there was a bunch of them.
That sucks. Yeah, sending me a personal message from you and shit.
Yeah, I'm not one that sends many personal messages. I really don't even talk much. I do most of mine.
I know. Got great videos though. Drop your channel, and I've already put some of your videos in there. If you want to just drop your channel, you could too.
Yeah, well, it's all in there. Can't drop my Rumble channel in there because it's the wrong topic.
What's the topic?
Medical disinformation.
Nice.
When all this mess started, they banned my first channel, and I went to Rumble and I got that channel, and I put all the good meaty stuff over there on that. But it's
nice,
really it's a depressing channel. Go watch.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Shines?
Yiggity yo. And yes, Captain Caveman, I knew I recognized your name. And I was like, wait a minute. Is this somebody coming in here with his name? Do we have a Glober? Are they pretending to be somebody? So I'm glad to hear that you're back again. That's fantastic. And yes, hello to everyone. It's been a long time.
I'm back on this one. I'd love to get my other one back somehow, because then I could do all the rest of my Discord stuff with it.
You've been dealing with this a few months, or how long do you think this has been going on?
So wait, do they still have your account then? Is that what you're saying?
No. My other account that I was on here with originally, the one that got hacked, I can't get it. I can't get it to come back to 24/7 live. I had to create this one just so I could get here tonight and talk to you fine people.
Oh, okay. Because your message from me is the same message from he took over your account. Now it's still the same message, but back and forth, even when that Nitro thing came up. That's weird. It was like he was you.
Yeah, that's crazy, because I'm normally I've changed password and all that now, but I'm normally over on my account.
Yeah.
I'm normally
on still the same account that we were talking with. The messages that we have, the DMs are still the same from before and after you got hacked, right?
Right, it's still the same number.
Oh, okay.
This one here is.
I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
Did the VC check-in and lobby disappear for everyone else, or is it just me? It's gone.
They're still there.
Oh, look.
Yeah, I can't see the VC check-in or lobby whatsoever. It's completely gone. It goes from at the top, it's important special info, then new and featured, Then entry level is memes, competition, interview, voice text, then rehab, then red pill music, collab lab, whatever, then logging, server log, then live stream. There's
Did
no
your status
like,
change at all or something?
I
Did
haven't
you somehow?
like, I
Did you
don't
say
know what
entry level?
it just like completely left.
Yeah, mine says lobby and voice text and stuff.
Yeah, and there was entry level, but it like if I click the click down, there's nothing there. It's just gone. It just like completely disappeared for me. I'm gonna drop out and come back in. There. This has to be some kind of glitch. I'm gonna sign out and sign back in.
Yeah.
I'll be back. Okay. If nobody else is seeing it, thank you.
Yeah, everything was normal. Lobby, debate, important special info, new featured. Content creators, entry level.
Yep, it's back again. That was
back
really
again?
weird. Yep, it's
Huh.
back again.
Nice.
I even was doing like arrow, like, is it going to drop down? There was no drop down. Yeah, it must have just been some kind of glitch. Thanks, guys. I was wondering. I thought that was weird. Sorry about that.
You came in here looking for blood, didn't you? You were hoping to get some flat smacking in. There's no ballers here, except for maybe
Well, always.
existentialist.
That's always.
Existentialist
Of
is
course.
unmuted.
I want to
Existentialist
get
is
my
B.
claws in. Yeah,
Mhm.
of course. Yeah, definitely want to
The
get
only
my
one I could
claws
see
in.
that's only VC verified is existentialist. I don't know if he's able to talk or who it is.
They're never available to talk, even in the lobby or anywhere. Like, it's been very dry lately. And I'm not a monster. Like, I just want to have good conversation. Like, I just want to see where people's minds are at. Like, let's chill and see what you think about this world that we live in. And it's slim pickings these days. Like, it's pretty rough. I don't know. I really only show up on ladies' night or late at night. I kind of just try and stay away from a lot of things, and a lot of different servers. Have I missed anything good? Like, has there been any really good conversation about anything around?
Been a new member, Truth Seeker, for the last maybe 5 days.
Oh yeah, she was in on ladies' night. Yeah, she was
Right.
chill. Yep.
She came in a couple more times after ladies' night, and was talking to Matthew and had some good compo. And they actually went back and forth for it's probably an hour, probably maybe 2 hours.
I'm happy that
It was a long
happened
while.
because I recommended Matthew. I said to her,
Oh,
she was
okay.
like, I've never debated anyone. I'm new to all this. And I said the best person to do that with then would be Matthew. Like, he is honest. He says that it's his belief. Like, if you're going to have like a good starting point to get your chops out, you know what I mean? Matthew would be a good, I'm sad that I missed that conversation. Because yeah, I thought that would have been good for her.
What day was that? I bet you could find it. Pretty hard to find though.
It wasn't long ago.
No, it wasn't long
A
ago.
couple of days.
Yeah, but then you have to go through which day it was, what hour it was. If there was a
Yeah.
timestamp of comments, if there was a comment, that's the thing that I love on here. Even though it's 24/7, if you can find a comment, then you can find that timestamp and then you can find that within the video. It would take a comment to be able to seek and find.
I could give you even a range. It'd probably be a few hours from like 8 p.m. to 11 or so that she was awake or that she was in the channel. So that would narrow it down a little bit.
Had an interesting interaction with QE. It was like her first
Oh, yeah, that's right.
experience with QE.
Yeah, and he even left, and she described that as great.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah.
She had a combo with QE?
Kind of. They were. He was
That is
having
funny.
I think they did have a bit, but mostly she was trying to question the other guy, and he was kind
QE
of
helped her out a
interfering a
bit.
bit.
Yeah, okay. That's good. I mean, I love to hear that. And she was
It was good.
really cool. It's been rare that we've had like a really good lady come on ladies' night. We've had, I think, in my own personal opinion, for what it's worth, a couple of misfires. But I really enjoyed. She was super chill. She was on point with where she was at. She was honest. And that's my biggest thing.
Yeah.
Like, she was wholly honest. Like, I'm not ready for this. I don't know much about this. Can you teach me about that? She didn't come in like, I know everything and, whatever. Like, it was really refreshing.
Oh, and she's really smart too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And she's
she has
very smart.
an
Yep.
education.
That's why.
She was a
Yep. She's
geologist
honest
or
and
into
honest.
studying geology and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You had a friend come in the other night too, didn't you? You had like
Amanda.
one of your friends.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
Rose.
cool.
Well, Rad Rose. Yeah, she goes by Rad Rose.
She sounded really
yeah.
cool.
She's
I
amazing.
did
She's
miss
one of my
that.
very best friends. Very best friend
Awesome.
in the
I
world.
was happy for you. I was like, oh, she's got a flat
Yeah.
earth friend. That's awesome.
Well,
Yeah,
she's
that's
not
dope.
really, and that's the thing is she's not really, but she's the person that, she always questions things. And so I'm
Oh, there
like,
you
hey,
go.
what
That's
about
all you need.
this? And it took her forever to even come around for, the big C. She's finally coming around to
Mhm.
that. She still hasn't come around completely to flat earth, but she is starting to question it. That's a much bigger conversation and harder
Those
to
two
see the
things are pretty
repercussions.
huge.
Yeah.
Is she a
So,
friend from high school? Was she like a
um,
long-term friend?
not from high school, no. She was actually my assistant. I was a
Mm.
hairstylist for 25 years, and she was my assistant. She got hired at a salon that I worked at, so I taught her. She worked as my assistant, doing shampooing people for me, and like just clicked. And I actually met her. I was friends with her friend prior to that, and me and her just clicked. Like, we just like, I don't know, we're like sisters. And she's somebody that I know I will know until the day I die. She's just that type of
Yeah.
person. And no matter
Is
what
she
we
is she
disagree
married
on,
with you?
we can still.
Is she
No,
married with kids too?
nope, she's not married with kids. She's younger. I'm 40, and
Mhm.
she is, I think, 35, 34 or 35.
And is she single?
She's single with no kids.
Ah,
So,
shit.
fellas.
I was like,
Kidding.
damn, she sounds cool. I bet
And
she's married.
dude,
Yeah.
she's gorgeous. She is
Okay,
absolutely
all right. Well,
model material
I'll have to
gorgeous.
DM you about her.
So yeah, y'all should be on your best behavior around her. No, I'm just kidding. But she really is chill, and she can take a beating, but she also is kind of like me. She can ramble, and she can also be defensive. She's a woman. She's a fucking woman, but she is wholeheartedly, when she gets calmed down again, like she's based. She's really on point, and she's so skeptic that she's even skeptical about this, is where I'm kind of like realizing
Right.
that she's so
Right.
skeptical that she's skeptical about knowing anything, that nothing can ever be known. Like, she's into
Mhm.
that like kind of leftism where nothing can ever be known and everything is just made up. And
Nothing can ever be
yeah,
known. She's
yeah,
there. Whoa.
that's where
Will
she's at.
she go with the simulation idea if you start talking too much
Well,
about flat Earth?
no, because even with that, like, nothing can ever be
Wow.
known. So that's where
Mm.
she's stuck at.
I'm
And
like
so
that with
we had this
history
we
a
had
bit.
well,
but-
yes, that's a good argument to have, right? If you're talking about history, totally. So we were talking about that, and I remember one night we were totally tipsy out on my balcony, and I was like, we have this huge umbrella on our balcony, and I was like banging the pole, and I was like, is this known? Is this pole in front of your face known? Like, how can you say there are unknowns? Like, we're sitting here right now,
Oh, it's
and
so
there's this
good.
pole in front of your face. Like,
Yeah.
fuck. It was like driving me insane that, oh, we can't know anything. It's like, oh my God, yes, you can. Like,
There has to be a
stop it.
scale of some
There
sort,
has
and
to
like
be like
those kind of
Jeez.
conversations have to have like some kind of like, I don't know, percentages or something put down as far as like, yeah, we know we're not really touching it. If you think about it as like, there's always a half-life in between things, and so you really can't touch it, even though it feels like you're touching it. You're not really touching it, and all those kind of ridiculous arguments that, if you look at it on a supernatural level, almost, you can say, yeah, it's true.
I just want to add, it's evidence of psychological damage.
It is. It is definitely evidence of psychological damage, and we're all suffering from that. All of us are. We've been lied to so much our entire lives that it's tragic, and you get to a point where, it's not just naive. It's like, what can I believe? Who can I trust, and what can I believe? And if I'm told that my own eyes and my ears and everything deceives me so much, then how can I even believe myself, my own thoughts, my own feelings, my own whatever. Like that must all be a lie as well. They really put a psyop on us wholeheartedly, and so many people are suffering from it. And you can either fall prey to it and just be like, okay, whatever the box tells me is true, or you can, be a free thinker and think for yourself and use logic and whatever, or you can fall into the camp of like, nothing is true. Not a single thing in this world, like there's not a single thing that can ever be known or ever be classified as true. It's like there's these three camps, and the only one that's, I think, the best is where we're at. Like, you can use logic, you can use reason, you can go out and discern for yourself, and that's healthy, right? The other two options are not healthy.
You are right. Yeah, there's a lot of logic in this Discord. Whenever things get illogical, people are like, hold on, let's not get too crazy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are scared of logic, or even having those logical conversations within their own mind, can be, anxiety for some. Just having, a logical breakdown. Things that people think are a paradox or an oxymoron or whatever. It's like, actually, if you just follow the logical thought through, you can keep on going and get to the other side, right? If you're going through hell, keep on going.
Where the logical fallacies thing has been huge to me as well. Seeing flaws in my thinking or my conversation and stuff.
For sure.
Yeah,
I
people
mean,
don't know they do it. Yeah. Go ahead.
logical fallacies, even when it came to like logical fallacies, philosophy, all that kind of stuff. I can't remember I don't know if anybody has this link to it, but there was this thing written above the wall where before you could enter this, like, you had to know logic, and you couldn't even go on to philosophy until you knew like Euclidean geometry. Like, you had to know that first back in the day before you could move on to the logical fallacies, move on to philosophy, move into the world of other things, because you had to learn logic first, what is based in this world, right? And that was based off of Euclidean geometry. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, I've been in geometry a few times, and it's been actually the most fun classes I've ever taken. Interestingly enough, it's fun and super logical. Even all the things that are considered laws and all that kind of stuff. It all makes sense. Good stuff.
Well, yeah, what Shines is saying about, there being a prerequisite to learn it, to go in further in a field if you don't know that base thing. That sounds like logic to me. Like it should be a thing.
Yep, I just found it. It's downloading right now, but that's the little clip of, you need to know logic before, like, ye who doesn't know logic, like, cannot enter here, right? And it's based off of Euclidean geometry. Then you move into like logic, then you can start talking about philosophy and other things. And we just don't have that in the world today. Like, it's so necessary. People need to get back to logic, and we can witness
On
this when we're
purpose.
talking to Globers, or if you even spend, God forsake yourself, a moment on Twitter and look at like even our elected officials, like, they're so illogical. Like, the comments that people make, it's like, did you even think that through? Like, do you
Wow.
not see what you're saying? Just watch that real quick. It's pretty interesting.
Oh. Interesting. Okay.
Yep. They were smart about that. Like, because geometry, and especially Euclidean geometry, is based on things that we can witness with our eyes, we can test for ourselves. It's simple. You learn how that logic actually works with that geometry. And then once you learn logic like that, you can go into the rest of logic You can go into, logical fallacies. And if somebody's going to argue that geometry, they are using a logical fallacy or whatnot. And God forbid somebody goes into philosophy or talking about the ways of the world before they're even able to talk about any kind of logic. Like if you're not logical, we're going to run into loops, and that's what we witness in here is this constant loops of conversation where it's just so illogical that they don't get it and they're incapable and it will never work because they're illogical. It's really fascinating.
You might not believe this, but all day today I've been hearing about flat is curved.
Yeah, no, I believe that. I've been around this block since 2012. Yeah, I don't believe it, but I know it that they say that, and it is insanity. Yeah, level is curved. Brittle
Hey,
made
bro, I made a video called "Level Means Curved" a long time ago.
Yeah, you did. I
You remember
watched
that?
Yeah, I do.
That's great.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, level is curved. And the only reason they're saying that is because of the made up thing of gravity. And so it's all pointing to the center of mass, in their fantasy land. None of it makes sense. It's all built on a stack of crap and it's all going to crumble. Like there's no structure to it. Like every single thing that you go through in that conversation. But what it does is that when you're talking to a Glober about it, you have to break down each and every thing, but then they'll go back to another thing and go back to this other thing. And then they think, oh, and then they'll continue going back to gravity. And it's like, fuck, we already went over this. How many times? Like, no, that doesn't work. Like, no, that doesn't work. But it's a stack of cards, you know what I mean? A house of cards.
Wow.
It's insanity. We're dealing with insane people with no logic.
Hey, right when you said that, Jackie had a stack of cards in her hand. How weird.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Trip out. All the time.
Okay, well, I have something really random to talk about. I don't know if this will make sense to anybody, but I had an idea. And this might be a totally stupid idea. So let me just start off with this to get out of the way if it's a stupid idea. So when we're dealing with containment and we're dealing with pressure, and we're dealing with that pressure is the pressure exuded on the walls of a container, is the pressure in the center? Let's say it's a balloon, or let's actually just say it's a square to make it easy. So we have, a cube. Is the pressure of that cube the same as the pressure that is being exerted on the walls, or is it different at the center? Does anybody know the answer to that?
Yeah, it's hard to think about that. That's a good point. Well,
Wouldn't it be stronger at the walls?
That's what I would think, right? But I'm hoping
Yeah.
other people can chime in too. If there's anyone else here, can you guys chime in and say, is it stronger at the walls or would it be the same in the center?
you know what? You know how in a level, that spot of air goes to one area? It might be like that, where it goes to one area.
Well, because here's my thing. So if we are actually, contained, which I think we are, second law of thermodynamics, then we haven't reached the outer edges. So we haven't reached the forward and backward, the left and right. Whatever is happening around us, we've never reached those walls of containment. And we haven't reached the upwards of containment. We do know that if you go farther down in water, it gets more and more pressurized, right? But, getting up towards, farther away from the wall of containment that is the bottom, then the farther up we go, all of a sudden they're saying, oh, it's less and less and less pressure, and then less pressure, and then less pressure. Well, what happens if we are able to go past that? And, I know that they say, oh, rockets have gone here and blah, blah, blah. Get rid of all that bullshit. let's say that we actually were able to go up higher, would we actually start seeing more and more pressure because we're getting actually closer to a containment? And if we actually were allowed to travel outward or forward and
Oh, I see what
backward,
you're
whatever,
saying.
would we get closer to more pressure?
So you're
As
saying
we're getting to the walls of containment, so that yes, it is getting lower in containment as we go up because we're going to the center
right.
of there to the center of whatever is containing us. There's less pressure there, or what is the pressure like supposedly? If you have a cube of something, is the pressure the same all the way through? Does that make sense? Like I find that really fascinating to think about. Like nobody's ever talked about this before.
No, you're right. I haven't thought about this. That's interesting.
Nobody has. Nobody's ever
Yeah.
talked about this before. I've been around for a really long time and nobody's ever talked about this. So I might be wrong off the jump and there might be other things and I'm missing something. And there's other explanations, but I really would like to hear what people think about that, is it the pressure consistent throughout something or is it more pressure where those walls of contain?
Right.
My phone died. Sorry, guys.
Oh, hey, did
What's
you
up?
hear what I was saying?
Yeah. Okay. So listen to this definition real quick. Molecules of gas in a sealed glass container move rapidly in random directions, and some strike the walls of the container. The force imparted by these collisions is pressure. The more collisions there are, the more pressure is exerted on the walls of the container. So it's only the walls that define the pressure, not the molecules.
So there's pressure throughout. It should be equal.
Right, but it's not about it being more at the it's not about the pressure being more at the walls, but the walls are the measure of pressure. So I guess you could put a wall in the middle of the container for that type of idea, and then the amount of times the molecules hit that wall could be gauged somehow as
Well,
a
okay,
pressure.
so then again, that this is another thing that I find interesting. So then the higher up we go, we are witnessing less pressure. So then what does that entail? What
Well,
does that actually mean?
less. Well, it's not necessarily less pressure. It's a pressure gradient caused by the density of the molecules.
So if there was containment up top, so this is where I think I'm getting confused. So if let's say that there is a quote unquote dome, right? I'm not saying that there is. Let's say that there
Barrier
is
of some
one.
kind.
There is a barrier.
Mhm.
Then we would see the same pressure up at that we would see on the floor?
Well, it's
Or
not. Yeah, I think there's an equalization to the overall pressure of the system. But if we're talking about how you gauge the pressure, it's against the containers of the walls. And so, yeah, there's a contradiction there that if it's getting less dense towards the top where the quote unquote container would be, then yeah, that would be the argument. How could you have? That's their argument. Why could it be less dense, but then there'd be more pressure if it right there if it was a container? But that's a misunderstanding of pressure gradients because it's not about the density when we're talking about the pressure on the container. It's about how many molecules in it.
so I'm still correct then. Like then if we were able to get higher up and able to measure when we went higher up, we would see it have that same kind of thing going on that we're
Yeah,
witnessing.
but compared to the middle area where there's more dense, where everything's a little more dense in the air, then it would be it could be argued that it's more there was technically more pressure because as a pressure as the densities thin out, there tends to be less pressure. You know what I'm saying? It's all
Kind of.
about the density. The densities create the pressure gradient.
Yes,
Right.
and so I would say like in the middle there's less density, right? There's
But
less
it's
density.
mixing of pressure on the container. But
Yes.
they're conflating those two. That's the reason that they use that. But yeah, I don't know exactly what your idea was. I came in
Oh no, so what I was saying, my idea was so like being just to make it simple, let's say that the Earth is a cube, and we know that the Earth is a cube. We know that we can go forward and backward, left and right to a certain distance and go up a certain distance, right?
That would
Earth
make you a flat domer, by the way.
Totally. Okay, totally. But let's just say for sake of reasoning and for this argument, like that's what the Earth encompassing is. Okay. And so, there's water, then there's Earth, we have the density down here, we have the pressure that's happening at the bottom. Then as we move upward, let's say Earth is like what we know about Earth is right in the center of this cube. Right? There's so much farther we can go left and right, forward and backward, and up. So we're going up and up and up. There would be less pressure, right? Then if we continue to go up and up and up, we would hit more pressure as we got to that dome, that plank at the very top or towards the sides. Or is that
that's the thing, that's the problem, because it's hard to separate the two in your mind as far as the pressure goes. So the pressure on the container is caused by the molecules hitting the container, right? But that's not because it's more pressure there than in the rest of the system.
New perspective. Would you be able to explain it using a plane? Like how high a plane can even fly before, like, they don't want to go too high?
Oh, that's a good example. You could probably do that. Sounds like you're on it.
No, I don't know. I'm just saying there's probably a reason.
Why a plane can't have it? Yeah.
Why it doesn't go too high?
Higher pressure, right?
It's just a pressure differential. It's not because it gets more pressure. It's because there's the pressure differential, right?
Yeah, but it's like you can't see the whole system has a pressure gradient, right? Caused by the density of the layers and the air, right? But then as far as if you were to gauge the pressure on the container, it's not dependent upon the whole system's pressure gradient. It's just gauging the amount of pressure on the container, wherever that gradient ends up being, because this is a dynamic system, and I don't even want to claim that it's completely contained.
Okay, so those are two great things that you just said. Number one, I don't even want to say that it's completely contained. Number two, that it's a dynamic system. So two ways that this actually makes way more sense is that what's happening down here is we are building and creating, not just we, but like the entire earth and ocean, whatever, is creating gases, the phytoplankton, all of these things are creating more. So there is more pressure down here based off of what is being recycled and renewed and whatever. And when you said also that I don't know if it's completely contained, I can even think about it that it's like water between air, right? Like water is contained. What's to say that
it could be fully mechanical for all you know? There could be like valves that open up and release pressure at certain times.
And then you have the energy that's involved with it as well. I totally agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be that they have certain things that have cycles to them where they open up, and that's where a bunch of rain comes down from the waters above. Who knows? Doesn't there's something to it that seems like a dynamic system that's not just completely contained. Otherwise, it wouldn't have its perpetual
weather manipulation as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Otherwise, things would be functioning way differently.
Right. But the idea that it thins out to zero, and that's just fine for being next to the vacuum of space. Yet it dissipates into space past the moon, and we can call it the atmosphere, but it's really just the crown of the atmosphere, not really. So we get into all this jargon where they start double talking about everything, and they can redefine science in a day, tell us that the atmosphere goes beyond the moon, and everyone's like, okay, so they're not held to any kind of standard that anybody's, as a collective is forcing them to do. That's why I think a lot of people have a hard time with getting into this topic, because it's kind of like, I don't know, it almost makes it seem like there's something we could do, like we could force them to tell the truth. And even if we could do that, we would probably just be playing into their hand of wanting us to do that so they could give us another truth to sell us more lies.
I just have one more question just to push this point home, and tell me if I'm being irritating, but has it been measured? And is there something that you can reference me to that
barometers?
Yeah, barometers, sure, like whatever the case might be, where you have an enclosed system that is showing that it is solid all the way through. Because things that I did research is like, volume pressure versus gas pressure is different, and volume pressure is consistent throughout, where gas pressure, it is, of course, ever changing because it's all moving around, but that it still does remain the same pretty much throughout. Like that it isn't something much different at the edges.
Well, here's another contradiction to reverse your whole
Okay.
analogy a little bit. We were talking in the other server the other night, and Percentage was bringing up the idea that there's always water vapor at the water on an ocean, on the surface of an ocean, right? There's always going to be evaporation of some sort, right? And water, when you have evaporation or when you have any kind of uh, uh, vapor, it's going to be lighter. It's going to be lighter than the air, right? So that creates a different effect on light than the ballers need to have their downward light bending, right? And so it's so funny because Ruhif was in the discussion and he was trying to get him to admit that it would always bend upward because when you have a light traveling through a less dense medium, the light always bends upwards, right? But the barometer that they have shows that there's a pressure gradient, and it's going from more dense to less dense as it goes up. But the argument is that if water's always evaporating, there's always going to be somewhat of a little bit at the surface. There's always going to be a layer of condensation or vapor, water vapor, that's going to be lighter than the air and cause the light to bend up. And he's like, well, but yeah, that's not enough to override the barometric readings that we get. No one on their side could come up with these readings that show at the surface of the water what is the air density compared to, or what's the humidity or whatever you want to call it compared to the air surrounding it, right? And I think he's right, because if evaporation is always happening, if water is always evaporating, then you would expect that over water, light should bend upwards, not downwards. But it's almost like they're hiding some of those readings if that were ever to be shown emphatically, because they need the light to bend downwards for their measurements to work out for the ball.
Well, they need it to bend down so that it lifts up.
Right. That's the weird part about it.
Yep.
It bends down so it lifts up.
Yep.
And that's basically, one of the major points that could be shown emphatically.
Yeah, which is still things that even flat earthers don't get. They're like, oh, the FE core proved that. I've even heard flat earthers be like, oh, well, this is really damning for flat earth because FE core showed that the laser bended upward. And I'm like, that literally means that it's bringing things down. Like they don't get
right.
It's
all this different. Yeah. You have to think of it one way, but then see it another way for the effect to be exactly what we're talking about. It's hard. And that's why a lot of people, even like your friend, maybe she would get into it if she was more into figuring out those kind of details. Someone has to be into figuring out what the gold bottle is even trying to say to begin with, so they can debunk it. But people don't have the patience or time or interest in that.
It's very true. Yeah, and
takes a lot of work.
Just the optical illusions on their own. Like even if we're dealing with like the basics, it's hard for people to like sit around for that and really understand.
Seems like a chore.
Yeah. Whether to me, I find it awe-inspiring and fascinating. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, so it's like a game. Okay, so nature is told that this is this and that is that and this isn't that, but it is also this, but then that isn't this and that is that. Like it's such a wondrous, beautiful world that is so filled with so many mysteries and questions to be solved. And I find it quite frankly gorgeous. I love it.
Yep. And then and that's what's so frustrating about the double talk, because there's so many weird things already within what we observe, and you'd think it would be one way, but it's not the other. So they've taken that and just like used it to the extreme to make everyone believe that our whole reality and all of our senses are actually wrong, and it's actually the opposite of what it seems to be in every way. And so it's frustrating when people are coming in here pushing that double talk, which for their model does work out to some degree. And they get stuck on that, because there's small examples of things, not like you can't feel, the speed of a plane when you're in the plane. True. But that doesn't mean you can be spinning in several different directions. Yeah, to some degree, I said, yeah. To some degree, you can't feel the full speed of the plane. So there you go.
They will claim that you can't feel that you're moving at all, right? Oh, you can't. You can't feel that. Yeah, you can. You can.
Right.
You know that you're moving, and it's also closed.
Exactly.
It's completely closed, so it's a false comparative. So there's also that. So great argument.
Yeah. Speaking of planes, we've been at it the last 5 days with those guys over there, the other channel, Earth Awakenings, with the whole planes flying in straight lines. Have you heard any of that?
I was in there a little bit earlier today. I used to be a mod over there, and I've taken a break from everything, so I dipped out for a while. But I was in there for a minute today, and I heard them again on Coriolis, and I was like, ugh. I gotta like, oh my god, they're still talking about.
Oh, it's been going on forever.
So what's going on with that? Tell me, because I just couldn't stick around for it. I was like, I felt like
it started with something I brought up. I'll put the gifts in the chat here if you want to see what I was proposing to begin with.
I would love to see it.
Okay. Yeah, it's just one of those things that you have to believe that the atmosphere is moving the plane along with the atmosphere is pressuring the plane to move sideways, accelerate sideways, so that even if you're in the plane, it may seem like you're going in a straight line, but actually, if you're following along with the Earth, you don't even know that's going on, and somehow that's going on without them being trained to deal with Coriolis, because you would have to deal with it if you were actually flying a plane over a ball. It'd be a totally different thing than the flight simulators, which all use a stationary level plane for their training. So that's a big contradiction.
Hey, I got a question for you, bro. Do you know a lot about the workings of like how what they call gravity works, like inside the ISS and when they're doing spacewalks, as opposed to being like a pressurized cabin, which they claim inside the ISS is, right?
That microgravity, yeah.
Yeah, but when they're outside, it's a different environment, right?
Yeah, completely. Right.
Okay, so if they're moving 25 times as fast as a bullet is fired from a gun, how come, like when they're outside the spaceship, it looks like they're floating, right? But the one thing that's actual real time, because they're supposedly floating but going 25 times faster than a bullet, but they can't move fast, right? But the one thing that is moving at regular speed is their ratchet guns and stuff, whatever they're unbolting stuff with, it's still spinning at the same RPM.
See, so it's kind of like you're seeing the same effects on the outside that you would see on the inside, but supposedly they have a lot more to deal with. Right? Yep, that's true. That's a good point. Yep, it's just like they're inside, the same kind of floaty effect that they're using with their CGI, and they didn't switch up the CGI, but they switched up the idea that there's a lot more pressure, that you'd be dealing with the different less gravity. I don't know.
You can hear them literally breaking shit when they had the first woman ISS, and it was the two girls out there, and everyone was watching on the live stream. I remember I was on Facebook, and they literally, it was like bam, boom, like all these sounds were happening, and everyone was like making jokes like, oh my gosh, they're gonna break the ISS. And I was like, here we are with all these space believers, and here we are hearing all of these loud sounds. This is space, like even though they're not all the way into quote unquote outer space, even where they're at, there should not be any sound. We should not be hearing what we're hearing the way we're hearing it. So there are so many things that they may make mistakes with all the time.
Yeah.
On the ISS.
And I argue they're doing it on purpose to gaslight us.
Yeah, me too. They have to be honest about a few things because
it's called lesser magic.
Yep.
They call it lesser magic.
Yep.
So in the live stream voice text, I put 2 gifts. You see them?
Yes, I see them.
Okay, so my idea is that this this jet craft can fly at 1,200 miles per hour. It has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance while it's hovering in midair. It's a helicopter and a jet at the same time. It's badass, right? So if this thing flew across the Earth, north to south, in a perfectly straight line, and it didn't deviate because it has all that resistance and capabilities to do so, right? And any plane, first of all, can fly in a straight line north to south. So that's a myth that it can't. But this is putting an extreme on it, so that it forces them to admit that this plane could force itself to just go in a straight line. And just like a projectile of any sort, when they say a ballistic is moving in a straight line over different tangential speeds, then the Earth is moving literally west to east underneath the projectile, right? Do you see what I mean about the tangential speeds? Like, you know how it's 1,000 miles at the equator, and then if you went up further, it'd be 750 miles or whatever, right? So it's a smaller circle. So if the plane keeps a straight line and goes over different tangential speeds, then the Earth would be moving below it, west to east, and you could just put a camera underneath the plane and show the Earth moving. Right?
Yeah,
you would see sideways motion of the Earth underneath. 100%. Well, they have to just if they start running around in circles, they don't know what to do, because they have to claim the air that because the plane's in the air and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, it's always held to that tangential speed that it enters into. But yeah, it starts with a different.
Whoever told you that the air is moving with the Earth? Because that is hilarious to me. Because
they all say it is. They all say the atmosphere is. Well, they can't say it's perfectly in sync, right? Because there's fluid dynamics.
There's no way for it to even be even somewhat out of sync, because the closer it is to the Earth, the farther that it is away from the Earth, the faster it would have to go. Like, right. And the high up as a plane would be, it would have to be going super fucking fast in order for it to catch up. You would see, and we witness clouds going in one direction, the other direction. We know that it's dynamic. We know that it's fluid, and that it is not doing that. And
it's not built. It's not built to accelerate sideways.
It's almost
planes don't move sideways. They can't.
Yeah, and it's almost like Globers forget that they were like, yeah, we concede that it is not moving. It's not Velcro to the Earth in any way, shape, or form. It has nothing to do with it, until we bring up Coriolis again. And then all of a sudden we're right back to, oh yeah, the atmosphere is in some way, shape, or form moving along with the Earth lockstep in whatever way they want to say that it is. That's fascinating.
Yeah, they always use the best argument to their advantage, or whatever convenience they need to support their side, rather than see the contradictions, because they have to. If they think it's a ball, they have to think it works. And that's what's interesting as well, to figure out if they actually know it works and they're just defending it. This is kind of my litmus test. Like, if they can't see that this doesn't break their model, then they're just defending their ball. For ulterior motives, or because they're in deep cognitus or whatever it is. But I suspect a lot of them know it's flat, and they know that the model can be defended if you say certain things, and that's what they're there for.
Well, what about your second one? And if the plane were an FD flying?
Yeah, so then if it started at the equator, and you give them the conservation of momentum, because that's how they argue that if the balloon goes up in the air, a hot air balloon goes up, well, it's already traveling at 1,000 miles per hour with the Earth. So that's why you don't see the Earth moving below when you're in a hot air balloon. But at the same time, again, you would, because you go up high enough, you're in a greater circle, and that's it's a greater circle than the ground is on. So you would already be out of sync with the Earth, even if the atmosphere moved with the Earth, right? But what they have to do is they have to imagine that the just because it's in the air, it's in the atmosphere, that the atmosphere is moving the plane laterally, like linearly, right?
Yeah.
Sideways. Yeah. And so, and they can't identify what that pressure is or what that force is. So they have to start coming up with things like illusionary winds, because winds go in all directions. You can't say the winds are pushing this plane to stay in lockstep with the Earth, so much so that it can't see anything but a stationary Earth as it travels over different tangential speeds. You never see the ground move below the plane. It would never be able to land on a north to south runway, for instance, because it would have to accelerate sideways as it lands to time it so that it hits the runway as the runway is approaching it. And so all of that is what they get so crazy about.
Well, what's so funny to me about this is that this is like old school conversations, right? And you're on point with all of it. But the fact that we're going back to this with the same Globers, these aren't new people.
Mm-hmm.
I saw people that were in there. We're talking about Schill. We're talking about Ruhiv. We're talking
about
NASA,
Schill.
People along these lines. Like, we know who these people are. We've had these arguments with them. We've seen them concede the whole Velcro thing, the whole the the wind and the air is not moving with the earth in any way, shape, or form. Now all of a sudden they are saying that it does. Like, it's so crazy to see these same arguments repeated by the same people and continue to either concede and then bring it back again, concede, bring it back again. Like, they just can't get it together.
It's already
Well,
it's because
our
it's
arguments
already been
remain the
over.
same. Our arguments
It's already
remain the same. Yeah.
right. It's been over since 2016. I mean, the debates are
I would
emphatic.
even
It's
say
been. It's not
2015.
like
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So it's not like there's any. So it's kind of weird because we all kind of think there's some point at which they're going to give up and like government's going to have to admit something. But that'd be the worst thing that could possibly happen to us, actually, because if they're telling us it's true, then there's got to be an ulterior motive.
Yeah, that would freak me out too.
So what is the goal? Just to get enough people that in this world that doesn't make it like we're the complete outcast realizing this. Just to normalize the conversation enough so that we don't have to go through life that it's completely outrageous to even mention this kind of thing. And we've gotten there. We've already succeeded with that too.
See, that would be nice, but we're at a point, in my opinion, in human history where speaking the truth is like a revolutionary act. You know, like water doesn't curve, boys are boys, girls are girls. Very basic shit you can't actually say. And yeah, I don't know if that's because we're heading to towards some sort of precipice or what the deal is, but yeah.
You mean you think there's going to be some kind of big crunch of some sort? Yeah. Not in an astronomical way, but yeah.
Either they're going to fuck up something like they're going to try some kind of new space launch, or something's really going to go wrong. Like, I'm actually surprised that Elon Musk sending the fucking car up into space on CGI or whatever. I'm surprised that wasn't a dead giveaway for a bunch of Globers. But
it was. That's the thing. It worked perfectly though, because it's like it lowered the standard of what they have to accept to keep on that side just in time for them to just say, you know what, I don't care. I'm just going to accept everything, because it forced them to accept it. You know, it made them look really bad for the people that paid attention, but it's almost like it creates that kind of same. It's a gaslighting thing. It's like it creates that what's the syndrome, the Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. Right. Just like the guy that comes home with a lipstick on his collar, and it's obviously lipstick. But his wife's like, "What's that on your collar?" And he looks her dead in the eye and says, "It's wine." And she could either accept it right there, that's a good enough excuse, and continue on with a marriage she doesn't want to lose, or she can make a big deal of it and go for the divorce papers. And so that's kind of what the same situation.
A new perspective. Try to reel it back a little bit. You were talking about the Coriolis effect, and and I hear that the atmo moves with the Earth, or they call it atmosphere. But then, how would you have two reference frames? How would you even observe Coriolis if that was indeed a factor? If everything rotated with the body?
Well, that's the thing, is that they have to create the idea that you're all in one reference frame, because that's the only way it works for them.
But it's not Coriolis.
But then with projectiles like shooting guns and stuff like that,
right?
Because it's going through in a straight line, just like a plane could do if it wanted to. Then it would show the ground moving left to right underneath it, or right to left, whichever way it's going. Right. So they have a double standard that we're jumping on. A plane could mimic the path of a ballistic, which basically says a plane could fly in a straight line from where it started. But when the ball turns, they're saying that straight line is both straight and curved at the same time, because you're traveling along with the Earth. So you can fly from New York to Florida in a straight line, but if you looked at it from a third party's perspective, it would be curved because of the Earth moving with the plane. But if you started out in New York and had like a laser beam where you're shooting it at Florida, right? And then you followed where that laser beam goes. You didn't deviate from that laser beam, that original laser beam heading, right? Then if you followed that laser beam straight, by the time you got to Florida, Florida would have moved to your left.
Right.
Right. So a plane could very well have their heading in one direction and not deviate from one direction. It's not like a plane. It's not like planes don't fly straight all the time. They do. They fly straight exactly across the country in both directions because the Earth doesn't move. That's the only way that's possible. But they're right about what would happen if it was.
Sure. Yeah. The concept.
Yeah.
Sure. The non-inertial reference frame you
Well,
would have to observe it from
even
the ground, though.
Dawn, even if it was, let's just say it was a merry-go-round, and let's say the ball had a camera on it, and or even if it was a drone and it was going around in a circle with the merry-go-round, if it's going at a different speed or whatever, or even if it was a ball being thrown across, you would be able to see that what is beneath you is being moved, like that there is this change to it, right?
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is, okay, so if you rolled, okay, I'm sitting across from you on a merry-go-round, right? And I roll the ball straight to you, right? Now, it's not going to go straight to you because the merry-go-round is moving, right? Now, the ball did go straight from a third party's perspective, right?
Right.
But to you, it's going to look curved. To me, it's going to look curved. And if it were to have paint on it and make a mark on the ground, on the merry-go-round itself, that line would be curved as well. So they're right in saying it's straight and curved at the same time.
Well, right. If you put like an observer, what if you put an observer on the inertial reference frame and then put the observer in the non-inertial reference frame, spin it, he'll throw it out and had a drone above him.
Well, and that's the point. New perspective is what we're talking about. It's like, yeah, if it was a paint and it was on the merry-go-round, then yes, it would be curved.
Yeah.
But if it was not
the line it leaves is curved.
Yeah,
the line it leaves is curved.
Totally,
but the path wasn't curved.
Exactly. And
That's the
if it
difference.
was tossed in the air, it would be a straight line. And if there was a drone on that drone would be able to see that path, that merry-go-round is actually the thing moving in a circle where that was in a straight path. So yes, you would be able to use a hot air balloon, an airplane, or whatever the case may be, because it depends on the reference frame. And if you have something on one reference frame, on another reference, like you have a ball that's laying on that reference frame and moving that on the same reference frame, yeah, it could be straight and curved, right? But if it's outside of that reference frame and in its own reference frame, then you can tell the difference. You would be able to tell the difference, which you can tell by looking up at the night sky. Like,
yes, that's where that's where it's observed from, is the ground.
Exactly. Yep.
Supposed to be. I don't observe it. I don't see it.
It's brilliant because it's relativity, and you can play with perspectives and explain it in two ways and be right both ways. Right in quotes, But if you're talking about the actual path, this is what Jeremy was all crazy about, because he's like, wait, the plane's got to go in an actual straight line. So it would, and it's true. If the Earth was turning, then you would use that to your advantage. And if Texas, say you're flying from New York to Texas, well, Texas is spinning towards you. So
that would,
you could use it to your advantage.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you could just dip down and like aim for Florida and end up in Texas or whatever,
Sure. But if you observed it from the inertial reference, a plane would appear to be going backwards.
Right. Yeah, that's the other thing. If it goes, if it takes off and goes west, it could be taking off and fly at 200 miles per hour and speed up to 400 miles per hour. Right. But because it's at a latitude where the Earth is spinning the opposite direction at 600 miles per hour, it would look like it's going backwards.
Yes. Yeah.
They have to believe this,
Yeah.
And it does make sense. They just want to make the Earth into a merry-go-round, and it's not a merry-go-round, and we can prove that. It's funny though, the illusion. Were you hearing that? The illusionary winds and all that. There's been all these different names they come up with. Coriolis winds. Because if winds go in every direction, they have to say that it's some kind of force. Because if the wind's going the opposite direction of the direction that the plane needs to move to keep in the illusion of a stationary Earth, then you have to say that it's a force stronger than those winds to counteract the plane being pushed in the wrong direction to match the tangential speeds.
Yeah.
I'm making another GIF actually as we speak. It's going to be trying to outline the different ways of explaining this because it just goes back and forth, and I get sick of it. I just want to be able to like show it in one thing and be like, here's what this is. Now, this is the plane. If it was a, like I said to begin with, if it had a laser beam that was following from where it started, that laser beam straight, that's the actual path that the plane is going to stay on. And they want to make it so, yeah, you could fly from New York to Florida straight, but then but it's actually curved because the Earth moved. So it just breaks their model.
What I found really interesting is just hopping in there tonight for the, I was in there earlier today and a couple times, and Witsit was in there, and it was chill conversation. So I didn't know this has been like a couple days going on, that this conversation has been going on. But when I went in there, it was super heated. And I was just laughing at Chad's memes and like having a good time. And I was like, I cannot believe this is still happening. Like, what is going on? I wonder if Nathan knows that this is going on. It would be great if this conversation got brought back into Nathan's server so that we could hear a little less about the sextant and more about how ridiculous these builders
Oh my
are.
goodness.
That would be amazing. Because
Yeah,
damn,
break
it
from
would
the
be
sextant
great
would be
if
nice.
you could bring it in there and talk to them about why is this happening again?
I could just bring it up,
Why
planes
we're
fly
on Groundhog
backwards
Day.
on a globe,
Yep.
Nathan debunk
Yep.
me, and then there you go. He will pick it up and he'll run with it.
Yeah, I listened to about 1,000 of his shows, and then I stopped when there was a bunch of drama between Ranky and him and everybody. I just popped in and listened to some of it the other day though, and I appreciate it still because it did really change things. There was a moment actually where the whole conversation shifted because at the beginning they used to have the ballers come in there with their hidden values and their metabunk curvature calculator and be able to show that any observation somebody took shows exactly what you would expect in a ball. But then Nathan and Riley figured it out and dissected what they were doing, and they were using the orthographic view with the full height of a building in the distance, and didn't take into account that if we're looking at a perspective picture, anything in the distance is going to get smaller as it goes away.
True.
And so Mick West came on the show, and they made him admit, first of all, that the radius value that they're using in all their calculations is an assumed value, and he admitted it. And that's huge because, obviously we know it's not a real measurement, but it is just the standard measurement given because of the reverse engineering. And then he had to change his calculator on his Metabunk site to exclude the orthographic view where it was keeping the buildings in the distance at their full height. So if it was a 10-foot building, then you just move that away from the viewer and still 10 foot in the distance. Technically it is, but not from the viewer's point of view and what you would see and wouldn't see. And it was a way of designing it so that it could hijack perspective. And that's why he called it the superlooming hijacking perspective calculator or whatever.
Yep. Well, not just that too, man. Even before I heard about that part, which was, pretty simple to catch up on anyways, is when they always claim that the horizon, well, it's always refraction. We deal with that every day. I remember who told me that. Somebody, I think it was Paid that told me that a while back. And it was before even I heard Nathan talk about it. I was like, well, then how are you getting a point to utilize the Pythagorean theorem to get your, radius value? But then Nathan did the tangent point and stuff like that. And I was
Yo,
like,
Don,
okay,
my bro, you're coming in a little low.
What about now?
A little better.
I can hear him.
What about now?
Even
You're
better.
good. You're good for me.
Yeah, so when he came with that the point of tangency, well, I found out the point of tangency. Like, if it's always refracted, how would you get 7/6R 10 times the radius value to get those numbers if you're always invoking refraction? If your horizon, your geometric bulge, that physical Earth edge is refracted, it's there, you can see it, but it's not there at the same time. Unicorns are in my garage too, but they're there. But like, how are you gonna get this value? Like, you can't do it with that. It's done.
Right. Speaking of that same subject, refraction, I was mentioning you just a bit ago, percentage. Did you hear that?
No. What?
No,
I was bringing up your.
He wasn't here when you said we were talking about him.
Yeah, I was talking about your bringing up to Ruhif the idea that if water is always evaporating from the top of the surface of any body of water, why wouldn't we see light bend up, which is required if it's less dense air mixed, or if the vapor is less dense than the air, right?
Yeah. They like to deny that.
Well, light
Well,
does
they
bend up.
also they don't get the whole thing of light bending up means that we would see things going down, and light bending down means that we would see things lifting up. Like
Exactly.
there's so many people that do not understand that. It's crazy, and so many.
And they get it, but they
A lot
have
of
to
them
say that
don't.
it bends down.
Some of them don't.
No, some of them don't.
Still
Yeah,
don't.
right. Yeah, it seemed like Ruhif was like really frustrated because he's like, well, that still wouldn't affect the overall barometric pressure that we're readings. And you're right. It could be that they even hidden some of that to keep the ball psyop going, because it would be a very damning form that were able to be shown emphatically.
You'd see the same effect if light was bending downwards and you had this obstruction in the background due to just like the stooping of the background, versus having the light bend upwards and having the towering in the foreground obstructing the background. It's the same difference. You can't tell unless you have refraction data along the optical corridor, right? But the default, you would think, if it's off the surface of the water, or it's a large body of water, the default would be that it's going upwards because you have all this vapor from the evaporation, right?
Right.
It's just
So the
another one of
readings
those
they're
things where
taking,
they claim like the kind of the inverse, and they have no evidence to show for it.
right? But they're right about pressure getting, the density layers getting lighter as it goes up toward,
Oh, absolutely.
right?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely the pressure gradient is such that generally it goes from high in terms of like down here at the surface versus low up there. But, initially there is kind of like a pocket wherein you have this vapor where it's actually less dense and there's less pressure than the air above it.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're hiding the pocket in their pocket.
Well, that's the same. I've noticed with the observation of the bridge. You guys know what GIF I'm talking about, where he lowers the camera.
Yeah.
That's what I see, light bending upwards. So what you're saying, percentage? You think that light will block your vision like a mirage?
It's basically,
Yes.
I feel like
Yep.
the light
Yep. I'm with
will
you.
reflect off of the foreground
Yep,
into your
yep.
eye. So the light will be traveling superiorly, and it'll enter your eye inferiorly, right? And because of that, you're
Yep.
going to see an inferior mirage, and the light from that water or whatever the surface is in the foreground is going to be refracted upwards. It's going to be towering. So it's going to make it seem like these waves are bigger than they are, right? And they're going to obstruct
Yep,
the
true.
background.
Yep, I'm with you on that one. Yep, I thought the same thing too. Yeah. Nice.
That does seem consistent with what we observed.
True. Yeah. Well, because I noticed too that light is so bright it can actually block your vision.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Well, it actually blocks out the sun when the sun is at the, sunset, sunrise. You don't see you need a solar filter. It's much bigger in the sky, but the rays are so bright.
I mean, we could kind of like test this, kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Roughly, like not really exactly, but you could test it by having like different colored buoys in the water, and then see how they're refracted, in the foreground.
Yeah. I get a little time lapse going on.
Yeah, it might be towering. It might even be a little bit of like actual Fata Morgana. Who knows?
Well, I know Skyfree does amazing demonstrations across land, ponds, and stuff like that, surfaces, and they demonstrate how, like, a pressure gradient, like temperature, cold, and hot air, will like block out the physical objects that they have. They're demonstrating.
What's it called? Skyfree?
Skyfree, yeah, you should look them. I highly recommend them. I'll get
What
there.
is Skyfree.com, or what is it?
They're on
No, on
YouTube. They
YouTube.
do.
Oh, okay.
They do absolutely amazing stuff.
You've probably seen some of their stuff in New Perspective. One of them was like that remote control boat that was in the water, that small boat that was hidden in like this lake.
Okay.
And they like
Huh.
you know they brought it up in Gems a while back, and they're basically like trying to say it was the waves that hit it.
I wish I could see everybody's bookmarks again, because there's a lot of channels that I probably not subscribed to. I'm missing a bunch of shit. You know, it's too much
Definitely
to look at
got to
already.
subscribe to them, man. They're right
I
there.
will.
They do
You
some
guys have
amazing stuff.
you guys have channels, right? Of course, you have to have a channel to be on here, but even if you don't do content, can I see bookmarks from your list? Are they open to see who you're subscribed to?
Channels, yeah. Taboo Conspiracy, which who doesn't know who that is?
Right.
I had many. I had Dr. John D, but it seemed like he's not really doing much anymore. Dr. Zach, that guy, that's or Decimal Z.
Yeah. Decimal Z. I don't know that one.
You don't know who Decimal Z is?
No.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's too much content. Oh, I'm subscribed to Decimal Z. Let's see what it is.
You are or no?
Yeah, I'm subscribed. Yeah, I am subscribed. I haven't looked at hardly any of these videos.
Oh man, he does
Okay.
amazing stuff.
Okay, check out some more of his stuff. Put my notifications on. Took my notifications off. That's the problem. It's interrupting shit. You guys know who Jazzlaw 111 is? Kind of an old school channel that still is worth looking at. Check out Jazzlaw 111. I always recommend some of his videos. One concept that I bring up about him, one of his ideas I bring up is to the ballers, or when the argument gets put forth that the time zones don't work out on a flat Earth, even though we don't have a model for it. His idea is that we could have an infinity path, the figure eight path, going for the sun, going around the southern region. And I don't know if there's any proof of anything that would substantiate that, because then it would have to like cross over back the other way when it goes through the celestial equator area. And that would basically make like two circle areas for the land masses. And then the sun would not only make a figure eight in the sky, if you were to take a picture every day at the same time and show the analemma. So the sun would not only be rising up and down in a figure eight pattern, but also sideways as it travels around the Earth. Because I think there's two celestial poles, and with two star trail sets in the sky adjacent to each other. So I call myself a titty Earther sometimes, because basically that seems like it might be the best way that you can describe it. Two halves of a sphere on top, with two halves of a sphere in the bottom, or two circles in the bottom almost. My friend E1 was big about the idea that it seemed like there was almost an avoidance on the flat Earth side to talk about the southern star trails. Even just explain them that they're not just an illusion, like the only answer ever given was, don't all stars go from the east to west? That's not good enough. If they're actually going in a circular pattern, they may go east to west through the celestial equator, but then they circle off from each other and separate, going 360 degrees around and then meeting up on the other side again. Exactly. My friend E1 even seemed to think there was good reason to believe that the Milky Way itself gets torn apart at the edges, and then it comes back around and meets and reforms on the other side.
What do you mean they separate?
So if you had two circles, like the two sets of stars in the sky, right? And they're adjacent, the poles are adjacent to each other, not on the top and the bottom wall.
Okay.
Picture it that way, like thermodynamics. You have a pole and a dipole, like when you put like
wheels on a bicycle.
Exactly. And if you put the two magnets and you see the way thermodynamics works, it makes that same pattern when you put the iron filings on the paper, and you put them around the two nails in the paper, and what it magnetizes the pole and the dipole. Well, it makes that same exact pattern with the metal shavings. Thermodynamic pattern, funneling in and then circling around and then funneling in again, right? And there's a celestial equator that runs right up through the middle, where Orion's belt is right through the center. And he seemed to think that not only do they separate, if we could get far enough out, like past Easter Island or Tonga on the other side, then you could actually get a telescope with a camera and show that these stars separate at one point.
There's an issue with that.
Why is that?
The issue is where these stars meet at the celestial equator, right? If you were to the equator of the Earth is inhabited, in more than one location. If you were to follow the stars, you'd see that they don't separate.
Well, at least not as far as we can see. It's almost like the land masses are set up so we can only see so far to the left or the right. And if we could get out far enough, maybe we could see them separate.
So let's say you had a really fast boat, and let's say you took months to follow these stars, so there weren't any holes in your data recording, right? You would see that these stars don't separate. They stay connected all the way through.
All the way through the celestial equator. But how far out can we see? How far out past that can we see? Is it set up just perfectly so that we can only see them together?
No, it doesn't matter, because all along the Earth you would see them. So that means that it can't possibly be these two different wheels just moving apart, because they don't ever move apart.
No, the idea is that we're in the middle where they come together, right? And that's the limits of our vision.
Yeah, but if that was the case, then we would lose sight on some stars. But I'm saying you could follow the same star, and you would be able to see it the whole time on Earth.
No, in relation to the southern stars, always.
Well, we're talking about the celestial stars right now. I mean, the equatorial stars, right? The equatorial stars, they're always
you can
over
see. Okay, so
some Earth at any given point in time.
Okay, maybe that does debunk his theory. I don't know, but if that is the case, then we have to start thinking about projector.
It is, because I used to think that as well. I used to think you could have two separately, one clockwise, one counterclockwise, sets of stars, and then they'd meet in the center, and that would be the celestial equator. But then I realized that doesn't actually work, because they'd only be touching in apart, and they need to be touching the whole time.
Well, what about so you would have to take one from inside what we would consider the below the hemisphere and above the hemisphere in the north, and see their relation to each other, and see if they get further apart from each other at any point.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, but they don't.
Yeah.
But also, you don't even need to go that far. All you need is one celestial star, and you just can follow it all the way around the Earth, all the way around the equator, So when you're traveling east or traveling west from the equator in this circle, you'll see that that same star is visible. And if it takes a few days because the stars move faster than you possibly could or something like that, sure. But the point is they're always over Earth.
I'll have to look into it. Yeah, and the other thing he was saying, that Orion's belt, he even seemed to think that Orion's belt was the only three stars that it's like they disappeared and reappeared on the other side, like a Pac-Man. Those are the only three stars that didn't get broken apart and taken the other direction. So I'm going to call him soon anyway. I'll bring this up to him and see where he's gotten with that.
Wait, I had to step away for a second. What do you guys? What's going on with this? And then the Pac-Man. Oh, I
was talking about my friend E1. I always put his video in the chat. I'll put the one that you can see. He took his channel down when the COVID thing hit, and he's off grid now. But I'll put his presentation. You can see he did on Sun and Moon, and he's a really smart dude. Hello.
Hey,
who's that?
And he was saying, "Hey, Slug." He was saying something about North Stars, South Stars, Pac-Man.
Yeah, there could be two sets of stars in the sky, but they're adjacent to each other rather than on the top and the bottom of a ball. And he seemed to think that they separate, but percentages bring up a point that if we could follow the star completely in its full rotation, then we shouldn't see that. We would know if they were separating. But I was saying that if you find two stars separating from each other out towards the edge of where Tonga or Easter Island is, then if they were deviating from each other, then that would prove that that's possible.
Actually, what we observe is one celestial star, which is light, and then the opposite of that is a dark area, celestial south, what people call celestial south. That is actually the opposite of the light that we call celestial north. So you need those two things. You need that light side and you need that dark side. That's the opposite side of it, and that's why we see like a dark celestial south, but there's stars around it. There is definitely like the southern cross that we see that rotates around the celestial south, but it's actually dark. What we call the celestial south. But that's the celestial north and celestial south are being projected to look the way they look. They're effects that are being caused by the structural cause of the effects. That is an actual mechanism that has been designed and built to make everything look the way it looks.
Okay, so I want to know who here thinks that it's like something that's Pac-Man. Like, do people here really think that it's the Pac-Man, or?
Well, if it was a projection, if it was a projection, that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't thrown that away at all. Actually,
yeah, Don, I know still Don actually thinks that, but I don't think that at all.
Well, I'm still looking
Pac-Man.
at it. I'm still looking at it.
Yeah, the Pac-Man, Gemsy, where all of a sudden it disappears on one thing and then bloop, it reappears on the other.
Now, listen, between Earth and heaven, there is that medium that we see with our eyes. We see the luminaries and the effects that we call the luminaries. So the cause of that is above the luminaries, and we see the effects. So it's not like a magical Pac-Man thing that is happening. It's an actual structural design machine mechanism that is causing the effects that we see from down here. That is above the firmament and above the waters above, of the whatever liquids above.
What is the?
Actually, yeah.
You don't.
Actually,
you don't know that the heavens operate by the natural laws that we have down here. It could be completely different. It could be supernatural laws that you don't know about. They're natural effects,
you could call it supernatural.
But the causes you can't say are natural. You don't know that.
Yeah, I never said natural. When did I use natural? I never said natural. You said natural.
I'm pretty sure you just said it.
No, you said it.
I guarantee you said it.
I said natural. Can you make the whole sentence that I use natural?
No,
the whole
sentence. The live stream can.
Hey,
yeah, go look it up.
In theory, what's the Pac-Man thing about? What is it? I didn't understand that.
To explain it, that they would have to like disappear on one side and reappear on the other, like Pac-Man does when he goes through the little tunnel.
That's how the sun and everything works.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a fix for the way things work on a flat Earth. The way things could work if it was actually some kind of projection.
You kind of go all the way to the end and then you reappear on the other side, type of thing.
Teleportation.
Interesting.
Wait, Adam Unsalted, are you in here that you can talk? What do you mean that if people are seriously considering Pac-Man, then we have to the Mercator. Okay, sorry. I read that wrong. Sorry.
I think it's a cool idea, actually.
What, the Pac-Man one or the Mercator?
Yeah, no, because the Mercator would be a Pac-Man thing. Like you pop out, like what you showed True Loon's thing to be.
Yeah.
You used True Loon's thing, and I showed another one where True Loon also made it into a pyramid, right?
Yep.
Like he's a glober who basically took all globe, said you can make it into any shape you want to make it into.
Like coordinates.
That's no argument towards the Pac-Man. The Pac-Man thing started way back in the day on a globe. I remember Globebusters doing it, and they had people on there like, "Oh yeah, we can hop out one side and reappear in the other," and that's a thing. And now it's like caught on somehow. I don't see how it's catching on.
Yeah,
It was
but
like a happenstance, and now it's like a thing.
Adam Unsalted, you're wrong to say that you have to claim that the Mercator is the flat Earth map if you accept Pac-Man, because Mercator doesn't speak to the true size of the land masses, right? If you go
True.
to something like
Right.
thetruesize.com and you'll see that Mercator's very off base when it comes to the size of Africa, size of Australia, size of, Greenland, Iceland, and
Aren't
stuff like
they
that.
all?
Things towards
Aren't
the
they all
poles.
percentage?
Pretty much 95% of them.
There are
All
ones that are
maps
more
are.
accurate, like the one that Japanese. I forget what it's called.
All I think all maps are off, and we're all just like saying, "Hey, this one seems a little bit better." Like, I mean, how
My
do we
point is
really
to
know?
specify the Mercator would be incorrect.
Yeah.
Yes, and I agree with you on that. Yes, for sure.
Well, I still haven't tossed it out and just hand-wave dismissed it. I'm not saying it is so, but I'm still looking at it.
I am hand waving dismissing that because that literally
You could do
means
that, yeah.
the creator, then that's like simulation mode. So we've gone into simulation mode, and if that is the case, that it is some kind of Pac-Man simulation, then anything goes. Then we can bring in spherical geometry. We can bring in all this other crap because you know what? The simulation could be anything based off of the creator, right? Like
Yeah.
it's just this complete simulation that has no bearings and anything goes. So what's the point of even looking into it?
Well, if it is a simulation, it's simulating that we're stationary on a plane. Everything else needs to be explained.
Well, there's no
somehow.
doubt on that. Yeah, definitely stationary.
Links to another channel that deals with the sun and stars in an interesting way. He does like a test with the way that it could be reflection, and that he does some really, like if you look at some of his other videos, he does some really specific detail work with the way that the stars could be the same constellations in the south, but they're spread out further because of the warping of the reflection. Like if it was a dome effect, if it was like a reflection on the dome, then it would spread out those constellations so they look like different constellations.
Right.
But they're
right.
actually the same ones.
Yeah, like a reflection.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense if it worked just like that paperweight idea.
Hey, you guys, real quick. I was just sent a DM. We have Slug in the room, and he wants to have a chat. So, Slug, welcome. I'm so sorry we didn't notice you before. You were
It's all
VC
yours, Shine.
And yes, I would love to have a conversation with you. What's going on? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I'm trying to understand a lot of things. There's just so many different things,
No, I don't know. You need to be specific. Use specificity.
There's
Things doesn't. There are a lot of things in this world. You got to just. And
There's stuff too. There's stuff and things. Okay.
Yes.
My thing's pretty big.
and just realize like this is a good place. We're all having fun. Don't feel like you're on spot here. Like we have a good time around here. So just be chill.
yeah, I know.
It's all good.
Yeah.
So go ahead. What are the things or the stuff that you were thinking about? What's going on in your head?
Shines, you're too funny. Don't feel like you're on the spot. But what's the thing that you're talking about? Be specific.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're under a microscope.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you wanted to talk. You said
I just think about whatever it is, like, isn't there something after it too? Like if it's a globe, if it's a globe or if it's a flat plane, isn't there something after it too?
What does that mean? There's something after.
Like there's something more than just the physical place we're on.
You mean like spiritually?
Yeah, but there's something more than just this little place that we're walking on.
Well, when people
But
say
I guess it's
globe,
part of the brainwash program. Like,
when people say that it's a globe, the other stuff is, the things after that is outer space, these other planets, these other galaxies, whatever the case may be, this entire universe, and now there's a multiverse and all these different things that you can go beyond. You
Right.
can go down that route, but that is all just like it's red herrings and, just this little breadcrumbs to lead you out of realizing where we actually are. So before we go to what else there could be, we should stick here and figure out where we are, right? Wouldn't you think?
Right.
We should figure out where we are before we try to travel somewhere else. Like, we need to learn how to drive a car before we actually drive that car somewhere and traverse,
I see.
to
Yeah.
somewhere else. So, yeah. So, what do you think that we live on? What is it that you are inspired by and you think that we live on?
I'm not sure what we live on.
Okay, well, you grew up hearing that it was a globe, right?
Of course.
Okay, so if you heard that it was a globe, then you're here and saying you're not sure, then something must have led you to think that it could be something else, right?
Right.
Okay, so you can talk about what led you to think that it's something else, why you're having that conflict in your mind of what it could possibly be. I can talk to
I still
you.
don't know what the shape is, you know?
Okay, so let's deal with that. You don't know what the shape is.
Right.
So, have you ever seen curvature?
I've seen it on like a pool ball
No, I'm talking about, we're going to talk about where we live. Have you ever seen curvature to the earth?
on Earth.
Yeah.
No. But I've seen videos of like a GoPro that was sent to space,
Yeah,
and
so
it looked like it.
a GoPro has either a wide angle or a fisheye lens that
Oh, I
was
got
it was into quote unquote space, which that's a whole other conversation that we can have. Talking about going to outer space, that's a whole other story. Um, and I don't know of any GoPros that have GoPros gone into space, guys.
Well, they attached it. No, not to space, but they went pretty high
Are
up.
you talking about the Red Bull jump?
It could be that, or it could be just like a hot balloon,
Yeah,
hot air.
it's either a wide angle or a fisheye. So you're seeing distortion there. There is no curvature.
Right.
To that. Like, people who say that
I'm
they are in
open.
airplanes that see curvature, not seeing it. That's not happening. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson has come out after the Red Bull jump and said from that height, that stuff is flat. When you actually look at the Red Bull jump, as high up as he was, New Mexico took up the entire quote unquote globe, and the photo below him that was a so basically the entire world was New Mexico from that angle, one side of it. So yeah,
Wow.
there's no curvature. So curvature is out of the window. What about rotation?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Have you ever felt rotation?
No, of course not.
Okay, well, has rotation ever been proven?
I don't know. I don't read a lot of
It hasn't. So that was easy. And what about the second law of thermodynamics? So outer space, right? That we are next to a vacuum, the vacuum of space, and all of these gas giants and this planet with all the gases here that somehow we're contained, but we're in a vacuum. That doesn't work either, right?
I have no clue what a vacuum is in space.
Okay, so a vacuum in space means that basically there is no content, right? So a vacuum isn't like a vacuum where you're, using a curb in your house. It's where there is no content of anything. Like, so a vacuum, if we were to create one here on Earth, is where you suck all the air out of it, right? There's nothing in there. Like, everything is taken away from it.
Oh,
Period.
like so outer space is there's no air. It's just all
There's
it's just
nothing.
being
Yeah.
sucked up.
Yep. There's nothing in it. It's basically like it's a void. So how can you have a void with gas giants, with, planets like Earth that have all of these gases in it without that being sucked into that void instantaneously? It would be instantaneous. And that's where we would get that sucking. It's just entropy. It would just instantly, boom, everything would be sucked into that void. And that's not happening.
Is it because of how heavy what we're on?
What do you mean how heavy we're on?
Like how heavy whatever we're on, the mass. So it's not able to.
No.
I don't know how to describe
No,
that.
there would need to be containment. So what you're trying to describe is gravity. The word you're looking for is gravity. And no.
Maybe
What?
it might be gravity. I'm talking about
Definitely gravity.
like the weight of this field we're on, you know?
So think, okay. So if you want to use weight, or you want to, if you're confused by this, so think of the vacuum of your own lungs, right?
Right.
And you suck in from a straw. That's pretty simple, right?
Right.
Okay. Now think of a vacuum that is, what is it, 10 to the negative 17 torr, like crazy vacuum that they quote unquote say outer spaces. Everything from here would be sucked up so quickly and instantaneously, and the sun and the gas giant and everything, it would just be like sucking the gases out from that instantaneously. So yeah, no. So outer space, also bunk.
So are we floating?
Oh no. Who says we're floating? Why would you think that?
I don't know. You know? I
Well,
don't
no,
know.
and I know, and I like your ideas, but we don't know that. Look, no, there's no proof that we're floating. No proof to that.
Yeah, it almost seems like sci-fi to believe that we're floating, you know?
Yeah, there's no proof that we are floating whatsoever. At all.
Yeah, that's interesting.
There's no proof that there's curvature. There's no proof that there's outer space. There's no proof that we're rotating. The only things that we do know is that we are definitely not having an outer space, that we are
We're just
definitely
here.
not rotating, and that we are horizontally level. That is what we witness, that is what we see, and that is what can actually be explained in the area that we are able to traverse and explore. That's it. That's like
Right.
that's what we can know within this area about like the land that we're in.
Right.
We can talk about many more things. We can get into many more subjects about it, but we can definitely debunk that we are not on a spinning ball in outer space by that information. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And also what you see and feel, like with your own eyes and what you feel. You don't feel like you're moving.
Well, yeah, we don't feel like we're moving whatsoever. And you also do have to be careful with what you see because there are multitudes of optical illusions within this world, but all of them can be broken down to the fact that, yeah, there still is no curvature, no matter how they want to twist optical illusions and misunderstand perspective, and you'll learn a lot about that the more you hang around. Um, but yeah, be careful with your eyes
I
because
want to put
eyes
an
can tell
asterisk on that
lies.
one.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you're done. There would be curvature if we went high enough. I feel like it's important to make the distinction between measured curvature and optical curvature because we'd expect to see on a flat Earth as well optical curvature if we rose high enough. It does not rise with your eye level. So it's an important thing to say that it's a red herring optically.
There are many things with the optics when it comes to that. So, like, even when we see further, they will like to say, oh, it's refraction, which they misunderstand refraction, that things are levitating. There's so many different things. Point blank, period, no matter how they try and twist it, no, there is no curvature. It's not happening. Not at all. Not even a little bit. There's no curvature. And especially based off the numbers that they are the ones giving us.
And
Based
they're
on the
saying
numbers
the same
they are
thing
giving
about,
us, there's no curvature.
and they're saying the same thing about flat earthers.
What do you mean?
Like whenever you say, "Oh, there's no curvature," well, they're saying the same thing, right? Like, "Oh, it's not flat. There's curvature." You
Well,
know?
of course they're saying there's curvature. They're
Yeah.
saying that you can see there are some Glovers that are even against Neil deGrasse Tyson that say, oh, you can see curvature from a plane or from a mountaintop. Oh, we can see curvature from here. Yeah. Oh, and even that curvature that you're not seeing, that's due to refraction, and they misunderstand miraging and looming and all these other different things and how light actually works to say that that's where it is. But what it comes down to is that there is no actual curvature based off of the fact that if there were, if we are on a ball, there would be a geometric horizon. And that geometric horizon would be a hump that we would not be able to see over. Period, point blank, ever. Period. Like we would
Yeah,
not be
they,
able to
they're
see.
claiming they are claiming a geometry of the Earth or whatever, and so they're saying, because you say, oh, they're saying it's not flat or whatever, but remember they are claiming the opposite of what we actually experience and
Exactly.
we can measure. So their claim is that what we experience and measure is not reality. So what they claim, the ball, the spinning globe, that nobody can demonstrate it. There's no measurement of curvature. Nobody can observe it, but it's there. That's their claim. It's there because they say so,
Yeah,
and
just
that's a
because
claim.
they say the opposite doesn't mean, oh, we're both saying one thing, so it's 50-50 that, one of them's right and one of them's wrong. No, they're not equal because what we're claiming is supported by, observation. It's
Right.
supported by all this empirical observation. You don't feel like you're moving. You don't feel
No.
the axial
And
rotation.
and, and,
When
and
you
let me
look at
just
the
finish
horizon, it
Oh,
looks
look at you
I'm,
horizontal.
with
I'm
axial rotation. Oh.
one last point. They also making a whole claim about the shape of the Earth. We just saying a description we're standing on. I don't have a claim of what the Earth is as a whole, on what the shape of it is, because I don't think anyone has measured the whole Earth and be outside of it to make a claim of a shape. So when you hear flat Earth, it's not, that's like a trigger word, and we're not saying that the Earth is actually like a flat disk flying through space. We're saying that the place that we're standing on, the water's level, flat, motionless, and we
It's
live in a contained
horizontally level.
environment. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought you didn't know anything, Slug. Then you came in with axial rotation. Where did
I
that
was the
come
one that
from?
said that.
Oh, you said axial
Yeah.
rotation? Okay, I thought that was Slug. I was like, dang, look at him coming here with these big
My
words.
bad.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
I've
Thanks
never
for
heard
saying
that.
it. All good.
Yeah,
That was my
the point is that what we have experienced, that counts as empirical evidence, right? So they're not weighted equally. Our stance that it's observably motionless and the horizon is observably flat, when you're looking at the beach. Those are the defaults because we agree, even they would agree that that's how they look, right? That's how they feel. The horizon, the Earth feels motionless, right? Then they say, oh, it actually is spinning or whatever. But what's actually like, the common
Why
ground
would
that we
they
have
say these
is
things,
those
though?
empirical observations. What'd you say?
Why would they say those things? It seems like a big lie to pull off.
Why would they say
Why would
what?
they lie?
No,
He's
not
on to
even
the
why
why
would
would
they lie, but why would they lie about what we're on,
Yeah, why would they lie? Exactly. Why would they lie? That's the number one question we get here. You know that?
No, I
So
didn't
much
know that.
so that there's a rap song made about it. I can post it in the chat. Like, yeah, why would they lie is one of the number one things that people ask. And that is so fascinating.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Number one question. Like,
Why will they not?
yeah,
Why wouldn't they lie to you if they can
exactly.
get an advantage?
Why
What are they getting out of it, though?
power,
Are you
power,
kidding me?
money, and
Why does
control.
someone lie?
No, the first three reasons that only matter: power, money, control. That's all you need to realize. People lie, and they are con men, right? When somebody is a confidence man, that's where that word comes from, is that they build confidence in people. That's where the word con man comes from, is they're building, reasons for power, money, or control. That's it. Other than that, you don't need to worry about it. Who cares what their actual in-depth motives are, or who those people are, whatever the hell is going on. Power, money, control. That's all the people at the top are interested in. That's all that matters. And we already know that they lie for reasons for those things. And they will lie about anything to continue to have that and to get more of it. It's very simple.
And if they lie about the origins, and they say, hey, you came from a rock and then from a monkey, and you're a complicated rock, and people think that they're monkeys playing in a ball. No, I think that they're also lying about the design of this place, the designer, the creator, and they lie about that because these days people want to just discard the design, and that's important. I think that's a very important thing that a lot of people just take out of their mind because
Yeah.
a lot of people think they're just like an accident, a speck of dust in the middle of the universe.
And that's another reason why they would lie, right? Is to get that control so that they can be God. They're trying to take the power away from the creator and make themselves the creator. That's the ultimate control, right? Gemsy is spot on with that. That is the ultimate control. Take away God so that we can be the ultimate creator. We'll be your daddy. We'll be your heaven in the sky. We will take over everything. It's insanity.
I just say because I don't the designer, the creator, um, this this place you can see design everywhere. Also, when you look at the luminaries, you see the cycles that repeat, and we live in a contained environment. I think a container requires a designer, and also the mechanisms that cause everything, like I was saying earlier, the effects that we observe at as the luminaries. Uh, that needs some type of coder, a, a designer to make that look the way it looks. So there's no accident. It's definitely no accident. So yeah, there's no coincidence on that stuff. But yeah, it's not a spinning globe. We know that for a fact. Not a spinning globe. You just think about it. All you see about the globe is what? Cartoons, movies, fantasy, Hollywood, Disney. That's all you see about the globe.
Right.
And then you got NASA, which is the upper layer of that. They give you kind of like video footage
I mean, yeah.
of a place that
While you're on this place, it looks flat. It has some hills. You know, but you like while you're still in a trance. You kind of just you just believe like, oh, okay, they're scientists. They know more.
but they're actually well, the ones that claim the globe, they're actually pseudoscientists. It's like
Yeah,
almost like a
you know what I
religion.
mean, though.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But I think that the conversation is important because I would say in a in a in a play in this design place where, let's say, people wasn't lying to each other and stealing and war. That's We are at this stage, and all these issues that we have these days is because they have designed this lie and taken people into this uh,
Like
false
stages of
thinking,
truth, right?
imaginary thinking of things. They wanna, people wanna have think about these imaginary places and expand on that
Yeah, yeah,
in these wars and these conflicts that in reality are not necessary.
yeah.
But they have overcomplicated everything. Over, overcomplicated.
Like compartmentalized, right? Like they
They
compartmentalize.
need they need the globe to tell you that we have finite resources and finite space, and you're a monkey and an accident, and I think people that think that way and they expand it into so many different things, like war and politics and all these messy way of thinking that people have these days. That makes things very, very complicated
Right.
and inefficient. How do you say non-productive? Like so a lot of waste of time and resources. Look how much money NASA gets, like, and the time that people put into those jobs. Like I know smart people from high school. They get recruited by NASA, right? They get recruited and they get paid well. Such a waste of time and talent.
Do you have any questions, Slug? Like, has any of this sparked anything that you want to
Yeah,
talk about?
it's just cool to talk about,
Yeah, it really is. It's very
I
interesting.
enjoy it.
So I would love to hear your thoughts. Like, do you have any thoughts on this at all? What you've heard, what you've known from prior to what you're hearing tonight, anything?
Well, I've heard like the atmosphere is a lens. So it looks like the sun is going down, but it's really just going further away.
Well, yeah,
The atmos, the air, the medium that we're in, is the gases have no shape. So when they say atmosphere, that's like a word of the globe universe. They have all these language of black holes, exoplanets, gravity, and they make all these words to make this fantasy place in people's minds. It also has a language. So the atmosphere is part of that language. It's not an actual thing because like Huey said, atmos is air gases, and gases have no inherited shape. So when we use this word atmosphere, it actually doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I think about all
But
the ancient civilizations and Native Americans. They I think it's because like we're in these modern days, so that kind of
yeah,
that's why.
the people that claim the Earth is a globe, they are the odd ones because when you look at the civilizations of the past, everybody knew we live in a design contained level
Right.
environment.
Yeah,
Everybody knew.
yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, like
Yeah,
they already
and when
knew.
you say, and that's important when you say it makes sense because we experience, we observe, um, our our uh our system, our senses at moving. So our senses tell us that we don't live in a spinning globe. So the flat, motionless, contained environment definitely makes sense because we're designed for this kind of place. The spinning globe is actually nonsensical.
Right, it's only sensical in modern days, right? In the science and all that.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, I'm just saying that's where all this stuff comes from is the modern day and the science.
Yeah, quote unquote science. It's
Yeah,
uppercase
quote
science.
unquote science.
Yeah, capital
So
S, religious.
Propaganda.
Yeah.
propaganda, yeah.
Well, we have another person in here, and I don't know. They don't have any roles, but I was reaching out to everyone, seeing who wanted to talk, and Cami Sosa said that they wanted to speak, and they seem
Yeah, who is it?
fine.
The last,
It's
the N tip.
the Cami Sosa, but they don't have any
Cami
roles, so they're
Sosa.
probably suppressed.
Oh,
They
the
might be
Cami
a troll.
Sosa.
Not sure.
They're unmuted now. They can speak now.
Okay, what's
Hello?
up, Cami Sosa?
Nothing much. What's up with you guys? How's your day going?
Everything's chill.
That's very good. That's very good.
Brought you here.
Huh? What brought me here? Hello?
Yeah, what brought you around?
Oh, nothing. I got a few friends on this Discord app, and they showed me this flat Earth thing, and I'm pretty interested. I'm pretty new with it, if I'm to be honest with you, but I'm pretty interested in it. I'd like to open my eyes to this type of thing, you know?
Okay, well, what did you want to open your eyes to?
The whole topic in general. I want to know every bit about it. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that
'Cause
doesn't seem like you got brought here. I mean, something must have brought you. Something must have brought you here.
the
So, what was it
I'm
that brought you?
seeking the truth,
Okay, so
sister.
seeking the truth, you came to a flat Earth server, and you
Yes.
just want to discuss flat Earth, globe Earth. So, what, like, that should be specific. Like, give me something to work with here. Or are you trolling?
Oh no, I'm not trolling, sister. I want to know the truth. I don't know how much more specific you want me to be.
Can somebody else, like, try this out here?
Are you from Texas, my friend?
Am I from Texas?
That's not a Texas
Yeah.
thing.
No, I'm from Minnesota.
You
Yeah, that's
kinda
not a
you kinda
Minnesota
pushing the
accent
accent.
either. That's not a Minnesota accent either. I think you're just
Oh,
trolling.
okay. I guess you're a fucking expert on people, and you just know
Yeah,
where
I'm an
accents are
expert on
from.
accents. I live in the United
Your
States of
accent
America.
doesn't sound like a fucking flat Earth accent to me.
Okay, yeah, he's a troll. You
So,
guys can mute him. He's just
Oh,
trolling.
I'm a troll, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah, he is. He's a troll.
you got me.
Yeah, gotcha.
I think you're a fake.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. A troll
I
would troll
I
you.
do.
We can
hey,
mute him.
Cammy,
You got a
what,
Beavis and
Cammy,
Butthead
what,
profile, and you're trying.
Cammy, why would you lie, Cammy? Why would you lie? Why do you lie, Cammy? Do you just lie around to people? You just go around lying to people?
You, Cammy.
I could tell by how he's talking.
Yeah, he's definitely a troll. He's just messing around.
He's messing
It would
around.
be great. And you know what? Even if you were a troll, it would have been great if you came in here with something better than just like a silly accent. And I'm here for the truth and, like trying to make fun of actual real accents and actually had an argument. I wish the trolls
You
could
know,
get smarter. Like, it would be great if we had smart trolls that could last longer than 2 seconds. That would be amazing.
we've had many trolls in the past that, have decided not to troll anymore and they've been here. But, you can change people's minds if they just want to mess around and troll around, and that's what they do. We're just here to talk about this. We can entertain the trolls a little bit, but let's not take it too personal.
Okay, well, here we go. So I have another person, which is Sweet Tea, says they're definitely not going to troll. So hopefully they won't. So, Gemsy, yeah, if you want to unmute Sweet Tea, they have a question.
Sweet tea. Oh no, I'm a diabetic.
That was funny.
Hey.
Hi, Sweet Tea.
Hey,
Welcome.
How you doing?
Hi. Yeah, I actually had a legit question. How do you guys explain like when you're like in a plane and you can like see the curve of the Earth?
When I've been in a plane, every time I look through the window, I see flatness.
And even Neil deGrasse Tyson, even the Red Bull jump, that stuff is flat. There is no curvature that you would see from a plane. The only way you would see curvature is through the lensing of the like multiple panes of window that are in that and the curvature that you're seeing at the angles of those windows. There is no actual curvature from being up in a plane. You're not going to see curvature from up there.
Both oval windows show may have the illusion of curvature. Do you remember when
Wait,
you were flying that you saw curvature?
Yeah, I've been in a plane multiple times.
And what did you see?
The Earth is definitely curved. I can see it.
Is it curvy like like basketball or what?
Yeah, it looks pretty much like a ball. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're either witnessing a 360-degree curve or you're merely witnessing a curve from the lensing of the windows. It's one of the two. So we see in 360 degrees. So if I'm looking forward and I'm sitting here right now and I look to my left and look to my right, I'm seeing in 180 degrees. As I turn around, I can see 360 degrees. So we see in a circle that can happen. And so you're seeing like the curvature that way, horizontally around in a circle, or you're looking out the windows, which are multiple panes that also have a bevel at an edge, which is a lensing effect that is making you think that there is curvature to that 360-degree circle that we witness. That's all that's happening there. There's no curvature
Uh,
at that height. And
I'd like to add one.
Globers will admit to that.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
I'd like to also add, yeah, if you're like standing, like, just looking around, like, yeah, it's gonna look flat because like the earth is huge, you know what I'm saying? But like if you're way above it and you like can see the curve, I mean, I don't think it's the windows because like the windows are flat. So I don't understand how
Things
you're
can be
seeing.
flat. So yeah, totally. Things can be flat. Like a lens can be flat and there can still be curvature, just like a fisheye,
So like
a
the
wide
earth.
angle lens, a magnifying glass, all these different things can no, not like an earth, like a lens. So a lens, like glass on top of glass on top of glass, can create a lensing effect where it appears to look, when you look through it, that there is curvature there, but there is none. Even if you go
Hey,
to like an
sweetie,
aquarium,
Yeah.
same thing.
sweetie, you before anybody gets in the airplane, someone has to design and build the airplane. You know that, right? There's engineers that build the airplanes.
Yes.
You know that, right? So in the manuals of the builders of the airplanes, they made sketches and manuals about how thing works on these aircrafts, and they have to make the airplane practical and safe for you to get in and go from point A and point B. They take into account a flat, motionless Earth. You get that?
And where are you getting this data?
From the builders of the airplanes.
Personally?
Yeah, so this is not just like the airplanes, this is even government documents that showcase that in order to work any kind of an aircraft, you have to work it on a flat and non-rotating plane. No rotation, and it needs to be flat, a flat plane, in order to operate this machinery. And this is in all government documents.
Another fact about that, the people operating the aircraft, the pilots, you know who those are? The pilots, they actually know how to operate this machinery.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever they get ready to take you in the airplane, to take you from point A to point B on this aircraft, they never, under any circumstances, take into account any curvature nor any movement of the earth to fly the aircraft.
If you can have her look in live stream, I just put some airplane window pics in the live stream to take a look and see if she can find the curvature. She may be misremembering, and maybe she was remembering like GoPro pics where they show the Earth is like a ball, like the GoPro camera, which is like round. Are you able to look in the live stream text?
I am looking for it. The live
Actually,
stream.
let me give her perms.
Oh, okay.
It's right above the
Sweet tea.
voice. The live
Yes.
stream text is right above
Let me
the
see.
voice chat.
All right, you should be able
Okay.
to see it
Now I
now.
see it.
Check.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay.
Also,
So
also
I'm sorry.
the
Go ahead.
one of the priests of the global religion, he tells you, you know, is Neil deGrasse Tyson. He tells you that you won't be able to see curvature at even at 130,000 feet. You know how high these airplanes that we get in fly? They fly at around 30 to 35,000 feet. So the priest of the globe tells you that you won't be able to see curvature from that altitude.
Okay. So you said how many feet?
Commercial
3,500?
airplanes
So like
go
airplanes
what,
like
guys? Commercial airplanes go what, from 20 to 40,000 feet? You can
Commercial
okay.
airlines are 30 to 50,000 feet.
Okay. 30 to 50,000 feet. Okay. So the okay. So I'm just
And then
gonna
the
put these out there.
priest, the Grease Tyson from the globe, he tells you that at 130,000 feet you can't see curvature.
130,000 feet. Okay. That is a very minuscule number for the um mass of the Earth. So even if you were that high, you wouldn't be able to see curvature. But honestly, in these pictures, I can see a slight curvature, like the slightest amount of curvature.
You
You
know,
just
there's
contradict
curvature
yourself.
in your eyes, right?
There's what?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Who was it? Godric. Go ahead, Godric.
It wasn't me, but I honestly I think you're I don't want to say what you see, but um I've heard people say I go to the beach and I can see curvature on the ocean. You know, like I think they imagine it. They imagine it's like a ball, so they think they see curvature, but it's just flat if you look hard.
If I the thing is, oh, sorry.
So you
If
take
you
your
look,
time.
if you okay, so if you look at some of these pictures, you can see it's not completely flat. The thing is, you can see. I know, like
Yes, flat is a description.
so is round.
No, yeah, round is a description. You could have a flat table, a flat round table, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, unless you unless you have seen it for yourself, unless you are more than an airplane's height away from the Earth, you are not able to see it as fact as the Earth is flat.
The thing is that the ground that we're standing on is being
It's flat.
measured. It's being measured, and the waters. You know what percentage of the Earth is water? Do you know? 70+%. Will you agree?
Yes.
So, have you ever seen water on a cup or a bathtub or a pool, a lake?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
all
I can
level,
argue,
and then you go
but
to
you
the
can
sea
argue
level,
surface tension. Surface tension
surface
isn't flat.
tension. Yeah, surface
Yes.
tension.
Do
Then,
you know surface tension? Like if you fill a glass too much, it's not flat.
but it is level.
Yes, but it's not flat. You can see above the glass that it is rounded.
It's round.
Yeah, if you fill a
Yeah, the cup.
glass
Yeah,
all the way until the surface
round like a
tension,
flat
it is
table.
rounded.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's rounded.
yeah, like a flat table, right?
No, it's
Hang on.
not like a flat table.
Isn't the window itself round, right?
Is the what? I'm sorry.
Is the window itself shaped in an oval?
Some of them.
So do you think that's probably what you're looking at and not the actual what's outside?
No, I don't. Because when I am outside, I have no proof that the earth is rounded or flat, but you guys are saying this as fact.
Okay, so you don't see it as it.
Well, when you look outside of a plane, yes, it is rounded. You can see it. But
Do
you
you know how
guys
to
are
do like
saying that
markups?
you don't interrupt me, please. You can see that windows aren't made to look like that. If you look outside your window from a house, do you think it's distorting your view? Because if you look outside the window, it's the same as if you were to go outside and look outside of that window. And if you look outside a plane, if you jump out of a plane, okay, so if you go skydiving, it is not different from when you are looking outside of that window to when you are jumping out of the plane.
Do you know the radius of the Earth?
The circumference of the Earth is 24,000 miles.
And how thick is
25
it
almost.
from one side to the other?
How what?
How thick is it?
How thick is it? How do you what?
24,000 miles around, right? What about from one side to the
25,000
other?
miles around.
But what about from one side to the other if we went through it?
If you went through it,
Yeah, like a ball.
so you're talking diameter?
Yeah.
That would be 8,000 miles.
Very good. So I think you started with the math in the beginning. If it's 8,000 miles, right? And you how high, and you went above it, right? How high would you have to be to see it curving?
Way higher than a plane.
Right, I agree. So that's where we are.
Yeah, but you
A
guys are
commercial.
but you guys are saying that you can see out of a plane. That's what I'm trying to argue is that you can't.
You can't see it out of a plane. You cannot.
Yeah, but you guys are saying that the plane's windows are curved.
Right, so you can see curvature out of a plane.
There's a very 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 slight curvature that you can see even in the pictures that you guys sent that I can see. But
Okay.
the thing is that you guys are saying that the plane windows are curved. That doesn't make any sense.
What we're saying is if you see
Why would the plane engineers do that? That doesn't make any sense.
hang on. What we're saying is if you see curvature, there's a lot of reasons. There's oval windows, there's bulgy windows, you see. So what I'm saying is there's really no curvature, but you might imagine it.
There's also confirmation bias too.
I interrupt. Sorry, guys.
By what?
Just
Confirmation
something bias.
Confirmation bias is like you expect to see it curved, so you see it curved, without really looking for sure. Oh yeah, it's curved, but because it's supposed to be a ball, right?
Without taking into account the other reasons that you might be imagining a curve.
Can I just check something that she said initially? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Can you say one more
Flatty.
thing? Can I say
Flatty,
one
go
more
ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So she said she saw curvature from a plane, and then Gemsy gave you the quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that you can't see curvature until you're way higher. You said yes because that's still minuscule in proportion to the size of the Earth. And now you're going back to saying you're seeing curvature from a plane. It's a bit contradictory.
Yeah, let's decide if you can see it or not see it from the plane.
So what about the sun?
Well,
Is the sun flat too?
let's agree that you probably can't see any real distinctive curvature from a plane because you're not high enough. Can we
So
agree
then
on
you
that?
can't see if it's really flat then either.
I agree.
So the thing is you can't see either. So
It's
I
either
don't know
way.
why you guys are saying that it's fact that the earth is flat.
Because you said you can see it from a plane. That was your first argument. You came in here saying, I went in the plane, I saw curvature. That's what you said.
So
Yeah,
we're
you
responding
can
to
see
you.
a slight curvature. From the pictures you sent and from personal experience, you can, but the thing is, it's very, very, very slight that you can't say that is fact.
This is very interesting.
It's from experience. This is what I am seeing. But the thing
Can
is
you
that
show?
you
Can
got
you can you maybe grab one of the images and show us exactly where you see in this curvature? Can you just point it out specifically?
yeah, the exact ones that you guys have sent me actually. Let me see who sent
Maybe put a
it.
marker. You know how to mark it up with a marker? You know how to do that?
No, I don't know how to do that.
Vibing as usual.
Okay, I could do it on my iPhone, but I don't know if you have an iPhone.
You know that, like I mentioned, the subject expert matter of the globe, the one of the priests of the globe tells you, globe believer, right, that you cannot see curvature from even 130,000 feet. So how can you claim that you see the curvature below that? I mean, let's be honest here. Come on.
Be honest? How about
Well,
Yeah,
you guys start
she said
you
she said you
no,
can't
you
really
guys
tell either way, right?
you guys have agreed that you cannot for a fact say it, but now you guys are saying like let's be honest. And it's also contradictory. You can't just say I'm the only one being contradictory if we're all being contradictory.
I think she's being honest so far.
Yeah, about the claim of seeing the curvature from that altitude, when the expert on the on the globe tells you you cannot see it from that altitude.
That's why I wanted her to show it to us, but she said she can't put a line in the picture.
Yeah, I don't really know how to do that. Sorry. I would if I could. But who are you talking about? Priests of the globe? What does that mean? Who are they?
Yeah, she doesn't know. She's a normie. She doesn't know about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, normie.
I know
Let's
Neil
call me
deGrasse.
that. Yeah, let's call me a normal person.
You're a normal person. In other words, you haven't been in this argument for a while because we know all the top people that they
I'm
claim.
kind of a normal
I
person
mean,
too.
the thing is, I haven't been in this conversation for a long time or this argument, but I'm still making good points that you guys aren't able to contradict. So.
Not brought any points yet that prove the globe.
I
Not
have
yet.
because you haven't
At
really
least you're
been able to
open
say
to it, though.
anything back that have made sense.
But let's agree that the plain pictures are not very conclusive. Do you have any other proofs of a globe?
Okay, yeah, the plane pictures, no, they're not very. This one plane picture you guys send is them on the ground, so that doesn't really help. Let's see. Tell me other things that, other than being up in a plane, how else can you tell?
Does the horizon appear to you when you look out across the sea?
Across the sea, but the sea is moving. The sea is always has
How
waves
does it,
and stuff, so
from
you
left to
can't.
right? From left to right, how does the horizon appear to your eyes when you look at it from left to right? It's
I'm sorry,
straight out ahead of you.
I'm sorry, you cut
We're
out a
just
little
in
bit.
a container.
I'm sorry. I didn't really hear your sentence because you lagged out a little bit. Could you say it again?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Is it?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. So when you look out from the shoreline and you look across to the horizon, and you've got an expansive horizon in front of you, do you see any curvature on that horizon from left to right?
The thing is, you are on the ground. The Earth is a very big object, so saying that you would be able to see curvature standing on it doesn't really make sense.
But you know there's a radius value that the priests give you.
I don't really know of any priests other than in religion.
Let me explain that then. So the globe model is based on presuppositions. So you believe in the globe model. You can't prove it with empirical fact or proof. So it's a belief. So the people who tell you things, the communicators of beliefs, are called priests. So that's why we refer to Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox and people like that as priests.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Have you heard of him?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay. He's made these claims that you can't see curvature. You're not high enough.
I have a
He's
question.
yeah, go ahead.
Hasn't Neil deGrasse Tyson denied that the Earth is flat on multiple occasions?
He
Yeah, that's
has
right.
used the
He
word flat.
denies
So
Yeah.
why do you
flat.
guys keep saying Neil deGrasse Tyson proved you guys?
No, nobody said he proved anything. That's a hostage witness, you know. Because
Yeah,
when someone say,
hostage
"Hey,"
witness.
when
Could you
someone
please
say, "Hey,
elaborate on
I can see the curvature from the ground," but then the expert is telling you, "No, you can't see the curvature from there." So
Yeah,
that's an
so the
invalid
thing is,
claim.
this person, whoever said it, is saying that if you stand on a shoreline and you can see no curvature, then that is also contradictory because Neil deGrasse Tyson said proved that you cannot see curvature. So I don't know why he's asking me that.
Wait,
I've
what?
already I have already said
Given
that
the
you
radius
can't
of
see
the Earth.
curvature standing straight on the ground. So
All we're saying is you can't tell from a plane. I think we've covered this. Unless you want to
Yeah.
say that you
no,
can
he was
see it,
saying
then
he was saying standing on a shore.
Yeah, okay. So the reason I'm saying that is because we're given a radius value of the Earth. So we should be able to see curvature in every direction. Okay. So when I look out across the ocean in front of me, I can see miles and miles of horizon.
No, you can't see miles and miles. You can only see up to 3 miles if you're really good at seeing. That's the limit of
Visibility
human
is
vision.
only up to 10 miles. Also, an ocean doesn't really matter because it's always moving. So that's
That doesn't
not
make
really
sense.
a good. What do you mean? It doesn't make sense?
Movement of an ocean doesn't have anything to do with the shape, does it? So you're saying it
So
curves and then
oceans
it does
don't have
curve and it
waves.
curves.
It's called a wave. Waves. You know what a wave is?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I also observe the sea
Not
being
move through
completely
the
flat like a
ocean
lake.
and not see it moving because then it's going to be distorted. If you look straight, you're going to see flat because you cannot see curvature from a giant object.
what we're saying is if it does curve, right, then a distant building, for example, would be neatly tucked behind this curve. And we're trying to find that, and we can't. We're trying to find where things are behind this curve, right? That's what we're saying. It makes sense?
No.
Well, if it was
Everything you guys
all,
have
if
said
people
doesn't
wouldn't.
make sense because you are bringing up irrelevant people who have said it, whatever these priests are, which priests
Irrelevant.
are only with
He's the
religion.
talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson is
Neil
the
deGrasse
mouthpiece of
Tyson
the
has shut down
scientific.
flat earthers for a long time.
He's
He definitely does not believe in flat earth, so I don't know why.
wait. Let me talk. Let me talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the mouthpiece of the scientific community, the mainstream scientific community. Okay.
Your point being?
So on occasion, he's referred to the Earth as being flat. He's contradicted claims of seeing Earth curvature from airplanes, from the Red Bull jump. So the guy
could you provide me with links to these claims that he made, these videos, his articles or whatever? Where did you get these? Where did he say these?
These are mainstream media. I'm not giving you the articles.
No. I'm asking you to give me these specific instances where he said these things, not just just go.
Why don't you go dig them up yourself? Do
No,
your
because you
own
guys are giving me
research.
these really specific, like really specific instances where he said something like that. I can't.
No,
Go
they're
to that.
commonplace. They're repeated. They're tweeted. Do your own research. And did someone claim that the
can I say one
furthest you
thing?
could see was 3 miles away?
So listen,
Did someone claim that?
I'm here to.
No.
Try
I'm
to
asking a
understand.
question. Did someone claim that you can only see 3 miles away and that's it?
Yeah, he said that. He said that earlier.
Okay,
a minute
That's
ago.
lunatic. That's. What are you talking about? Have you ever been outside?
No. Sorry.
Okay, well, go outside. You can see farther than 3 miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ramsey, have you got the kitchen roll meme?
Yeah, what I'm asking is, you guys keep saying this and that, but you guys refuse to give me any sort of
Do your own research.
Just
That's
Google
why I'm
Neil
here to
deGrasse
ask you
Tyson
guys for
contra.
it.
No, you're complaining. Go do
When I
it.
ask a
Go look
question,
it
you
up.
guys just get mad at me.
Go look up Neil deGrasse Tyson's tweets.
Nobody's mad.
Go look
Who's
look
mad?
at his tweets.
No one's mad.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
You can ask a question, or yeah, if you're gonna make a claim, tell us
I'm
what's the claim.
going to actually quote deGrasse Tyson. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so he says, for me, the fact that there's a rise of flat earthers is evidence of two things. One, we live in a country that protects free speech, and two, we live in a country with a failed educational system.
That sounds like color commentary. Like, when you like I like green, you like blue, that kind of stuff. I like Mexican food, you like Italian food.
Yeah, what was the exact point of that quote?
Yeah, the what?
What was the point of the quote?
That pretty much the educational system has failed flat earthers because they believe that the earth is flat.
Yeah, but what argument are you making?
You mistaken. The flat earth is not a belief. The globe is a belief.
But
Because flat earth is an actual fact.
No.
There's no
Let's go
doubt.
back to the
It's
belief. Let's go back to the
it's
belief.
not
You have been saying that I have a belief that the earth is round, but now you're saying that it's not a belief that the earth is flat.
okay.
You
Let
are
me ask you
contradicting
this.
yourself. No. You're
Since
contradicting yourself.
since it's not a belief, right? Can
You just
you
said it's
can
a
you
belief.
tell
So what do
me?
you mean?
So okay. So let me ask you this question. Can you provide anyone in the past, or if you yourself or anyone that has measured the curvature of the earth? Can you provide who has done that?
Can you?
Do your own research, bro. I'm sorry.
You do your own research.
I'll recite it for you if you like.
That's the thing that you can.
He'll recite it to you.
Wait.
He'll recite it to you.
Go ahead. I don't care. Go ahead. Hello?
So you're claiming the curvature of the earth. You're claiming that the earth is curving, right?
Yes, you're claiming the earth is flat. So let's
Yeah,
keep going.
we have
Yes, we have been
laser.
doing that
You
for
want to
the
look at
last
the
30 minutes.
evidence? There's a lot of evidence about if the earth was flat.
Okay, can you
Would you
show
like
it to
to?
me? I don't care.
Would
You're
you
just
like to
talking
know?
right now. Can you show it to me? I don't care. You're just talking. Can you show it to me?
Hey,
Thank you.
have you looked at the bottom of the server? There's a lot of resources channels. It's called laser tests, long distance observations. There's many resources in the service for you to do your research at your own leisure. So go ahead and look through the information and then
Okay, but you guys have
come up
nothing
with
to say to
questions.
me. You guys have nothing to
We've
say to
heard
me
all
that will make me
we've
believe
heard all
you.
the globe
Because you're just like,
chants.
look at the fucking
We're not here to
research. Do
convince
your own
you.
research, but you're not saying shit about it.
I'm
So
not
We've
shut
I'm
up.
not
heard
here
the
to
globe
Sweet tea.
chants.
Stop trolling, sweet tea.
the thing
Okay,
is,
yeah,
sweet tea, that
okay.
you
This whole fucking
the thing
server is a
is, sweet
Do
tea,
troll.
you
that
even want to know
I
the
don't
truth?
really believe this.
Do you even want to
Whatever.
know the truth?
I do
the
know the truth that you guys are
Do you?
fucking trolls.
Okay,
All of
well,
you
tell
are
it to
trolls,
us.
and you're saying that
Tell
I am
us the
troll,
truth.
but you guys
Enlighten
are fucking
us.
trolls. You guys
Enlighten
are
us.
trolls.
So,
I'm enlightening you right now, but you keep interrupting me. You guys are
so
fucking
you,
Explain it
trolls.
to us.
sweet tea.
You
So
guys
you
are
can't
trolls.
provide any evidence for your positive
You
claim.
got no. You guys
No,
are saying.
can you or can't you?
Can you shut the fuck up? Can you just let
No,
me talk? Can you let me talk? You keep
no,
interrupting me.
no. I asked you a specific
No,
question.
it's because I'm going to give you evidence, but you won't let me talk, so I'm gonna leave. So
Provide the
wait,
evidence. Then we're waiting for you.
Give us the
no, you
evidence.
keep interrupting me. So who gives a fuck?
You clearly don't have the evidence. It's fine. You can leave if you like.
We don't give a fuck about you
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah. Let's just keep
We'll
interrupting the person
post
that's
it.
talking. You just keep interrupting the person that's
Here's your
talking. But so
opportunity
you
to
think
enlighten us
you
all.
think you're right?
Enlighten
You
the
keep
world.
doing it. Okay, there you
Go. Speak.
she's acting like a child, which is okay. We can entertain children.
Yeah, she
Your
has boyfriend.
boyfriend's still in you. Your boyfriend's still in you.
Oh yeah.
The guy with the Russian name.
Yeah.
Perhaps he can provide some evidence for his positive claim of a spinning globe Earth.
I want evidence of the fact you can't see past 3 miles.
Claims, mate.
What was that, sorry?
You told me. He says he
didn't claim the Earth
didn't
as a
claim.
globe. I didn't claim the Earth as a flat. I didn't claim any.
He claims you can only see 3 miles, and that's it.
No, so you're not a globe Earther?
I'm neither. I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That's fair enough.
I'm on the fence. I want to learn, but I would learn if old Hoss would stop yelling over me every time I talk.
Well, you were piling on earlier with this claim that you can only see 3 miles. Are you disowning that claim now?
I said something for 2 seconds and then I muted myself because I had nothing
And I
else
heard
to say.
it.
And you kept screaming at me after that.
I'm not screaming. I'm whispering. Did you or did you not claim that you could only see up to 3 miles?
Yes, I did.
Said
And
that's
if
okay.
if it was wrong, okay, my bad.
Well, no,
Right? My
it's
bad.
not. It's no big deal. It's
But
okay.
you are making a big deal out of it, dude.
It's okay to be wrong. No one's perfect. No one here is omniscient. Just to claim that you can only see 3 miles and that's proof of a globe, that doesn't add up.
Apparently he's not a globe though.
I didn't say the Earth is a globe. I never said
That's
that.
what I said. Apparently you're not a globe. I'm defending you here, so.
Okay, just rest assured you can see further than 3 miles.
I would love to continue this conversation if old Hoss just goes
Okay,
away.
I'll shut up. I'll go to bed. Good night.
Well, I've got proof that you can see further than 3 miles if you want to see it.
Okay, I made a mistake. Would you guys just stop hanging up on that one mistake? I admit it. My
I'm
bad.
not.
Okay? Jesus Christ.
I think that's all we were after, a concession.
We could go back to the kitchen roll meme if anyone's got that to post, because that's where that led from.
Your audio is pretty bad, Floody. Just letting you know. Like it's
coming
in and out.
You take it, Globus.
I think his mic. Go ahead, Globus.
Yeah. I think it is your mic. Yeah. No, that's all. I don't think there's anyone else here that's a globe proponent. It's a shame that the child had to tuck tail and run. It's such a shame because she seemed like she was kind of honest when you were first talking with her.
Yeah, but then she said, "You flat earthers, the educational system has failed you." She quoted Neil smoked that with Tyson.
What did I miss? I left for a minute.
Yeah, the girl was saying that we believe the earth is flat, and I tried to point out that the actual belief is the globe, but she didn't agree, and she kind of spiraled after that.
She spiraled.
Yeah, she did, unfortunately.
Did I ask her if she has any proofs?
Yeah, I also hit her up for a bit of proof, and she kept saying that we were talking over her, even though I was giving her the opportunity to post something. But yeah, she wasn't very mature.
Hey, just think your world just turned upside down in one night. You go on this Discord and they're like, "What is flat? How can that be? No." Remember Neo in the Matrix? No.
Yeah, that's right.
Sweetie, she came back.
Oh, she came back.
Oh, Sweetie, come back. You come back. Oh.
Yeah, I heard you were talking shit, so I had to come back.
I couldn't help it.
How can anybody talk shit? Shit comes out through the other hole, not through the mouth.
No, obviously it comes out of your mouth, bro.
All right. So, can we have a mature discussion here with you?
No, obviously we can't, because all you guys do, the only fucking thing that you guys do is just talk over the other person and act like it's fact. So I'm not going to talk to y'all no more.
Wait, you just finished a sentence.
Yeah,
Nobody talk over you.
I actually just talked
Wow, that's the first time this whole time I've been in here. Good job, guys. Proud of you.
All right, sweetie.
Oh, you're
No,
boring.
hang on.
Sweetie, provide evidence, please.
Yeah, can you please? We'll give you the floor, but we want you to actually provide some evidence for your positive claim of a spinning globe Earth adjacent to the vacuum of space.
Please.
Please, and thank you. Floor is yours. I promise nobody will speak over you.
Like I was telling her. They told me in school, but with no proof. Floor is yours, sweet tea. What do you think? Nobody's talking over you.
We can have some
I will
civil
recommend.
discourse.
I will recommend that before coming to any conclusions about the preconceived ideas of what flat earthers are, whatever people hear, in the YouTubes. Do
How do
some.
you explain the winter solstice, the summer solstice, any shit like that?
Hang on, before you ask us questions, we asked you to provide some evidence for your positive claim.
Winter solstice, summer solstice, is that?
How is that positive? How is that evidence?
How the fucking Earth revolves around the sun and does that? If it's flat, then it doesn't make any sense, does it?
So you're
Hey,
claiming
when
that
you say sense, do you observe the sun and the moon moving above your head?
No, we move around it.
But when you look at the sun and the moon and the stars, do you see them moving with your eyes? Do you see that the sun rising from the east and setting on the west? Do you observe that every single day or no?
Yes, I have eyes.
So yeah, when you say sense, one of your senses, your vision, you see the sun
No, I meant
moving.
sense as in having a brain.
So you see the luminaries moving, you don't feel the ground moving. Claiming the opposite of that will be nonsensical. You get it? If you claim that the ground that you're standing on is moving, can you provide any evidence for that besides your preconceived or pre-assumptions and beliefs about that? Can you hear me?
I just don't think she's here for an honest discussion, Gemsy. I think it's unfortunate.
She said that the
I'm getting secondhand autism from this conversation.
See what I mean? She's not mature enough for
Sweet tea,
this
seriously,
conversation.
why would that just like
I'm not mature enough. Ooh.
Sweet tea, why
Exhibit A, people. Exhibit A.
Sweet tea, why would that not work on a flat earth? Can you
The thing is, you're asking other people to give evidence when you're not giving any evidence of your own.
You have the positive claim. You know how that works?
If there
But
was
all you guys
evidence
are
about the
saying is
flat
do
earth,
your
would
own
you like
research. How about you do your own research on my fucking behalf instead of I having to do research on your stupid claim?
You want
No, I've done the research. I already know. That's why
Well, then
I
how do
already
you know
know
that I
the earth.
haven't done my
Hey,
own research and I don't
hey,
already know? Then
because
you're
you
just
still
you're
believe
just making these claims. You're not giving any fucking evidence of your own.
because you still believe that the earth is a spinning globe.
And you still
why I
believe that the
know
Earth is
because
fucking flat. So who cares? Who cares?
So Sweet tea, the way it works, Sweet tea, is we've been here for like myself 5 years, right? So
Okay,
we've
you've
done
been
all
in
the
the
science and the
Discord server
math.
for 5 years. Nobody cares.
We've done all the measurements, and we measure it flat. So what we do is we start the people off by having them provide evidence or proof, whatever you want to do. And once that's debunked, they can accept that they have a belief, and then we'll show them what we have. But we can't even get you to that point if you have nothing to show, and then you won't concede. That's the thing.
You said you've done all the measurements, so you've gone from end to end of the Earth and done your own measurements?
We've done local measurements.
No, you have not done that.
Camera.
So I don't think you have any fucking talk to do that, to say that.
The length of the Earth isn't in
We've done our
contention here.
measurements. We can do measurements with cameras, like 5 miles, 10 miles. And like
Okay,
the
then
5900 camera, which is
5
like,
miles and 10 miles. Are you kidding me?
I call it a
Late.
globe filler because we can see distant objects, and guess what? There's no curvature. That's the thing.
Wow, within
If
5 miles
a
and 10
globe,
miles, there's no curvature? Are you
there
sure?
need to be curvature. If a globe, yes.
5 miles and 10 miles. That's what you have to offer.
Yes, and guess what? Anybody can do this. Here's the thing: it's not difficult.
Yeah, because
Anybody can
5
do it.
miles and 10 miles is going to be flat because you know how fucking large the Earth is?
If there was evidence about beyond 10 miles or laser tests and other kind of things, will you look into it?
Yeah, because you guys are saying that it's fucking it's fucking fact and it's not. Oh my god. Why? Who hurt you? Your mom.
Maybe somebody can show her the globe Earth calculator. That if it was a globe at 4,000 miles radius, then we would be able to see curvature, measure curvature, but we can't. So the radius of the Earth is debunked mathematically and scientifically because you can take the globe Earth calculator and you don't see this curvature we're supposed to be expecting to see. It's just like a geometry debunk of the Earth. Somebody put that in Livestream for her.
Hey, Sweeten, I'm giving you some of the channels so you can look through some of the information.
Also, like, we have ladies' night on Friday night. Honestly, come check it out. The ladies take over, and maybe they can. Maybe you can like to hear from them better. The Flat Earth ladies every Friday night. Come back.
Not sure that she's here to learn anything, Kodrick.
Did you catch that when she said something about somebody's mom?
Yeah, and all the other immature remarks. I think this one may be a little bit of a waste
Maybe
of
she's
time.
just upset. Maybe she's upset, and I get it.
Yeah, I guess it can be confronting, and that could be a coping mechanism
I
to
was
lash
scared
out.
as hell, dude. When I first found out, I was like, "Holy shit! You're kidding me!"
Yeah, well, I came in this particular server with a similar attitude, so I guess I shouldn't really judge her.
Yes, you did. I remember.
I had anxiety attack for at least 10 minutes. For me, it was Mark Sargent, Flat Earth Clues.
But at least I was entertaining, Gemsy. You come on, you can admit that.
Did
Right?
you talk about people's mom?
No, I didn't go down that route. I didn't get personal.
It does lead to other issues, like if that's the case, then what the hell is going on?
Yep.
You mean I can't trust my government to take care of me? To tell me the truth? I can't trust NASA for all my knowledge of space flight and exploration? There's no gravity? That's a big one. No gravity.
Oh, when they hear that, it's all over.
In the second grade, I came into school and the teacher told me,
Thank
You
God
hear
for
me?
gravity, guys. Without gravity, you'd float right off into space.
Yeah, I heard that all my
Call
life.
I
me
believe
real
that,
quick.
but again, no
I
proof
kind of
of
wish
that
you did.
happening. No proof of that, just like words.
What did the guy say? I don't know how to pronounce your name. The guy with what did you say? I kind of wish you would. Is that what you said?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I
I'm
talked over
sorry,
you. Go
what?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Globe
I
question.
was
Go
trying
ahead.
to say something and you guys just kept talking over me.
Who
Sorry.
called you?
Sorry. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
Now I forgot what. Sorry for. Now I forgot.
My grab.
Wow. Did you
I'm
just
sorry. I'm
swear?
Aussie. I just swearing is just second nature to me.
You're Aussie?
Do you believe
Really?
in gravity?
You have a.
Sorry, what?
Do
That's a
you
good
believe in
question.
gravity?
Do I believe in gravity?
Yes.
So that I am also neutral.
Oh, fair enough.
Fair. Good. Yeah,
Do you
because
just
it's
not want to
not.
have a discussion? Is that
No,
why?
because it's just my it's just my life philosophy. I'm just on the fence until I get solid proof on anything, you know.
Well, that's really respectable.
Thank you.
Stuff that goes up and down, if I blow smoke from my cigar, it goes up. If I let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. So stuff that goes up and down, it's not gravity dependent, it's the medium dependent. It's the medium dependent on the medium you're in and the object that you're letting go. So no need for gravity.
What
Welcome
even
back,
is
Sweetie.
gravity? It's basically a meaningless word, in my opinion. It's
See,
undefined.
they have an explanation. Oh, it must be gravity that's pulling stuff down, but they got to talk about the stuff that's going up.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah, like I said, it's a meaningless word. Well, at least within this context, like you can say that the gravity of a situation, that has meaning. But when you're talking about in this particular context where you're saying you'd fly off the earth if it wasn't for gravity. But what is that? You could substitute the word gravity with anything, with like a word that you just make up, and this.
Well, I mean, no. Let's really think about it. What have you seen fly off the earth? You know what I mean? So you're just inserting, for some reason, that gravity would stop you from flying off the earth, but you have no observation or experience of anything flying off of the earth. So how can you tell that it's gravity that's holding us down?
That's right. Well, one thing that I find interesting is the mathematics behind special relativity. The fact that it's known as pseudo-Riemannian. I mean that should tell you all you need to know. It's pseudo. It's bullshit.
That blows my head.
In other words, yeah, it uses a particular geometry known as pseudo-Riemannian manifolds, which is it's nothing like Euclidean. Which means essentially it means that they add another dimension, and that dimension being space and time. So and they say it's a physical dimension. Like you have width, length, and height. And then they add space and time to that. And we all know that space and time are purely conceptual and cannot be, physical, because they're ideas. So, yeah, invented by a man by the name of Riemann, German dude. But yeah, it's pseudo, and that's all you need to take away from it. That it's essentially bullshit.
Sweet Tea, if you're here, I'm gonna put a picture of the flat Earth for you. It's just a concept, right? We don't actually like you said. I haven't gone from one side of the Earth to the other, so it's like a concept, right? We don't know exactly where all the continents are, but the idea is that the top is flat, right? Not a ball.
There's nothing under, no way to get to the side, you know. So we're just on the top, on a flat surface. That's where we live. No ball, no spinning, no motion, you know. So that's what we're looking at. If you can see the picture, the sun and moon are going in circles around the flat Earth, right above. So that works fine. So you can still have your solstice. No worries about the solstice. It's not a proof of anything. And when I went to third grade, the teacher, I remember, they said Columbus sailed to the west and proved that some people thought that he'd fall off the edge, they said. And then they showed a picture of the boats. Have you guys seen this picture of the boats? And they go off this edge of the water, and then on the bottom there's like dragons down there and sea serpents. And then the boat would go over the edge and fall off the edge. And the whole point of this is like, hey, look, they thought the Earth was flat. They thought they'd fall off the edge. You must be stupid if you think the Earth is flat, because obviously you'd fall off the edge, and that doesn't happen. So it's not flat. You must be stupid if you think the Earth is flat. This is the conditioning that we all had at a certain age. So you got to think about, why would they spend so much effort to give this conditioning?
So I have a genuine question. I'm not a troll, by the way. So if I'm standing in a place and I walk straight, right, just dead straight, and I will eventually come back to the place that I started, right? So how is that possible?
Well, can you really do that? Can you really
I can't walk, obviously, but let's say there's a train, or a car, or a plane, or whatever.
Is there a train that goes around the globe?
No, I'm just saying, mate, you're not helping me here. Let's say I'm on a plane, right, and I just drive straight ahead until no matter how long, it doesn't matter, and I come back to I will eventually come back to where I started, right?
Did you see the picture I put of the flat Earth in the live stream?
Which one?
It's a square. The picture is a square. I don't think the Earth is a square, but the top is flat. The live stream is right on top of the voice text channel.
I thought this was like Black Sea or some shit. Oh, sorry, I'm swearing again.
Hello?
It's all ice, and then in the center is the oceans, and then it has the continents. Right?
Hello?
Hang on, my man. Hang on 1 second. I'm trying to get a point across. Did you see the picture I posted of the flat Earth? So there's a sun right there, and the sun basically goes in a circle around the flat Earth. So let's say if you're in a boat or a plane to go around the world, it's basically. Hang on, my man. You're going to basically go in like a mild arc. Since the center of the flat Earth is north, right? Your compass is going to point north, and while the compass is pointing north, you're going to just go in a mild arc. You're going to go around all the continents. You're going to go in a perfect circle and come back to where you started. And you might think you're going in a circle, in a sphere, but you're really going in a circle over a flat plane. That's why it works out. Make sense?
Okay, but but what about the first person to ever circumnavigate the planet?
Right. Like I said, that's actually a good point. Millions of people circumnavigate the world going east to west, right? And you can look at the map I showed you. Did you see the flat Earth map?
You can technically go north to south too.
Well, hang on. You saw the flat Earth map I posted?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, so you do a mile circle, just like the sun will do a mile circle around the Earth, and your compass will be pointing north. You'll just go a circle around the flat plane, right? So you're going to end up coming back to where you started, right? So that works on a flat plate. Does that make sense?
I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm just trying to understand what you're just saying. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Sorry.
So, okay, so think about the North Pole is in the center of the flat Earth. Okay, look at the continents. Do you see the continents? Do you see how? Okay, so the North Pole's in the center. If North Pole's in the center, that means that the compass is pointed north towards the center. So what you'll do, you'll jump from, let's say, from South America to Africa to Asia. See, you're just going in a mile circle around. Since your compass is pointing north, you'll keep going in a circle, thinking that you're maybe thinking that you're circumnavigating the globe when it's really just a flat circle. Make sense?
Kind
So
of
it does
does,
actually work.
Yeah.
Now, again,
look, I'm just
it's
really,
just a
really new
concept.
to
I'm
this.
not
I'm
saying
just
that.
trying to wrap my head around this concept. Okay,
I'm not saying that
give me a chance.
the continents are perfect. I'm not just saying that this is like the concept is it's flat. We know that there's Australia. We know that there's South America. We know that there's these continents. I haven't measured them. This is just stuff that people put out there to see. We're trying to learn
The
more
example
stuff.
you're giving me is only if the compass is pointing north, right?
Yeah. So here's the thing: if you did walk straight, you said walk straight, right? If you did walk straight, forget the compass, right? You would eventually hit the outer ring of the South Pole.
Look, this is
after you hit that ring,
in a situation where you're
hang on one second.
walking east to west, not north or
Listen,
south.
listen. No matter which, because go on the flat Earth. No matter which way you walk, if you just go in one direction, you will eventually hit the South Pole, the outer ring. That's what we're saying, and that's where all the oceans. The ocean basically cradles the world, and the ring is around that ocean. And once you hit that southern ring, we don't know how far it goes. We don't know where it goes. We're not allowed to go down there.
Yeah, but there have been people
So
who
it's
crossed
basically
the
very
planet
hard.
from north to south or south to north, whichever way you want to put it. And they did come back
say
to the
again?
same place they started.
So do you know someone who's done
But
that?
the compass never pointed exactly north like these gifts that you're showing me.
Okay, so the North Pole, like if you take a globe, the North Pole is on top, right?
Yeah, I get that. Yes, I get that.
Okay, so we're showing you the North Pole in the center of the flat plane, right? So you could circumnavigate the world. So here's my point I wanted to make. Millions of people have circumnavigated the world west to east. What's your name, by the way, sir? What do I call you?
It's whatever you want it to be, man. Don't worry about it.
Just tell me the name on your Discord, so if I see you again, I'll remember I talked to you.
Yeah, it's Peter.
Peter. So here's the thing. You made a really good point, but let me finish your point. Millions of people have navigated the world west to east, but nobody has circumnavigated the world south to north to south again. So if you went south, right, you hit that ice ring, you couldn't come back around. You couldn't keep going and come back all of a sudden and start going north again. This is where the globe model fails, right? You would think people have done that, the people, if you look into it, 3 people have done it, and they are all related to the Queen of England. These are like explorers who, honestly, it's faked. So like I said, a lot of people go west to east because they go to the oceans. No worries, they just go in a circle. If the compass pointing north, you're gonna go in a circle. But south and north to south never happened. And I get, like I said, that's where the globe model fails. You can't just go south and all of a sudden appear at the other side of the world. It just won't work out. You'll just hit the ice ring, and then you'll just go out to no man's land, and you can see.
No, you say it is, but I'm saying that people have done it in the past, and they did come back to the same place. You're saying that if I keep going north, I will just keep on going for who knows how long, right? But there's actual people who have traveled north and come back to where they started.
So you're making a point. That's good. So now you'll have to show us this information and see if we can confirm it and see what you're talking about.
All right. Let me just get you a couple of examples, okay?
And then if you can also map their journey on a map, that would be great because that way I can see, you know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
When I looked into it,
Okay, I will try to
people
find
that go
a
to the South
traveler's
Pole.
log or something that log the map locations or
When
stuff. I'll try.
I look
Okay.
into it, the people that have gone to the South Pole, they basically just go to the ice ring, they move it a little bit, and they come right back up. They don't go through the ice continent. They just touch the ring and come right back, which obviously is not going around the world. So that's what I've seen when I looked into it. So that's why I say map it out on a map, because then you'll see that how they fake it, how they try to say they did it, but they don't do it. So with this little information you gave, you also want to see, where's this proof of this spinning globe? We're looking for this proof. It's all like NASA pictures and like Disney cartoons and like education says it does this, but like I said, with no proof. Peter, do you know about the globe Earth calculator? Or I call it the Earth curve calculator. The point is, if the Earth is 3,959 miles radius, which is like 4,000 radius, you would see distant objects falling behind this curve, and that's what we're looking to confirm. If we can see these objects behind the curve at a distance, we can't see it. We can't find this curve that's hiding these objects, mountains, buildings. We see it to a certain point, and then the object basically vanishes into the horizon because it's getting too far, not because the Earth is bending. So it's a big difference, and that's where we are.
Who are you talking to, Godric?
Hey, what's up? I was talking to Peter, if he's still here. We had a sweet pea glober earlier. She kind of spiraled out.
Don't talk about me when I'm not here.
Oh, sweet pea.
Do not say my name if I am not part of the conversation.
Sweet pea.
Would you like to join the conversation? I haven't.
No, I don't.
Fair enough.
Listen, you're welcome always, and definitely come to Ladies Night on Friday.
Where is the edge of the earth if it's flat?
For the record, there's no edge. It just
So
goes.
the earth just goes on forever and ever, even though y'all quote unquote measured it.
Hey, Sweet Green, let me answer that one for you. Let me answer. We may be speculating because we haven't been to the edge. I haven't been to the edge, right? But it could be at the walls of the container.
Nice.
If y'all haven't been to the edge, how do you know if it's flat?
No, the edge will be the walls of the container because you're breathing.
Oh my god, are you talking? Y'all think we live in a fucking fishbowl or something?
I mean, how are you breathing?
Yeah, how else would you have gas pressure if it's not contained?
It's called an atmosphere.
Wait, the gas is containing the gas?
Yeah,
Can
how
you
does that work?
demonstrate that? Or did you just make
Through
that up?
your own research, as you would say to me.
That's the thing. I've done the research, and the research says,
No,
and we can
wrong,
demonstrate for you to be able to breathe fresh air and speak at this moment, a container is required.
Can you demonstrate it then? Can you show me how you can have propane
What the
without the
fuck is your
tank?
attitude?
Don't worry about the attitude, right? She's under mental distress. So we were asking,
y'all
can
are
you
giving
show
me
us?
the same attitude, so don't be talking to me like I'm a fucking
No, I
mental
haven't.
patient.
I haven't
Okay?
showed you any attitude. Can you show me
Wrong.
propane without a container? Can you show me propane without a tank? Can you do that? If we're wrong, show us. Should be easy, right? If the truth is on your side, it should be falsifiable, verifiable, demonstratable. So all you have to do is show us, sweet tea.
How about you show me? Show me the container.
Propane in a container?
Show me
Are
the
you
container
serious?
that we are all living in like a fucking fish in a bowl. Please show me. Can you show me that?
Okay, so if you have a steak, do you doubt that
No,
cows
so.
exist?
Show me that. I want to see your evidence. Let me see it.
Okay, do you know what an inference is? Yes or no?
Wow, you laughing at yourself? Okay, cool.
So if I'm eating a steak, I'm not questioning do cows exist, right? Because I have a steak. And if I'm experiencing gas pressure, I don't question whether containers exist because the definition of gas pressure is the force that gas particles exert against the walls of the container. How else do you get gas pressure? There's no other way. Yeah, please, I would love to stop ripping people off when I sell them propane tanks. I would love to just sell propane, but the way I understand everything in
I
this world,
would
how it
love
works.
to see the container that we're living in. Please show me the evidence of that. Please, let me see it. Show me a
Well,
picture.
how
I
high
want to
can
see
you
it.
go?
I also want to
How high
see
does it go?
the non-existent edge. I want to see it.
Have
Well,
you
yeah,
ever
the
eaten
edge of the
steak?
geometric
Have
horizon.
you ever eaten a steak, Sweet Green?
You're lagging.
Have you ever eaten a steak?
I'm a vegetarian.
But, yeah, you are a vegetarian, but have you ever eaten a steak?
Are you stupid? Do you know what a vegetarian is?
Wait, you were born a vegetarian? You never had meat before?
I've never had meat.
Wow, that might explain a few things.
What
The brain
about
damage.
an egg? Have you had an
Okay,
egg?
so now you're judging me on the things that I eat because I can't see a container that we're living in? That makes perfect sense.
Have you eaten an egg though? Since you're a vegetarian?
Show
They
all
have
I
no
want.
breakfast
No,
egg.
no. I want to see the container. Can you show me?
You haven't eaten an egg?
Show me the container that we're living in. This has nothing to do with my diet. Show me the container that we're living in.
We're trying to explain necessary antecedents here.
About my diet? That makes no sense.
No. Well, your diet can be an example of it. Yeah.
Show me
What
the
you
container.
eat.
Give me a picture. I mean, you guys are telling me to show evidence. Why can't you?
Do you understand?
Can you Google the word antecedent?
Show
Yeah,
me the evidence. Show me the evidence. You don't have it.
This is part of showing you the evidence. If you would like to go through it with us.
I know what a fucking egg is. If you're asking that,
Okay,
I'm not a
but
dumbass.
all right. Okay, cool. So, do you know what an antecedent is?
A what?
Antecedent.
What's?
So you don't know? It's fine if you don't know. You don't have to laugh.
An antecedent is something that requires It is required.
Oh my god!
Something that logically
if there's a
precedes.
container that we're living in, then has to be a picture, right?
Oh, really?
Yes, there has to
Is
be.
there a picture of virtual particles? Because you Globers believe in virtual particles. Do you have any pictures of that? That's
So
something
what
on the
logic,
globe side.
Bro?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
What-
Sweet Tea. That's a hypothetical particle. Do you have a picture of it?
So
She just giggles when she doesn't know something or when she's nervous, I think.
She's a plant murderer, is what she
oh
is.
my god! It's funny that you guys are.
No, she's right. She's right. You know who would know about the dome is the military, because they can just fly out there. I think they would know. I can't fly out there
So
myself.
you don't know is what you're saying because you're not that.
We can't fly out there. You need to have the equipment
So
to do
then
that.
you have no evidence if you can't fly out there.
So, Sweet Tea, before we move away from what we were talking about earlier, do you know what logically precedes an egg?
Brutally transparent attempts to conceal sever ignorance with levity, maybe grow up. How about you
Sweet
talk?
tea.
How about you
Sweet
talk?
tea.
Obvious it be. How about you say something to my face instead of typing it like a pussy?
Hey, Sweet Tea, do you know what logically precedes an egg?
What?
Do you know or not?
What is it? Let me know, since you're such a scientist.
So what do you need in order to have an egg? What do you need to have first?
A female.
Sorry, I'm in a different group chat. I'm laughing at them roasting you.
That's fine, but what do you need to have an egg? Do you know?
She's afraid that we're going to do a gotcha on her. She doesn't want to do that.
Can you let her answer the question, please, if she's willing?
Can you tell me?
Wouldn't it be a hen?
Sure.
Okay, cool. That's the same sort of antecedent relationship we're trying to show you with gas pressure. So what do you need in order to have gas pressure? What logically precedes gas pressure?
That's what the fucking atmosphere is.
Gas. She says gas. You need gas in order to have gas pressure.
You need a ball of gas because that's what atmosphere means.
And you know what?
You need a ball of gas. So you need a ball of gas in order to have.
The sun is flat too, because the sun is a ball of gas. Do you know what the sun is?
Really? Have you taken a biopsy?
A biopsy?
Yeah, because that's what you do when you want to know what something is. You take it to the lab. You take a piece off.
So you want me to go to the sun and take a piece of the sun?
No, I'm asking, how did you know? You're making
Because
claims.
the
How
sun
do
is
you
a
know
ball
that?
of gas. It is proven that the sun is a ball of gas. It is a star.
Who
That is
took the
what stars
biopsy?
are.
Yeah, proven by
Who took the biopsy?
And you guys are saying that only the Earth is flat. No other.
No. Who took the biopsy? You're making a claim that you know
You
what the
guys are
sun is
making
made
claims
of.
all the time. Why can't I make claims?
Well, you can. I'm just trying to figure out how you know
You
that.
guys are fucking hypocritical because you guys are making claims all the time, but like nobody else is allowed to make a claim that is outside of your belief.
You're
allowed
You guys
to
are like
make
fucking
claims.
Christians, bro. You can't talk to them.
You're making positive claims
The
that
problem
they
that
have
she
the burden
has,
of proof. Basically,
the problem that she has is that she's very ignorant about many different things related to the topic, and she just thinks she knows stuff, but she doesn't.
I think the
She
biggest
laughs
issue with her
nervously a lot.
I know she left.
Yeah, the biggest issue she has was just her blatant immaturity. I don't know,
Yeah.
she'll come around.
The thing is that she joined with a bunch of gamers. Like there was like a bunch of other ones that joined at the same time. So she's like kind of like playing for the group. Because another of her friends was muted, and she was kind of like the girl that joined, and she was playing around the globe argument side. But
I was
she
saying
she
she was
joined with the group.
laughing nervously a lot because she didn't know what we were talking about.
Exactly, that's what I picked up on. The nervous giggles.
Nervous laughter. Yeah.
The thing is that being ignorant isn't. I wouldn't say it's bad that she's ignorant, but if she wants to learn and actually be honest about the topic and look into the information, that's one thing. But she's not
You
having
sure
it.
wanna
She's
do that.
just like playing around.
She at the very end she dismissed us and said that we're like Christians. right? Which is a
Hey,
stereotype
guys.
fallacy.
It is.
How are you?
Hey, mate.
Who's talking?
Siler
Tyler.
330.
How
What's
are
up,
you?
man?
I have a long time to log in. Just pass by and say hello and listen to or participate a little bit to the conversation.
Oh, well,
I
nice to have
accepted
you
your
back.
request.
What?
Welcome back.
I just saw that you sent me a friend request. I accepted, Siler.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I think it was a long time ago. Long time, maybe 1 month.
Yeah, I'm not real savvy on friend requests and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yes. I
You
just
know something, guys? Hey, Silent, nice to hear you again. We spoken before. He's been here before. I
oh
just
yes, yes.
wanted to. I think it was Antep. Antep, you were asking questions earlier. He sounded pretty honest. What was it, Antep?
Are you talking for me?
No, there was someone that had a few questions earlier.
Oh, okay,
But
okay.
since the girl was here, we were kind of entertaining the young lady.
I think he calls himself Peter.
Oh, St. Petersburg. That's what it means.
No, I'm sorry. What?
Antep.
St.
Yeah,
Petersburg.
Antep.
What?
Do you have any more questions? There's other people in here that might want to answer some of your questions.
Antep? Sorry, what? I'm sorry. I didn't. I wasn't listening. I just heard my name.
Yeah.
So,
But
Peter,
it's
where's the
Peter.
evidence
It's
of
not
this
Antep.
circumnavigation you were talking about earlier? Have you found it yet?
Yes, I did. I didn't know where to share it.
Livestream
You
voice
know
text.
what?
You can just throw in there.
I'll give you
Can
perms to
I
share
throw up?
links and images.
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you.
Can I throw up a topic?
I'm sorry, but I mean your voice is kind of difficult to hear.
Can I talk about the topic outside of
Yeah,
the chat?
yeah.
Okay. I bought some games from Telegram for PS4 about from a guy PCN Gentle, something like that, and he take the money and run away. It's the first time it happened to me, and I just got curious if I can do something about it, or what's done is done. What's the deal?
Did you get ripped off?
Yes, for the first time after 20 years.
We can't do much, bro. Just move on. Move on.
Okay, I just bought the games, man, and it
How much?
was a
How
good
much money
deal.
did you? How much money did you lose?
30 quid.
What is 30 quid? What is that? Like $30?
Pounds. No, 30 pounds. Pounds. British game. Pounds. But,
It's not.
yeah,
It's not
I
worth
think
it.
it's $40, something like that. Okay, it's he promised a lifetime warranty about the games. I bought 5 games for $30, something like that, and he got it running away. Okay, it's okay. I just mentioned. But in Telegram, you can
Did you use
buy
a
games.
platform? Did you use a platform like eBay or what's your platform used?
No. The Telegram from Telegram. It's a
Yeah. So
like
there's
a.
no way to. There's no way you can
I
report him. So just move on. I mean, if you used
yeah.
PayPal or if you
Okay.
used
No, Bitcoin.
eBay, then you
Bitcoin.
can get your money back.
Καλημέρα Γιώργο. Περαστικά κιόλας. Καλά. Περαστικά λέω.
All right. Don't send your money to random people in the internet. Everybody knows that.
Okay, sorry about that. I talked to a friend. And the thing is,
Anyways,
I bought. Okay.
you bought some
Keep
games
on.
to someone in Telegram and they took your money or something.
Yes, but after that, I bought some games for $10. It was a good deal. But for another seller. But it was a very good deal. It was a
Hey,
90 games.
did you know that the all games are flat?
No, I didn't know that. Just know about it now.
How do you know?
What flat? What do you mean? What's
No,
that?
flat, like
Yes.
on a platform. They're based on a platform, and
Yes,
the
I
coding
understand.
of them. That when you build a game, you build it on a platform.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
You cannot build a game. The whole universe of the game, you cannot build it on a globe. The platform is required. The flat, contained platform. It's kind of cool that you bought some games, okay. But I think someone, what was it? Teb brought up some links about something, circumnavigation. Can you explain that to us? What happened with that, with those links, Teb?
The thing is that if you go to the platform of the Telegram, there are many sellers, and they sell you very good games with very good price. Say you can take a Far Cry 6 for let's say $4, or a bundle of games, maybe 30 games for let's say $20, $17. If you want, I can send you a link because I have sellers that sell things. I only try
Oh,
once
so you're talking
to
about
change the seller.
buying video games?
Yeah, let's move on
PS4
from the
games.
let's move on from the video games. Cause we've been trying to bring it back to Flutter, okay?
Okay, sorry about that. Just mention it. Okay.
Good. Enjoy the games, the flat games
Yeah. Yes.
on a flat screen. Do you play them on a flat or a
What about
curved screen?
now?
Just kidding.
You know what?
Uh,
You know what? Here in Greece, they're mentioning again the flat Earth and everything that they mention about it again. They bring it up again. I don't know what's the purpose, but I heard all the time now for 1 week here in Greece about flat Earth and all the things. Maybe they're
you say
preparing something new.
people in Greece are talking about flat Earth?
Media, global media.
Oh, Libya. Oh, okay.
I don't know why, but it's now. It's all the wave. You understand? It's not only one. It's many channels. The wave. I call it the wave. If they do it all together, it's a wave.
Cool.
And they do it all again. So I
Do
don't know
you
what's
have
the purpose.
any? Do you have any proof of a spinning globe?
I don't know about that. I just know if you cannot prove something, keep it simple. It's like the Caesar of Occam. You know the razor of Occam. You know what, please? The razor of Occam.
Occam's razor.
Occam's razor. Yes. If you cannot explain something, choose the simplest option of what you have in
So
front of you.
what's the simplest? What's the simple? Flat, stationary, or spinning globe? What's more simple?
I think it's flat. If you say there are 10 million dragons up on the sky, you cannot see them, but they exist, it's the simplest way to say nothing exists until I see it or feel it. And it's the same way. You cannot feel it, you cannot see it, so we keep it flat until we feel or see anything else. I think it's a common sense.
Actually, I like that.
Yes,
Good points, man.
until you have not to be obsessed with something, but you can change your mind anytime you want if you're serious and reasonable. This is how the people go forward also. You can see something, after that you improve it, you improve it, you improve it. You cannot go from one stage to the 10th stage at once. You have to make it slowly. This is my opinion. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but until now, I think I'm right. It's the same thing. I heard someone told. He asked him, "What job you do?" He say, "I kill dragons." And the other person said, "But there's not exist dragons." And the other person said, "Because I killed them. This is why it doesn't exist."
The Kami Sosa.
Sosa.
The Kami Sosa. He made it. He made it to cook this, huh? Good job, Kami Sosa.
Anyone spoken to Cheesecake? Cheesecake. Is my mic still dog shit, or is it okay?
It's better. It's just your accent that I cannot get yet.
Yeah, okay. No worries.
Yes,
How
kidding.
rude, Jimsy. How can you say that?
Is it because you're upside down?
No, I'm the right way up. I'm in the UK. I'm in the UK, Jamesy.
Oh, okay.
Good. I'll see.
If I dug a hole from California and I went all the way through the earth, would I end up in Australia?
Yeah.
They told me that in school too. They said if I dug a hole, you would end up on the other side of the earth, like the other side of the planet. Kept
Yeah,
going.
that's what I remember as well. As I said, if you keep digging, you will reach the
That
other
is
side.
a proof, and that's proof of a globe. See? I think we've all been indoctrinated.
It's funny they fall back to the belief, but I don't understand. Like, we had to prove everything for their claim, the globe model. How does that work? Is it not the opposite side?
I've noticed when dealing with young people, like their frontal cortexes are not fully developed. So it's kind of like arguing with your marijuana plant about which president's better. Like your plant doesn't really have an opinion, but you want it to grow. So you're like trying to help the plant, but there's no use. Like the only thing you're doing is providing oxygen in the plant's direction, and that's it.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
That's why at a certain age you can tell them, "Hey, you better behave, or Santa's not going to give you presents on Christmas."
I mean, it's one thing if you're talking with somebody and they're like fully developed and capable of understanding what you're talking about, and we can all use layman words and make things super simple, like water is level when it rests and unperturbed, right? And people go, Well, I disagree. That's fine, right? It's completely fine if they disagree. But it's like when you can tell that the eyes aren't lighting up, they're not quite getting it. It's like, okay, moving on.
I just think that they play with people's minds and they throw up some things about flat Earth or anything else to mock people and to make them feel look silly in school. And after that, they cut some things they want to show, see, the people see, and they throw it up on their media. And they say, look what these people telling about. But it's all fake. Like the Ukraine now war with Putin. They say Putin did this, Putin did this, that. It's all muggery. Nobody is doing anything, I think. It's all fake.
Yeah, hi.
Just,
Are you guys still talking about video games?
no, no, no.
Okay, before I left, somebody asked me a question. What was it? Nobody?
And the
Okay.
thing, and the thing is about the war. We're talking about the war.
No, okay. So you shared two links about something. I think it was what was it, circumnavigation or something?
Oh yeah. Like a north to south circumnavigation.
North to south circumnavigation.
So yes, okay. Let me put into context. So earlier, I asked somebody here. I don't remember who it was. I just asked, like, if you travel from west to east and you could keep going in a straight line, you will eventually end up where you began, right?
It's not a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Once
So
you're
they
going
said,
around the North Pole, listen, brother, I'm just going to say real fast, and then you can talk again. When you're going around the North Pole, it's your reference frame, right? Your magnets lock onto it, and the compass works, right?
yeah.
But you're not going in a straight line.
Yeah, buddy,
You're
I know.
technically going
The
in a
previous guy
circle.
told me the exact same thing, right? The previous guy told me the
Okay,
exact same
continue.
thing. So my point is, the situation you're giving me is if I'm traveling west to east, my compass will always point towards north because the North Pole is at the center of the Earth, not at the top, like globe Earthers would claim, right? Would the same situation apply if I travel from north to south? It wouldn't. So he said no, it will apply, and we don't know because nobody has done that journey before. And I said yes, people have done that journey before. People have traveled from north to south. So those were the two links that I provided.
I
Right,
think
let me
that
take a look at
everything
them.
basically. I think that everything we're talking about now is a little bit fairy tales because nobody will do it, nobody have to it, and
Bro, can
nobody.
you
I
get
think.
closer to your mic? I can barely understand anything you're saying.
I'm really
Can you
sorry, but
get
I'm going to
closer to
mute
your
that.
mic?
I can't understand anything.
Okay, wait. I will change the mic.
So you shared two links about someone navigating north to south from the North Pole to the South Pole, making a full circle.
Yes, basically yes.
Can you show me on the Google Earth map where the North Pole is?
Hey, what do you mean?
Well, Google Earth. You heard of it?
Well, yes, but Google
It
Earth
doesn't show a North Pole.
depicts the planet as being a globe, which is contradictory to what to what the people in this server believe, right? So why would I share it to you?
Well, I'm just asking, where's the North Pole that he trekked across because it shows nothing but water?
No, it's not a straight line, right? But he is going north.
No, you don't
He's
understand.
zigzagging
Did
around, but
he
he is
walk
going
on
north.
water? Did he walk on
No,
water?
it's a plane. It's a plane journey. It's a journey that was
It's a
done by a
plane
plane.
journey. Why does it show him with like skis and like a sled?
No, just check out the second link. Sorry, English is not my first language.
It's okay. I'm just looking at the Guinness Book of World Records, and it said greatest treks. That means he walked. Can you show me the ice at the North Pole. Because when I was a child, the map showed 2 poles, and now Google Earth only shows Antarctica.
But
There's no
I
Arctic
would explain
ice.
it to you, but the link that I provided just basically explains everything, explains his journey.
Let me find the
I
links.
just
I'm gonna
don't.
reshare them to see what's going on.
So, like, the point about the Earth, I mean, the North Pole being at the center of the Earth only holds up if I am traveling from west to east, but it does not hold up if I'm traveling north to south. If I'm traveling north to south and I go in a straight line, I mean, quote unquote straight line, I will eventually end up at the same spot I began.
Is this the Bill Harrelson flight he's talking about, or there's a different one?
I'm sharing the links that he shared. I just shared one just now, and I'm sharing the other one.
Can you hear me now better?
It's a journey done by 2 people called Fred Lester Austin Jr. and Harrison Finch.
Can I make a mic check? Is it better
Yeah,
now? The volume?
it's barely better.
Barely. Wait to put the mic on the mouth. Wait. It's now better.
It sounds
Do you
like.
think it's better now?
Yeah, now it is.
It
got
tells you
close?
exactly where they stopped, exactly where they set off again, where they refueled, just basically everything. The tonnage of the plane, just everything.
The thing is that I think that we living in a fairy tale. We don't know what's happening. We
That is my
suggesting
question. I'm
the things.
wondering, you know, like west
Wondering,
to east,
yes.
yes, it does make complete total sense. But if I'm traveling from north to south, it doesn't.
Okay, but let me ask you something.
Yes, I know
Will
the north
anyone
and south poles are basically ice or
will
just water, but you can travel across it.
will anyone try to do this?
And people have done it.
Have done it. Okay. I think that it's not illusion,
Like, these aren't
but
the only examples that I have. I have multiple.
One second, one second, bro. 1 second.
Yeah.
Do you have Tyler muted? What is it?
I'm really sorry. I do have him muted. I'm sorry. He's
okay.
unintelligible.
Yeah, because
like,
you guys are both talking on top of each other. So
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So
he has me muted.
Yeah, because earlier you were making like talking, but we weren't able to understand you. So I guess he muted you, but you're on
Okay,
mute.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry if I
Oh, it's
interrupt
okay.
something. Okay.
Now I don't know who you're talking to.
No, okay.
You gotta unmute Siler. On mute Siler.
I don't want to unmute him. It's just
Yeah,
really
but
difficult.
the conversation won't work because if he's speaking and then you're speaking because you don't hear him,
Right.
It's messy.
Yeah, I got you.
So this guy, he took a journey of 100,000 miles. So if the circumference of the Earth is 24,000, did he do it 4 times?
Good question.
That's a pretty good question.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know
Remarkably, one of the greatest training first had not still been achieved by 1970. No one had yet completed the surface circumnavigation of the globe, taking both North to South Pole, a journey of some 100,000 miles.
So basically, you're boiling it down to these guys didn't make this journey because the mileage that
No.
they said that they traveled is impossible because the Earth is not 100,000 miles. It is 24,000 miles. Is that it?
No, I'm asking, did he like loop around like 4 times?
No, he just did one trip.
And it took 100,000 miles?
Yes, he didn't exactly travel in a straight quote-unquote line, but yes.
You know what, Hank? That's probably because he did it on a flat Earth. That's why it took more than what the globe claims.
Let me ask something.
I'm not here to make fun of anybody's point of view. I'm just here to try to understand. Like,
Okay,
Is that too much to ask? I'm sorry.
what if we understand and know that the
Like
Earth is
I've been
flat? What is
on
the
the fence
difference?
about this subject my whole life, right? Like I'm not
What
gonna
is the
believe one side
difference?
because
What
somebody
is the
said
difference
something. I
of
just want to
this
understand it
if
for
you
myself.
know that the Earth is flat?
And that's completely fine. That's what we're trying to do, have a discussion about.
Yeah, but
So
just
hence the
James is
answer.
making an inside joke about it and laughing about it, and that's not cool.
No, it's not. It's not fun. No, it's not a joke because think about it. The globe, they will make a 24,000 circumference circle, right? But on the flat Earth, once you extend that globe on a table, that south region becomes a bigger region than on a globe. You get it? So if you're making a circle on the outside of this perimeter,
No, but
it
you're
will
still
be
boiling it down
it
to
will be
being a
way
west
more
to
distance.
east. You're still making the west to east travel. Yes, if the South Pole is as big as the flat earther description describes it, yes, it is
I
huge.
think it
But
has been also
Exactly.
moved now.
no, this is a north to south travel, not a west to east travel.
Yeah, we never claimed that north to south travel isn't possible. We're
No,
saying it would be.
yeah, I
Hold
didn't
on,
say
hold
you
on,
did,
hold on.
but somebody here just did. So that's why I'm showing these
Okay,
links.
so let me straighten it out. So what would be impossible? We're thinking would be a north to south to north pole. So if they went from, let's say, Norway to South Africa, right, and then came back around South America to the United States to Canada, and then back to the North Pole, that would be impossible.
So you're basically saying that these
It has to be
travel are
circumnavigation.
just being just these travel logs, these documents are basically not true.
No, what I'm claiming is that I just read the first paragraph.
You're saying it's
And
impossible to do that. So you're saying these claims are fake.
no, you're misunderstanding. We never said it's impossible to fly from the North Pole to South Pole. What we're saying would be impossible is you to fly from the North Pole to the South Pole and back up through another continent. So go from South Africa to South America and come back up a different way, right? Within a reasonable time of flying, because the North Pole is going to be a very short distance, right? And what we're
Yeah.
thinking is the South Pole is going to be a very large distance. So if they can make it back within a reasonable time, right? They can't take 20 hours in Antarctica, is what we're saying. And they can fly up a different continent than the way they came back, right? That would
Okay,
be
let me
pretty
let me put
impossible
it
for what we're understanding the Earth to be. That's what the argument is.
okay, let me put it this way, all right? Could you tell me how this journey could have been possible?
Well,
I don't
nobody
really
will
like to.
be able to. No one will be able to tell you because they did it
No,
by they.
this is a
It
theoretical.
was.
No, the
Hey, now
true
listen, but
origin is
it
not.
says here that at the end, Burton and Shepard set out alone to cross the continent on Skeeto. So they say that they crossed the Antarctica continent by themselves.
So again, you're
So,
claiming that these people's journeys are lies, that these did not happen.
but remember, there's no flowing rivers in Antarctica. No food, no water. 67 days. They say they
But you can
traveled,
carry that.
but by themselves. Who can verify this? Them two by themselves. They did this.
Okay, let's disregard this this journey as a whole. Let's just disregard it totally. What I'm asking is
It can be disregard. Yeah.
yeah, but what I'm asking is could you show me how a north to south, south to north travel could be possible?
It hasn't been done.
So you're saying every single claim on Google when I Google it is fake. It's not true.
Remember when let's say with modern technology like airplanes, Admiral Byrd, and even flights from New Zealand to the Antarctic, they never went around the above Antarctica and came to the other side. They always came back. Admiral Byrd, they took like I think it was like they took 5 military airplanes to explore the Antarctic region. And Admiral Byrd claimed that the ice frozen region and the extra continent beyond Antarctica. So that's the bigger explorer in the history of the United States. So these two guys that say that they crossed from the north to the South Pole and made a full circle. Let's say they reach the Antarctic basin and they walk on the ice for 67 days. Does that mean that they actually cross the South Pole like in a ball when there is no curvature to be measured anywhere? People can go there and walk on the ice and say, "Hey, I walked on the ice for 67 days, and yeah, the Earth is a ball."
No, mate. I'm sorry. These guys, the people who made this journey, did not do it to make a point. They did it because it's a difficult journey to do it. Let's not disregard these people's tough journey. Okay.
Yeah,
My
and like I'm saying,
question
they
is
probably did work 67 days on the ice. Who knows? They probably did. Yeah.
yeah, but okay. You're saying the guys who traveled on ice is not possible. Yeah, that's just disregarded. But what about the guys who did it by a plane, who flew?
It's not impossible to fly from the North Pole to the South Pole.
Yeah.
No. What this report says is claims is that they travel from north to south and then back from south to north.
In the same path?
No, in
In
a
the
full
same
circle.
path?
In a full circle, as I was saying. That's what this report claims.
So
Right?
what path did they actually take? Because I didn't see that part.
It's on the website. It shows you where they landed, where they took off from, where they refueled, everything.
Okay, I'll have to go look again because I thought
again.
I
It's the
didn't see that.
Rockwell. It's the Rockwell polar flight.
Yeah, we
Took
need
off
something
from
that we can
Honolulu.
verify. We can't just go on by the words of theirs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that logic
need
could be applied to every single one of
we need
your
the
sources
travel
as
routes
well. So I'm asking, which source
laid out
could
on the
be
map
trusted?
to show us. Then we can discuss, show the
No.
difference. How it
I
made.
can say the same thing about every single one of your sources. I could say every single one of your sources are biased or they're not true, just because I
Sure.
refuse to believe it to be.
Okay, so they went from Honolulu to London, which people can do that all day long. And then they went to Portugal before going to Buenos Aires. So they went from Portugal to Buenos Aires, Argentina, and then continue south, circled the South Pole 4 times, and then headed north to Christchurch, New Zealand. They continued on to Honolulu.
They basically touched Antarctica and went back up. They didn't go around it.
It says they circled it 4 times. Why would they circle it 4 times? Why would they be down there just going do? Let's circle it again. No, let's do it again. I like flying sideways. Me too. Look out the windows. Nothing but blinding ice.
Now you're just devolving into just childish banter.
No, I'm trying to figure out. Okay,
it. Are you
I'm trying to
making a joke
understand.
of me, man? I'm trying to understand this. You're
I'm
just
not making a joke.
laughing it off and
Listen,
turning this into some childhood
why would they
playground
circle it
insult.
4 times?
Are we forgetting that to make the aircraft practical to work, to actually people be able to get in it and fly from one point to another, they have to take into account a flat, motionless Earth?
Okay, give me your sources. Are you an air technician?
NASA's the source.
NASA and the government is the source.
Okay, just give it to me then.
All right, I'll see
Let's
if I can find it.
Anybody has that handy, the documents from the government?
I think I do. NASA FE. Yeah, I got it right here.
Thank you.
I think this is it.
So the builders of the airplane to make the
I'm not
aircraft
going to take your word
practical.
for it, buddy. I'm not going to take your word for it. You didn't take mine. I'm not going to take yours. I'm just going to read your source. I tried to have a civil discussion with you guys, but I was met with childish playground banter. This is
Bro,
He's
listen.
not talking to you like that.
Listen.
He's talking about
Listen.
what they did, the circles.
Listen,
Bro, don't take this personal.
Listen, I'm a delivery driver, right? So when I see someone like saying that they're going to circumnavigate the globe,
Yeah,
and
I
then
can
they say
definitely tell
that
you're a
they
delivery driver.
right. So anyway, yeah. So I'm a delivery driver. I would not be like circling like a block like 4 times. That's like really bad navigation. So what did you mean by you can tell I'm a delivery driver? What does that mean? Don't be shy. I'm not going to ban you. What does that mean? You can tell that I'm a delivery driver? Is it because I know not to circle the South Pole 4 times?
Bro, why are you
Come on,
talking
bro.
to me? I didn't say that. I didn't say
I'm not
anything.
talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to whoever said I can tell that you're a delivery driver. You guys all scared now? You don't want to speak up?
No, I'm looking for the documents that he asked for. Let me look at this one. I mean, there's like a bunch in here. Is that you might be able to look through those and find a few, claims about, making things everything they do to make it practical. Nobody takes into account any curvature nor movement of the earth. No globe is required to do anything practical.
So do I
Everything
gotta
is
go?
dependent. Go ahead, bro.
Do I gotta? Sorry. Do I gotta go to the live stream and find out who said that? I guess so.
Said what?
Who are you talking about?
Someone said,
I know Cami
I
Sosa
can,
was trolling before. I muted him because I didn't want to listen to him.
okay, so now someone said I can tell you're a delivery driver to Hank.
Probably Cami because I muted him. He was just out trolling out randomly when someone was speaking.
Yeah, okay. Good work, Quats. Good work.
I'm pretty sure it's him. Cami Sosa.
Oh, Cami, yeah. How you muted him earlier?
Yeah, he got the
I was
Cogdi's role as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely him. I went and looked at the YouTube. But the guy complaining about childish banter was the one who said we could only see 3 miles, and that was it. So that's kind of the pot calling the kettle black.
No, but he took it back. He's
Do me a
not standing
favor,
by
Cami
it anymore.
I know.
Can you
But
read
he's
the abstract?
complaining about banter now,
Excuse me.
and it's
Going on about
Excuse me.
this
Can
all
you
the
guys
time.
be quiet
Just
just for a
freaking
second?
stop talking. We were having a
Can you be
civil
quiet?
discussion before you
Can you
came
be
in.
quiet for a
Jesus.
second? Cami Sosa, can I get you to read the abstract from what I published? Will you read that for me? Cami
I am.
Sosa?
Just don't talk shit about me while I'm reading stuff. Jesus, Hoss.
he's
Is your
not
name
talking to you. He's talking to
Cami
Cami.
Sosa? So Cami Sosa, can I get you to mic up and don't be a coward, bro? Read what I posted. I sent it to you. What does it
Read what
say?
I posted. I sent it to you. Can I
What
tell
does it
you, I
say?
genuinely don't care what the fuck you sent me?
Oh, because it contradicts your claim completely? Oh.
I just honestly don't care if the Earth's flat or not.
It doesn't
I
have
can
anything
give
to do with the
two
shape of the earth,
shits.
you imbecile. It shows that you can't read.
It
So you
shows I
said that you
can't
can
read because
tell
I
I'm a.
don't care.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
get
Okay,
it. You don't care. They heard
you're
you.
right. I guess I'm dumb because I don't care what the Earth is.
No one
I
said
mean,
that. We
he
just
has
heard
the
that
right
you
to
don't
be
care.
willfully ignorant, so let
Yeah,
it be, I
you're
guess.
allowed to not care.
Gotcha.
Who cares if you don't
Gotcha.
care?
Not much you can do, and that's it. That's
Do you get
it.
paid for this? To sit here
Do you-
24/7 preaching the Earth is flat?
No one's
Ain't nobody
preaching.
preaching. We're telling you to go look
You
for
get
yourself.
paid to complain.
No, I think you're kind of preaching it.
No, that's a big
Preaching it,
difference.
really.
Yeah.
I thought you didn't care.
No, I don't care. I'm laughing at this whole thing, actually.
Oh, nice. We can amuse you at least, huh?
It's funny because it's
you got nowhere else to go, huh? This is the only
I
place you
mean,
have. Sad person.
It's kind of late at night, and it's kind of funny just watching you guys freak out about how the Earth is flat.
No one's freaking out. We're providing information. And
How
you
old
can
are you
go
guys?
and
Like what? Mid
you can go and
20s,
verify yourself.
30s?
The funny part is that the joke is on you. You just don't know it.
The joke's on me. Oh no.
You don't care, so it doesn't matter.
I really hope the flat earthers aren't making memes about me right now. Fuck.
Well, I really hope that
What
you
will
do
I
a
do?
little exploration in your life so that you can expand the gray
I'll
matter in
probably
your
get
brain
beat
like
up
I
in
did, bro.
public, right? Because I don't think the Earth is flat. Fuck.
Doubtful.
Damn.
I just really hope you go outside and get some experience instead of like trolling people on the
I
internet
hope
because
you
you're
get.
lacking in gray matter.
I hope you go outside. If you go outside, you'll
Bro, I've been
clearly see
outside
the
for my
Earth's
whole
not
life.
fucking
What are you
flat.
talking about, bro?
You go outside, touch some grass.
Bro,
Interact with
gonna show
people
me the curb?
outside of
I've been
a
outside my whole
keyboard.
life.
Damn.
The grass is gonna show me the curve. Wow.
We came out with the big guns. Whoa.
Show me the curve.
Touch grass.
Tell us where you've seen the curve.
Touch grass.
Tell us.
So, man,
I'm a
I'll tell you
delivery
what.
driver and I'm 30.
Tell us, where have you seen the curb with your own senses? Tell us.
With your own
First-hand
eyes.
experience,
You
not
saw
second-hand.
it on TV, guys.
Yeah, second-hand.
Wait, Cammy.
Why'd you take that whole delivery
Cammy,
driver thing to heart, huh? Why'd that like?
Cammy,
I just wanted to
when
flex
he
on you, bro.
joined,
Because you
when
thought
you
that
joined,
delivering makes me stupid, but it actually increases my gray matter. But you're not smart enough to read the document.
And the
Cammy,
green matter too, Cammy.
hey,
You got a problem with
when
that?
Cammy joined earlier, when he joined earlier and he spoke to one of the ladies, he was telling her that he cared about the truth. He wanted to know the truth.
You
Remember
think
when you spoke to
delivery
the lady?
driving makes me dumb, but it actually increases my brain matter.
Hey, it's not what I said, right?
I think you just memed yourself.
That's kind of what you said, but okay.
It's what the abstract says.
That's what the abstract said. Is that what the rounded Earth told me? Is that what the globe priests told me?
Hey, Cammy, do you just go on your days and just lie to people? Everybody you meet, you just lie to them? That's what you
I
do?
lie to them.
I usually tell
What,
the truth.
by telling them I think the Earth is flat, so I can.
Hey, Cammy,
get a
remember
little
when you
laugh for the
joined
night?
earlier and spoke to the girl and you told her, hey, I'm here to know about the truth. Remember when you joined and you said that?
Oh, that was a lie.
Yeah, you guys actually took that to
Remember you
heart?
said that you care about the truth, remember? And now you're saying you don't care. Which one is
I'm
it,
sorry for
Cammy?
breaking your heart, but I actually don't care what the
Also,
Earth
you
is.
lied. You do lie.
I guess I lied. Yeah,
But you are a
my bad,
liar.
man.
You are a liar.
Oh, well,
I didn't know
this
you'd take it to heart like that.
Oh. I did. Put your hand in the cookie
Shit.
jar, bro.
You're actually like heartbroken over this. That's funny. Damn.
Yeah,
My
it's funny.
bad, bro.
The joke is on you, bro.
The joke's
Funny
on me,
because it's
I
simple.
guess. You're the one that's heartbroken over
You don't
Discord,
care.
me saying I wanted to know the truth about the Earth when I really don't care.
Hey, stop
Yeah.
lying to yourself. My heart is beating, bro. What you mean it's broken? Are you just imagining things?
Whatever you want to believe, bro. I mean, you already believe the
You're the
Earth
one
is
making
flat,
claims
so you're
about
kind of
belief
already
your hearts
like
are broken or
so
and
far
things like that.
gone. So I don't
And you're
really
the
I
know
one.
what else.
believe
You're
you
the liar.
admitted to your lies. Do you
You're the
believe
one that
that?
lies to people.
I mean, yeah, you guys also lie to people. You tell them the Earth is flat, but hey,
I've measured it. That's
we're
not a
all
lie.
liars here, right?
No,
You're the
just you,
liar.
bro. I've measured it.
I guess we're all
If
liars.
there's a liar here, it is
You're
you, Cammy.
guessing.
Nah, I
Cammy
mean,
is
if
the liar.
there's a liar here, it's all of us, I guess.
It's you. Speak for
I
yourself,
lied
Cammy.
about caring what the Earth is,
Speak
and you
for
guys are
yourself.
lying saying it's flat. So, hey, we're
But
all
you don't
going to
care.
hell. Fuck it.
But you don't care.
But you
I
don't
don't
care,
care
Cammy. So why are
either.
you here,
What
Cammy?
about
Why are
that?
you here, Cammy? Why are you here? You don't
I'm
care.
asking you guys, why am I still here? Why do you
It
still
looks
want to
like you
talk to me?
care. Are you lying about caring?
I mean, I guess I am. You guys are
Yeah,
still keeping me here, so
I'm
you
not
clearly want to
surprised.
talk to me. I'm I'm wondering what you guys want.
Why do you lie, Cammy?
You guys
why
already
do you lie?
found me out. Like I lied. I don't care if the Earth is flat or not.
Sounds like
You
Glober
got me.
feelings.
Yeah.
What else do you want me to say?
Feelings.
You got me. Oh no, I'm sorry.
I would say that you're kind of a
You know,
dumbass
you don't
if you think
sound.
you
You
can
don't. You know, you
tell
don't sound
your
very
driver
intelligent when you
above
sit
the
and
voice.
say, "I don't care what it is." When you sit in a server.
Why would they
I'm
lie?
sorry, I don't care about it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you for muting him.
I can tell that you're
You
not a
guys
driver.
think you
Probably
guys
don't
think
drive
you
very
sound
much, do you?
intelligent.
You don't drive
Oh,
very
I don't.
much,
I
do you,
don't
bro?
care what the shape of the Earth is. But let me go sit in a server where that's literally the topic. That sounds intelligent.
Yeah, let me go to a server that I don't care about and just be there with the people that I don't care about.
Hey guys, do you think this commie Sosa, like, do you think he's glad that there was 100 million dead because of communism in the past 100 years?
Yeah.
I hate commies, man. To be honest.
Cammy's definitely a communist.
Say what you want about the tenets of National Socialism, but at least it's an atheist. Nihilists. That's Big Lebowski.
We moved on from the topic of the the server because Kami doesn't care and he's a liar.
What did you guys say to all these Globers today to trigger their feelings?
Man, all I did was started talking about why would they circle Antarctica 4 times. They got super butthurt. They circumnavigated Antarctica 4 times. They were like, "Oh, it's more ice. Check it out."
And once the
more
South
ice.
Pole is removed from their mythos, it just spirals.
Could you guys stop talking shit for 5 minutes? I'm trying to read the entire thing that you sent me. My God.
Peter,
you looking through the document?
Yes, I am. I'm reading the entire 102-page report.
Relax.
Oh, well, deafen yourself, bro.
Yeah.
The definition and definition of linear.
If you need to read, mute yourself for a moment, please. Deafen yourself. It's not that hard.
So why you guys can keep talking shit behind my back?
No one's talking about you.
Bro,
what the hell is wrong?
Nobody cares. Nobody cares,
This
bro.
whole thing has been about me being a dumb delivery driver, bro. You
We're
think
talking
this is all
about the
about
very
you?
topic. You're not the topic. Like, I don't understand. Like, Peter, what's wrong with you? Like, did we mention your name?
You guys are hypocrites. I'm not arguing with your.
We didn't mention your name. We're talking about the
right?
discussion.
I'm not arguing with circumnavigation.
How are we hypocrites?
I'm arguing
Are you
about how you're
circumnavigation
fucking
or are you Peter? Are you circumnavigation or are you Peter?
Who the fuck are you? I'm talking to Hank.
Yeah, so shut the fuck up.
Okay, are you circumnavigation or are you Peter? I wasn't talking about you, bro. I was talking about the irrationality.
Your mental capacity stop at fucking age 8? What the fuck is wrong with you?
It did. I never stopped asking questions. Like you, got everything all figured out. Your cup is full. My cup is empty, homie.
I'm here asking you a question at this very moment.
Why you sound so triggered, bro?
Just relax,
What's
bro.
wrong
Read
with
your
you?
paper.
Are you chocolate?
Yeah.
Who the fuck
Why
names
you sound so triggered?
Get alive. Shut up. I'm talking to Hank.
Do you want to get
Bro,
muted?
why would you
'Cause I
circle
could just do that.
ice 4 times in a row?
Right? You're the one who sounds like a little child in here. Okay? Hank is trying to have a conversation with you, bro.
Chocolates. No, he's not having a conversation with me. He's talking shit behind my back.
No, I'm
never
trying to figure
mentioned
out
you
why
at
they
all.
would fly 4 times in a circle.
Somebody circled the globe 4 times and now everybody's triggered. That's what he fucking said.
Peter, relax. He's talking about
Hey guys, it's
topic,
okay.
about you.
I understand that having
How's
Kami
that about you?
to
Are
have
you
a little
circumnavigation?
brother can be kind of frustrating, but as an older brother of Kami and Sweet Tea, you should show some example, bro, and kind of be more honest about things. What do
I
you
was
think?
talking about the commie getting triggered, not you, bro. The world
But
doesn't
he's
revolve around
Kami's
you,
older
bro.
brother. And Sweet Green, remember Sweet Green, the lady? They came together, so
Oh, sweet tea and sweet greens. Damn.
Sweet greens, because she was a vegetarian. Remember?
Yeah.
That's right.
You just had to ask Chocolate why they were so bent out of shape today. Wow.
Yeah, man. If I'm circumnavigating the globe, I'm sure going to risk my life by going around Antarctica 4 times in a row.
That's the subject that I brought up, and now you're using it as a joke, which means you're referring to me, you asshole.
No, I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to the article. Why would you, in your wildest dreams, circle a large chunk of ice 4 times in a row when you're supposed to be trying to circumnavigate the globe? That goes towards what I'm saying, right? My argument is they didn't fly in a circle 4 times in a row. What they did is they flew 4 times longer than they had to because there's more land. That's what we think. They're hiding land. That's why I asked you to show me what did they travel across in the North Pole on the Google map, because the Google map shows nothing but water, which goes for my argument again. Why are they hiding land? It's not about you, bro. This argument isn't about you. It's hundreds of years old. This argument's been around long before you were ever born. Stop taking it so personal. This isn't personal. I'm not attacking you. Like, my fists are down. I'm not swinging at you, bro. I'm just attacking the argument. Are you so emotionally tied to the argument that you think I'm talking shit about you while you're reading an article? Bro, I don't give a fuck about you.
You're talking shit about Cammy Sosa, who is right here, who can't talk back. And a person who's been banned. Is that not shit talking?
I'm sorry.
We were
are
just
you defending your friend?
Sorry, Cammy Sosa's right here.
No,
What do
they
you
are my
mean?
friends, but I am not with them. I am not here to troll.
Yeah,
We
but
had
you
a
listen what he
discussion
was
in our
saying,
own
yeah?
server
Yes.
about whether the Earth is flat or is it round, and then we said, hey, let's go to the Flat Earth Discord and check it out.
He's not checking out. He's here for trolling. So I don't know what you're
Maybe
defending
he
him
is.
We were just laughing. We were laughing about the ridiculousness of the South Pole. That's all.
Right, and we think that the South Pole is a lot bigger than what they're telling us. What we think, some of us, not all of us, is that Iceland is to Europe as Antarctica is to the rest of the world, meaning that when the Icelanders landed on Iceland, they came back to Europe and told the people of Europe that they found Iceland, meaning tundra, meaning covered in ice, no green, right? So they lived there peacefully, right, for a really long time before people realized that it's actually green. Right? And we've been told the same bullshit about Antarctica, that it's Iceland, it's tundra. There's no green stuff there. How do we know that? We can't go there and check it out. So we're thinking, like Admiral Byrd said, the guy who was locked up in a mental asylum and died in there, right? But before he went there, he gave a completely lucid interview where he said that there's as much land down there as the size of the United States that's unseen and untouched by man. Now, if they were circling that much land 4 times, that would have took a really long time. That would have been a long flight. So we think there's more land. This isn't anything to do about you. I'm not attacking you. I'm not dishonoring you in any kind of way. This is just part of the argument. Thanks.
Yeah, but you gotta remember that when some people have like a love relationship with the spinning globe and space, and whenever you take that from them, they get pretty emotional.
Toughen up.
Who were you talking about, Jemsy?
Hasn't the journalism debunked these travel routes, like the circumnavigation part? No, alleged north to south. I believe he has done.
Yeah, I don't even think Admiral Byrd really went to the North Pole because he wasn't gone long enough. So,
yeah. I mean, if you take Captain Cook into consideration as well, his travels doesn't make any sense on a globe.
Right, 60,000 nautical miles.
Yeah.
Around Antarctica.
When the equator is 25,000 only.
Right.
So, I mean, if you can't see that, past that, I don't know, man. Peter, come on, man.
Yeah, look into Captain Cook.
Yeah.
What took him so long? He He circumnavigated Antarctica too. Why did it take 60,000 nautical miles? Why were they continuously off on their reckoning by miles?
You think Captain Cook had modern navigation equipment?
Yeah, the stars. That's modern navigational equipment. You can still use it to this day.
I'm sorry. The fuck did you just say? Have boats been traveling like in the past few hundred centuries? Like, are you kidding me? Modern technology.
Yeah, I mean, you can still circumnavigate with the stars and a sextant.
Right. And sextant, yeah. Right. So, I don't know what he's talking about, modern technology.
Is he really asking me, do I think Captain Cook had GPS? Is that what he said? If that's what he meant, that's pretty funny.
Is that a fallacy, appeal to technology?
Well, he meant they didn't have the means to be able to do those travels back then, but I guess he didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a fallacy. Appeal to technology.
Yeah, I'm new to fallacy, so I'm looking into it. I haven't come across that one yet. It's just
Me neither.
everything I think about now is that a fallacy? Is that a fallacy?
No,
Hey Ted,
not everything.
if the aircraft is dependent on a flat, motionless Earth, why will anybody argue that they use an airplane to prove the globe?
Like I said earlier, they didn't take the journey to prove a point.
How about in the link that you shared? They say global navigation and all that kind of stuff, but
You read 2 to 3 words and you just assumed something right off of it.
Oh, the aircraft is dependent on a flat, motionless Earth, right? You remember the documents that you've been reading, that the government and the people building the aircraft, they have to take into account that the Earth is not a spinning globe, it's flat and motionless to make it practical, because they don't want to die in the airplane, right? When they get in the airplane, they want the airplane to take them from place to place, so they have to build it correctly. So to build it practical, they have to take into account a flat, motionless plane. That's why they call it airplane. So how do you feel now that you know that the airplanes are dependent on a flat Earth?
No, and nowhere in this document it says it's necessary. You're again assuming something. It's a calculation that they did, but they did not say in any of the phrases that it is necessary. It's just a calculation.
It's just a calculation to build the Earth.
So the only time that anybody will use a globe is to, make stories and cartoons and science fiction. But when you make something
I
practical,
never once said the Earth is a globe. I never once denied that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not saying you did that, but now that you know that the Earth is not a globe, how do you feel now?
Excuse me, what?
You're not saying the Earth is flat or a triangle or whatever, but now you know it's not a globe.
No, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You're just saying it's true because it's true. That's basically your point.
No, the globe is a lie. I'm not saying anything is true.
Yeah, there you go. There you go again. There you go again. You're saying it's a lie because it's a lie, and it's true, and it's a truth because it's a truth.
The globe is a lie.
Yeah, there you go.
So there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You kept saying I have a preconceived notion, right? But you also have one saying that the Earth is flat, and it's a fact.
No, the Earth being flat is not dependent on my opinion. It's an actual fact.
But I can say the same for a globe Earth, can't I?
The Earth is not dependent on my feelings or whatever I say. That's what it is. The globe, in the other hand, is dependent on people's imagination.
I could use this very same argument against you, man, and you know that. But
no.
You're refusing to see it.
No.
Listen, I'm all about trying to understand this. Trust me, but all I've been given so far is just, hey, just trust me. It's a truth because it's a truth.
Didn't I tag you earlier? I think it was Sweet Greens or Sweet Tea. Tag you with the laser test. Have you looked into the laser channel? Earlier, I was talking about the channels that we have in the server. Have you looked through there's been many laser tests that has been done demonstrating and proving without shadow of a doubt that there is no curvature on this earth or the waters of the earth. Have you looked into the laser test? Scroll down in the server, and you're gonna see additional information channels, and you're gonna find laser tests, and look through those.
Okay, I will do that, and I will come back for more questions. Trust me on that. But I have to sleep. I have work tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man, get some rest, man. We're here.
I am currently reading over 300 pages of stuff that I found from your server, and that's gonna take me at least like half a day. Thank you.
Yep. Which topic are you dwelling into? 300 pages. What the fuck?
And also look into the channel gas pressure and scientific method.
You understand that the Earth has been directly measured flat and has never been directly measured to be curving. So how are you going to say your truth is true? I don't want to go into this stupid thing of like it's true because it's true. It's a lie because it's a lie.
And that's good, bro.
You're going right back to that thing. Obvious it be. You're saying my truth is not a truth because you think it's not a truth. I can say the same thing for you.
No, that's not what I meant. No. So we got the information down below, whatever you're searching for right now, 300 pages. You said, look into it, see if you find the curve. Based on the globe model math. Use the globe model math. When you apply that in reality, it breaks apart. It doesn't work. Simple as that. So take your time. Go through it.
Yeah, obviously, you just proved what I'm talking about. It's simple.
Yes,
your
I'm
truth
just
is
saying,
true.
there's plenty of information.
Like,
you
that's
have
a
to verify it
stupid
yourself.
logic to use. I can use that logic on you as well.
Oh my God!
I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to ask questions. Okay.
Why are you being so sensitive? I don't understand. Like, did I attack you personally or what?
No. I'm not talking about you, man. I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm talking about this guy. It's called Obvious AP.
Obvious. Oh, in the chat. Disregard the chat, man. Just focus on the thing you were doing. Disregard.
That's what I kept saying. Like this ironclad logic of it's not true because it's not true, or like it's true because it's true. Like that's not gonna work. That's just stupid.
Oh, the Black Swan. Have you heard of it before? He posted a picture of Adam Unsalted.
Obviously, I can pull up thousands upon thousands of pages of claims that say the Earth is a globe. And if I show it to you, you're going to say it's not the same for
but you have to verify it. You can't just go with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah. So you see the picture Adam Unsalted posted? The Black Swan, the 2 oil rigs. Have you heard about that? The 2 oil rigs, the picture Adam Unsalted posted in the chat. That's a good example for the globe model fails of the curve. If you're interested in that.
Seb, can you type in the chat?
Yeah, okay, I will read this before I go to bed, but I have to go to bed now. I'm sorry, and thank you for the discussion.
Hey, I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna post this for you.
You're gonna
the
give me
last
some money,
post.
please. What?
No, so you can copy paste this and read this too. There's some links here about gas pressure. You want to look into this?
There's like there's like hours upon hours of stuff to read here already. Come on.
Hey, copy. This is an important one, like gas pressure. This is important. So copy paste this one and look into this one too.
Yeah, and every measurement is in miles too. My God.
You can just.
Do you see the links that I just posted? Do you see the links?
Miles just fry. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
You can just convert it. It's not that hard.
Yeah, but it just still confuses the shit out of me, man. Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, I get you. But again, those 2 are like markers. So don't focus on how they look like or whatever. Look where the horizon is beyond the second one, further out, and the distance are the markers of the oil rigs, which you can look it up on Google Earth to confirm and validate as well.
Yeah,
and then take the globe math into play, and you will see it breaks apart. It doesn't work. We see way too far when we shouldn't be able to see the bottom rigs, even the bottom part of it. Not you know, but that's not the point here. The rigs are just markers, distance markers, which you can look up on Google Earth as well to confirm. So yeah, it's a picture. And don't trust the picture itself right away. Look it up. Look up the older rigs if you want to validate the information of the distance for those 2 older rigs. But the point is the horizon beyond the second one. It should, on the globe model math, it shouldn't be. You shouldn't be able to see the bottom part of the older rigs to begin with. If there is a physical geometric horizon.
Yeah, I usually don't flex on people, but there's a lot of flat earthers that are drivers that drive for a living or deliver or have done Uber or Lyft. And, I usually don't talk about it, but it's like one of those things where when people call you stupid for that, it's actually the opposite of the truth. So, yeah, it turns out that when they did the study on the London cab drivers and they compared them to the bus drivers as the control, their hippocampus is actually much larger in the gray matter, which is where you do your learning. So learning new information. So, I mean, I usually try not to be like arrogant or whatever, but one of the studies literally says that we're built different. So, I mean, when people rag on us for that, I'm like, that's not exactly true. Just because you're a driver doesn't mean you're dumb. It's actually the opposite. Because we're I don't know if you guys have ever done it before, but for those of you who haven't, we're constantly having to work out problems. People don't know how to give directions to their house. They don't know their own address. We're constantly problem solving, dealing with traffic, using our eagle eyes to see what's ahead of us so that we can take the fastest, more efficient route. We're constantly trying to learn how to make our cars better, and we often do a lot of research into gas mileage and fuel efficiency and upgrades. We often do research into all sorts of things to learn how to drive better and more efficient because it's all about the bottom line, the dollar, right? So yeah, like I said, I usually don't flex, but if you were curious about doing a little research into the London cab driver study, there's lots of information about it and about how compared to like people that have small hippocampuses are people who suffer from Alzheimer's. So it's kind of one of those things that's an interesting thing to look into, especially if you've done a little bit of driving in a large city.
Sounds interesting. I will look into it. What was the link again? Let's go.
I'm a driver too. I get what you're saying. I'm a driver too, and I agree 100%.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I usually don't like flex on people, but let's see.
Yeah, this is surprising. It's in PubMed. I've never seen this kind of studies before.
So here's one from Euronews.
That's cool.
Told you guys I am human. When he said that, yeah, I can tell you're a driver, I perceived it as a slight and figured I'd humiliate him because he's ignorant. So I guess I got triggered. I was all up in my ego because I know that I got a big head.
Hank, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing to explain, brother. You are good money. You don't have to explain anything, especially when the globe is just showing you his feelings. That's all that was.
Right. But yeah,
especially after declaring that he doesn't care about this at all, but here he is.
Right.
That shows true intelligence, doesn't it?
Yeah, someone heard me getting ragged on one day for being a driver and sent me that, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know about that.
Flat Earthers in here. Why are you in here asking us what we doing in here?
Man, it must really suck to get pwned by a flat earther. Can you imagine? Guys, go back to your 2012 self, right? And you're like, man, this 2012 shit, it's bullshit. Like, it's just the end of a calendar, right? Like, go back to your Glober self in 2012. And then imagine, like, meeting one of us. And we just destroy your fucking world. God, that's gonna suck.
And then you get mad and sit in the server and listen to them all day. Mad.
For like 7 years until your neck doesn't even stand up straight anymore. Jeez.
Cammy's been here for probably 4+ hours, but he doesn't care. Right, Cammy? You've been here, what, 5 hours now? In the VC?
Yeah, I've been here a pretty long time. You guys are pretty funny. You guys make me laugh quite a bit. Thank you for that.
Oh, don't worry, bro. The globe makes us laugh too. Imagine like all those speeds, but nobody can detect them. All that curvature,
Yeah, the
but nobody
flat
can
Earth
find
makes
it.
me laugh too.
All that gravity, but nobody can detect it anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Laughing is dependent on a flat Earth because if it
All those
wasn't for the
planets
flat
more
Earth, you
than
wouldn't be able
flat,
to
man.
breathe. You know, you need
Weird.
to breathe to be able to laugh.
Can you show me the air I breathe? Can you prove air is real?
Yes.
Dude,
Wow.
what do you think's vibrating in between your mouth and the fucking microphone?
Probably my tongue.
No, bro, it's the air.
Wow.
Do some research.
I don't know. You're a cab driver. You probably wouldn't understand.
We know you
Yeah, I
don't
wouldn't
know. That's why we
understand that you
explaining
need a
it to you.
medium for a vibration, right? You have to affect the medium in order to hear
I
the
don't know.
noise. But yeah, I wouldn't understand that because
It's kind of a
I'm just a
normal
big
person
brain
thing
cab
to
driver.
understand.
Sorry, bro, I'm built different.
You're a
That's what the
cab
article
driver.
says. Says I'm built different, bro. Sorry
You
about the
wouldn't
big brain.
understand.
Have
It's a
you
normal
learned?
person thing.
Hey, Cammy, do you know what a triangle is or a circle?
Yeah, I know what shapes are.
Huh. Hey, guys, he knows. He knows something.
Yeah.
Good. How does
I
a
was taught
sextant
those
work
in
on a
like
globe Earth if you got a
kindergarten.
curved adjacent? You can't get a 90-degree angle, which is necessary to get the angle to the star. So how does that work on a curved Earth? Sextants work with straight line adjacents. That only works on a flat Earth, bro. You know that, right?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Did you understand what the cab driver just asked you? Do you understand the question? Are you capable, or does he
When
have
did I
to
ask
say it
about
again to
any
you?
of this?
Maybe he was too advanced for you.
Yeah, I think Hank, maybe you need to dumb it down.
No.
You know,
Let me
your
help him
cab
out.
driver
So,
level is
No,
over
A little bit for
9,000.
him.
I don't
Dumb
think
it
you
down a
guys
little
heard
bit
my
for him.
question. My question is when did I ask about any of this?
I
you're a
remember
flat
distinctly
earthquake.
him
We don't have
asking
to
you a
ask.
question
We can ask the
first.
question.
That's how that works. He asked you a
I
question.
asked you questions. So
I'm
how do you have a
still
curved adjacent?
curious on when I asked about the Earth and its shape.
Epic.
So
Yeah, so how do you have a curved adjacent, right?
what did you
How
guys
do you
do
got a
today, huh?
90-degree angle from a curved adjacent?
I don't care. What did you do today?
Let's see. First, I woke up and then I ate something. And then, who gives a fuck, bro? What the fuck, dude? We're talking
Was
about
that
real
food
shit
you ate
here.
real? Was that real food you ate?
Yeah, it used to be a living being, but it died. And
What
then I
was
ate
it?
it. It was
What?
cow. You know what you need
How do you
to
know it
eat
was cow? Did you
steak?
kill it yourself?
You know what you need to eat steak? You got to have a cow. You know what you need
Did
to
you
have gas
did
pressure?
you
You got to
kill
have a
that cow
container.
yourself to get that steak?
Irrelevant.
What?
Did you?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Just answer the question.
No, I got people for that, you see, because I work
Yeah,
all the
I
time.
paid the
What
guy that
do you
killed
work?
it.
But did you kill the cow yourself to get that
No, I
steak?
No, like
paid
I
the
said,
guy
I
that
got
killed the
people.
cow.
I got people for that, right? Because
Do
I
you talk
work,
to
I
them
can afford it.
personally?
Yeah, I tell them I want fat when I'm doing the keto, and I just buy the steak when I'm not doing keto.
Yeah, I told him I want the liver, and he cut it down, and he passed it to me. I gave him the money,
Bro, I'm in
and then
Texas. You think I don't know the
I
fucking
ate
meat
the
market guy?
liver raw.
I really don't think you know what you're putting in your body. I don't think that's real meat.
Well, remember,
Bro,
you work in
I'm in
a
Texas.
imagination spectrum, so you don't know
Well,
many.
remember, you think that the Earth is flat, so you probably don't
I
really
know it
know what
is.
goes on on a day-to-day basis. Mine's probably like elsewhere.
Have you ever measured it? You have never measured it, but yet here you are talking as if you have knowledge.
Have you measured the Earth
knowledge.
before? Have you like?
Yes.
How big was your measuring tape when you measured the Earth?
Who said you
Have you ever heard of laser?
Bro?
Do you know what a laser is?
Do I know what a laser is? Yeah, I know what a laser is. I played laser tag before.
Huh. And when you play laser tag, when you shoot the curving, you take into account the
first place, and it was pretty good.
Oh yeah, you know that's dependent on the flat Earth. The only place you can play laser tag is on a flat Earth.
Wait, can you shoot the laser around the corner? Can you shoot the laser around corners?
Yeah, because I'm Chris
laser
Kyle.
tag?
Yeah, the thing is that flat earthers all over the plane have been measuring it for the past 7 years.
Sorry,
and we've used lasers
can't do it
over large frozen lakes, and the damn light should have been hundreds of feet in the air, but it hit the target. It hit the damn camera on the other side of the lake. That's impossible on a globe. But you haven't done any of this, but here you are, so proud and full of pride. And
you know why?
Ego
Wait, how did they measure the globe with a tape
because
measure?
I still don't care. That's why I haven't done any of this.
Yeah, that's why you're getting wrecked.
Because I don't care.
I'm getting wrecked.
That's what makes me special.
Okay.
Because I don't care, and the girls like it that I don't care.
I didn't know.
But I don't like girls.
The I don't care argument is the greatest argument. It's the greatest globe argument I've ever heard. Is the I don't care argument. That's the best argument for the globe I've ever heard in my life. It's amazing. What else you got?
Globetards use that argument very often.
Yeah, making a strong case there, buddy.
I'm not making a case.
Anything else you got?
Yeah, that's the point.
Anything else you got besides I don't care? Because maybe there's somebody else we could talk to that does care, and you could just mute.
Yeah, that's why you're getting wrecked.
Saying you guys are getting wrecked.
By who?
I don't care.
By
who? Right, Mister, I don't care.
Listen to the stream. We fucking wreck shop all day long because you got cartoons as proof for your globe. That's all you got. Is you seen it on TV, bro. You believe it because you saw it on the internet, bro. You're a fucking religitard.
He saw it on Instagram because he's always scrolling on Instagram, right? Right.
No, the kids call it the gram now. So he saw it on the gram.
The gram. How many followers you got in the gram, bro?
Let me guess. I don't care.
I don't care. It's only 100. Those people are my family. I saw it on TV, guys. You got to believe me. The Earth is a globe. I've seen it on TV. It has to be true.
TV
I guess he doesn't care. I guess he doesn't care that Robert Simmons from Goddard said that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be. And then I would ask Robert, why does it have to be if there's 3,000 fucking satellites orbiting the Earth? Why does it have to be photoshopped?
Hey, we have Jarek. Jarek, welcome to the Flutter Discord, Jarek.
A Robert Simmons fan.
Jarek, you've been unmuted. You can open your mic, Jarek.
Are you Robert Simmons? Yes.
It is photoshopped. It is photoshopped.
But it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Jarek.
Thank you, Goddard Space Agency, Robert Simmons, the creator of the blue marble that was on all of the
But it has
to be.
Jarek.
Yeah, thank you for being honest.
Jarek, your mic is open.
It is photoshopped.
God, man.
Disclosure? But it's has to be.
Is he speaking or he's hot micing only?
It is photoshopped.
Is that NASA trying to tell us something?
They're trying to tell you that it's fake as fuck, bro.
Do you know who the guy
But
is
I
in
don't
your picture? Profile picture?
He has to be a flat earther to have that picture.
Yep. Jarek, do you speak?
It's Rob.
Come on. Do you know who that guy is on your profile
He
picture?
paints balls. But yeah, I think it's disclosure. I think NASA wants
He's
to
still under the NDA agreement.
I mean, next Michio Kaku was going to say they don't actually use the scientific method. I mean, fuck. That would be crazy, right?
I can't wait for that one.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Hey, I know you don't care, right? But they don't use the scientific method, bro. That's pretty funny. Like, if they're not using science, what are they using? Leaps of logic. That's called a logical fallacy. Guesswork. That's called postulation. So you're religitard, bro. You believe in shit that you saw on TV, and that's your worldview. A spinning water ball. And you think you're a descendant of a rock or a monkey. I don't know, I can't tell which one. Probably a monkey, because you haven't figured it out yet. That if you believe in natural processes brought about all the organisms on Earth, you have to believe that all the organisms sprang up out of the rocks. That requires a great deal of faith that I do not possess. Only religiotards like space monkey religion believers could actually believe such a foolish story that all of the organisms on Earth sprang up out of the elements. What a fucking knee slapper.
In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Leaps of logic. What's that?
I like the
like
seat
a
of
logical
pants.
fallacy? Yeah, I don't even know what that means. Can someone tell me? What does seat of your pants mean?
I'm not even sure. This is so stupid.
It means out of your ass, right? What is the seat of your pants?
It's gotta be.
Guesswork.
No. Think about it logically. The seat of your pants is your ass.
Yes, indeed.
So he's like telling you they're just pulling shit out of their ass. But Cammy doesn't care because he's cool.
Seat of your pants.
You know what I'm gonna do later? I'm gonna find like a football server, and then sit there for like hours and hours and hours. And then when they want to talk to me, I'm gonna tell them I don't care about football. What's wrong with you guys? That should work, right?
Can anybody think of another meaning by the seat of your pants?
You said knee slapper. We say thigh slapper. Thigh slapper.
Oh, we're down south.
Same kind of meaning.
Yeah, knee slapper is kind of a derogatory term for something funny happened at the hoedown.
Yeah, same thing with the slide slap. Yeah. Thigh slap, same thing. Driving on the seat of your pants. I mean, they use that in motor racing as well, you know, when they're like, if you're a rally driver and you're doing this course, okay, but then you're going into a zone, you're taking the car beyond its capabilities now. Now you're driving at the seat of your pants because it's all guesswork now. You're prepared for the crash, even though you may not have one. Yeah, you're shitting yourself.
Okay.
You know?
Maybe you should just know your way around the city, eh?
Yeah, you should. You're gonna be driving there. You get in some big trouble. You go down the wrong street. Not good.
Or maybe you stick to the scientific method. You don't have to fly by the seat of your pants and use leaps of logic.
That's right. You can use a methodic method that
would
gives you
be
a more
primary
assured result.
Yeah, sorry, bro. That would be primary knowledge. What makes secondary knowledge different than primary knowledge? Oh, because people lie? Oh, so it's not trustworthy at all. Oh.
Why would they
Does the
lie?
government lie? Does the
Real
government
quick.
lie?
Hey, Cammy.
Yeah, man.
I want to introduce you to Jin Sensei. He's a
What's up,
teacher.
brother?
Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Konbanwa. Good evening. I'm talking to you from Japan.
Good morning.
Well, here it's evening here for us.
Morning here for me.
I love Jin gets full samurai introductions now. That's what's up. What's up, Jin?
Cammy, when you speak to Jin, he's a teacher, and you say Jin Sensei.
Cool.
Okay.
So you address him accordingly.
All right, bro. Teach me.
Say the word, please.
Well, I'm only going to say to you that just check what your teachers have taught you about the Earth. Confirm it, because you haven't confirmed it. You've uploaded it from the books and what the teachers have said. Now,
Okay. Can I tell you something, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
I don't care enough to go prove them wrong or right.
Well, that's a mistake on your part. Then that means you don't care about living at this point. You don't
No, I
give
care
a
about
shit
living.
about
I
being
just
alive.
don't care what the shape of the Earth
No,
is.
you don't give a shit. No. You don't.
If
give
I
a
didn't
shit
care about living, I
about
wouldn't
living.
be here talking to you right now. I'd be
You
dead.
don't give a shit about
This is
living
living,
on
baby.
this earth. You don't give a shit. That's what you mean, because you're not living.
If I didn't give a
Going
shit about
along with
living on this
time.
Earth again,
Going with
I
time.
wouldn't
You're
be
not making
talking
any.
to you right now. I'd
You're
be
You guys
not
hear the
making.
pride
Hang
in
on.
his voice?
Hang
He's
on.
happy remaining
Second.
ignorant. He likes his ignorance.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
right.
he's rubbing the poo on himself, like he's a monkey. He's throwing poo at you. I like being ignorant.
You just don't want to
I
know.
don't care about truth. This poo is awesome.
Exactly. Yeah, it's ridiculous
He's like a
to say that. That's
They
monkey
do
absurd.
say
smelling his
ignorance
poop,
is
man.
bliss.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's having a
that's
good
right.
time.
Walking
Smelling
contradiction.
his own farts, all kinds of weird shit.
And it's not beyond your capability to find out. That's the thing. It's very easy to disprove this globe heliocentric model. Very easy. And it doesn't require a belief. It just requires methodical analysis on what you've been told methodically, and you will come to that conclusion within an hour. And you'd say, wow. And then you can actually challenge your educators now that gave you that information. And then you're going to see how they're going to use mental gymnastics and little tricks to try and trick you back into the heliocentric model. But you've always got to ask for the proof and the confirmation. Curvature, axial rotation, and how can this Earth, as a ball, be hurtling through the universe at 622 miles per second without a barrier to contain the earth we breathe, the air we breathe? How can that be happening? And you don't notice it. And all the stars remain in the same place every day of the week. It's just easy. So to say I don't care enough means you don't give a shit about living and you don't care. Okay, good luck to you then. Good luck with your fantasy world, if that's where you want to be in. But one day you will, though. That's why
I don't
you're
care
here.
about truth. I like lies. Lies are my favorite.
Yeah, lies are my favorites. Yeah, you know. I'm too lazy to check it out, so I just believe in the lies instead and, hope for that. Go by the seat of my pants covered in shit. Yeah. See? Doesn't take long. Doesn't take long to understand it.
See, guys, the brainwashing works so well that they're literally going to defend the system that enslaves them.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally like all Stockholm syndrome. They don't care that they're enslaved by the banks and the financial system. They don't care to even know. They're not even going to read the dollar where it says federal note and put it together that it's just like every other banknote, that it's fucking debt. There's no gold in the Federal Reserve. It's not federal, just like Federal Express. And there's certainly no gold reserve, but I don't care. Like, just please enslave me and the rest of my lineage for all time, because ignorance is so much more cooler these days.
Take all your gold and give you a piece of paper in return. Wow. A couple of numbers on it. Crazy, isn't it?
Hey, what is a banknote? Do you know, bro?
It's a promissory note, isn't it? That's all
Yeah,
it
it's a
is.
promise to pay. It's like, I'll
Banknote?
gladly pay you. Yeah, what is that?
No, I don't. Please inform me. I don't care what the Earth is shaped, so I probably don't know what a banknote is.
Right.
Please
So what
enlighten
a
me.
banknote is, yeah, what a banknote is, it's a negotiable instrument. It's like, I'll gladly pay you Tuesday
I don't
for a burger
care.
today. Yeah, I know you don't. This is the part where you go on mute and I teach the people that actually do want to listen and learn. So yeah, a banknote, right? It's a negotiable instrument, right? If you write down, I'll pay you $5 on Tuesday, and then you sign your name, I could take that instrument and I could sell it to my brother for $5, and then he can come collect on you, you burger eater, on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what the contract says. That's exactly what your money is. It's not actually constitutional money coined by Congress. It's actually Federal Reserve, which is a private bank. If you understand private, you know that it's not public. So it's a banking cartel, no different than the drug cartel, who sided with the United States and ratted out all the other cartels for, what is it called? When they get away with their crimes because they testified on someone else. What's that word called?
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Immunity. Yeah, immunity. So the Federal
Legal
Reserve banking
immunity. Okay,
system, has immunity because they can counterfeit all the money they want to with no gold to back it up. But if you get caught doing it, you're going to jail. Just like if you work for the one cartel that has immunity south of the border of Mexico, you're not going to jail because you ratted out all the other ones. So, yeah, I just told you the truth about modern money mechanics. Of course, you're never going to read that book because you're so cool in your ignorance.
How old is he? How old are you, sir, young man?
How old
18?
am I?
20? Yeah.
I'm 30.
Nah, you're not.
I
You're
don't
younger.
care.
No, I'm
How old are
30.
you
I got a
mentally,
kid
though?
on the way. I could prove it.
How old are you mentally?
You don't
How old
sound
am I
like you're 30. You
mentally?
sound like you
60
sound like
years
you're in
old.
your late teens. I
Yeah,
would say.
once again,
No,
you don't
he's
want a
about
Sorry, keep
11.
60-year-old
myself
brain.
young.
It's like
You,
he's
you don't
11.
want you don't want a 60-year-old man's brain, bro.
No, I do,
Not a whole
sir.
lot of neuroplasticity. Not
You
a
wouldn't
whole lot.
understand your cab driver.
This guy's funny.
Yeah, he's in
Dude,
his
why do you care
teens,
about
late
that?
teens.
Can we allow Jin Sensei to speak to him because
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not gonna push him into any direction. It's up to him to,
Yeah, please don't.
set up the
I'm
challenge
not
for himself when he's
I
ready.
really don't support, peer pressure. So please don't try and push me anyway.
Well, Cammy, why don't you tell us what you do care?
No, I'm not going to push you in any direction, but I will
Yeah,
say that,
please don't. Peer
as
pressure
a
is never
human
the way to
being,
go.
as you're a human being, you are indeed a special person on this earth for yourself, even though you don't realize it because the system has brainwashed you to not think you have any worth or any value, but you do.
I
And you
mean,
owe
no
it
one
to
said
yourself.
that.
Hang on
I
a
just
second, please.
don't
Hang
care
on.
what the
Hang
shape
on.
of the earth is, but okay.
Hang on. I'm going to show you the importance of that. Just allow me to finish what I got to say, okay? Because
No, you
at the
can
moment,
finish.
it's
I'm not
probably up
interrupting
to
you.
you is the joke.
As you
Hang
interrupt.
on a second, yeah. I didn't
As you
interrupt you at
interrupt,
all. I was talking
okay.
all the time. I didn't interrupt you. So when you finish laughing, I'll carry on, Have
I'm
you
not
finished
laughing. That was
laughing?
one of your friends. Sorry. I don't believe in laughing.
We can
Okay, well, here
rewind
we
the
go
tape.
anyway.
You know it's recorded.
Yeah.
It's
It's
recorded.
important.
Show me the evidence then.
Yeah, I can play it back. I got you.
Do it.
All right.
Thanks. We appreciate
Prove
that.
I laughed.
Yeah, he's just trolling. You can tell he's just trolling. guys.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm being dead serious. I want to know
Hey,
when I laughed.
Well, okay, if you're being dead serious, then pay attention for 2 minutes.
I got a question.
Pay attention.
I got a question,
wait,
bro.
I want to talk.
So,
Cammy, we care about you, Cammy. We care about you, Cammy.
I
How do
care
you feel
about you
about
guys
that?
too.
Cammy.
yeah, we
Now,
care about you. I
Cammy in
just want to know.
Japanese means paper.
It means what?
Paper. It means paper. Cammy in
So
Japanese
he.
means
Okay.
paper.
Okay. He wraps himself around rocks. Cool. So Cammy, you don't care if your government lies to you. Do you care if your girlfriend lies to you about all the dudes that run up in her, or is that something you don't care about either?
No, I really don't care. I just live life. I just live life and chill because, there's plenty of fish in the sea, Just like there's plenty of planets in the fucking solar system.
I knew it.
Yeah, about the shape
I
of the
knew
earth.
it. He doesn't care if dudes run up on his girl, bro.
Yeah, no, because you just go to the next one.
Wait, Cammy, I got that clip of you laughing. Do we want to play that?
Yeah, play it back. I want to see where I laughed.
I just don't
care what the shape of the earth is, but okay.
I'm going to show you. There you go.
Okay.
There you go. So did you get that?
Think that was my laugh.
Should I play the part where you said, though, that wasn't me laughing?
I really don't think that was my laugh. No, it
Sounded like a real nervous laughter.
Right, now, so you're going to pay attention just for 2 minutes whilst I tell you the importance of knowing the shape of the earth, okay? Right? What I was trying to say to you that, you're a special individual, even though you don't realize that you have worth because you're listening to the governments and your educators. You have no worth. You're nothing. But indeed, you're not a nothing. You are somebody special. Your life you've only got one shot at life here. Okay, you're only going to live once. You're going to live for a short time, probably 100 years, and then you're going to be dead longer. Okay? So, now, what is this place we're living on? Where you can get your food, vegetables, fruits, the weather gives you health, right? This earth, magnificent in its presence. What is it? You need to connect with that because that's more important than a car, a motorbike, a bicycle. The earth as it is. That should be very important to you. The magic of it all. You plant a seed and then the sun hits the seed, germinates the land, and then you get an apple tree or a grape tree, bananas, fruits. So fantastic, it's unbelievable. But you can't connect to that. You think that's silly. But the thing is that the scientists are lying that the Earth is a ball shape, which we can't measure any curvature of. It's spinning, which we cannot detect. It's hurtling through the universe at breakneck speeds to the tune of 622 miles per second, and we don't notice any of that. But what we do notice is that the stars are in the same place. They claim to have gone to the moon, but yet the environment is so hazardous. How could they have gone? Radiation, cosmic rays. And the materials that they had and the technology could never have got them to the moon, yet alone to Mars, seven months away. These are the lies that they've told, but because you don't care, you don't give a shit. You're just going to let that slide. Carry on thinking that they can do that or don't pay any attention. So the point I'm asking is, what is the point of your life? What direction are you heading in? You've got a kid coming on the way, you said. Okay, fair enough. What are you going to be teaching this kid? You're going to teach the kid to follow the system that's lying to you. So you just add to the problem of humanity. You don't want to change anything about what's going on right now. Can you see? There's an importance. The space agencies in the US, NASA, it's receiving to date $67 million a day. That's a $23 billion budget that the taxpayers pay so that NASA can lie to us about the things they're not doing. It's all happening in studios, blue screens, green screens. Do you understand what I'm saying, young man? A massive deception has been perpetuated. It's costing the taxpayer the money. And because people don't give a shit, this is where we are today. Not to mention the wars that have happened in the past that needn't have happened and the wars going on now, all part of the plan. Again, the taxpayer picks up the bill. We die in the wars we pay for. Isn't that marvelous? Isn't that a marvelous game of life? Isn't it? We don't give a shit. We laugh at the. What if it's?
Jen.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I want to talk to you about something. Remember when Kennedy gave the speech, we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing? Did anybody ever ask what the other thing was?
Yes, I'm with you on that. You know what? It was mentioned, the other thing, right? And I can't find the video that covered that point.
The other thing was the Operation Paperclip. You know, fund the Nazis in their rocket program, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And you remember he said we're going to go to the moon because not because it's easy, but because it's hard. You know another way of saying because it's hard? It's because it's expensive, right?
That's right.
So we're going to go to the moon because it's expensive. We can take all your money, right, and just give it to our friends, right, at the Department of Defense, NASA, and all of our other government buddies who spend like $500 on a hammer. And how much did that toilet cost on the ISS, Jim?
Oh, on the ISS, the recent one is $23 million. The previous one was $19 million. Just for a toilet. Yeah.
Yeah, but some people just don't care that, you know, their life force, their, you know, time is being stolen from them, right? Because it doesn't really matter, right? Cartoons, right? And please take my money, right, and my consent, and spend it on all the missile technology so that we can bomb all the brown people in the Middle East and Ukraine and wherever else in the world that doesn't have a world banking system like the IMF or the Federal Reserve type banking system, World Bank.
Please bomb us to fuck. You know.
So after learning about everything that I just said, and you can search all this and find out for yourself, it's not hidden anywhere. You still don't care?
Sorry to interrupt you, Hank and Jen, but can I ask the question, please?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
Oh, no, it's not about the whatever. Gemsy, why do you keep attacking me, dude?
Go on, Gemsy.
Yeah, Gemsy, put the spear down. Put the bow and arrow down, Gemsy. Why do you keep like shooting at this guy?
I was just sitting doing absolutely nothing and just listening to you guys and just having a beer, and then this guy just comes at me and says I'm a Balkan. Then I say no, and he says, "Why are you denying your ancestry?" And I'm like, "Dude, like, did I do something wrong to you, Gemsy? Why do you keep attacking me?"
You know, your Balkan ancestors knew the Earth was flat. How do you feel now that you know it's not a spinning globe? How do you feel now?
Gemsy, I'm not Balkan. I'm an Asian from Asia.
Keep it on topic. Keep it on topic. How do you feel now that you know the Earth?
No. You're accusing me of hiding my ancestry. I have nothing to hide. I am 100% Asian from the land of Asia.
Yeah. What part of Asia are you from? What part?
Mongolia.
Oh yeah, you're half Balkan.
So you're a Mongolian. Okay, good. Welcome.
You think Mongolia is Balkan?
You're half Balkan.
No, I have 100% ancestry in Mongolia. My ancestors have never been in Europe. Europe is way too far for us.
Wait, but you know the Earth is not a spinning globe, right? You know that already for a fact.
No. I said I am studying that, and I don't agree with any of the camps. I will study it on my own time, and I will come to a conclusion on my own.
Yeah, well, that's good to know.
You said, Gemsy, Gemsy.
You know that Jin Sensei, he lives in Japan, so he's like
I don't care where Jin lives. Gemsy, why do you keep calling me a Balkan when I keep saying I'm an Asian?
Listen, Jin Sensei is almost related to you, so speak to him about this.
I don't. Dude, this is between you and me, not between me and Jin.
No, Jin, when you say Jin, say Sensei.
No. This is not between me and Jin. This is between you and me, buddy.
No, this is a Flat Earth Discord.
No. We were not talking about Flat Earth. You are accusing me of being a Balkan, which I keep saying I'm not.
Okay, but you're going to research the Flat Earth yourself.
Yes, I did.
Exactly.
I said it like 20 times before. I'm going to study it on my own. I don't agree with any of the camps.
Good. Just like your ancestors did. Don't deny your heritage.
Jin,
Go ahead.
Can you hear him right now, Jin? Jin, can you hear him right now, Jin? Gene, please answer me this. Can you hear him and can you understand?
I can hear, yes.
All right, go ahead and go study, and then come back and ask questions if you have any. And reference.
Yeah, let me ask him some questions anyway. Let me help him along.
Yeah,
I'm not
help him
pushing
along.
him.
Help him
I'm just
along.
helping him along.
Go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm going to do is ask you a few questions. It's simple. You've probably heard them already. Now, when you were told that the Earth was a spinning ball at school, okay, did you check it? Did you check it?
Oh my God.
Where's he gone? Yeah, it's a simple question.
I couldn't answer because I was muted.
Okay, right. Did you check it?
No. I'm not talking about the planet. I'm talking to Jamesy accusing me of being a Balkan from the area of Balkans.
This isn't Discord consult concern troll.
Hang on, I'm asking you a question now. Can you not hear my question? I asked you, when you were at school and they taught you about the Earth being a globe, yeah? Did you check it? And have you checked it since?
Did I check what?
Aha, the information that you were given. The information you're given, the size of the Earth, the curvature of the Earth's spin, it's hurtling through the universe.
Okay, Jin, Jin, I understand that you're trying to make people understand things, right? I understand that you're trying to make people see things from a different perspective, right?
Okay, I'm glad.
I've been here for the last 2 hours trying to understand this. I've been trying to, get information, but most of the people here keep just making fun of me for it, Jin.
Well, I'm not making fun of you. I'm talking to you seriously, so you can actually look at this thing and not take it as a
just
joke.
go to Livestream voice text. Half of the chat is making fun of me for asking questions, right?
Well, let's dispense with that just for now, and answer the question that I'm asking you. Did you actually verify for yourself? Yes, I'm on a globe because of these things that I've checked. Did you do that?
Check how, Jen? Check how.
Good. I'm glad you said check how. So the fact that you're asking check how means you didn't check. That's what that means. Check how. How could I check?
Do you want me to go to space and check it? Okay, I am studying this on my own, okay? I got a ton of resources from you guys from here. I'm just talking to Gemsy right now.
We get it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ask you. I don't know you from Adam, so I'm trying to understand where your integrity lies. That's your honesty for yourself, because I'm asking a simple question. Did you check it? You said how. So the correct answer should have been, no, I didn't check it, Jim. I didn't check it. I took it as gospel. Yeah? That should have been the answer to my question. Yeah? I'm not trying to make you look silly or anything. That's not my aim. My aim is to help you to realize that you need to really check if you really want to know.
He's deafened, Jin. He's deafened.
He's not hearing you.
Can you hear me, Jin? Can you hear Miggy?
I don't know if Jin can hear me, but I was just saying he's deafened and he's not listening to a word Jin's saying and just falling on deaf ears right now.
Oh, thanks, Miggy. Miggy. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was good. It was good word, man. But he's listening to you. It's like akin to a child that puts his fingers in his ear.
What up, man?
Yeah, it was. It was precision questioning. Simple question.
What up, brother? How's it going, guys? Good morning to everyone.
Yeah, good morning to you, Miggy.
Morning. What up, y'all?
What was that?
Well, definitely not the mark.
But it's a fair enough question. Did he check it? He didn't, did he? How? He said how. Yeah. How? So that means he didn't. There you go.
Nah, he's just trolling. That's funny, the term you used, Miggy. Like a kin.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
See, and when I come in here, it's always about the psychology behind why they think the way they do, and it's really they're attached to their ones who've been abusing them for such a long time mentally. It's a mental abuse because they believe their handler so well that they're willing to go to great lengths to keep perpetrating this lie, and it's not because they want to. That's the only thing they can defend, because if they don't have that, what else do they got, right?
Right. They can't embrace the truth of the matter, that it's a lie.
Right.
They can't embrace the integrity of that. They'd rather hide behind the deception because everybody else is on that. To stand out and say the emperor's got no clothes in is an embarrassing thing to do, it seems.
Yeah. Yesterday
Bro.
we had a gentleman on here that was I think Gospel Bear was on. We were actually talking to the guy. His name was NASA Shill Lies or something, and he's one of MC Tune's or buddies or whatever. He came in here and he was
okay.
Yeah, he wasn't really. He didn't want to admit. They don't want to say the word flat for some reason. It's such an appalling term to use to those kinds of people. Like they don't want to say flat. He couldn't come to the place where he was gonna admittedly declare the word flat. He couldn't say it. It wasn't in him. And he's like, I don't want to be led around like a dog saying yes or no, answering yes or no to questions. And it's like, well, how would you have an honest conversation with someone if they're not going to either say yes or no to a question honestly? Like, there's no way that's a very Weasley thing to say. Like, you don't want to answer yes or no.
Weasley thing to say.
You know?
You're obfuscating your responsibility to have an amicable conversation with integrity. You're just going to be what are you going to say? You're not going to give an answer. Why are you here then? Why are you here? What is the meaning of your presence here?
Yeah, the other approach, well, that's one of the ways, right, to do it, is to kind of avoid declaring anything. But another way to do it is what the gentleman was presenting. It sounded like he was Japanese. I don't know, maybe his culture, but wanted to divert into a separate. If he had a separate conversation at any given time in this server, he was going to latch onto that. If he didn't want to take responsibility of a conversation that had truth in it, because if he did, it would expose the ignorance that he has for the globe, which you did already. You told you asked him what he knew about the globe, and he said, "Well, I don't know," and he admittedly said so. So at that point, his mind can be open, but now that he's declared it, that has to be like the way you were doing it, Jen. You've told him like this. You just said that you don't know. Well, that's a great place to start. That you don't know.
Yeah, that's it. That's the best part.
And so the guy he's undeafened now, but like the guy that's in here right now, he has to either come to terms with that he doesn't understand and start actually diving into, okay, so I don't know what the Earth is. I don't know how they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis. Can we figure out how this is being done, or if it's not done, then are we just going to let everybody by this information? Like these are the conversations that should be had with these guys when they come in here, because after they stop latching on other conversations and they're able to focus on the one that you were talking with, Jen, perhaps a bit of growth can happen within his mindset, and his mind can open up to new concepts. But I don't know.
That's right.
My hope is that everybody listening on the live stream, or the gentleman now who's actually hearing me talk, if he's willing to embrace a conversation that's open-minded, where he doesn't have a bias, where he's saying, you know what, I don't know what the Earth is, and I'm glad I'm here, because whatever people are doing amongst like poking fun with each other, like that's really not the conversation in this server. The conversation is the shape of the Earth. Is it a globe or not? And so the claim is it's a globe, right? Everybody grew up with that knowledge. The claim is it's a globe. So now we can address that. Is it a globe or not? And so, yeah, moving forward, I guess the gentleman can actually. Let's get into that.
What I can say is this: because what I can actually say is that the Earth was flat 60 years ago when I was born. It's flat today. It's going to be flat tomorrow, and it's going to be flat on the day I die. That I know already. So, I have no problem, and I have no doubts in that. Something that I can say. Put that down on the table already. Bang, there it is. Lay my cards down already.
I guess we've evolved the conversation to the point where now we don't go into ad homs anymore. That's not fruitful. It's not fruitful for the conversation. It's not fruitful to talk about anything other than the important topic, which is discovering if it's a globe or not, and which is why we're all here.
Yeah.
We want people to understand this point very clearly. Is this a globe or not? It should be self-evident, amongst other things, that it's a globe, and there should be amples of evidence to back up the claim.
Yeah. Yeah. Now the claim is right that we the flat earthers are going against thousands of years of scientific evidence, mountains of evidence. They say heaps and mountains of evidence, but they can't even bring one single shred of evidence. So words like mountains and thousands of years of scientific evidence, I mean that's a barefaced lie right there and then, because they can't even bring one single shred of evidence. One we want.
Yeah, it falls to the wayside because it falls to the wayside because there's nothing that they can provide in the way of evidence. And when they say, "I know what evidence is," oh, a picture from space, that's evidence. No, it's not. You just believe something that's been shown to you. Secondhand information. When we talk about firsthand, there's metrics to the globe. These metrics are the radius, circumference, diameter. All these things are these numbers that have been given to us to give us the proportions of the size of this earth that we're on. Now, everything in reality should comport to those metrics. Everything that we know.
Everything. For all
intents.
Yeah, we should be able to discern that.
For all intents and purposes, the Earth is a globe. Now, it doesn't matter if we are thinking that it's locally flat. No, it's not even locally flat. It's actually locally curved. It should be anyway. If it's a globe, it should stand out self-evident, and this thing should be able to be measured. The curvature, drop rate should be able to be measured, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now that's what we're on about.
Then, yeah. And then the actual rotation at the equator being 1,038 miles per hour roughly at the equator, that should be able to be detected as well, easily. That there should be no difficulty in knowing this. Now, that in itself poses a lot of problems for aircrafts in flight when taking off and landing.
Correct.
Okay, right. That's going to be problematical without a doubt. And if you're a helicopter, you've got an easy time of it. If you're a plane that needs to land on wheels, then you've got problems. But if you're a helicopter, you're almost like a fly, so you've got a lot more freedom in landing on a moving ball. Still got to work it out, though. Got to work it out. Got to get it right to land on it. But
all right. So young man or gentleman, I don't know your name. I just entered the room, but it appears that there was a conversation previous to the one when I entered, and you were heavily engaged in that one, as is to say that the conversation about the shape of the Earth was not as important as something discovered as people calling names to each other or belittling or whatever the case was. Now, because of the fact that that was important to you, or it's high on your burners right now, that you don't want to shake that, I want to know what brought you to this server and what was the reason why the topic of the shape of the Earth was even brought you any curiosity. Like that's I'm coming from a point where I just clearly want to know the motive behind what is your curiosity for this topic, if not finding out the truth.
Yeah, genuinely. That's all. Not to take the piss out of it.
I don't know his name.
Peter. Those are Cyrillic characters for Peter.
Peter? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, go on, Peter. Answer the question if you can, if you want. I mean, if you don't want to, no problem. But
Yeah, if you're still with us, Peter, yeah, that'd be kind of a great start. Let's kind of get a clean slate here. Let's start fresh. Let's talk about the shape of the Earth.
No. Everybody in the server made it impossible to have a actual.
All right. No, I haven't.
Jin, you've been cool. Jin, you've been cool. You've been pretty cool. I will admit that.
All right. So I'm actually trying to have a conversation. I don't know if
no. You know, most of the people in the server made it impossible to do so, because every time I said anything, laughed.
Okay. So that. Well, let me tell you something. That's not how I operate. I mean,
neither. No. Your server, as a majority, does that, which hindered my.
All right. Duly noted. All right. There's some people that could do things that way, that's fine. That's great. I'm glad you pointed that out. We could see that. Yeah. Now let's get to the topic, right?
No,
Let's
you have
let's move
somebody
on
in the
from there.
server
Let's move on.
calling me a
It's a bad
blockhead.
chapter.
Right.
Yeah, let's move on to a clean slate.
Right,
Yeah,
go on.
and like we said,
What were you saying, sir?
I asked you earlier. Hang on a second, Midi. I asked him earlier. Did he check the information that he was given at school? You replied, "How?" I then replied to you, that means you didn't check. And the answer should have been, "No, I didn't check." And I took it as a given, as the truth. Okay, let Miggy take over from there. Go ahead, Miggy.
All right, so yeah, let's address that point. So you admittedly said that you didn't know how they came up with this.
No, I'm not going to go further into the subject. What I will say as a last word is this is not how you educate people, not in the least bit. All right, you guys are fucking clowns.
All right, is that all you want to say?
Yes, you guys are fucking clowns.
Am I a
Absolute
clown
fucking clowns.
Am I a clown?
All right, cool. So I muted him. I just wanted to say something real fast, guys. Apologize. So he showed us some stuff, right? And I'm looking into it, and it says this guy circumnavigated north to south, right? And it said that when they got to Antarctica, they circled it 4 times. So I started pointing out, hey, this is like something that's like evidence for us, because why would you circle 4 times? He comes off mute and starts accusing me of attacking him. I wasn't attacking him. I was attacking the evidence, right? That's what you do in a debate. So this dude is like a hypersensitive guy. I don't know why. I'm not trying to be rude, but he's very, very delicate. He thinks that attacks against arguments are personal attacks against him. You know what would happen if somebody said, "Hey, Hank, you're an Oklahoman"? I'd be like, "So? Like, who cares?" You know?
Yeah.
Maybe I'd show my driver's
but
license
Hank,
and be
you
like,
know what it is, Hank?
"You're wrong."
Hank, you know what it is? Is that this individual, he has a strong belief in the Earth being a globe. He hasn't done any verification. So with that comes the psychology of not wanting to be embarrassed, because it's embarrassing to admit to everyone that you believed in something that you haven't checked. That is embarrassing. That's why I said that when I clicked on the video for that flat Earth back in 2015, after ignoring it throughout 2014, thinking it was ridiculous and stupid. Okay, I didn't tell anybody. This is what I thought in myself, my own mind, because I was doing the research by myself. Wasn't talking to the family or anything. Just doing the research. Who's putting this flat up? What idiot's putting this up? When you think outside the box. I thought, what a wally. And then come 2015 now, I thought, okay, let me relax. Nothing else to do. Let me click for a laugh. Now I'm still clicking, thinking it's stupid. Yeah, this is going to make me laugh. What a stupid subject. Let me click anyway. Let's see what they got. And within 30 seconds, I wasn't laughing. I felt like the donkey's ass. The donkey ass that you see on Tom and Jerry. They show you the jackass. That's exactly how I felt. Just like that, a right dickhead, a complete dickhead. Incapable of discerning anything. I felt stupid. I was laughing on the other side of my head, literally, not here.
So to all the other gentlemen that have just joined,
yeah,
sorry, bro.
That's how I felt.
To all the other gentlemen that just joined, I'm claiming that I don't usually over brutalize people, right? I do troll a little bit when I get trolled, right? I do like to do that, but I wasn't trolling this guy. The only thing I was doing was saying, hey, look at what he provided. They're talking about circling Antarctica 4 times, which could mean that they literally circled Antarctica 4 times and they were having a fun time looking at the ice going, hey, wow, look, more ice. Let's do it again. Oh, wow, look, some more ice. Let's do it again. Oh, one more time. No, one more time. Right? Or they had to fly because there's hidden land on the map. And he took that very personal.
Well,
so
of
I don't
course,
think he's
because it's
capable
hard
of
to
having this
believe.
conversation.
Hank,
because
you're
he's a
highlighting.
historian, right?
Yeah, Hank.
So,
you are highlighting the essence of that 4 times. Yeah, I mean, what were they in a ship or in a plane? Were they in a ship?
Yeah, they were in a plane.
Oh, they were in a plane. So they flew over the area 4 times. What, the whole of Antarctica, the complete Antarctica, they did that 4 times. Why would
That's
you
what
do
the article he provided said. And when I was, explaining to everybody, like, why would you do that? Because me, as a delivery driver, there's no way in hell I'm going to circle something 4 times when I'm trying to get somewhere.
No, you're not. You're just not.
I guess it was. It's like it comes back to it being psychological, Hank. What happens was he presented something that he wanted to show as evidence, and not that you trolled it, but it's to him it took offense because you pointed out how it's not logically consistent, and he took offense to it because to him it was logically consistent. I mean, in some way, shape, or form, it made sense to him. He got in his feelings and said, "Well, this is offensive to me that you don't take this as truth." Right? So that's the rebuttal to that. And then there was another conversation about his heritage. It sounded like, and then he wanted to only to talk about, and then make a big like as if we're not all adults and can't get past this thing. But then he goes to shouting obscenities at everyone and calling everybody. Now that shows how educated he is, because it doesn't sound like somebody who's educated would take that. But it seems to me like when people don't know what to say, they reduce themselves to this remedial, playground style attitude.
Yeah.
Which is saddening. It's saddening because then nothing can be talked about, nothing can be explained, and we're just insulting each other. That's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
For people that need to want to ask honestly, but when they go that direction, there's nothing we can do but mute. So sadly,
that's right.
Sadly, if anybody's listening to this and wants to hear him say his side, we've already heard him. He's pretty upset right now. He wants to shout obscenity.
Well, let him speak. Let him speak, because at the end of the day, it's a record and on the psychology behind those
he was
that
done.
believe the globe.
The last thing he said was he was done. Right?
Yeah,
he can't continue the conversation
he's
because
giving up,
extremely
basically.
upset. Yeah,
And
he's saying this is not how we're supposed to do it, right? So
we
I
have
started out by. Go ahead.
We have someone new, Jess.
Hello, Jess.
She has no roles, or
it appears to be that Jess is a counterpart to the Cami Sosa, but that may just be coincidental that in her about me it says, "I love my Cami."
Okay, so they're together.
I noticed
means
that.
paper in Japanese, by the way. Cami.
The only thing is that kind of like this group of people, they join at the same time today, like maybe 4 hours ago or something, and it might be that many of them are in the same server.
Yeah, they're in the same group. Yeah,
that could be the case. And he's asking for a little bit of backup so that the people that he can't tolerate, and then of course you get backup. But here's the deal, man. Like what we're trying to do right now is open the floor to a great discussion. But if it's gonna go to a remedial style playground antics, we're not gonna have it. It's just not conducive. It's not conducive to anybody learning anything. So if it even spirals any direction, I think people should hard mute and just leave it, because
hit the brakes. Just
bring
hit the
any
brakes on
conversation
it.
to the table, then we should mute it. Let them get over it somehow. Go to their servers and talk about how the flat earthers are being mean to them and so forth. But we're gonna have order in this house, like we are. We're not gonna have people going all chaotic and saying whatever they want. This isn't a democracy. This is a place to learn about flat Earth. This is a place to learn about the globe. And if they don't want to abide by the rules of the server, then they can go and create a server and do what they want. Simple as.
So this is it. This is what we want to teach them about the flat Earth. You see, and when you challenge their evidence, because they are emotionally tied to the education that they were taught, and then the evidence they bring for that they think is evidence, they're emotionally tied to that. So when you highlight that, well, look, I mean, why would you think for yourself now? Why would you travel 4 times around all that expanse 4 times? Who's got the view? What's the point of that? What was the point of the 4 laps?
Well, I think they had to go 4 times as farther because there's hidden land, right? And they're showing us like this tiny little Antarctica as like, the southern pole. And they don't even show us the North Pole in the Google Maps, right? So that's one thing where polar bears used to be. They're not showing us like the land that used to be there that was covered in ice. And if it's there half of the year during the winter and not there, then why is it symmetrically, different? Sorry, it should be the same, right? It should have symmetry. There should be pole caps on both sides that are there all year round. Right, but now they're showing us only one tiny little Antarctica. I mean, it basically looks a little bit bigger than Australia, right?
Yeah.
So why don't we
So
have two pole cats?
The interesting thing here is that it's an argument within an argument. So the underlying premise that we're talking about here is that the Earth is a globe, and the argument is these guys taking flights going around the Earth on a globe. So then the argument becomes, well, it's not a it's flat, so they're not circumnavigating a globe; they're circumnavigating a flat plane. And it's an argument within an argument on top of a logically inconsistent fallacy. So what happens is we indulge a conversation that doesn't even need to take place, because we can actually go back to the underlying premise, which is the Earth a globe? Yes or no? Have we discovered that conversation would not even exist? The only conversation that would exist is that they're not traveling on a globe; they are traveling on a flat plane. So we always go back to the basis, the root of the cause of why they bring these pictures or anything, and that should be addressed. That should be addressed in a way that makes them think. It should challenge them. Now, we're not here to persuade them into thinking the Earth is flat, but we will challenge them to look at what they're saying about the globe and let them make up their own mind. So they, at this point right now, that question or that thing that he proposed should have been addressed as an, okay, you brought some information that it looks like you're trying to present information globe, but we haven't discussed if it's a globe or not. We haven't discussed if the Earth is rotating or not. We haven't even discussed if space is even a reality, that you can actually travel to this thing. So
yeah,
we go back to the premise. If we go back to the basis of the foundation, and discuss this root issue that they have. And so the issue is, they're arguing for the globe, giving us evidence, of course, according to them, is evidence, and it surely is not. We should then say, okay, let's put a pin on that evidence and let's investigate if the claim of the Earth is actually true. What about curvature? Have we discovered if that curvature is real or not? The metrics of that's important. It's a foundation for learning anything, because we can't talk evidence unless it's pointing us back to if it is a globe or not.
Yeah, and that is what we call the integrity of the topic matter, and that is the Earth indeed curving? Let's get that, because once we've established that the Earth is curving at whatever degree it is, and it's indeed a globe, then the next step is to then determine that this globe is actually spinning. And once we've established that as a fact for truth, it is spinning, and this is how we know. Then the next thing is to establish that the Earth is indeed moving through space at 622 miles per second, with a barrier or whatever to contain our air, the air that we have in the vacuum of space. This has all got to be established. Until then, what can we do?
Yeah, that's how you.
It's just a begging the question fallacy, man. Oh, if the Earth is a globe, then people will navigate north to south. Oh, look, here's an article: people navigating north to south. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
Right. That's how you deconstruct, and deconstructing should be the thing that happens in their own mind, because when we set them up to talk about a specific topic that they bring in here as evidence, if they don't even say anything, they just look at my evidence. This is for the evidence for the globe. Dude, I don't even know what your name is. Like, about the idea that the Earth is even claimed to be a globe. Let's talk about that first, because that should be the beginning conversation with anybody that comes in here brand new, like this gentleman that was in here. When we indulge another conversation, we're going to go off into the weeds real fast. We will never address their bias, and their bias will always be, like I said, logically consistent. It will never do anything to their mind to sway them to think, to challenge.
Yeah, can't take the easy way out,
right?
And that is just to believe everything and not check anything. That's wrong. That's not actually confirming anything. You're just taking it as a given, and that's not the way to do that. That's wrong. You've got to confirm it to know for sure. That's a belief you're carrying. You don't know the Earth is a globe. You believe it's a globe, and that's not really living, is it? You're not living.
And the hard part is. The hard part is not letting them get off into a tangent about anything else. The hard part is keeping them honest about the topic. Let's not move off. We haven't discussed whether we know or not if the Earth is a globe. Have we figured out yet? Let's really dive into that, because if we can't get past that, then any claim that you bring forward, any evidence you think you might have, will not be able to be entertained, because we haven't even found out if there's curvature. We haven't. I mean, the metrics are there. The calculations support this particular model or oblate spheroid, but we don't know, because there's nothing in reality that can provide us
confirm it. Confirm. Yeah, there's no confirmation of it. You got your numbers, fine. Numbers sometimes do not reality make. So then, if you're given the numbers, let's go check that these numbers actually conform to the reality we live. And when we go out and check, we don't find a single degree of curvature anywhere.
Yeah, we've heard many types that come in here and they're upset and they shout obscenities, and we're used to that. But the next step should be like, okay, you feel pretty hurt about this, wasn't accepted, as in like, okay, this is the truth of the matter, because we haven't addressed that point. We haven't addressed that if the Earth is a globe or not, and that's direly, that's, I would say, foundational. If we haven't even addressed that, why am I going to be talking about if rockets can go to space? Like, why am I going to entertain that topic? We don't even know if the Earth is a globe. Like, that's
exactly,
the most.
and that's in, and that, as you put it like that, that's in, for me, who wants to debate properly with integrity. I would be embarrassed to be talking about things when I haven't even proven that the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's a given.
Correct.
You know.
So I think a lot of problems is the bias, right? These people have, anchor bias is the first thing they were taught. They have confirmation bias. They have sunk cost bias for going to college and getting educated and spending all that money, right? And then when they provide evidence, right, and then we attack that evidence, they're not capable of disassociating themselves from the article. Bro, you didn't write that article. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the argument. That's what debate is. Like, I'm not holding a spear to your neck saying, give me all your money. I'm saying, hey, that article you provided, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you circle Antarctica 4 times? Like, what are they, sightseeing down there? What's going on with this? And you're
It's
like,
an
you're
anomaly, that is.
attacking me. You're attacking me. Why are you attacking me? Bro, you're not the article.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the identity of the globe model that they're afflicted with, right? They think because we attack the globe, they think we're attacking them. It's literally an identity that they've taken on.
Yeah, that's right. They're emotionally attached. That's the cognitive dissonance coming in.
Good. I wanted to say that to believe that the Earth is a globe, I needed a demonstration of a journey where you travel forward and you get back into the same place using a compass.
Yep.
And when you travel forward, the compass needle will be always deflecting.
Yeah,
it will always keep the North Pole.
Yeah, there's an argument. That's an argument within an argument for those guys. I've heard that before, presented as justified evidence, but that's not for them. They would their mind is still a globe, and what you're proposing, it can happen on a globe to them. So it's not consistent to you because we've already understood, but to them they're going to find a way around it, pun intended, because they're going to see that it's the globe, obviously. So we have to address the metric problem. Okay, so the metrics, do they conform to reality? Go out and go do some measurement, right, over a stretch of water, and let's find out if the Earth is indeed curving like they say it is.
Yes,
And
do some quantitative measurements.
if the metrics conform exactly what they said, then you got yourself a globe. There's no doubt that you're looking off into the distance of the leading edge of the sphere, right? If indeed the Earth is a globe. But if it's not, if we go into another topic that's going to give them on top of already established, okay, let's look at how we can fly a plane on this Earth, right? A plane can tell us how the Earth is. No, it cannot. Like, you can't go into another argument on top of if you're not using the underlying premise, which is the Earth a globe or not? Curvature. Let's establish that first. And then if they admittedly say, hey, man, I don't know, and then you can go forward and then maybe talk about other things. But we have to address the situation here. It's not going to, maybe navigating on the Earth. It's actually addressing the metrics, right? Circumference, radius. That's what we need to be talking. Examine that.
Well, at the equator, yeah, the down vector will be perpendicular to the axis of spin, aka magnetic pole. So
down vector?
Yeah.
I think he means south, Victor.
No, at the equator, your down vector is the radius from the center of the ball. Yeah? And that radius is perpendicular to the Earth's axis of spin, the north, with a radius from the center of the ball which goes to the north. You get me? Yeah. Now,
what ball?
On the equator, when you travel east to west on the globe, you are going in a straight line which is actually curved around the ball.
Yeah,
But
supposedly.
that is the direction where they invoke that when you travel forward, your down vector always changes with the radius of the ball, according to that radius. And the North Pole should be always on your right side. It should be no deflection when you keep a straight direction from east to west. But in the flat earth, when you travel from east to west, you have to travel in a circle. You have to keep turning to the right always so that you keep your circular path.
I actually understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
But I'm not sure that if you look at where the equator is on the map, there's very few people with access to that spot, that latitude.
Yeah. It's exotic place.
If the Earth is a sphere, don't you think it would be symmetrical? If tectonic plates is true, and the Earth has been
You're right.
spinning for What?
I said you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it's been spinning for 4.54 billion years, right? Centrifugal force would drive all the drifting continents towards the equator, right? But you look at the Pacific Ocean, right, where there's supposed to be all this volcanic activity, and it's just barely anything there, like forever.
Not just that, but the north-south. Look at the land masses above the equator versus below. The amount of land above versus below is profoundly different.
Right. So there's no ice.
That would upset the spin. That should upset the spin as well, I would imagine.
Hank.
And also yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever seen a vibrator turning into a perfect sphere or something, a perfect cylinder spinning?
A perfect cylinder spinning, yeah, like wood shop.
No, I mean when you turn on a vibrator, that's a weight on one side which is spinning. It's off balance.
Okay,
spin.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like the
To your point about the continental drift. I mean, now that I think about it, that story is such a load of shit. Like, and potentially the reason that they probably came up with that is because the land masses were in different places and different projections. I don't even know. But really, what I wanted to say was that you have the continents, the continental shelf, going into the abyssal plains and all of this stuff, the ocean ridges and abyssal plains, and then back up the continental shelf to the continent. It's all connected.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's connect. It's called the oceanic basin.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
connected. They're not separate. They're connected. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, it's not
It's just
symmetric
depressed
land
land
wise.
there. So yeah, go ahead.
It's
Sorry,
just
it's not
land
symmetric.
covered with water. Yeah.
Wait, Eli, you trying to say that it doesn't make sense for land to just move over other land, across land? That doesn't make sense to you?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I was talking about the polar region earlier. Like we all grew up with two polar caps, and they're saying that greenhouse gases are going to cause global warming, and now it's climate change or global cooling or whatever they want it to be at the time, right?
Right.
Whatever they need it to be at the time. Well, where's Google Earth? Where's the North Pole cap? Did it melt? Did all the polar bears die, drowned in the ocean?
It's
So
very true.
it's obvious to me that they're hiding land, right? If the Earth is a sphere, it's very
Yeah.
obvious that they're hiding a shitload of land. There should be symmetry, but there's not. There's no pole cap on the north, and then the
Well,
one on the bottom.
not in the map.
Go ahead.
Not in the map, but I mean, have you not ever watched any of the videos of the people taking cruises to the alleged magnetic North Pole?
I have.
Yeah, I've read history where they've dug out like planes
No,
from
I'm
World War
talking about
One.
like a couple of years ago, like recently.
I know that there's a pole cap, yeah, in real life. I'm just saying, where is it on the map? This is all hidden. But yeah, like I said, you can read historical documents about how they found a plane from like World War One. They dug it out of the snow and like recaptured the plane and like put it somewhere in a museum or something. And it's like we look on Google Map and it's like all water, right? But this is
That's the
supposed to be what
point.
the Earth is. This is what people see in their head. When I say Earth, they're picturing Google Map, right? This is the sphere, right, with a map wrapped around it, and they think this is reality. And it's complete psychosis. They've completely lost touch with reality. That thing is just a computer program that helps people navigate.
Supposedly. Yeah.
Well, I've seen some. I was curious. How did they establish that the continents are drifting? And I saw that they are measuring the sea level fluctuations, the rising and lowering in certain seasons. Every seasons you have the sea or oceans or rivers rising a little bit, and then in the summer they go lower, you know. And they do these measurements over a couple of years, 5 years, 10 years, and they subtract the difference between these years. And so some years they get like a lower level with 1 centimeter than the previous year. And now they are saying the continent is drifting 1 centimeter a year in 1 year. That's how it's being measured, which is kind of silly, to be honest.
Is there like more or less beach? Or
Yeah,
is that a
but
dumb question?
next year you'll have
Like,
2 centimeters more. So yeah, it
So you
makes
can
no
get that.
sense.
So you can lay your towel out a little bit more there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
You guys getting a look at that Bill Nye with his tubes and beakers? And it says, photo 1993 Walt Disney Company. Oh, okay. So he works for Disney.
No, nothing to see here.
Does that Triceratops, does that really exist? Was that creature walking around like, in the past, just eating grass? Just whispering in his own head. I wish a motherfucker would. Is that what he's doing?
Is anybody come up on Bill Nye? Like it's crazy because from this perspective, I almost forget how much I actually loved his show as a child.
I always
I
liked
wonder how much
Beekman's
indoctrination
World.
was there.
I always liked Beekman's World more as a kid.
Beekman's World.
Yeah, the
actually,
weirdo with the had the big human-sized rat on and like all the weird stuff.
Yeah. I never knew about Bill Nye until I became a flat earther.
Yeah, me too. Never heard of the guy until I became a flat
Yeah.
earther. And I thought, what a
I did
dickhead
his
he was when I heard
experiments as a
about him.
child.
What a dickhead.
I did some of his experiments as a child.
Vin, tell us how you really feel.
I'll tell you why I called him a dickhead, right? It's because one of the programs that I saw him, he threw a television off a building. Proved gravity. He threw a TV off the... Who's going to clean that mess up? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
He wasn't looking there. He just threw it over, threw some milk. He threw a whole load of shit down there. And I just thought, do you have to do that to prove gravity? That dramatic?
And that's what we call science.
Yeah. That's why I called him a dickhead. Because it was just stupid. Yeah. Even when you're going to show experiments, you're going to try and minimize mess. Come on now. I mean, that thing's going to shatter, right? The TV's going to land on the ground. It's going to shatter. Glass everywhere. And he threw it from a high place, yeah?
He set the ball on fire.
Yeah, there you go. I just thought it was absurd.
Heard up Knobhead, that one.
Yeah, that was the first video I saw of him when he was throwing things. He was on his push bike, cycling around, right? And then now he's trying to prove gravity or something. And then next shot, he's got a TV in his hand and he's throwing it up a high building and smash on the floor. Then he threw milk and cartons of milk. They're going to explode on the ground. I thought, now the person who's going to clean that up is going to be well and truly upset to clean that shit up after him. Just to prove gravity. All right.
So you got Poseidon and there was another one, I forget what it was called. It starts with a G maybe. There's the nuclear icebreaker. There's the Poseidon one. There's another one that starts with the letter G. But they're all like these paid tours where you can go to the alleged North Pole. And if you click at the timestamp of the video posted, they're like having a picnic on some ice that they broke through for a long time. Like I don't know how long. So you're on the ship and you're floating in a boat and you're cracking through ice for a long time. Where are you going?
Oh, which ice? The 100-meter tall?
No. This is about
so
North.
You can't crack through that.
North Pole. The North Pole. Yeah.
North
Where are you
Pole.
going
Oh,
exactly? Where are you going?
North Pole. Yeah. So I'm curious where they're actually having a luncheon, because what they do is they put this little flag down. And I posted a picture at the 31-minute mark where they're like doing this weird seance circle dance around this flag that says 90-degree North Pole.
Yes, I'm looking at that image now. I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
So
I've been looking at it.
Obviously, you could throw a flag anywhere you like and just be like, "Ha, look at that." I couldn't find the video I originally when they were like, they had their compass out and they were like, look at the compass, it's not working.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they are, but it seems like they're at least close. Especially with the whole compass weirdness, right?
Well, I mean, that would be the top of the world. That would be the top of the globe, wouldn't it? Where they are now.
Center.
If there was a North Pole, I would want to put the flag 90 degrees under the North Pole star.
Yep.
Is that like mad crazy?
No, but isn't there like a difference between magnetic north and the other north or whatever? Aren't there allegedly like two norths?
What are they gonna sit in the middle of the magnetic? How do they know where the middle of that is?
Yeah.
Like what signifies that as a middle?
That's kind of why I was curious about where are they?
Where are they now?
Where are they now? No, it's where they're like, if you look where they're leaving from, you can't be like, well, they're below Australia. No, they leave from different Nordic countries and stuff in their boat trip, and it's like they're somewhere up around the center towards where the North Pole is, assumed to be, but I don't know. And then you've got the angle of the sun.
It's a good picture, that one. Hey, la 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 la. Let's all do the conga. That's what it looks like. They're doing the conga dance there. You know?
I guess they say it's a 14-day voyage. So can you imagine leaving from some Nordic, Cork Expeditions is the other name of the company that does these, but it's so that means it's got to be 7 days there and 7 days back. You're leaving from a Nordic country coastline and it's taking you 7 days.
Now, is that flag saying, is that 80 degrees or 90 degrees? What's it saying there?
90.
But
So
did they ever
90
show you the pole
degrees
star?
what? 90 degrees north. Right, 90
yeah,
degrees
that's what
north.
they're saying.
Right.
Yeah, they're saying they're at the pole, but did they show you the pole star in that video?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they only do it during the day. I'm not. Let's see.
Yeah. But they should do it at night as well, though. They should do it at night. You're right. It should be a night.
If they do it nighttime, that means it's winter and it's extreme weather.
Yeah, maybe.
Possibly with the winds and everything. Who knows?
Checks
They
out.
can't. They can't go in winter time at the north.
Well, if they didn't see the star, how did they know they're up there? But did you guys see the Leonardo DiCaprio documentary that he made with the UN? And they went up there during the summer, and they were like showing like footage of polar bears like falling off of the ice particles and into the ocean. They were like, "It's melting." Like, no shit, Sherlock. It's summertime up there. You dumb fucking asshole.
And the bears are hunting. Yeah. They use those pieces of ice to float and swim in the ocean.
But do you guys see how dishonest that is? They're like, "It's melting. Oh no."
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The polar bears are drowning.
And it's because Hank Hill delivers pizza in a 2014 Mitsubishi Mirage with a 1.3 liter. 3-cylinder, 2,000 pound car. It's me causing it, right? It's not the militaries. It's not, the big corporations like Sam's Club and, all that stuff. Like, it's me that's causing it, right? I'm killing the polar bears.
But you're just a cab driver.
Right.
You got ideas above your station, Hank, for a cab driver.
What's that?
You use far too many big words, seeing as you're just a cab driver. What do you know about the Earth?
Right. Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, man, I spent most of my childhood outside in the forest, like in the woods, and I've seen all sorts of creatures just in this little area. And I would love to go see like other parts of the world. Tanzania would be one of the places that I would love to go. I would also like to go see some of the creatures in Australia, New Zealand.
Oh,
especially like
so
the Tasmanian devil.
You're still like a monkey man?
No.
When you live in forest, yeah, I mean that's where monkeys live, in trees, you know.
Yeah, I lived in a brick house, but I played outside in the forest. Yeah.
You ever read The Hatchet by Gary Paulson?
No, I carried a BB gun.
You ever read the Gary Paulson series?
No, I haven't.
I think the first book was The Hatchet. Yeah, read that way back when. A guy who got stranded out in the wilderness and was hacking it, and no pun intended.
Yeah, I think
it
I
was a
remember
really good
having
book.
like I think I had a survival knife with like a compass and flint and stuff like that. Yeah, we made tree houses and forts and all sorts of stuff out in the woods. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I've spent a great, deal of my life outside. Part of it working and part of it, just being a kid outside, swimming, playing, going to the lake. So I've experienced a lot of outside time. I've seen some big cats. We got big cats out here. I would not want to fuck with those. Bobcats or wildcats or whatever you call
All
them.
that time that you spent outside, Hank, did your senses ever tell you that you were living on a magical spitting water ball?
Hell no.
That you descend from monkeys?
Not me, bro. Maybe your ancestors, not mine.
But you built a house in a tree. You just said it. Like when you lived in a tree. Have you never thought of it? Wow, I am a descendant from the monkeys.
No, never. I was up in that tree, like, look how far I can see.
Yeah. That's what they are telling us, if someone makes a house in a tree, they make it look like, oh, we are being monkeys going back to ancestors and stuff.
Tarzan, the animated movie. Oh man, probably the best animated movie of my time. The way they had him, like, I don't know, feet boarding on the trees and shit, whatever the fuck you would call that. It was amazing.
Tree surfing.
I loved it as a kid. All I wanted to do was escape to the wilderness.
Yeah.
Not once are you thinking about the Earth as a globe until you watch something that's themed sci-fi. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all the
Isn't
science
that
fiction.
crazy?
Think about the word science fiction. Like knowledge
Star
wise.
Wars.
Science fiction is a book's way of saying pseudoscience.
No, it's like putting together two opposite words, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Married bachelor. Maybe that's what's wrong with these people. Like, not even 10 hours ago, Matthew was in here saying that flat means curved, and I was like, well, go ahead and say it. The earth is flat. If flat means curved, go ahead and say it. And he's like, well, you know, I got to say it in context. And I was like, so
Did he
what if
say
I go
that
up and
like
ask 20
out
people?
loud?
Yeah, he didn't say it without saying it like this. Well, when you know, blah, 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 and you're talking about measuring over large bodies of water, yeah, flat means curved, so the earth is flat. That's how he said it. So he then accused me of sophistry, right? Like I was the one, like, doing the
What
1984 bullshit.
the
Yeah.
hell?
He accused me of rhetoric and sophistry.
You, sir. How dare you?
Well, I heard Matthew saying
Never
flat
in my
lines,
years
you
of
know.
mathematical wizardry have I ever been forced to say
Yeah.
that it was flat.
That's mathemagical.
So then I asked him, you know, hey, is there a word that we can have that you guys won't take in like a few weeks? Like, can we like make up a word? Like, how would I tell someone that the earth is X, right? And X meaning the word that you're not going to take and try to like apprehend like it's 1984 and you guys are like the king. So the king decrees, right? Flat means curved, right? So what word can we have? And he was like, you got a point there. Like, yeah, I don't think we should let you have any words. So if we can't have any words to describe, you know, anything but, you know, like curved, then we can't tell people that the earth is X, meaning level.
This word.
Or, yeah. So,
this
like,
word here.
Yeah, I was explaining to him that, you know, it's 1984 and, you know, the king decrees that level means curved and flat means sphere.
This word is the antonym to curved.
Yeah, that's one of the things. What's an anonym? Yeah, and I heard Witsit was having the same conversation with Brenda, and then asked a series of questions, right? And one of the questions is, okay, is there a difference between man and woman? Brenda lost it. Fucking lost it. Everybody started yelling at him. He told us that story about 12 hours ago.
Look, wait, you know what? I just look at the definition that he posted, right? Now, didn't Matthew want to clarify it, well, specifically, it was something like the word straight that was thrown around.
Straight line. He said, that's what we should use for flat. And I said, no, that's a mathematical concept.
Well, no, but the right here, the antonym for curved or straight is curved, or curved is straight. So if it's flat, it's not curved because it's straight.
Yes. Also, all these years I've been trying to tell everybody that his name's Braden. And all these years people continue to be like, she said, Brenda, she said. All these years people continue to say she said something. And all these years people continue to call the guy Brenda. And it's like, well, we have to. I mean, if we
I call it it. It's
if we
this is America, and I've been a Democrat for most of my life. For God's sakes, I can't even. You know what I mean? All I know is
I'm listening.
Fine.
You can't what?
No,
she's. You can't do that.
You're telling me you
that's how Democrats talk too. You can't do that.
Okay, you can't defy somebody's personal request. Is that what you're saying?
No,
hey,
if
you cannot defy someone's personal request. That's correct. Like even when they're not there, like right now, like you can't do it.
So like, so if I change my screen name to "You Are My Master," that was my screen name? Like,
that would be your screen name. My screen name was OJ Swanson for a while.
Yeah, I remember
that.
When you call a
shit,
man,
that's you,
when you address a
Elijah.
man,
Damn, I didn't know that was you, bro.
His name's Braden, for the record, but y'all can keep on calling him Brenda if you want.
Say that again, Hank.
I didn't know that you were OJ Swanson until just now.
Really?
Yeah, I've only known you as Elijah.
So who did
I
you
knew
think
him as
OJ
OJ.
Swanson was?
I
I
wondered
didn't
why
know
he
who he
changed his
was.
name. I wondered why
I
he
just
changed his
remembered.
name.
That was way
Look,
back.
I'm not going
yeah.
names. I'm not.
It wasn't that far
I'm
back.
not going names.
A couple of years ago. I wondered why he changed his name.
OJ, you know,
I
it's got a
changed.
bad reputation.
Wait, is your real name Elijah?
My name was Elijah for Truth. Why did it go to Elijah F? I totally forgot that it was Elijah for Truth. Who changed my name?
That I don't know.
Maybe when I upgraded Discord. I don't know. Anyway.
All right, so the consensus is it's just not appropriate, and that's why we play along.
Yeah.
Because, well, it does truly feel inappropriate. Now, if that's my indoctrination, so be it. The feelings are real.
Okay.
I mean, I was literally calling Brenda it.
I understand that.
That's much
She's
better.
ugly as hell, I'll tell you that.
I don't know. Never
I
seen
don't
it.
care, but
Never seen
when a
it.
man is
I've never
calling
seen
another
it.
man, when a man is calling another man she, like using the female pronoun, that makes him gay.
Well, I don't know about that. I do think it does a little bit of it's like a self-imposed warping of your own brain when you play along. That's kind of how I see
it makes you kind of undeclared.
That's how this works.
Go
That's
ahead.
how we live on a globe. That's literally how this works.
Yeah, but
exactly.
But
That's
everybody's
why-
playing along. That's why it rubs me the wrong way.
I know. You're right. I know. Like it's literally.
I don't call her she.
It's literally how this is the globe right now.
I got
always
you,
said
Jen.
he or it.
I got you.
Yeah, I don't play along. I don't play along with that. You know, I always said Brenda with the wrong agenda. With the wrong agenda.
Nice.
I'm sorry.
I've always said that.
Yeah, very smooth.
Brenda with the wrong agenda.
Nice one,
And
that's how I started out at the very beginning. The very beginning. As soon as you said something wrong, that was the first thing I said. And then after that, it. I don't even. I can't call you a he. I can't call you a she. So you're an it then. Get yourself sorted out. Sort your gender out.
Just hoping it's obvious to everybody that Brenda and Braden are the exact same letters.
Yeah.
Just making sure everybody could see that was the exact same letters.
You know, they're here to muddy the waters. Here to muddy the waters every way they can. You know, the gender's wrong and everything else, and it's supporting the globe. You know, you see what I mean? That's why you've got to go it. But I've been told off for saying that. Well, you're causing trouble, Jen. But what do you mean? That's what it is. It isn't it?
And I still would even disagree with that. I don't think that there are human its, except on Adam's Family. There was cousin it. That's the exception. But apart from cousin it on the Adams, that was Adam's, or was that the Munsters?
The Monsters.
Okay, whichever one cousin it was on, you know, those shows blend together for me. Something terrible, but apart from that, no, I think, you know.
I think
Adam's
it's
Family.
appropriate. I'm sorry. I think it is appropriate. Sorry, that's what it is. It's an it. Sorry,
Have you seen
that's how I deal with it. Anyway.
It's a distraction piece, really. I think it's a walking billboard for when someone needs to interrupt a good conversation in society. That's why they're everywhere. It's just soon as you start speaking some real shit, okay, send over the trannies. All right, get the cameras rolling. Oh yeah, yeah, motherfucker, your YouTube channel's going down tonight.
So I've known the person. I've known the person known as Brenda since 2015, and what Brenda would do is while I'm at work debating against all these Globers, Brenda would be like the Google fact checker and source citer, and always backing up the Globers all the time. And it's like I would challenge Brenda to a debate, and I'd be like, no, 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 no. And then I would be like, okay, well then shut up then with all your source site. If you're just going to sit there and back them up, like shut up. And I just never wasted the time on addressing gender and all that shit. I was always about the argument and never really gave a fuck about all that extra bullshit. I was just trying to get the argument out there. And I've always despised Brenda because it's like I had no one to back me up and cite me sources like 24/7, but Brenda was always just Googling everything and citing sources. And I'm like, damn, I can't keep up with this shit because I'm at work. And here's this 24/7, like Globe Earth shill just constantly like, So I never liked Brenda, and it has nothing to do with gender or identity politics.
Oh yeah,
it's just from back in the debate days, and I think I just never addressed it because it's just an obfuscation thing, Because once you get on that, it's like, oh, Brenda's the victim and perpetual victimhood, and you're never going to accept me, and if you don't sleep with a trans, then you're like a homophobe. It's like, what the fuck, these people. Like I don't even want to get into this stuff, but it's just. Ugh.
So how you gonna? I asked her. I said to her, look. I asked it. How are you going to have children? Are you going to have children? That's what I said. Are you not going to have children then?
Forbidden or what?
Yeah, I just think we should stick to the.
Anyway, the more important point is that yes, you're right. We accept that we have to think illogically to accept certain societal norms. Like the Earth is a globe.
Flat means curved.
Okay, I just don't want to be part of we.
Flat means curved. Rotation in orbit means no acceleration. Well, it does, but you won't feel it. You would, but who knows? Don't have time to talk to you guys. You guys.
Robot it out a little.
A lot.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, I just want to say, anytime somebody tells you that flat means curved, then say, okay, if that's true, then say the Earth's flat. Because if it means curved, then you're still roboting, Elijah. You probably already know that, but yeah, just get them to say it. Say, okay, say the Earth is flat. I think you're back, Elijah.
The Earth is flat. And flat is not
the
a
amount
shape.
Of headache I had at that time when I realized the Earth is not a sphere. My head was going through pounds and pounding out of something, fighting itself. That was insane. I don't know. People have their own experiences, but
Quits always sounds like there's a video starting to play for some reason when his microphone comes on. Doesn't it sound like that to you?
Yes. I don't know if it's the quality of your mic or what, or your voice.
Yeah, I thought if somebody was playing a video, I was like, who started a video? We're in the middle of
Exactly.
Sorry.
Oceanic basin, aka a bowl that contains water, but you live on the outside of a curving surface. Sure.
I didn't. I
could go on for at least.
Yeah, I didn't get a headache when I realized it. I took a walk outside, and it was probably the illest walk that I've ever taken, because I actually finally came to grips with my senses. And like, holy shit. Like, it's not the opposite of what my senses have been telling me my whole life. It's actually validating what my senses have been telling me my whole life. And I thought I should tell everybody. Everybody will want to know this.
Now that's a funny joke.
You took a walk because you realize you were living in a trauma. And you can't come out of it until you realize it. You have that epiphany, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that what you thought, Chocolate? You was gonna go and tell people, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's just word. Show me, bro." That's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought it was
Was I
gonna be
wrong?
easy peasy lemon squeezy, bro. Like I was like,
I was like, look
that's
at
why
this
when
can of
people when
tuna
I
to
realized
start.
people get triggered by this, I was like, really? Am I weird because I didn't get triggered by this? I mean, obviously, when you realize you've been lied to for a lot about a lot of shit for most of your life, yeah, it's a little triggering. But I'm not going to be triggered at the same people who got conned by the same bullshit. I'm gonna be triggered at the people that conned me. So I'm just gonna go tell my peoples because my peoples understand. We speak, we have conversations, we make sense. And then when they tell me, bro, you're crazy, you're bugging. We live on a ball. I'm like, no, we don't. There's no proof of that.
So when this lady Ruth in the interview is reminded, or corrected, that Earth isn't actually a ball, her verbal response, the words that come out of her mouth, "Oh no, oh no," and she says it more than once, right? She discusses how she was taught flat Earth as a child, and then eventually, at some point, they started teaching that the Earth was a ball. And he's like, "No, but it actually really is flat." And she's like, her response 2 different times is, "Oh no." And she completely is like, "Well, yeah, I mean, all that makes sense." But there's also this level of, I don't know, do you think it's disappointment?
Well,
What do you think?
it probably struck her even harder, right? Because if she can actually remember just being taught that it was, maybe not being taught it's flat, but never actually taking a ball into any type of consideration, and then all of a sudden one day it's a ball,
Mm-hmm.
And then now she's got to come to terms with that. And then, like, are we talking about the lady from DITRH's interview?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So imagine how old that lady is, how long she's been around with
Yeah,
this
102
notion
years
that
old.
she had to flip because they flipped what they taught her, and now all of a sudden she's reached this stage of her life, and now it's flipping again.
Well, guess what? Guess what she said, right? She said she couldn't understand why they changed it from being flat to a board, right?
Yeah,
And when Dave Weiss reaffirmed that it was flat, she said she knew all along it was good. So she wasn't. She was happy. She was tearful. She was tearful because she'd been lied to. Of course, she did cry, but it seemed like she fully understood the truth. That it was a flat plane. She knew it all
And
along.
also think about that she was old enough. I mean, she can remember being old enough to be in school and learning whatever she was learning at the time, right? Well, now, when do they start teaching this shit? When you're 3 or 4.
That's right.
When you can't even say the full alphabet, but you got globes all over the place.
Yeah,
that's right.
Hey guys, check out this article. This is the one that he was complaining because I said that they were circling the North Pole, sorry, the Antarctica like 4 times. It says that, they took a journey of 100,000 miles. So why would it need 100,000 miles to circumnavigate the Earth north to south?
Wow,
hold on. Are you saying that the 4 trips around Antarctica was 100,000?
No, the total trip from Hawaii back to Hawaii, I think it was. I have to read it again to make sure. Was 100,000. But I'm wondering, why would it take 100,000 if the Earth has a circumference of 24,901?
Okay, so
did they do it 4 times?
Actually traced it out. If you hop on Google Maps and just do the right click, measure distance, and then you have to click a bunch of times. But I just kind of vaguely traced out the profile of what they show Antarctica's edges to be, and I just went do around the profile, and it was around 11,000 miles from the peninsula to the peninsula. 100,000 miles. I did the same thing from the tip of South America, and I didn't go up in between South America and Africa, but I went straight over. But then I traced the profile of the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, down through the Indian Ocean, underneath Australia and New Zealand, and then up all the way by Japan, all the way to Russia and Alaska, and all the way back down to the tip of. And that, if you trace that direction, that's around 40,000 miles if you do it that way. But 100,000 miles is something special.
Yeah, why would they circle 4 times? This is what he was getting pissed off about. Because I was like, bro, why did they go 100,000 miles? The circumference is only like 25,000 miles. Did they do it 4 times? And that's when he started going, you're attacking me. Why are you attacking? You're laughing at me. Like, no, bro, I'm not laughing at you. I'm wondering
He
why they're
literally
doing a
said that.
circle. Yeah, he literally said that.
Yeah, he
Like I
did.
was attacking the dude.
Yeah.
Like, is there a spear on your neck right now, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
He said you were clowning because you were making a comment and clowning about it.
That whole article's a clown. They circumnavigated the Earth north to south, but they made sure to like fly around in a circle. Because I've been in one of those flights where it's like the airport's too busy. We're gonna circle the airport for like an hour, and it's like the whole time you're flying around in a circle. It's like, what are we doing? Stupid. So what were they doing? Like flying around 4 times.
Hold
looking at nothing but blind-
on.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. Time out. All right, now go. Okay, now stop. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yo.
All right. I'm on Google Maps. To get 100,000 miles.
For real.
Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Before you make that point. You can't do circles and theoretically or hypothetically, I guess theoretically, maintain an angular momentum with the rotation of the Earth. You can't do that. Anyway, I mean,
yeah, it will be a sine
doing
wave.
circles.
All right. You would need to do. I just did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I went from Hawaii, just Google Maps, kicks and giggles. I went from Hawaii down around Antarctica 6 times and back up to Hawaii, and I still only got to 82,000 miles.
Who's outside? Is there anybody in Europe? Hold on, real quick.
Me.
Anybody in Europe right now?
Me.
Where?
Didn't you just say who's out in New York outside?
No, dipshit. I said Europe.
Oh, my bad.
No, because the sun and the moon are the sun and sky.
You're breaking up. What'd you say?
Dude,
the apocalypse started.
The shadow of the on the moon is on the dude. It's all perfect. Dude. It's like the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time right now, and they're at the same height. It's fucking great.
You're in Europe.
That's why I wanted to see if anybody was in Europe to tell me where the moon is. You know,
I see.
Because it's supposed to be on the other side of the fucking Earth, right? So if it's on the other side of the Earth, how the hell are these two in the sky at the same time? It's just usually someone in Australia is on here, but they're not.
Yeah, in Germany, we have the sun and the moon in the sky.
Well, you gotta understand, the moon, whoever is in Australia has night right now, right? So if they have the moon over them right now, and I have the sun and the moon over me right now, that's impossible.
It's possible. It's possible.
Not on a round Earth. Not on a ball.
It is. It's mentally possible. You can work the angles out in your mind. No. Because look, if you let's say I'm looking at the moon and the. Oh wait,
where's the moon?
No, okay. Look, check this out. So let's say I'm looking at the moon and the sun in the sky. Now the sun is chasing the moon. So if that's the case, then by the time it gets like around 5 o'clock for Jose on the West Coast, the moon should be high up in the sky for Australia, but you should be able to see them both. It's not that much of a curve between the West Coast and Australia.
No,
with the altitude that the moon is at.
Curve, bro. It's a giant because, like, all right, so you got to understand.
You got to take into account the supposed the angle from how far away it supposedly is.
It's all right. So technically, Australia's what, like 4,000, 5,000 miles away from where I am, right? So if the moon is over Australia, the sun is over me. Australia's supposed to be on the bottom. You understand? Technically, on the bottom, like China, right? Down there. There's no way for the sun and the moon to be in the sky for me at the same time right now. That'd be impossible because the moon's on the bottom of the earth. You know
but it's not that far down there. That's the thing. It's not like as far as like South Africa down south.
All right, but listen, dude. What I'm saying, like the moon. If something's on the bottom and the moon is overhead, you got to say. So the sun. That's like looking at a bowling ball, putting a ball at the top of it, and putting a 10 ball at the bottom. You won't be able to see both. You see what I'm saying? You can't do that. You can't do that no matter where you are.
Yeah, when the ball goes behind you, you can't see it in front of you anymore.
Where are you at? Are you on the West Coast, East Coast?
Dude, I'm in North Dakota, bro. I'm in fucking Canada, basically.
I'm in North Dakota too.
Where?
Oh, that kind of is like way at the top.
Do you live in North Dakota?
Gossip Boy, where the fuck are you at?
I'm DM you, bro. Do you live there?
Yeah, I've been here for like 4 years. I'm in Minot.
Come grab a coffee and a blunt, my G.
Bro, if you're in Minot, I'm like 2 hours from you.
So, where though? Where?
In a place with less than 100 people. So, you know this is recorded, and you're making me nervous.
Bro, I'll scoop up. And you can fucking chill, man. What the fuck, dude? You should have told me a long time ago, bro. Oh my gosh.
Well, I moved here a year ago, so I haven't been here super long. But it's funny you say that because I'm over here like, okay, where's the? I didn't know where you were, but I just posted pictures. So out of
that does sound kind of weird from up there. I'm thinking West Coast. That's pretty high up there. Check so the moon is out right now, and you can see both.
Let me finish. Okay, so my house is situated where one wall is a north wall. I have an east wall, I have a south wall, I have a west wall. My house is oriented exactly with northeast. The walls are northeast, west, south, right? So out of my eastward window, I'm looking at the sun out of my eastward window, which is in my office. I had to go to my kid's bedroom out of the westward window, and exactly southwest is the moon. And I took pictures and posted the two pictures. So southwest, I have the moon, and that's its picture, and and exactly east, but only like 5 degrees south. So east, and then you add about 5 degrees the sun right now, but the moon is almost 45 degrees southwest perfect.
And you see how
and there's the pictures, and so that you can actually see the shade or whatever in the world, the phase of the moon.
Yeah, I took a video, but
I don't think Australia can see the moon right now. Because if they can, then I think I'm with you.
Hold the phone. It would make perfect. Again, southwest from North Dakota is towards Australia, so it would actually make sense for an Australian to see the moon right now. What it wouldn't make sense is if there's an African that could see the moon right now. That would blow my mind.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
But Australia,
we need some Africans in here. Why don't we have? You know, isn't it weird we don't have certain like continents? Like, yeah, you might get you might get an Asian in here once or twice. You might, but it's not. Well, we do have a couple of South Africans. I'm tripping. We have Flat Earth Solar. We have I forget her name. Ariel.
Oh, okay.
Damn! I wish they were here right now.
Yeah, it's late, right? Or maybe not. No, it's not late.
But you know what? You could check if you, because I would if I wasn't working. Go on time and date for somewhere in Africa and see where the moon is at. Like if they can see it.
Yeah, I could do that right now. What are we gonna do? Mali.
I don't do Mollies.
No, oh my gosh.
Unless they got blonde hair, you know what I'm saying?
All right. So in Mali,
I went from bad to worse. I'm sorry.
The country, Mali, it's 2:18 p.m. So it's it's not even nighttime. But that means that they could definitely see the sun. It's 2:18 p.m. in Mali, Africa. So what about Madagascar?
Wait a minute. Hold on. It's 2:18 in Africa right now?
Well, in Western Africa.
AM you mean?
No.
PM. Hold up.
PM. I'm gonna go to Madagascar.
Right.
That's gonna be later.
Yes, it's 16 o'clock in Europe, Germany.
So why wouldn't they be able to see the moon then?
It's
because it's I think it's gone by now. I think they might have been able to see it and it's gone now.
5:19 p.m. in Madagascar, which means it's still daytime.
They can't see it. They can't see it. It's too late. Because if it's 5:19, that means the sun is already past the zenith.
No,
It's over like in a. Like if it's 5 o'clock there, then the sun is like in a 6 o'clock position from a southerly direction.
Hold on. Madagascar, it says sunset is at 5:58 p.m. So sunset is not for another 28 minutes in Madagascar. As for the moon,
right, but
says. As for the moon in Madagascar, it says the sun, the set was at 10:40 a.m. and the rise is at 10 p.m. So supposedly Madagascar will be able to see the moon in 4 hours and 40 minutes. Madagascar.
And
that's
odd because I mean, isn't the moon ahead of the sun right now for us?
Yes, that's how I would explain it. Mm-hmm.
But it's behind them. It's like the sun first and then the moon. Well, I mean, how is it 10 o'clock? And so 5 hours ago, basically, the moon set for them.
No, 7 hours ago.
7 hours. Yeah.
A little less than 7 hours. But they will supposedly be able to see the moon in 4 hours and 40 minutes. Which I guess the question is, in 4 hours and 40 minutes, will I be able to see the moon? And it's at like maybe 20 to 25 degrees above the horizon right now, where I'm at.
I think the angles work. I don't know.
Fraud, you gotta you gotta accept the friend request. You said you think the angles work out?
Eli, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Listen, where the moon is right now. Usually, what's his name from Australia's in here? We try and get this shit lined up. What's his name again? Jizz or Biz? What the fuck? I can't remember his name is.
I'm telling you, I've been. This very thing I was obsessing about for a very long time. The positions of the sun and the moon.
Because it always changes, right? Sometimes the sun's in front of the moon, sometimes the sun's behind the moon. So right now the moon is in front of the sun, so it's chasing the moon. When the moon goes into its cycle, it ends up behind the moon after it comes out. I mean, behind the sun after it comes out. So it's just fucking, you can't really explain that. How is it passing the moon just because the moon went into its cycle of disappearing? So it stops moving and then the sun just ends up ahead of it, or is it still moving and the sun just ends up ahead of it regardless, but you just don't see the moon moving? You know what I'm saying? So that would be the only way to look at it. But we have to look at it like this: if the sphere of the Earth, the moon, sun, and moon are the same diameter, regardless of where the sun is. If it's they're the same diameter in the sky, right? So if this thing is chasing this thing, you shouldn't be able to see it if it's somewhere like in Australia or China at this time of day. Okay, I shouldn't be able to see both in the sky, and then somebody has the moon directly over them, like in China or Australia. If that's the case, then it's really easy to disprove it. You see what I'm saying? But what's his name? I think it's Biz. What the fuck is his name? And he's usually in here. And we do this. We've been trying to get this. Where is this? Because when he's got sunrise, I've got sunset. You know what I'm saying? So that's in Australia. And I can't remember what time it was.
All right. In Australia right now, it's at least Melbourne specifically, like Melbourne, Australia, which is at the bottom side, the bottom right side of the continent or whatever, Australia. It's 1:23 a.m. Their sunrise is 7:26 a.m. Their moon set is 1:48 p.m. and their moon rise is 11:19 p.m. It stands to reason that they can see the moon right now in Melbourne, Australia.
So the question goes back to: do the angles make sense? So just open up Google Earth.
Well, not if they can see the moon. If they can see the moon right now, no, bro. There's no fucking way because that's the other side of the planet.
Are you looking at Google Earth while saying that?
I don't have to. I have Google Earth in my damn brain.
I have.
Google Earth ain't the real fucking thing. You can't trust what they're showing you, bro. You know that.
No, but that's the thing that you're setting this against.
Listen, dude. All right. I'll look at.
Say again.
He said he's going to check it out.
Yeah, the globe is the globe. None of them are real, but but I mean, if you're saying this doesn't work on a globe, that would be Google Earth that you would look at to be like, or just a globe. Like I've had a globe too. I went to my sister's house just to hold it in my hand, and it was so many crazy angles. Like I would sit it on the table and then fucking like I was doing lots of crazy shit trying to figure out if you would be able to see certain things.
Wow. Let's see. I mean, North Dakota to Australia is really far.
There's no way. There's no way, bro. Looking at it's even worse. Thank you for showing me that. It's even worse. It's even worse. Even worse than what I had in my mind. There's no way.
You're saying they can see the moon right now, Gospel Bear?
Yeah.
According to time and date, yes.
And then
what's the altitude?
Hold on. You're talking about the latitude?
The altitude. How many degrees is it above the horizon?
That I don't think that I can get that information.
It should be there, because it'll be like 30 degrees, 20, and then it'll go when it's in the negatives. That's them telling you it's under the ball, but it's really just out of view.
Well, it tells me what the phase of the moon is. It doesn't tell me what its position is. Not on timeanddate.com at least, but with that said, Australia is 9,000, at least Melbourne, Australia, which is my reference point, is supposedly 9,000 miles from where I live. Little over 9,000. So not more than 12,000, in regards to an alleged 24,000 circumference. So there is that. But
No, dude, just go look at your globe. See, if you could see what we could see right now, you would understand.
No,
The moon.
you're right. No, you're right. I'm because I keep thinking about California and the bottom of California. I'm not thinking from where you're at. You're right.
But it's just that the moon is setting for us basically. As the sun's rising, the moon is setting. So we've got another maybe 2 hours before the moon set, maybe more. And then it's going to be probably directly overhead for someone in Australia, depending on where they are, right? But right now,
I'm in Japan. I just had a look, but it's
Oh,
cloudy.
right.
No, it's
Japan
not raining.
counts.
Japan, yeah, Japan's pretty close, but he says it's cloudy.
Yeah, it's cloudy, so I couldn't see the moon at all. No chance. We just
Well,
had rain.
Japan is somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000, depending on where, somewhere between 5 and 6,000 miles away from where I'm at. Like Australia is definitely the more extreme example. But if we could get somebody in India or even MJ,
Yeah, I was just about to say, call MJ.
yeah. Well, gosh, MJ would only be 6,000 miles. It says. How weird. Pakistan.
Yeah, somebody. It's Igor. Somebody find Igor's picture. See if you can find Igor.
Who's the furthest away from me possible? Madagascar is 9,800. You'd have to be in the bottom of the Indian Ocean on that stupid island. What is this island called? The French Southern Antarctic Lands, that weird island that's out in the middle of nowhere in the Indian Ocean. That's the furthest away point. That's the alleged antipodal position to where I live, is the French Antarctic islands or lands or whatever. It's a weird island out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, right.
Which, I wonder if there's a time and date for those guys. Let's see, French, Southern Antarctic. Yep, there it is. Oh, they don't have data. Well, that's nice. There's literally people that live there, but they don't have a time and date data for that island, unfortunately. That'd be too convenient, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Be giving the game away too quickly.
What?
But Gospel, make sure you record this. Like, get the video because I got the video too, and then stamp the time and date. And I did that already. So just so we have two people that did it,
Yeah, I guess I could run outside real quick and do that. But accept my friend request, Rod. You're acting like a boomer with Discord.
I don't
right
even
now.
know how the fuck to do that.
Go to the little Discord symbol, and you should see the request. So that's interesting. Melbourne is about as far as I could find a living person, because there's no other land further away from me than that, pretty much. Anything else would be in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So that's kind of interesting. And for anybody in New York, Perth would be the most excellent. Perth is a city in Australia, Western Australia. If we could find anybody from Perth, that's nearly, quote unquote, antipodal from New York City to Perth. Just FYI.
I'm late to the conversation, but what are you doing as far as
Sun and moon observation?
Moon up. Okay.
And just thinking about the angles and seeing if we could find anybody in a far off place.
Have you looked into what Zachary Zabala was doing with the moon, trying to get different people to get different readings?
No, I'm not familiar with that, but Discord is an excellent tool for doing that. I'll be right back.
Somebody tell me what bird enthusiast means.
Are you looking at my rolls, Hank?
I was looking at mine too, but yes, I was looking at your rolls, and I wonder, what does that mean?
I'm into birds, man. I feed the birds. I watch the birds. I'm a bird
I'm in the
enthusiast.
females. I feed the females. I watch the females. Well, in the UK. Right, Jen? Back me up on this. Is he still here?
Hank, does your wife know you're out feeding the females?
No, I feed her. She's my bird. I call her that to her face. Yeah. It's like saying that's my girl.
Yeah.
In the UK. I remember the first time I heard the Brits talking about blackbirds and how much they love blackbirds. I was like, crows? Like, what are they talking about? Then after a while, I was like, oh, they're talking about black girls.
You're like, red-wing blackbirds? Which blackbirds are you talking about?
Yeah, what are they talking about?
You guys are Red Wings?
No. Homie, don't play that. Not here.
Is that a thing? Is that a thing?
Don't look it up. Don't you do it. Not worth it.
There is such a bird as a red-winged blackbird, Rookie, in case you're wondering.
I'm aware.
All right.
But that by itself isn't funny.
No. But interestingly, the male and the female of the red-winged blackbird look almost like two different species.
Because the male's all colorful and she's all basic.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Like typical birds. The female is not quite as impressive. Yeah, the female red-winged blackbird is like brown with stripes. Pretty underwhelming. And the males are jet black with bright red and bright yellow on their wings.
I do like the mating dance that these birds do. Like the male shows up and he's like, damn, look at me. Damn, I look good. Like, check out the spread. Whoa, watch me dance. Like, shake it. Watch me drop it. Look at my badunkadunk. Like, I love to watch male birds do that mating dance because they're just strutting their shit, like prancing all over the place.
Hey, Hank.
What's up, bro?
Let me ask you something real quick. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you know how many continents there are?
7.
There's supposed to be 7, right?
Yeah.
Now they're saying there's 8 continents.
Oh, there's 13.
No, but one of the continents isn't Australia anymore. It's called Oceania.
Oh no, shit! It is 1984.
Yeah, but they're saying it's like if you Google it, I don't know. I never seen that before. Want to know if any other people have seen that.
So Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, Antarctica, Americas, and the North Pole. Wasn't that the 7 continents when we were kids?
Yeah, that's what we learned when we were kids. Watch, I'm gonna post this thing right here.
The North Pole is it?
There was land at the North Pole when I was a kid. FYI.
I remember that. I remember
Not
looking
anymore.
at Earth, Google Earth, and stuff like that. That was one of the first things that blew my mind. I thought there was like the same as like this, like supposed like South Pole. There was like a North Pole, North Cap.
I just posted it, the picture.
I think it's funny.
Weird, huh?
There was straight up land at the North Pole, not just like an ice cap when I was a kid.
It's a hole. There's a big hole, dude. I'm kidding, of course.
Ice caps. Hyperborea.
Well, let's find out. Let's go up there and check it out.
I don't think you're allowed.
So, I'm not allowed to do a lot of things, but I do them anyway, don't I?
With a rebel yell.
Grandma!
I knew that. I knew somebody was going to back me up on that one.
If I could sing better, I'd sing more of it, but I don't
Yeah,
want to kill your
you
ear.
can. You just got to believe in yourself.
Should have gone with the David Bowie Rebel song. Could have tied in the Brenda conversation for me.
Did you ever see the Bill Murray movie where like they did the Portuguese covers of David Bowie songs on acoustic guitar? It was The Life Aquatic.
Steve, yeah, Steve, yeah.
That movie had some of the most like low key jokes I've ever fucking heard in my life. It was so funny.
Yeah, man, it's good shit. That is.
Yeah. Like, what was that thing? What was the dude with the nose again? Like Luke Wilson or Owen Wilson, one of the Wilson guys. He's like that one line that sticks in my head. He's like, he gets her a sand dollar, and he's like, I put it on a piece of peppermint dental floss in case you want to wear it like a necklace. It's like that's the hottest thing I've ever heard in my life. I was in ICU for 2 weeks.
What for?
Sepsis and cellulitis.
Ooh, what is cellulitis?
It's like if you're like take like a necromancer from Diablo and just like point it at a body part that you don't want anymore, and then he'll press the button to cast a spell, and it'll just like turn inside out.
Okay, that is the best description of cellulitis I've ever heard. I knew what sepsis was, but it sounded like you had a gnarly infection.
Well, they were dicks to me, like, you know what I mean? So like the night staff and like I was in the ICU, that was really good. And like the night staff were dickheads. Like they had like a checklist of things they needed to inject me with basically and like fluids they needed to get in me. They were trying to do all of their stuff like in the littlest time frame as possible. And there's like they had these 2 tubes of fucking 20 milligrams of steroids, like real strong shit. And the way that like this like nursing student, this fresh little, tiny, like, she didn't mean it. It wasn't her fault. She fucking jams both of those into the things and thumbs them in, just like just like squeezes them in. And then like 8 feet away, we hear, make sure you only drip feed those into the main line. Otherwise he's going to fucking have like, paranoid delusions and he'll go crazy. And I look at her, she looks at me and she's just like mouthing like, please don't fuck me over. And I'm like, I'm not going to fuck you over. So then I see like, started going crazy. And it wasn't very fun. So I was just asking for help because like there was a 16-hour period of observation left, and then like a massive, like they were going to cut off all fluids and IVs and stuff. And then like I kind of just like excused myself from the 16 hours and took the prescription and was going to go home. But they wouldn't help me leave the hospital. Like they were just being dickheads. Like they wanted to fight. And I'm like, they're literally like, they know my condition. I couldn't really move or anything. She's trying to tell me to like put my garbage can across the fucking room. And like, I'm like, what? Like, I'm tied up to all these fucking IVs and shit. Like, what's going on? Like, what happened? Did I do something like to offend you? Like, and like they wanted to fight.
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, like in the hospital.
So I gotta say, in the
What does that
beginning, I
have
was
to do
really
with Dungeons
curious.
and Dragons or whatever?
Dungeons and Dragons.
He was giving a metaphor.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was wondering what was up with all the
Basically,
metaphors and
the end of the
Diablo.
story. End of the
But when
yeah,
he's
Like
that's
I'm missing something here.
the end of the
yeah,
story
he was
is like
hallucinating.
basically they wouldn't let me out of the hospital. Like they wouldn't wheel me out, and I had a cab waiting at the emergency entrance. And, like everything's shut down, and like it's like a labyrinth of hallways that I don't know how to get out of. And my legs and feet burst due to the edema, like the excess fluid. Like they burst.
Yeah, we heard you the first time.
Burst.
Yeah, but what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I think it's pretty deadly that I I'm still alive on it, and I'm gonna figure it out later once I'm better, maybe.
Well,
or I'll let you
do
go.
Maybe
some
somebody can
research.
explain to me what this means.
Yeah, he was tripping balls and had some Diablo hallucinations, and
Yeah, it was great.
yeah, I would say do some research in colloidal silver. I'm not no doctor,
Yeah, I'm gonna turn
obviously.
myself
I'm
blue.
just
That'd be wicked.
yeah, that's what it does, right?
There was a dude, there was a dude here that did that. I don't know if he obviously may have done it the wrong way, but he turned himself blue. We used to talk to him all the time because he was like, he'd see me wait by the bus stop and stuff, and they're like, "What happened?" And he was really smart and he was interesting to talk to, but he turned himself blue.
If I was blue, I believe I would die. But yeah, so you should. I would definitely do some research.
Hank, overdosing and taking, like how if you eat like a ton of carrots, your skin will start turning orange. Like carrots do that. Well, colloidal silver will actually do that to your skin, but it has to be a lot and over a quite long period of time.
What are the benefits?
I'm aware of Agea being the side effect. Yeah, Popper Smurf syndrome. Yeah, I've seen it, but yeah, I'm talking about you don't take medicine when you're not sick, do you?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, my research with the colloidal silver was obviously not scientific, but I can tell you the results. I used to call in with sinusitis, meaning swollen sinuses, because twice a year, when the weather changes, I would get like the sniffles that would turn into like a head cold, that would turn into like a chest cold, that would last for a couple months. Then eventually, that chest cold would kind of get to a bacteria infection, then I would get a fever and have to call in because you can't work with food with a fever. So I just started like as soon as I first started feeling the sniffles, I would just make like 10 parts per million colloidal silver with distilled water. It takes a really long time with distilled water, but I only used pure water, 4-9 silver, and glass, and a 9-volt battery. No, I nebulized it. Glass. You put the water in glass, not plastic. So after I would make it, I would just run it through a non-bleach coffee filter, get all the big chunks out of there, and I would nebulize it for like a few minutes, and then the anti-inflammation or whatever properties that silver has. I think it's antifungal, antibacterial, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, I think is what the research I did. But yeah, don't put heavy metals in your body if you're a man. We have trouble enough trying to get rid of those. I probably wouldn't put it next to my blood-brain barrier now that I kind of think about that. It was probably pretty dumb. But you know what? When I got the sniffles this past couple of years, I think I got it twice. I didn't take anything. I just kind of, embraced the fever and covered up, and my body took care of whatever the kung flu, just I was like ready for work after a couple days.
I'm surprised you don't have the flat hesitant roll claw, because that's what I remember about you is that you've always been flat hesitant, right?
I've been intentionally on the fence, it's not a disrespectful thing. It's not anything really. It's just every time I do explain it, it's just like I get dogpiled, so it's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
Like one time it got really, really bad.
I know. Well, I think it's because I remember you just kind of a professional LARPer a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, I'm sarcastic as fuck right now. Not right now, but like there's just a certain like delivery method that I do have, and sometimes I can get carried away a little bit.
And people
Yeah, I
think
got
that
delivery
is
methods too.
disingenuousness, but in
Yeah.
reality, I think it's just your personal discomfort with the topic. Is that fair?
I'm not sure. Like, it's just that it's my actually kind of like my piece with the topic because it's just like I just think that like I don't even want to get into it. I don't have the strength to get into it right now because like I'm fucking dying. But like I don't know.
Well, hey, I'm glad you didn't die, bro.
Yeah, me too. It's just like I was so close. Like the readings and stuff on the EKG and like my blood pressure and everything. I've never been so close to fucking kicking the bucket, and like it was like the dreams I was constantly having and like just the place that it put me in was super interesting. Like it wasn't fun by any means, but it was still like I can't describe how odd it was.
Oh, it does give you an altitude angle. Elijah is gone now.
Oh yeah.
You have to click sun and moon on the time and date website, and then you can actually get the angles and everything. Interesting. Oh, and then there's this. Has anybody ever seen this map? Here, I'll post it in the chat. This is interesting.
Why is
That's
Get Beget? Why is he not a goal? He's been here for a long time.
I think it is the monologuing, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, but he's smart and he knows what he's talking about.
Oh yeah,
Don't ask
it's
that
very smart.
question again ever. Don't ask that question again ever. Silver is my metal. When everyone is gonna be gold or moderator, I'm gonna still be a silver.
How dare you?
We have some guy that has joined the VC.
You talking about Midgard?
No, SUMGUI.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Sorry. Cute dog.
You see the little map thing I posted though? That's on time and date. So it would stand to reason that somebody in Norway or Sweden supposedly would not be able to see the moon at all.
Based on what?
The time and date map. It's already comments back, but
oh yeah, that one. Interesting. Yet we do.
Well, no, I'm talking about right this moment in time, right now.
Oh,
there's lots of trees.
Okay. No, I don't think I see.
Or even anybody in Europe at all. But yeah, I just took video of the sun and the moon in my sky.
Jimsy, is that what all those tags are made for your fucking account here? Jesus, dude. I never get to look at the stuff because I'm always at work. Jimsy, where did you go?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Damn, bro. Space criminal? How did you get space criminal?
He probably just kept the silly ones to himself.
I've never added any to myself, but I did take off cryptocurrency because I'm not into crypto. I was crypto curious for like a month.
Ah, gotcha. Ooh. This is my favorite. Some guy just posted this. Guys, look at the Earth.
Yeah, do you see how it's...
Dude, that is a 36C.
I just
I'm
noticed.
telling you right now, those are 36Cs right there, son.
Yeah, I was about to post the same as well. Like, what the hell is that?
Some guy you said keep going through it. I
What
mean,
kind of distortion is that? There's a bulge on the left, then slopes down like that. What the fuck?
That's pretty interesting there.
Have they explained that part, or they didn't realize they fucked up there?
I
don't know how Glober will explain that, though.
It's a China space station, apparently, allegedly.
Oh, yeah. Cameras made in China will experience it all. Yeah.
Dun dun dun! Look at that.
Yeah, it's more of a it's a B cup.
Oh my gosh! What is going on? Yeah. If you go to the 4-hour mark in the video, they start to demonstrate something. I don't know what their goal is there with.
Oh, that's an A cup. Borderline training, bro.
I mean,
we're interested in those.
Just looks worse and worse.
That last one could be a D, I think.
What the hell's happening to the shape of it?
I don't think you know what a D cup looks like.
A D cup?
That's a deep cup.
Oh, deep cup, sorry.
Yeah, D cups are deep cups.
I think I know the difference because my wife got some big ones. So.
Oh, okay.
Pear shaped. I mean,
I see your boobies and raise some ass.
I mean, it's a dynamic shape. It's not even.
Yeah, we got
a. Ooh, nice. Who made that?
I don't know. I just saw it and grabbed it one day, like a year ago.
Oh my god.
That's quite a bulge. Hey, is that why we've been using the parabola this whole time?
Let me point something else out. I'm only showing part of it, but let me show you. And I find this curious. Do you notice anything interesting about the bulge that they're showing and the other graphic right next to it?
It's all ocean.
No, look at the green line on the right side, and compare that green line to what they're showing.
Oh,
Coincidence?
there's land there, but there should be land, right?
No, that's not my point. I'm saying if you look at the green line, it's got the exact same parabolic curve as they're showing the Earth. And is that just coincidence or?
That's cool. It's like the curve you drew yesterday.
That's a quickie.
That's interesting.
Oh, and then they show you this concave. Here's a good concave wave Earth, sine wave Earth. There's a concave one.
I'm trying to say this word. Can we see the pole areolas on this Earth that we got? Oh, sorry, that wasn't good.
Pole areola.
That's a hard word to say.
Yeah. Here's another concave Earth.
I bought a laser yesterday. A really good one.
I'm telling you, green lasers are bad for you.
Oh, this one's blue.
Oh, Bucky, you said, guess what I got? And I said, what? You never answered me. It was a laser.
I know, I'm sorry. We went to bed last night. I got a couple. I got a burning laser. It's pretty strong. I don't know if it shoots any farther than the green one, but
Can
it's
someone
like
explain to
blue
me
and
what's happening to
supposedly.
the light here?
Why
Why
what
is
is
stop like half of the? It's like I see the vertical line on the left, and then
some
it's
guy
like
posted.
boxed in light portion.
Oh yeah, no, that clip that's super weird.
Yeah, this is. I mean, if the sun is, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't understand that image you shared either. That's super weird. I don't even know how you would simulate that, really.
Yeah, so many weird things happening, I would say.
Good find, some guy.
What are these videos all about? I don't understand.
I don't know. The guy named some guy posted this video link in the chat.
Chinese
some guy?
Space station. Some guy?
Some guy.
Some guy. Yeah, his name is Some Guy.
I'm not saying I don't believe. I'm saying I need more evidence. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, the pear-shaped Earth? You don't believe it? What
Yeah. Any kind of shaped Earth. I mean, give me a break, dude. You kidding me?
I'm pretty sure they have an excuse for that.
I'm sure they do.
Stack these up side by side.
Oops, I shouldn't have posted that. My bad.
There's some landmass right there. What is that?
Yeah.
China's live feed.
What a weird thing to share.
Yeah, it's a live feed, all right. It's feeding you bullshit. So full.
I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's another weird flex but okay situation. Like, is this your globe proof, some guy?
Yeah, I wanted to ask him that same question. Some guy, tell us.
What if Earth had big fat jugs?
What if Earth was a woman?
Well, a lot of
Doesn't
people
matter.
think so. Don't they say Mother Earth a whole lot?
Yep. B.O.B. in the rap song said, Mother Earth, what's your measurements?
Father Earth, Mother Earth. Yeah.
The brighter.
Nah.
Some guy's a flat earther, I think. All right, some guy, what's your 3 best proofs that the Earth is flat?
Some young.
Some young?
No, some guy.
I know we need
his mom threw down like the really big pot in the lid. Some guy. I love the joke.
Maybe we should steal a battleship from the mothball fleet and then cruise it right to the North Pole.
What's a mothball fleet?
It's a group of ships that are parked in the bay that don't get used. They're just ghost ships. They've been sitting there for years. But I would say that a battleship would be a better ship to use than a boat, right? If you're going to go to the North Pole and fight against the government or whatever you call it.
No, we're not doing any of that shit. That's stupid. I like the joke.
Well, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
No. What the fuck, bro? Why would you say some shit like that?
I'm going to build a drone to fly over.
Someone should make a GIF of this when it goes from flat to warping into a weird shape.
Yeah, when your best evidence for the globe is the pictures. So, yeah, he says, I don't believe in the globe BS, so I don't think he's a glober. So, some guy, we need to ask you, what's your best evidence
Is your
The Earth is flat.
not?
To me, space. Okay.
Fair enough.
There's your.
Yeah, morphing.
That's only one. Need two more. Never seen a cloud system span half the globe.
Oh, they had an answer. Distortion due to wide-angle camera. When someone pointed out the Earth is flat and gets progressively rounded as time goes on.
It morphs. It's changing constantly, just like reality.
Distortion. That's their answer.
Yeah.
If they weren't lying. What if they knew we were under a dome and they just don't want to tell?
When people come in here and they talk about we're going to go steal some ships, it only takes one person to agree to some shit like that, and then it's a crime.
It was a joke, too.
It just takes, yeah, but I'm just letting you know. That's why I don't like it when people say stuff like that, because it only takes one moron, agent provocateur, to come in here and go, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's go on Monday. And then it's like, oh, okay, that's not good.
Well, first of all, I doubt highly that any of those ships run. They've been there for 30, 40 years, but just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. Some guy, can you rustle up two more proofs that the Earth is flat? Or no? I'm getting tired. What am I doing awake? This is not my time. This is y'all's time. I've been hogging the mic on y'all's time, huh?
I don't know I didn't know there was prescribed or subscribed times.
Yeah, I'm a driver, so I
what's
usually
up?
have pretty solid bedtimes.
Oh, gotcha.
So when you drive for a living, you got to get good sleep. Quality. He keeps telling me I should go, so...
You're off work, though, now, aren't you?
I am right now, but I go in at 5, which is 7 hours away. So my brain's telling me to tell you guys to have a good night, but I'm going to say fuck off. Fuck off.
I hear that.
It's a bloody loop. Oh.
Does anybody know what a water weenie is?
No.
You ever heard of it? It's a piece of rubber tube that's folded over onto itself so that it forms a loop and it folds into itself, and then it's filled with water. So when you grab a hold of it, it slips out of your hand. You never heard of one of those?
Oh, I know what you're talking about now, but no, I didn't. I'm not familiar with that nickname of it.
Okay.
What was that, Rookie? I missed that then. Water rope thing.
Well, I was gonna bring up something, but I kind of came to the conclusion it wasn't really worth talking about, I guess. I was just going to say whatever, I don't know what was said, but for some reason it cued an acid experience in my mind. I remember, taking some acid when I was about 15, 16. I remember we walked up this hill, this big old mountain like hill. And at the very top, there was this house that was abandoned, and it was all spray painted. Kids had gone up there and destroyed it. And there was like a trailer, like a travel trailer that was attached to the side of the house. It was like part of it. And I was sitting at the table in this little, like trailer that was attached to this house. And I saw this floating water weenie in front of my head, right in front of my face. And it just kept folding into itself. And I kept thinking to myself, what is that? Like, why? What am I seeing? And it scared me. It made me cry. And I was like, because it terrified me. I couldn't stop seeing it. It was like following me everywhere. And then yesterday or the day before, somebody was talking about something about GHB or whatever the heck it is, and how when you trip on that, like you see certain things. And I thought to myself, maybe what I saw there was actually something comparable to the things people talk about. But I remember it scared the crap out of me. Like it was like time itself was folding into itself. It was kind of weird. Like, I know it sounds crazy. I am crazy, but it's for some reason it keeps popping into my head. Sorry.
Oh, that makes sense. On acid, I've seen things like that on acid when I was a kid. 15, 16-year-old, seeing weird fractal things or weird shapes, that geometric weirdness.
But like yesterday or day before, I watched this video about like what dimensions are. And when they explained what the fifth dimension was, it dawned on me that I might have been seeing something physical. Like something was coming through from another dimension. I don't know. Maybe I'm just nuts. Maybe it was just one
Are
of
you
those
saying
things.
you found a way to tap into the fifth dimension?
I'm saying I might have seen a fifth dimension entity is what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Would it be that crazy? Considering we live in a ball spinning millions of miles an hour through space, I mean, you would think that wouldn't even be hard to grasp.
Not under the influence of LSD either. Wouldn't be crazy.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, you pretty much expect anything in that scenario.
I have a question for those of you that have been around here a while. When someone DMs you and wants to interview you, what does that mean?
Ask you
Like, should I
questions.
be afraid of that? I mean, but like, I know, but normally people just be like, "Can I ask you a question?" They don't say, "Can I interview you?"
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out whether I should respond to this or just ignore it.
there's a lot of kids that are doing class projects and using Discord as their method.
Oh, okay. Well, that would explain a lot, I guess. I guess I could ask him. Well, because I asked him, "Why do you want to interview me for?" and he didn't answer me. So
yeah,
I was just kind of like curious if you've ever got anything like that.
I have,
Whatever.
and I've played along several times.
Yeah. Challenge your inner QE and just go full force on the kid.
Oh, there's the water weenie. I see it now. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like attached to itself. You grab a hold of it, it slips out of your hands. But when I had that experience, that's what I saw floating in the air. It was like something like that, but it was like time. It's like literally the things I was seeing was morphing into it, kind of like a black hole. It was just weird. I don't know. It scared the crap out of me. It's the only time I ever had a bad trip. Of course, I only tried acid 3 or 4 times, but so I don't know. I don't know why I brought it up. I just thought it's just strange to me. There's just all this stuff that seems to be coming. It's like somebody's cueing me or stabbing me with a stick going, hey, there's something here you need to learn about. But for some reason, I can't seem to figure out what it all is supposed to mean. It's one of those things. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again.
Truth is Stranger Than Fiction has quite a few videos on the topic of multidimensionality stuff, and of course, all of it finds its origin in the mystery school religions.
I don't know about all that, but it seems to me like it matches up with something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. But
it literally does match up with the mystery school religions, and as carried through time
do you
in the
think
book
that
of
if you learn
Zohar.
something from a mystery school, that would make it evil or make it bad? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just because there's been a lot of people that talk about this a lot. I'm just curious what you think. So anyway, what I was going to say something else. So according to a video I watched, of course this is just a video, it's just YouTube, but this guy's telling me that a fourth dimension being, if a fourth dimension being passed through our three dimensions and we saw it, it would appear to start out as a small dot and grow to its full size and then drop back down the same way. And I thought, well, isn't that what we do? Do we not start as a single cell and then grow into something big and then dwindle back down to nothing? Maybe we are fourth dimensional beings in a three-dimensional world. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. And of course, I always get crickets.
I'm just processing that one. My brain hasn't woken up today, so I'm struggling with the
No, dead seriously
with
though.
the deeper kind of.
Think about it. I mean, it's kind of strange, right? Like, it's kind of like weird how things like that pop into your head. I don't know. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe it's just senselessness. But usually, when something's tingling in my head, there's a reason. So I'm wanting, like somebody's pushing me, or should I say, something is pushing me.
Who knows, man? Could be anything.
Yeah, it could be.
I got
the
a
next
call
time you
right.
see a little dot floating in the air, then you'll know what.
If you haven't established the cause of it, then we don't know where the effect's coming from. Did that ring in? No.
I heard you, but I don't know. Maybe I'm confused.
No, I'm just saying. So we don't know. So we don't know what's causing it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's true.
But I hear you.
I don't know. It just that was weird. That when I heard him explaining that, I was like, wow, that's profound. Like, because we start out as a single cell, right? Supposedly.
How?
And then we grow into. I mean, it's just kind of strange, right? Like it's like describing what a human being was, and I was like, wow, that's profound, right?
You're talking about evolution now, or evolution? No.
No, I'm talking about. It was explained that if you were, if you, we have three dimensions. We have up, right? We have Z, and then we have X and Y, right? So we have three dimensions. But if a fourth dimension being entered the third dimension, what would it look like? And the guy explained that it would look like something very, very small growing into something big. Like if they came into our realm, they would appear to just grow from a very small little point, and then it would just get bigger and bigger until they were fully in the world, and they would exit the same way. And I thought to myself, well, that's the way a human being enters the world, is it not? As a single cell, and it grows into a whole body, and then as the body degrades, it goes back down to nothing, right? That it kind of makes sense. It kind of fits together. Maybe I'm nuts, but just. All right, fine. I won't talk anymore.
Sorry, I don't have anything to add. I'm not familiar with this area.
Maybe I should post the video.
Hmm. Could look into it. Maybe. Some short clip maybe to explain the whole thing, how it looks like, or could possibly look like.
Mic check.
I hear you.
So found something pretty cool while I was not going to bed. Old World Boston, oldest aerial photograph of America. So I think about a week or so ago I said that there would be like satellite images from the Civil War. So I think this is the oldest one, according to this guy. 1860. Look at Boston. This is all like masonry. This is like after the fire, right? But apparently, what they're saying is that the records go back to like the 1700s, and the fire department says that they had, and this I haven't checked into this. This is all preliminary. Take it with a grain of salt. But they had castles on hills like back in the day. So this this whole Tartarian thing, it kind of makes me think of like the Atlantis time period, when there was like not that long ago, like a period of time where technology was like abounding, like really, really stepping it up. And then somehow something happened to where like a really small group of people took control of everything. And I'm like wondering, how did this happen? Like, how did we become so domesticated? Because we're supposed to be like, let me just say that we have so much potential, like as mankind, to like be so much more wild and living off the land, but we're like we're like herded into these cities, just like we're herded into these like websites, in the news. Like, I don't know, it's really weird, man. Like, how do we come to this? Like, imagine what we would be like if we weren't domesticated. Because when you domesticate wolves, right, their brains get smaller, like their shoulders and muscles and stature, they get smaller and cuter. And it's like, okay, well, I've seen, images of women in the past, and, they look a lot cuter, but is that like the only benefit? I mean, like the women today are beautiful, right? And the women of the past, not as beautiful, but imagine what, you know, like a full on Amazon woman would look like. Like a 6'2" goddess, like hunting in the Amazon. I don't know. I want to meet some wild people. Like, I want to go, like, not Amish. I mean, like, completely undomesticated, like, living off the land. Government, what's that? Oh, you mean the elders? Like, oh no, they're just there to, like, tell us what to do if we need their help. They're not, like, regulating our everyday lives. Like, oh, did you know you had a brake light out? Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for telling me. Oh, that'll be like $350. What? Like, you couldn't just, like, tell me? Like, you're gonna make me pay you money? Like, you couldn't just be like, hey, neighbor, your brake light's out. Like, no, you gotta go to court. What? Why? For a bulb? I don't know. Maybe I'm delusional. It's late or early, whatever.
The Sentinelese people would be the ideal group that you'd be looking for, but they kill everybody that comes to visit.
Can you blame them?
No, I didn't say I blamed them.
I mean,
just a word of warning if you plan on going there.
Well, can't you speak to the chief?
No, you can't. You can't even make it to the island, apparently.
Parlay?
Yeah, right. Well, you'd have to speak their language, which is, no less than 700 years of distortion of the origins of some form of Tagalog or Hindi or something. So it's off the coast of not quite India. Let me see where it is. It's off the coast of Singapore, maybe?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like if you go to Singapore and you commit a crime, they'll like kill your ass or cane you to death or yeah. Singapore's kind of weird like that too.
Sentinel.
But that definitely explains them like trying to kill everybody that comes over there. Like Singapore's government is so strict. They're just like, nah, fuck all that. We ain't doing that.
It is near the Andaman Islands, which are west of Myanmar and Thailand.
Sentinelese. So
Yeah.
it's like the Matrix, the Sentinels.
Oh gosh.
They'll come after you.
So I'll post a dot. These are the people. They're right there.
Can you blame them though?
And here's what's weird about that island is this is the best we got. Remember, we have satellites that can view the maker's mark on a penny, right? Right? That's what we can do with our satellites. And this is the best imagery we have of North Sentinel Island, of course. Because that makes sense. Because we have satellites that can look at the head of a penny.
Yeah, because we've had satellites since the Civil War.
Here's a zoomed in portion of the island. Pretty. As you zoom around, though, there's no apparent structures at all.
Wild, man.
There's not even cleared areas where you would expect them to be using, like cutting trees down to burn for fire.
Man, I just wonder how many missionaries they roasted.
At least there was the dude from 2016 that tried to go. They
Yeah, what a weird way to commit suicide.
Yeah.
He could have at least donated his body to science. Instead, he died of ooga booga. I mean, what if this is like the last of natural man? And they're just fighting and dying to preserve it. Like, anybody comes here, you know, I wish a bitch would. You know?
That has actually crossed my mind.
Or what if this is just one of many and they're all over the world? And, you know, it's like, don't start no shit, there won't be no shit.
We're in a training simulation. Come on.
You know, I kind of think that's God's plan. Like, I really do think this is like the testing grounds. Like,
Yeah,
if I'm going to hang out
it makes
for
a lot more
eternity,
sense than we just accidentally happened, right?
yeah, like if we're going to hang out for eternity because you're a light being, I'm going to put you in a meat suit and see if you're a dickhead or not. And then if you're a dickhead, you know, poof. Never mind. Like, oh, was that hot? Did that burn? Shouldn't have been a dick. You're gone now.
It's always curiosity's always gotten me that it seems to be pointing that we're being trained to accomplish something, to be given a gift. Like you said, you know, maybe we're being tested to see if we can handle the next step. Maybe the next step is controlling our own realm. Who knows? I mean, what's the likelihood?
Maybe the next step is to govern ourselves with a new body that is capable of like so much more. Because you guys remember, you remember Noah, that movie, that shitty movie with, what's his name? The Australian actor. Are you not entertained? The bar fighter actor, what's his name? Shit. Anyway, in Noah, the fallen angels, they were like light beings, and then when they got cast down to earth, they were like all covered in mud and rocks and shit, and they were no longer light beings. They were like rock creatures.
Golems.
Like Grignag. That Tim Allen movie, Space Quest. Never give up. Never surrender. Grignag. Rock. I love that movie, by the way. So it's like we're kind of like that. We literally are covered in
I like
rock.
Mars
Like, oh, yeah. Jack Black in that movie. Oh, shit was funny. He was so hyped up. He was so ready to go to war. Anyway, yeah. So it's South Carolina. Hell no, you answer. I don't know anybody from South Carolina. Shit, what was it? Oh yeah, like our meat suit. It's like a cybernetic carbon based life form meat suit, and it's like when I look at my hand, it's like I know that I got all this stuff, and like I got chromium and iron and silicon and like all these different minerals. Like my hand is like a rock. Like if I punch something, I can break it just like a sledgehammer. It's like I'm looking at my hand. It's like, what is this fucking thing? Is this mine? It's like, is this me? No, it's not me. What is it? It's like a tool. Like, okay, what am I gonna do with it? Oh, I can use it to like manifest thought into reality and it like make ripples and waves and manipulate like the 3D world. And it's like, but I know that I'm a light being. Like when I see like a Hindu man, I don't think to myself, you foreigner, go home. I think to myself, like, I see the emergent being like in you, right? Just like I hope you see the emergent being in me. Like I'm not just, the white devil, right? I'm a light being, right? And there's this little place right in between my two hemispheres. And, that's where I exist. That's I when I say I'm coming or I'm on my way or I'll be there by 5, maybe a little after because I procrastinate too much. But it's like, what is this thing, this meat suit? What the fuck is it? It's like, how did I get this? Did I ask for this? And I got a pretty good model
was a
too.
gift.
I'm sorry for monologuing, but yeah, I'm still looking at my hand. Do you guys ever like look at your hand? Just fucking look at your hand. And what the fuck is this thing? It's like I got webbed fingers up until the last 3 digits. And then I got these phalanges that are really good for like making tools and manipulating tools and then I got the opposing thumbs. Like, oh, that's really fucking handy because if I didn't have that thumb, I couldn't wrestle. And so many other things. It's like I can grab stuff with this and I can like put it where I want it. Like I remember I moved into a rent house one time and there was like crystals everywhere in the backyard. And I was just like digging them all up and put them in one spot so I could have like my little Zen garden. And it's like all that work and heavy lifting. And finally I got my little Zen garden afterwards. And it's like, look what I've done. It's like I did this with my own hands. It's like, look at my Zen now.
Zen? What's that?
It's a great question.
It's Yeah, Zen is what you might call like not too happy, not too sad, not too angry. Right? Just right there in the middle path, like the Buddhist talks about. So it's what you might call maintaining your composure.
So neutral.
Or
To be neutral, not
yeah, not excited, because when you get excited, you lose something.
It's true.
When you get too angry,
emotions take over.
yeah. So when you have Zen, it's like nobody can take it from you. You can only give it away. But if you let them control you, right, the trolls will control you if you allow them. Like earlier, I think I got triggered a little bit. I got Emma.
All you have to do
Ego.
to trigger this damn chat is to say something about Mandela effect or something. You start one every time.
I asked Matthew last night. I said, "What is it? What is it like working for the Mandela department, where you get to go around and change the definition of words?" I should have asked him what it was like to be part of the
I heard
Ministry
that.
of Truth.
And he was like,
Like
huh?
the Ministry of Truth.
He totally didn't get what you were talking about. I thought it was quite funny.
What's it like being part of the Ministry of Truth, where you get to change the definition of words? Do they actually believe? They can't believe that flat means curved. They just have to work with
When I heard him
stupid
say that, I
arguments
was
because
like
that's all they got.
dumbfounded. I was like, my head snapped. I went, what the hell did he just say?
I think they've heard it.
We mean flat by it. What? The Earth is pear shaped. You dumbass! God
How old are
damn,
you,
people are
Rookie?
stupid.
How old
48
are you,
years
Rookie?
old.
All right, so you've been around this for about 50 cycles. You've been here for about 50 cycles in the sun,
Something
right?
like
And
that. Close enough.
have you ever heard someone refer to flat being curved?
Not in my entire
Before.
life until yesterday. The first time I ever heard anybody actually say that and mean.
It came up when they were talking about horizontal and what level meant, and that's when they started saying that level and flat and straight were curved. It's
just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ask them what word we can use to describe something that's like a mirror surface, and they don't have a word for it. And then get them to say, well, if flat means curved, then say the Earth is flat. Say it. If it means curved, just say it. And they can't do it. They got to do all this mental gymnastics and verbal judo to try to
Well, they
find
can't
a
do it
way out
because
of it.
that will literally leave them hanging with no argument. You got to start thinking about it. I mean,
yeah, this is their only
when you know
argument.
you're lying and you're trying to cover your ass, I mean, you'll reach for anything, right? Like you'll reach to any kind of place or anywhere. You'll even try to throw it on somebody else. You know, yeah. I mean, it's what we do. It's like a human trait, but I'm not sure that you know what I mean, right?
Hey, Vlad, are you Vlad from Canada?
Yes. Oh no. You've been on my streams a number of years ago. We talked, Hank, and I was listening last night, and that was an awesome conversation. I just wanted to say that, and yeah, I've been thinking about this whole curved flat thing, and it's absolutely hilarious. But it reminds me of how all these Globers used to say that flat earthers had cognitive dissonance. And it's like, how the hell do we have it when we're open? Our mind is open to another idea and exploring that idea, and actually turning our whole world literally upside down, and embracing this new idea. So to me, that's what they're doing is they're the ones that has cognitive dissonance, because they latch onto that idea of being a globe and will not let go for nothing. They're doing everything they can to keep that thing round.
Yeah, it's called scientific orthodoxy, right? It's like a married bachelor. They don't go together.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I actually fell asleep listening to you last night, and I was going to say something last night, but the conversation was going, and I just didn't want to jump in and interrupt with I don't know.
In other words, I was hogging the mic.
No, you were talking to who was it? Was it
Matthew.
my? Yeah, Matthew. I'm sorry. Yeah, Matthew.
Matthew never learns.
Yeah, it's and I haven't been around. I mean, I'm going to be a flat earther till the day for the rest of eternity, actually, I'd say. But I just kind of backed away from it for a while. I just to me it just became a moot conversation because it's like it was just all the back and forth stuff, and I was like, okay, I know where I stand, on a flat stationary surface. I don't need to get involved in all this debates and stuff like that. But I came back and it's interesting to see where everything still stands. Which I'm glad it's not all yelling and screaming anymore. It's more just normal discussions but yeah, they just won't even consider it, and that's the crazy part. They won't even consider it being flat, other than the whole curved flat thing. And who was it? That talks about doing the 300 feet thing.
What, the villain of 300 feet?
Yeah, the marking 300 feet and makes but the levels and stuff, surveying.
Oh, yeah, I went to, I have this thing where I say, if you ask a Glober how to prove the Earth is flat, they'll tell you to look at the sun, moon, and stars, and eclipses and shadows of whales. So I went to Panda's server and I said, how do you prove the Earth is flat? And they showed me like two theodolites looking at each other at half a mile away. And they were like, see, there's the curvature. And I was like, where? And they were like, see, the theodolite's not pointed at the other theodolite. And they're both level. And I said, what about angular size? And they were like, basically dismissing that, right? Like things don't shrink when they get smaller. So apparently at half a mile, they measured curvature with theodolites, they think.
But you can't see it from a plane.
Does a woman with big hair, does her hair appear to get smaller the further she gets away?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right, so objects appear to shrink with distance. So wouldn't the theodolite appear smaller? And then if the other theodolite was level, wouldn't it kind of be pointing above it because it's shrinking in apparent size? So, they got some weird proofs, like, oh, what's your best proof, that the Earth isn't flat? Well, flat means curved. Oh, that's all you got? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and because when I came out here to Mobile, I'm originally from Phoenix, and I came out to Mobile. I was doing concrete with my brother-in-law and my nephews, and we used a lot of laser levels. And I was, he even talked up because he became a flat earther and stuff once I started telling him about it, and he's saying, "Yeah, man," because I know about this flat thing because of the laser levels and stuff like that. And I was thinking, yeah, and I was looking it up, and they have ones that you go 1,000 feet, and it's a laser, so you don't have to worry about looking through the little hole to find, your the little hairline mark and stuff like that, and they laser, and that stuff is pretty freaking accurate. And I think the farthest we went was like 600 feet. And but they have ones that go to 2,000. And but yeah, that laser, it's dead on. I mean, because they have a little beep thing, and then when you can fine tune it if you need it, 1/4 inch too high, or because you always have a slope with concrete, so you want to go lower than your actual level. So I fully understand what I can't remember his name on here. I don't see him in here. So but yeah, I'm like, I want to be part of this because I know exactly what we need to do, and there would be no deviation from it at all either. And also, I was thinking about the whole flat curve thing. I think what they're thinking is like the whole Kansas argument is I think they're taking take a bowling ball and then you get a belt sander and just keep sanding in one spot, and there's your flat curve. But they don't realize if it's like that, once you're outside of that area, the slope or the angle would be even more pronounced. You would see it even more from a distance because it would drop off immediately.
If it was like next to the salt flat, there would be like a place near the edge of the salt flat that would be like, whoa, there it is, there it is.
Yeah, you would see it. You would totally see it. So yeah, their whole flat curve thing is just I was literally in tears last night laughing about that actually.
Dude, that's all they got at this point. What else do they got? What other argument do they got? We've taken it all away from them. So at the point that they're at, right, they have to say something. They can't just, silence is acquiescence, right? So what do they got left? Semantical arguments that don't make any sense?
Well, they have the non-tangible, that things like the sun, moon, and stars. And the supposed planets, but we know those are wandering stars.
It's more so. I cut right in. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Can you say something about that?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's more so the proclamation that flat cannot exist, and therefore everything is curved, even when we call it flat. That's really what they're saying. To represent what they're saying as fairly as possible, they are merely proclaiming that flat can't exist as an axiom, with the presupposition that Earth is a ball, and therefore anything that's called flat is also curved, even though it's really flat. And really what they should be saying is they should be avoiding the word flat and be using the word smooth, or smooth across a surface rather than flat, if they really wanted to be accurate with the way that they're representing things. But they're co-opting a word that isn't accurate.
Oh yeah, because they want to totally get rid of the whole flat idea.
Isn't everyone going to see right through this, how pathetic it is?
Oh yeah, hopefully eventually they will.
Anybody who heard the conversation last night must have been like scratching their head going, this dude is a professor? And the other guy's a dropout? What? Like, how's one guy a high school dropout, like schooling this professor on what flat means? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm not like, I don't know. I'm not like your average dropout, but I'm certainly no professor.
And that's another thing we got to remember too, is that these people that are in higher places, not the ones that are being paid millions of dollars to push this nonsense out there. The ones that are like just the average professor, they put how much he say, almost $50,000 in his education, so he can't just let that go. He can't let that go overnight. You got to remember that part too. They're so caught into it, like, this is what I was taught. This is what I was taught. I paid all this money because this is what I was taught. So it's going to be hard for people like that to just let it go. We got to remember. I was thinking about that a couple of years ago, and I feel it still holds true. They're not going to just let it go overnight, but they do need to be open minded, though.
Well, let me recant. I want to say I probably am like most dropouts who were like, "This is bullshit. I'm out of here." So let me go ahead and change that. I'm probably just like every other dropout.
That was me in high school. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm out of here.
Yeah, so that conversation last night, I kind of feel like it needs to be like captured, and I'm not going to do it because I'm lazy, but I kind of think it needs to be like examined. Like, hey, can we get a second opinion? Like, is there another like professor around that we can talk to? Because I kind of feel like if I went to like 100 people, right, they would all say that flat means like a mirror. And if I ask them, like, does it mean like a basketball or like a mirror? And I think that only these people, these anti-flat earthers, have the most extreme mass formation psychosis. They could even utter such words that flat means curved.
Yeah, and it's like they're collectively, went against this whole thing, and I guess they're feeding off of each other and whatever it is, and then because I've been noticing, like I said, I just barely started looking at all the flat earth stuff probably about a week and a half ago, and looking at some videos and the anti and all this stuff like that, and they have the same thing, and it's newer versions of it, but obviously it's still the same thing because it's just attacking it and like, no way, you guys are crazy. There's no, this, but they're, like they said, the flat curve thing is out there. It's not just a couple of people. It's like, it's all around. It's like, what the heck? Like how do you figure that one?
Man, I'm at the point to where like the debate's over, right? The only
Yeah.
reason I'm still here is for when new people come in. I like to explain things simply so that people can get it. Like once you take away gravity and you show them that it's all about relative density between the objects and the medium they're in, right? This is going to cause
Yeah.
things to go up or go down. So why did your cell phone fall? Well, because it's denser than the atmosphere. Would you think the gas was going to hold it up? No. Right? Your cell phone's made of technology rocks. So it's pretty dense. It's going down. I mean,
Yeah.
anybody can be like, anybody. I mean, name somebody that couldn't get that. Like who? Only
Yep.
anti-flat earthers. They're the
Yeah.
only ones that are not capable of receiving that.
They can't get it because they believe that if they were to go somewhere else, everything would float.
Yeah, that's what they've been taught with the whole moon crap. It being like a fourth of the Earth's atmosphere, and it causes that bouncy. Everybody's been brainwashed that for 52 years now. Well, actually, before, well, did they do that in movies? That's the weird thing. If you notice, I remember watching a lot of the old space movies, when it became Flat Earther in 2015, because I was never really into that beforehand. And they never showed the whole bouncy thing in all the movies. But they did say they had gravity defying or gravity boots and stuff like that. There was a few movies like that. But other than that, they were just normally walking. It wasn't until the moon landing where they started really pushing the bouncy, floaty stuff.
Vlad, you said you knew me from before. Where did you know me at? And what was your name?
I had Vlad, original Flat Earth Outcast, and my other channel, the one serious channel, was Flat Steel Earth. That's the channel I had, and you used to come on. I think I was on that one a couple times. You came on about 3 or 4 times, and you had been in the chat. And I'm trying to remember, because I started into everybody online, like doing stuff was on FreeChan, and who else was around? And there was the Jim Panda stuff. Was it Jim Panda? Yeah, there was the Jim Panda hangouts and stuff like that. But you came on mine a few times during that time. Because I remember talking to you about the whole Hank Hill, and you were telling me the area you were from. Everybody sounds like that, which is the whole Hank Hill character. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it. You explained that to me because I was like, you sound exactly like this guy. You're like, this is just the way I talk. I was like, okay, cool.
Well, I
But
do
yeah,
apologize. I got brain damage. I played a lot of combat sports and boxing and football and did a bunch of stupid shit. So I don't remember you, bro. I gotta be honest.
Okay, that's fine. We say it's only a few times we talked.
I have a problem with names. I just can't remember names.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I was. It was during that time. I remember being on a lot of stuff with the Jim Panda and him. Just his crazy ass.
Yeah, this was like 6 years ago, probably.
No, it's about 3 years ago. About 3 years
Okay,
ago.
2017, 18 circuit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I should search my memory for that timeline because you said free chance. So.
Yeah, it was a little bit after that, but it was during that little same time frame. But yeah, I didn't get hurt my feelings if you don't remember me. I would just say we have talked before.
Okay, cool.
I knew.
Well,
And the only way I really got in here was when I got interrogated. I'd say I got interrogated. I felt like I was being interrogated, and then I was telling him that I knew. Oh God, who is it? The one that has it on the Helioskeptic.
Yeah.
Because he used to be on my channel a lot. Now he can be on his, but that during that same time frame. He totally remembers me. but I talked to him a lot more than I did you. But I started telling him that the 3 guys I was talking to get into the whole Discord here. As soon as I started telling them stuff about Helioskeptic, like, okay, you're good. Like, you must know.
He was my
what Pito is.
Yeah, he was my end too. I had a lot of trouble when I first came here. Like I came here like 6 months, And they were like, click on the lobby. And I was like, clicking on every fucking word on the fucking thing. And I wasn't really smart enough to get in. So I came back like 6 months later, and I think somebody let me in. I think it was Helio. He was like, yeah, you're on the fence, right? I was like, yeah. He's like, all right, you're good to go. It's like, oh, that was easy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they were telling me the same thing, and I was like, "What the heck?" So I'm like sitting there that all the different stuff, which is kind of cool. But I was like, when you're trying to find something to be able to get in, it's like, where the heck do I go? And there was just a whole list of things. I was like, what the heck? And then I finally found
None
it.
of them were white. None of them. You couldn't click on none of them. It was like, you don't have permission. You don't have permission. You don't have permission.
Yeah. Yeah, no permission. Yeah, the only one you have permission to is the one they're telling you to go to. That's the one you're like, hey, no permission. Okay, there you go. Like, oh, okay, this is it.
Yeah, man. Helio and I, we go back to like 2015. I remember conversations that him and I had. We were talking about the fallen angels and stuff, and he had some other guy with him with a southern accent. And I specifically remember those conversations because they were cool. And I remember a lot of people from Free Chan. Every once in a while, they'll pop back up. There was a lot of cool people like sharing so much information. Like
Yeah.
Kenny has a YouTube channel. Flat Earth Dude. There was a lot of cool people in there. A lot of
Oh,
cool
that's who
people.
that is?
Yeah, Flat Earth Dude. He's got a YouTube channel, and
Yes, I remember.
he goes live with his friends.
Cool. Okay, I remember Flat Dude. I was just like right when I stopped doing it because I started doing live streams and just pointing the camera and I would just say some crazy title and this camera would just sit there. And I remember he would come in every once in a while and then I would go into his and then there was also the flat because I had flat steel Earth and then somebody else had a flat Earth still. And it was like kind of like the two were reversed, and it was kind of funny. So we would just go back and forth to each other's thing. Well, I didn't know it. If it's the same flat Earth dude, I remember him, but I didn't know it was that guy, Kenny. I didn't know. I think well, if it's the same one I'm thinking of
Yeah.
during the free
Yes.
chan stuff. I remember him. I didn't know that was. I didn't connect those two. That was towards the end of when I just kind of walked. I didn't walk away because I was anti flat Earth. I was just like I was just this. I didn't see no reason to get involved in all the arguing. I didn't want to do all the arguing and all that stuff and the whole supposed debates. I was just like, I just want to, learn some stuff and and talk to people about that and not sit there and argue back and forth with these glow earthers.
Yeah, during the 2016, 17, 18 circuit, I wasn't online a whole lot. I was mostly playing video games and doing research, but I did like try to go hang out with the normies and try to show them like what's going on with the Federal Reserve, 9/11, flat Earth, cosmology, and all the bullshit they've been feeding us, the Titanic, the Federal Reserve Act, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, all that stuff.
Hey, and there's the Illuminati. Perfect timing.
Illuminati.
Ancestral family of baby eating. Whoa, I probably shouldn't read that. Even though it's true.
I am your parent.
You're my parent.
I am your parent. You are my child. All hail.
It's possible.
Yeah, I used to always say, who was I used to talk crap to all the time? Oh, Nathan Oakley. For some reason he annoys me. He just annoys the crap out of me, so I always say shit to him. And then I find out he's still doing stuff. I didn't even know he was still doing stuff.
Debates.
Yep. I seen that the other day. I was like, what the heck? But you can't say nothing in his chat. You said you have to be a subscriber. I'm like, that's pretty lame. Alrighty, yeah, I just wanted to come in and say hi to everybody, and say hi to you, Hank. And I'll probably jump in here and there. I'll jump in every once in a while. I'm gonna get some. I just woke up about 20 minutes ago, or half hour ago, and I get something to eat. All right,
Yeah,
later,
get some
everybody.
coffee. Peace.
Yeah.
Easy, blood.
Old friends. Cool. But yeah, that conversation last night with Matthew, I can't stop reliving it because it's like he's trying to say it with a straight face that flat means curved, and that's their only argument at this point. What other arguments are they making other than that one? The sun rises in the east, therefore the earth is a globe, a flat globe.
Last night I was watching a video about rockets, and like you need the air or something like that, to push the rocket. But when you do it in space, there's nothing, so the rocket shouldn't move. It's so stupid, and people don't think about it.
Yeah, we were making that argument in 2015. Next thing you know, 2019 comes around, and now the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. And it's like, well, really? Because when you went in 69 and 72, it was a vacuum. You haven't been back since, but now you know that it's in Earth's atmosphere? How do you know that? Like, how do they know?
We destroyed the technology. Now we can't go back.
But the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Take our word for it.
We will
'Cause you
send
gotta have,
Elon Musk to save humanity.
or you could just send Elon some deodorant. He could change his last name.
Have you ever read the book about Werner von Braun? Von Braun? I don't know the name. The one where he
Werner
speaks
von
about.
Braun. Nope.
Yeah, I tried to read it, but it's so long, and I just lost interest. I just wanted to see where he mentioned Elon Musk or Elon and the guy going to Mars or something, just to see if he was predicted or something, or invented or whatever. I never reached that part.
The world's a stage.
Facts.
Flat and
Ends
level.
up being like I think it's like, well, of course the Illuminati, but other than that, like the people in control, it's like you have a rank, there's people with more control, and there are people below them, etc. And like the masses are like 99 or yeah, like 99% or 95% or something, and it's like 1% of them, or like 5% of those 95% are aware, right? Only aware that at least one conspiracy, or aware of a few things wrong. Like they listen to alternative media at least, and 1% of like the whole 100%, or at least like no actually like 0.1% of the whole 100% are awake. That's different. That's something different. They don't only know about alternative facts, but they know that they understand that they're expected to know about alternative facts. Like they understand it's a whole system. And people, it's usually a time thing. When you start, you're aware. After a few years, you're awake, something like that. And this whole thing is expected. The system is not. I mean, if you're gonna make a whole system based on deceiving people, you should expect some people to awake. And we're here because we're awake or aware, most of us. So, yeah.
Well, I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, but the way I understand it is we don't know the numbers. The numbers that they provide us are going to be extremely skewed in their favor, propaganda-wise. And
Yeah, like
they're
if you
going to tell
interview
us.
100 people, man, like if you interview 100 people on the streets, about one person will like at least understand or have questioned it, just out of the people on the street.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
right. I made a
questioned a
friend the other
conspiracy
day.
alternative media.
I got. Oh, what's today? I made 2 friends this week. I was just talking about how I don't like people. I don't want to make friends. I don't. I'm not the friendly type, or I'm friendly, but I don't really like hanging out with people. But I made 2 friends this week, and one of them I
Truthers.
definitely want to. Well, I don't really see
Like,
how
do
a
they get
Native
offended?
American.
Like, do they get offended if you talk about flat Earth?
Let's hear the rest of the story.
One of them's a Native American, and I seriously doubt he's going to be offended if I talk about truth. The other one, I can't really tell his descent. Maybe he's Spanish or black or something. But yeah, he was the one really open-minded about the flat Earth, and he asked for my number. And the other guy asked me to come to his birthday party, and then got really excited when he found out that I was part Native and played the bass.
Hank turns out to be a social butterfly.
Well,
I'm just joking, man. I'm just joking with
yeah,
you.
because I haven't hung out with somebody, man, in like years.
It's
I can't remember.
tough.
I mean, yeah, because people suck.
Listen, even hanging out with my own brother after like 35 years was so bizarre. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I like hearing people's stories. I don't know. I think there's a lot more of that to come. I think we're all going to be able to meet each other. I hope it's before we get to the broad highway.
The broad highway?
Yeah. On the way
What
to
is
the
that,
other
death?
side. On the way
Oh,
to the
okay,
other
gotcha.
side. Mhm.
Yeah, metaphor.
I think it's easier when you're making friends as a kid because like nobody cares. People just do whatever they want. They're not offended, Kids are not offended as easily, so they're like social, very social. But when you grow up, everything turns serious, and it's life. That's not how life should be. It should be chill.
Yeah, screw that.
Yeah, like Kenny, man. If you're not having fun, you're not doing it right.
Damn right.
Yeah, so Saturday morning, I'm gonna go hang out with the guy. I can't remember his name. He said, "Yeah, come back Saturday morning. This is the res." It's like, bring your bass. I got some amps. I haven't played in so long. I should probably practice for a few days. Or I'm gonna be over there with no calluses. He's gonna be like, "What's wrong with you, brother?" I'm like, I ain't got no calluses, man. I'm bleeding. You know how it is.
Sounds like you're talking about guitar playing or something.
Yeah, I guess you don't really need a whole lot of calluses, but when I play bass, I'm not just like a rhythm bass player. I try to do some ad lib and space fillers and a little bit of funk.
Yeah, there's so much you can do. Listen, your ability to endure pain can overcome that until you're able to develop the calluses again.
Yeah.
Just make believe that it's not hurt. That'll work for a little while. It
Bass is
does
a
get
cool
to a point.
instrument.
It gets to a point early on where you cannot continue. If you could do it 10 minutes a day, that's good.
Yeah, I've used super glue in the past. Ruins your strings. But yeah, man, when I was younger, I spent a lot of time slapping the bass. That was my first, like, therapy. Like that's when I really learned to like hone in my Zen, because when when you're playing an instrument, like your brain is like so focused on your left hand getting the note right, on your right hand getting the rhythm right, and then like marrying it together to the drums, and then watching the guitar so you can play the right chord and get the right note on the root note based on the chord, and then it's like
Yeah.
you're so focused, like you can't be pissed off. And then six string, that's so hard. I still
Yeah,
can't do a bar chord.
More notes, right?
it's tuned the same way as mine, right? On a 6-string bass, right?
Well, I have a 5-string bass now. I used to play a 6-string Ibanez back when I was like 18 and doing the garage band.
So you're tuned to E A D G B.
No, it was DEADGB.
Interesting. It's like a drop D.
Yeah, yeah. Instead of making it a B, instead of like having to tune it back, I would just make
Yeah.
it my drop D.
Yeah, gotcha.
So
that's cool.
I tuned it up to D, and we played like really heavy metal, like really, really, like influenced by bands like Mudvayne, Metallica, Pantera.
Oh, Pantera, nice. I like Pantera. They're my
Yeah,
favorite
that's
band.
our lead singer sounded a lot like that guy, and he could hit those notes, those
Bill
really hard.
Anselmo.
That's funny. I lived in
Yeah.
LA through all those years and all of those bands, from punk rock all the way up to not the 90s.
And I was influenced by like Primus and Flea and the guy from Mudvayne, who I don't know his name, but you know those different bass players, because I didn't really like fill the norm.
Mm-hmm. I liked Primus back then. I like that strange, that weird sound. That like I incorporated some of that with my playing back in those days. Started learning these weird scales, just really strange, augmented and diminished scales, like 2-note scales, 3-note scales.
I just remember playing Mudvayne and going like, how are these guys playing so fast? Like so fast, man. Playing so fast. But yeah, those were good times. Couldn't keep a drummer.
Yeah, see, you guys are a little bit younger than me, so by the time that music came out, I was older. Well, at least by years.
I remember the first time I ever heard Mudvayne. It was Mudvayne Dig. And I was like, whoa. Like, whoa. And then like shortly after that, like I heard the remix version. I think it was like from a movie. But it was like Dig the remix version, maybe a vampire movie. And that was like the music that I would work out to. Let me see if I can find that.
NA controls you. Right.
That's it right there. Future. So I don't know if this is a video, but the original video, those guys were wearing like so much makeup, and it was like one of those DVDs where you could like change the angles and like see like different people. And I just remember watching the drummer like over and over again, going, "What the actual fuck? What is he doing?" Because that drummer is just ridiculous. I'll post that video too, just so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's see, original.
Talk to me. 'Cause I you see.
All right, there we go. So, yeah, music is a lot of fun. Because before I played music, I played football. That was a lot of fun too. But music is like the exact opposite of football.
What kind of football? Like soccer or football?
American football. I played tight end, defensive end, kickoff, return. So I
In
was
Europe,
pretty angry.
In Europe, we don't
Go ahead.
call. We don't like play. It's like all we do is rugby.
Yeah, rugby's
Rugby is
badass.
more popular.
Yeah, I'll give you that. But when you're wearing pads, you're just absolutely fearless. Like there's no fear. Like you can run into a guy who's running into you at full speed, and you can tackle the guy and then not get hurt. You just walk away like, bitch. So much fun. But yeah, I was angry in those days, and I was channeling my anger. I wanted to hear the clap. That's it's like the snipers talk about the pink mist. Like I wanted that clap between the pads that makes everybody in the whole field like turn their head and look in your direction and go, damn.
I wouldn't have want to
That's,
got. I wouldn't want to get on the bad side of Hank Hill in those days. Be like getting rolled over by a hill.
man, it was fun. It was
Like
so much
Hank
fun.
Hill.
Yeah, run over by an actual hill.
It was so much fun. Yeah, I was so angry in those days. People called me Scary Larry. Like the teachers, the students.
Oh
Everybody.
shoot, that sounds like a great song, man. You just gave me a good idea.
Scary Larry.
Yeah.
Man, it was so much fun playing
They
football.
call me scared.
I think my favorite part was like sometimes they would pass the tight end the ball. So I get to run routes. And it's like I would just do like curls, like run out, curl back or curl left, curl right. And that shit was so much fun. Because nobody saw it coming. It's like the lineman, where did he go? Where did the lineman go? But yeah, so I started playing music. So I started getting into classical music like around 14. And then I started learning about mind over matter. And then once I started like messing with music, it was like unlocking like stuff that I didn't know that I had. And then the whole time I was playing music, everywhere I went, I brought my guitar. Like I would fall asleep playing my guitar, wake up and start playing the guitar. And like that's when I really learned to control the emotions. Because it was like, you pissed me off, I'm going to go play the guitar. It's like as soon as I sat down and started playing, it was like over. It's like, how can you be pissed when you're making music? But we were making like angry music. I don't know how it works. But some of our music was pretty angry. But yeah, I never wanted to do rugby. I always wanted to do hockey. That shit looked like fun. And I don't know how to ice skate, but I can rollerblade.
go.
You got the capo on?
No, it's my Strat unplugged.
Oh. You ever looked up some of the like medieval music and instruments?
I posted a relevant video for the conversation.
What you got?
You ever seen Animal House?
Yeah. It's been a while. I just remember John Belushi, like crazy as hell in that movie.
The sorry at the end is what's best.
He's just standing there looking around.
Well, I think he's thinking about the tune and what's going on, because the guy's singing quality isn't the worst ever. It's not like, but he's like a charlatan with that guitar in his hand.
Interesting stuff, huh?
Oh man, I'd have fucked that dude up. He said he was sorry.
Sorry.
Because I'm looking at the guitar and it's kind of like the one I got in there, especially the headstock. And I'm like thinking to myself, somebody would do that to me.
I
think one guy tried it.
Gave my love a cherry that had no
That's an old song. I was watching Seven Brides for Seven Brothers not too long ago, and I heard that song in that movie, and I was like, oh, I only knew that song from Animal House, and then not that I really watched Animal House, but only once. But I used to listen to the soundtrack to Animal House. It's a good soundtrack, or at least it was a good soundtrack when I was a teenager. But yeah, that song is apparently pretty old. Ancient folk song. There's an example of it being sung in 1949, but apparently it's like one of these songs that's like really old because it started out as a riddle or something.
Yeah, my boy, he's into the like 1930s, 40s music, and one day I took him to a store in Dallas that like sells used video games, and I'm looking through all the records, you know. I didn't find anything. He goes over there and he finds like this fucking gem, man. It's like so good. All the music that was on there, and I didn't even see it. And he just like grabbed it up. He's like, "This is what I want." Like we left the video game store with records from like from like way back in the day, playing like old ass music.
500 to 600 years old, apparently.
Not that old.
Yeah, just only as old as like the English language. That's all.
I never could throw the football very far.
You talking about Uncle Rico?
Yeah.
You were reminiscing, so I wanted to give you a visual representation for the super reminiscing.
Dude, I loved it, man. It was because, all right, look, I was angry in those days. I was an angry little man. And football was a good outlet. It's like, wait a minute, I get to hurt people? Like, I wasn't trying to, like, break anybody's bones, but I sure was trying to smash their helmet into mine. Hey, what's it?
Hello.
How you doing, bud? Congratulations to you and the lady. Getting married, doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. Absolutely. That's fantastic. I bet it was
When are the
awesome.
babies coming?
Yes, as soon as possible, bro.
Wow.
Awesome. So I hear you all the time talking about static and all that stuff. I heard something you said the other day was really interesting. You said that what causes density? And you said something about the bonds and how strong the bonds were. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, like all molecular and intermolecular attractive bonds are electrostatic in nature. So everything that holds matter together is the electrostatic relationship. And so the stronger that is, the more density it would have, right? Because it would make it more compact.
And we can change the density of objects.
Yes.
Like a snowball, for instance.
Or phase changing, for instance.
Doesn't that already just detonate all of their religion? Because in their religion, isn't gravity the imagined force that pulls all the matter together to create the balls?
I would say, yeah. I remember one time somebody was arguing that the reason that the clouds, come together was because of gravity. And I'm like, oh, you think static might be involved? It's like, doesn't that make more sense? All the lightning bolts. Zanuck is a retard.
Yeah, sorry, my AirPods died.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like
Did you
even the
hear
mainstream will tell you that the clouds are electrostatic.
Yeah, no, that's why he's a retard. Did you hear Drace's question?
I did not.
I don't remember what I said.
Wouldn't that detonate
said,
their entire something?
Yeah. Their gravity religion.
Yeah, of course, yeah. That's why I stress it so much. Because it just blows my mind. It's overlooked, I guess. Because they're saying that matter's density is because of its gravity. It's clearly not, though. So, I don't know why we wouldn't take that away from them.
Yeah, they just label it, right? They just slapped a label on it, right? Kind of like the Khufu pyramid. Like, oh, we found the name Khufu tagged up here, so it must be Khufu's pyramid. It's like, no, that's not how that shit works, right? I can demonstrate, right, the relative density, specific gravity thing, and you just want to come along and slap, bending, warping of space time on that shit. It's like you can't do that. Demonstrate your space time and then bend and warp it and demonstrate that.
Right. So if you think about it, so if you take what's called a Van de Graaff generator, and you have some like styrofoam or wood chippings or something. It has to be something light, and then you turn the wheel and it increases the electrostatic charge. It'll go up. So it'll be resting on the bottom, on the floor. It'll go up in the air once you increase the charge. So either increase or decrease, actually. I'm not sure. I think it actually changes. Say again?
Like if you rub a balloon against your shirt, it builds up static and it gives it some lift.
Correct. And so you manipulated the density of the object. But, a lot of people just check out right there for whatever reason. I don't know. So, of course, the primary thing with the balloon is you've added a charge on the exterior of the balloon, and so it's going to stick to the wall until it loses its charge. And then what does it do? It falls back to where? Well, to the negative charge of the Earth. So, I mean, it's like the question is, it's why it's a false dichotomy, electrostatics or density. That's stupid now, because density is electrostatics.
Yeah, I've never disagreed with you on that. This whole time I've been in here talking to the new people, telling them about specific gravity. I didn't mention what you're talking about because that's kind of your stick. And I knew that it was like not a dichotomy. I knew that they were either interrelated or outer related somehow. But yeah, I knew that what you were saying was not incorrect.
That's why the reason I talk about it so much is because it's like I met this person in California, and he was asking us what we were doing. We told him we're on tour, and he pulled out of us why, because we were just trying to eat after the San Francisco Giants playoff game. And anyway, he's asking all these questions, and pretty good questions, and I'm answering all his questions. And he's like, "Well, why do?" I'm telling them density or directionality is determined based on the density relationship. He's like, "Well, what is the cause of density? Why do things have density?" And if you've devoted your mindset to the idea that density alone is the answer, and you don't have to answer anything after that, then that biochemical engineer would have left the interaction with you thinking flat Earth was stupid. So, I mean, I know that may. I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings. That's not my problem, because the engineer did not leave thinking flat Earth was stupid, because I immediately went into electrostatics.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I'm trying to learn what you're talking about. Obviously, I got to do my own research and then go back and listen to what you said and try to figure out, where it's at. Because the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, or you may have figured it all out, and then we'll agree. But yeah, I definitely think that I should further my education, and I'm thinking about it now. And we've all seen the Quicksilver float. Oh, sorry, the iron float in the Quicksilver or Mercury or whatever that was. And it's like it makes so much sense, right? And it's like these metals, they're like so interesting.
Yeah, to clarify, I don't think I have it off. Like, I think that if you take the most elegant way I could present what I think is going on, and then you compared it to some of the hidden texts from even thousands of years ago, I would look dumb. That's kind of where I'm at on it. That's why I get so frustrated, man, because I'm like, dude, I can tell that we're being tricked in a way. We're not talking about some of the biggest stuff that would help us use the Earth to build a more free life, And that's the big trick. That's the whole trick, is freedom. That's what the lie of the globe did. It restricted people to certain areas. It told them there was a finite amount of land. It's freedom. Why would they lie? To remove freedom. That's why they lied. So, I don't know. I think it's crazy to break out of the confinement and then confine yourself again.
Yeah, I've been doing new research on bronze gas, also hydrogen on demand generators, ground batteries, also known as ground generators. I know that if we all had like our own tower and, copper wires going from up there to the ground, that there would be some source of electricity that way. I I know that there's certain things that we can't do that's like illegal, like tapping into the ground. I don't think we're supposed to be doing that. But yeah, I definitely want to look into these, alternative, not free energy, but tapped energy type things. And I think a lot of it has to do with us getting Brown's gas and integrating it into our cars as a supplement, and then tuning our cars down on the petrol gas and tuning up the Brown's gas until there's like a perfect medium, right, where we're getting like more efficiency closer to like 90 to 100 rather than 15 to 20.
Really, you know what? All you have to do, I've looked into this for years. All you have to do is atomize it properly. If you can get that vapor atomized properly, you can run on a fraction of what you thought the engine could.
Well, anyone that has any information about that, please send it to me, because I'm literally fixing to look into that and try to do it to the RV.
I would practice with a car first.
Or even
yeah, of course.
You listen, I just want you to remember this one thing. You definitely want a bubbler, and you want blowback. What are they called? You don't want it to backfire. So there's little nozzle things that you can stick in there, and they prevent blowback. And it's not dangerous if you're doing the hydrogen on demand. That's going to make a very, very, very small explosion compared to what your gas tank would do. Your gas tank would make a very large explosion. But I don't think you should be rolling around with tanks of hydrogen. That doesn't seem very smart. But the hydrogen on demand, you're creating so little, like it's like 10 amps, right? So you're talking about like, 12 sheets of metal, right? And anyway, there's all kinds of different ways to do it. Some people use like really cheap material, and then some people like to make their own encased in a PVC pipe. But yeah, they're really super easy to make.
Where, yeah, like I want to talk to someone that's done it successfully numerous times and just be able to like always hit him up with questions. I don't, because the RV is way too big of an investment to just be messing around with the engine. But that would be a game changer, because that's the biggest hiccup we're looking at right now. Is we were about to try to do another tour, and the gas prices are just, dude.
Here's what I did. Listen. Here's what I did with my Volkswagen. I had an old bus. I built a brand new 1600 motor. I had some pretty trick stuff. I had the machinist drill the port so I could have my oil. It has a place where you tap into the oil gallery, and it goes to a external oil cooler. But anyway, I built a HHO booster on my Volkswagen, and I got about 20% better gas mileage. And I made it with PVC piping caps and stainless steel wall plates, like the blank wall plates. And you just have to make them. You like have to tap, make little divots in it to make more surface area. Then you have these plates and nylon washers in between, so you can have one set of plates are positive, the other set of plates are negative. They're not touching each other, but they're in the solution together, and then they go positive, negative. It was super easy. It was really easy.
One thing I got to tell you is nowadays the computers in the cars are meant to keep people from doing this. So you'll get that 20% increase in your gas mileage, and then after like a week, your computer is going to say, well, I'm not sensing any carbon. There's supposed to be ass tons of gas coming out your tailpipe, and I can't sense any of that. So your catalytic converter has these sensors on it, and you got to hack those to make them think that they're still getting copious amounts of gasoline, because your car wants you to waste fuel. So once you start doing this hydrogen, it's going to burn so efficient that it's going to burn up all of the gasoline, and there's not going to be any left. So it's the computer goes, "Where's the carbon? Increase the fuel. There goes your gain."
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest problem. Those computers, exactly, with all those controls and sensors and stuff. That's the problem. That's why on a motor like a Volkswagen, it was just a straight engine. Like I freaking love that. Anyway.
Wow, yeah, it's a trip. Yeah, this is a 2011. I'm sure it's definitely got the computer in there doing some nonsense.
Oh yeah, it does. But there's ways to hack your catalytic converter. Those sensors can be hacked.
This would be an awesome thing to be able to get out.
NASA.
I sent you a DM with it on just a basic one. There's a whole bunch of information about boosters, though, so you might be able to do something with a booster to help out.
Okay.
So there's one in there. Here's another one.
Definitely don't buy a kit because these parts are like dirt cheap.
You could build it yourself.
Yeah.
Hydrogen booster. Waterpoweredcar.com.
Well, like, and then ultimately, I'm gonna buy land, and I'm trying to figure out the process of the energy, but I'm definitely going to build the lands or build on the land without typical electricity.
Geothermal,
big globe.
Wallopinis, and geothermal for the win.
Don't forget to buy a mosquito net that's EMF proof.
And if you are going to make modifications to your car, be sure to inform your insurance carrier, who may deny claims based on their underwriting guidelines. So make sure. Some insurance companies have no issue, others do. So be sure that if you do, to have a discussion with your carrier and make sure that everything's on the level. I've got some carriers that will let me do it, and I've got some carriers that won't.
Hey,
I disagree. I think if anything happens, you could rip it out so fast, and it's not going to change anything except for you might have a hole in between your MAV sensor and your air intake.
Mm-hmm.
So if you rip it out just like a bear, just rip it out and then plug that hole, throw it in your back seat, throw it in the back of the car. But I wouldn't take it to get it serviced with that stuff in there. I would keep it pretty quiet. I've seen people disappear for a lot less.
Hey,
Not in real life,
I wouldn't get in trouble for posting that kind of stuff on the Livestream voice text, would I? I'm like,
it is on Google's blacklist, according to the blacklist that was published on Project Veritas.
Huh?
It is on Google's blacklist. I don't think they want you knowing about free energy.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I'll DM it.
But this ain't free energy. This, whatever.
I'll DM it.
Yeah, what a stupid term. Energy's already free. I mean, energy's just there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how someone would have the ability to charge the very fabric of existence.
Yeah, like water and air and the gases.
So composting will heat up water. If you got a compost, it generates heat. Also, there's the vacuum water heater. You see the TVs that are on the side of the road. They got like magnifying lenses. That might help you with you grow your crops if you take the beam out of phase because you don't want to burn a hole in your crops. Those TVs, yeah, definitely grab those TVs. They got little mirrors and magnifying glasses. Those, from the 90s, the big stupid box flat screen TVs. There's all kinds of stuff. The ground generating battery, it has diminishing returns. So you can hook up one and it'll give you 2 volts, but you start hooking up a series, and by the time you get to, 6 of them, there's not 12 volts there. So maybe that'll help you with like some lights, burn some LEDs for free. You just gotta have 2 tops of metal, obviously, to create a battery, and the rest, a little bit of liquid, and it'll start charging. But yeah, there's lots of different ways to do it. Obviously, kinetic energy is going to be your best friend, and solar.
Right.
Yeah, it's the Jean Pain method, or Jean Pain, whatever. John Payne with the compost.
Yeah, it looks cool.
What's really cool about it is for the low cost of, well, obviously a large cost of maintenance and managing the compost, but you could actually circulate water with in-floor radiant heat, and you could have radiant floor heating in your house, all powered and heated by compost using the Jean-Pain method.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The issue is maintaining the compost and also regulating the pump. But energy-wise, running a pump is extremely low.
Yeah.
Energy.
And I've actually seen people build these in their backyard. They dug a pit, and that's that they use this. They use the ground to make their form for their fiberglass mold. They made the mold and everything with just the land. Like you just dug it out and then laid a something in there, and then start making your forms with your fiberglass and do the whole thing in there.
I want to figure all this stuff out and build like a successful lot, and then just kind of throw the blueprint out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's right now, it's just scattered all over the place. Like, there's not like there's not like a notebook. There's not a PDF you can go download and become self-sustainable.
I have a few advice if you want to have a farm or something. But if you're talking about energy, that's more not my type. I don't know much about energy.
Well, yeah, I want to grow so much food. Like that's all there is there. Food, but
Like buy some chickens, you can buy like it's all the same. They're all the same chickens. If you want to get like goats, get a La Mancha goat. I think it's called that. And you can make cheeses with the milk. The goats, like after birth, you have like milk for 18 months or something. A cow lasts less. And the thing is, after a cow is maybe too big for you. I don't know. But if it's not, like after they give birth, they have milk. They give milk for like 15 months, and then you have to kill it. The issue is that a cow is like 300 kilos or something like that. So you have to sell something or freeze it, and that's gonna cost some electricity.
I would
You
say
can offer, yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I
No,
thought you were
no.
done.
I was just saying. Usually, people offer. Like my dad has friends who like they have to butcher a pig, and so they start selling stuff or offering to friends. And my dad got like 2 kilos of sausages just because like they had to. Otherwise, it would spoil.
So I was going to say that there's a hydroponic system that you can do where you got fish in the bottom in the water providing the nitrogen, and you got plants on top. And it's kind of a system that's doubly producing because not only are you getting all kinds of fish out of it, but you're also getting crops out of the top. So that would be definitely something you would look into. If there's any way you could do some sort of hyperbaric chamber filled with CO2, you could get some hella big crops, like gigantic award winning, like, whatever you're growing, I guess. But yeah, CO2 is key to growing biggins. I think that's it for now.
yeah, very interesting stuff, man.
Okay, I got some other very specific advice I get about the goats. If they ever get like angry, you can give them like some kind of flake, like a grain. Imagine cornflakes, but like whatever you want to choose. They get very mellow, but their diet should be like mainly grass and bushes. Also, if you want to fertilize the soil, which is very important because if you're gonna go grow something on it, you should put like a little blood and bones, and maggots will appear, and then you get like entire life on it, and it grows because it's important. Because usually the soil, it's if it's like a rural area where there's no farming, it's probably fine.
So I've seen washing machine generators. I've seen whirlpool generators. If you got running water, those are going to be pretty efficient and just all day long running.
That's the first thing the first thing I'm doing. I'm not buying land without running water, and I'm gonna have one of those. I mean, solar power is okay, I guess. I'll do like the idea of geothermal energy.
You can do a washing machine impeller, and you can generate a lot of 110 from those. You can use car alternators too. You can use two of those in tandem with each other, and you can do a tremendous amount of things. You can charge batteries. You could do all sorts of stuff with running water.
Yeah, running water. I won't buy land unless it's got running water.
Yeah.
And I know you can definitely build. I mean, climate control with the structures and stuff is pretty easily attained. You just by building properly, you can cut out most of your electrical demand.
Yeah. Hey, Witsit, I don't know. Let's see. Have you ever heard of the? Now it's different if you're in the southeast, where you're probably talking about, but or Midwest, because of the cold weather. But the Earth ships, some of the ones they built out in New Mexico.
Yeah, New Mexico. Yeah,
are incredible with how they built to include. Built into the plans are ventilation and a greenhouse in the beginning. So it has water, I don't know what you call it, water processing. So you have gray water that would end up going into the plants themselves. And then you have any of the rainwater that's all filtered and used for all your flushing and running water. And then you use simple PVC pipes and even just painted black panels and heat all of your water while the sun's out. You wouldn't need to use any kind of water heating other than the sun, as long as you have sunshine. I've seen people do this.
yeah. Our ships are cool. Like the difference in the southeast, of course, is if anything, there's an excess of water.
Yeah.
Like I'm in Florida right now, and every morning you wake up, everything's just drenched in water. Like so that part would be easier, I guess, in Florida specifically, which I actually don't think that's where I want to buy land. But like, there's tons of sun. I know in New Mexico, which they built it there because of these rules. So I'm not doing anything based on their rules. So
yeah.
But yeah, the main thing they ran across was water, needing to preserve water, and it's really cool how they did it for sure.
Yeah, like with those big cisterns and stuff, 1,500 gallon. You probably watched the same thing I did.
If you're talking about preserving water, colloidal silver will do it. People used to put colloidal silver or silver coins in the milk and leave it out at room temperature for days on end, and the bacteria won't grow in the milk, so you can like drink it like room temperature milk that's been sitting on the counter for like days. Because of the colloidal silver, so obviously it'll keep the bacteria out of the water because silver is antibacterial. And just remember, right? Other than like buying expensive stuff like silver, 4959 silver for colloidal silver, all this stuff is free. So if you see a broke down washing machine, it's probably got like a good water pump in it. And if you see like a ceiling fan, if it's still good, like it has a motor in it that you can convert to a generator very easily, just a ceiling fan and just a few modifications. So everything is pretty much free. Like you don't really have to spend a lot into this sort of thing.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Is That's what I would want the PDF to be built around, where basically anybody can do it. All you have to do is find somewhere you can have a little bit of land, because we're such a wasteful, society that there's stuff everywhere. Like what really blew my mind about the Earthships was how useful the tires were for heat retention and stuff like that.
Right.
I'm like, wow, dude! Like just tires, they're everywhere. Now, people actually they do buy their tires because they slice them up and reuse them. They make them into pavement, but little trickier to get tires than you may think. But yeah, like the idea of using what's disposed of, I don't know. It opens it up to everyone. You see what I'm saying? So but I want to do it. I want to actually do it, and then be able to show people like, here's a blueprint. I mean, we successfully did it.
Yeah, you could build an entire compound with those tires as foundations, and they're super strong. would last forever.
Pack them with dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. It was really cool, like how they had the natural AC. Just utilizing the second law, you can just have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those big pipes running all the way through from the what I guess they sort of used like the prevailing winds, like where it's most likely to be shaded on that side, and then one side would be sunny. They used all those, things and made it so it would just flow naturally through the house, and you could just shut it off if you didn't want so much.
Right. It guides the cold air in. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I was making plans when I lived in Washington. I was considering building a house like that. Like I heard these people that use like 55-gallon drums of water in front of their house where the sun on the south side to heat the whole entire place, because there it's so cold in the freaking winter. If you can't capitalize on the sun that is shining in that side of the house, like that would heat up, and that would mitigate a lot of the heating costs just by having a mass like that on the south side of your house where it's exposed to sunlight. It heats up the whole entire house with those like 6 55-gallon drums in the south side of the house.
So with the solar panel, there's the way that you could build them to where once one gets in the shadow, the sensor tells the motor to like face it back towards the sun, and when all 4 sensors are in the sunlight, you're getting the optimal amount, right? So what you do is you're looking for your low efficiency spots, and you're just weeding them out. So when you're doing these systems, you're always going to watch out for bottlenecks, low efficiency spots, and you just want to weed it out till you get the most amount of efficiency, obviously.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I think the very fundamental technology of that has been super stifled. Solar power. Like my dad worked in that field, and it's just super throttled by the government. So I know that these mainstream things going everywhere, but anyway, I have considered just the idea of having it on top of the RV is cool, and I would definitely have solar power there. I don't even see why you wouldn't have some wind power. I mean, typically when it's not sunny, it's windy. Like in Florida, you have plenty of wind, plenty of sun. Florida has lots of benefits. It's almost too good to be true, though.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's like below sea level. I mean, it's too good. I found this out there too.
Also, check this out. With it, like you probably have a 12. Do you have a 12-volt lighting in the RV? Do you have separate lighting for 12-volt and 110? Or
yes.
Okay.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. So like all your 12-volt, everything that's run while you're traveling a lot, if you're moving a lot, you could just set up some impellers on top. They could be little generators. I mean, if you're driving that much, think about it. Like all your 12-volt supplies could be coming from just moving from small impellers, like the ones you put on a like the ones you put on a bicycle and put against the tire. You just make that an impeller.
So check this in Florida. Florida's like at sea level, right? It's super flat. And so if water was to start coming in, well, what would people do? Well, you only have a few options. You can try to go to a really tall building and hope the building doesn't collapse. You could try to find a way to float in the water. Of course, most people just go to the interstate, try to get out, and then they'll get stuck. So what do you do? The highest elevation areas in Florida are the landfills.
Wow.
So people would literally flock to landfills to try to stay above the water. Dude, it just seems like such a setup. Then you go look at the FEMA regions, and they have this rating scale, right, of survivability. And the Georgia area where the Guidestones are is rated like one of the highest in the whole country. It's like 4.8. Florida is 0.
Yeah, you want to be in the Ozark Mountains or Colorado, right?
Well, yeah, just elevation in general for sure. obviously they built that thing around the 33rd parallel, so there might be something to that. I think it's very obvious if you've ever gone to the Georgia Guidestones, you will not be purchasing any land close to there. You can trust me on that one.
Hmm.
They have all that land owned, and they've intentionally not used it. So, like, you have to drive through nothingness to get to the Georgia Guidestones. But anyway, I'm just saying that that area that the Georgia Guidestones is built has like the highest rated survivability. So Florida's cool in lots of ways, like tons of humidity, tons of water, tons of wind, tons of sunshine, and you can grow if you're at like halfway or lower. You can grow just about any fruit you can think of year round.
Man,
You know,
I would be living in a freaking orchard. Like I would grow a jungle around me.
that's what I wanted. That's the part of me that draws me to Florida. But I'm like trying to make sure I think with wisdom and pray about it and stuff, and not just think with my mind because we're not as smart as we think we are. You know,
There might be a happy medium.
yeah, or like you can have a greenhouse, right? Like you can have greenhouses and grow stuff. You can keep the temperature warm in a greenhouse. You prevent frost that way. You get plenty of sun, so you can still grow a lot of stuff year round if you do it right. So I love fruit, and the idea of going in my backyard and just having like an orchard, like just tons of fruit, like is like my dream. Yeah. So I'm trying so hard to fight the temptation to. I'm just gonna let the creator show me where it's at.
Dude, when I was growing up in like the 80s, there was like wild pear trees, right? Like everywhere there would be like blueberries, pecans, like there was all this food. And now I think we've like completely mowed it all down. There used to be so much wild food. I literally lived off the land like a lot when I was a kid, eating berries and nuts
What do
and
you
stuff.
think it was like for me in Missouri in 1968? That's like the
Dude, abundance is natural. It's the falsity that's the manufactured. But scarcity. Sorry, scarcity.
That's right. Yeah, it's insane. One seed brings you 100 of the same thing. Then that one thing has hundreds of seeds in it. It's just so
Oh my
people.
God. Dude, listen, I started looking into like what I could forage for, and like now it's multiplied so much the plants, and I found this plant that is so abundant in the spring called nasturtium, and they have these little lily pad like leaves, and they're all over right now. So you could cook those in omelets, like use it just like spinach. The whole entire plant is edible, and they're abundant everywhere. So now I got fruit trees in the summer, like where tons of fruit, like literally are falling out of these two trees. 300 pounds a season each tree. There's so much fruit falling on the ground, I can't even collect it fast enough, and nobody else seems to care about it. I'm like, oh my God. So now I find this nasturtium growing all over the place where I could probably go get a couple of pounds. But honestly, while it's still growing at this time of year, I can get wild mustard. I eat that like spinach. Like lately, that's what I've done. All kinds of, now I got this full on greenery everywhere, like growing. And it's
So
only
with those plants,
it's
sorry.
only the knowledge like that I wanted to learn about these things. So I started investigating. Well, what plants? How do I identify them? Like I want to make sure I'm right. I don't want to be eating something that's going to kill me, of course. So I started looking into it, and that knowledge, I have more food than I could possibly want to eat. But fruit is something that I'm lacking, even in California. Isn't that strange?
What's the thing, right? So there's tons of stuff that grows wild that we can eat that we haven't been told about. But and the apocalypse would work because people just don't know what they can eat.
Yeah.
But I think a blessing that the Creator gave us, like honestly, two of the primary things that He wants us to enjoy.
Well, in the apocalypse, I will just survive so easily because, like,
Hold on, what's it cut off? I wanted to hear the rest.
Yeah, my bad. One of the two main things I think we were given by the Creator in this physical life to enjoy is being fruitful and multiply. And He said it like that for a reason, because also multiplying fruit. So like the variety of what you eat and like a really healthy, if you've ever pulled something fresh off a plant in the garden that you know is grown organic, it's like you can feel the energy in it. It literally feels like you got shocked. And so literally, so like I think those two things, like you can eat all kinds of stuff. There's no shortage of anything, but if you go put some work into it, you get to enjoy like the variety of flavor and the variety of nutrients. And so I think that and children are the two things that we're supposed to do, right? So I want to learn how I can eat everything in the wild. That's cool. But I want to learn much more about like how many different plants I can grow in one backyard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There is so much more to learn. There totally is. It
When
seems
you
to
eat a super fresh fruit, dude, it's like that's organic, and you just as soon as it's pulled, it's incredible, man. Or like even vegetables, like anything, just like fresh pulled, it's like wow. And that's what I want my children to grow up thinking is normal. Where if they're hungry, they can literally go in the backyard and get a snack.
So it's supposed
I
to be.
wanted to point out that there's certain types of things that you can grow,
Then
like
dessert
spinach.
berries.
There's certain things that you can grow, like spinach or collard greens, that the bugs will just like eat up like crazy, and you can just grow that for them, and they'll just stay over there, like in the plants that they like, and they won't mess with the rest of your stuff. So you don't have to spray all these chemicals or hang like something next to your food that you don't want. So there's certain ways to find out. I wish I could remember the video that I saw like a year ago, but certain ways to find out like what bugs like which plants, and then that plant that they like, just let it like flourish everywhere, like over there, not next to your food, and the bugs will be attracted to it rather than your food.
Yeah, I'm gonna start moving some raspberry I found that are out here that are not doing well because they're not in a good place. So anybody knows about grafting raspberries, send me a DM, please. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the whole trick is to get us to not see it.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know if you ever grown anything, dude. You have like a lot of pride in it, you know, because you watch it grow up. It's like your baby, and your food means so much more to you, and it's so much more enjoyable. And I bet that it actually literally changes the physical way that your body tastes it. But what do I know? And then I'm looking into also the idea with the insects and stuff. It's like you can layer mulch, and it's just this natural climate controlled, moisture controlled system that the creator made. And so if there's too much water, it just places it. If there's shortage of water, it retains it and preserves it to make sure that it's always got enough reserved for the plants. Naturally displaces and retains the water needed. And the vegetables are so hydrated that the insects can't eat them, because if they try to eat them, they'll literally drown. And so you don't have to worry about insects because they can't eat the food when it's properly grown. And then if you dig underneath this, just tons of like steam will pop up in the air. It's because it's climate controlled. So if it's cold or warm or wherever it needs to be, it controls the temperature and the water. And this actually takes care of the two primary costs they use to justify overcharging us for organic food, which is insect control, and then whenever they weed things, right, like weeding it, because it takes labor. Like either they can spray it and make sure weeds don't grow, or they don't spray it and then someone has to go pull the weeds. That's the idea of why they charge so much for organic food. But whenever you have the soil like this, weeding is super easy. You can just take a rake and lightly move it over there. You can just brush your foot over it and the weed will come out because it's not compact enough. So it's like you don't have to worry about anything, insects, weeding, anything, and you get the biggest yield and the most hydrated yield of crops. And it seems like no one really knows like this. It's a documentary called like Back to Eating or something.
Wow. I love the way you put all that with it. I appreciate it. You know, the climate control of our earth, whatever it is. I mean, what you described is what we all see. I mean, so
Yeah, it's insane. And then everyone throughout all time has known the importance of the number seven. So like that's why the G is in Freemasonry. That's the seventh letter, and that's how you get the sacred geometry and everything. Seven's super important. Well, we get years from the sky. Like it's nothing to do with what we say. It's not like there's a clock in the sky and it sets and sets and sets. It keeps resetting, and when it does that every 7 times, you're supposed to let the land rest. You're not supposed to.
yeah.
Yeah, we never do that. So all that energy in that cycle moving over top of it is tied to the earth intrinsically. And so what we're taught to do is rape the earth. So we dig down in it and we just rape it. We dig and dig and dig. And then we just keep doing it for 50 years in a row when you're supposed to let it layer
and then let it rest every 7.
Yeah.
And you would get so much food. And this isn't just the scriptures do say that, but it's not just the scriptures. This is like hermetic principle, like the number 7.
Right.
Yeah, like this is why whenever your debt resets, it's after 7 years.
Whoa, what a coincidence. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah, because they know natural law. They know they have to look. They have
Right.
to the 7, the cyclical 7 nature of the sky. So that's why, again, dude, bankruptcy lasts for 7 years. Debts last for 7 years. Like everything, they know the fundamental parts of the sky clock, dude. I think it's
Well, that would be referring to is it accurate to say natural law or God's law, the creator's law? I mean,
well, yeah. So like the creator's law is what would give us the parameters to have the natural law, but they don't really
right.
account for the creator so much. You know, they
Right.
see the laws and they try to use them for their benefit. So they don't. But yeah, that is the creator. Obviously, he made the sky clock. So you know, what I'm saying, like whatever happens within that sky clock cycle is his law. They
Right.
just know it's there. And so I think that's the whole trick. That's why a bunch of times when we get in flat earth debates, we're talking about look at the ground, look at the ground, look at the ground. But the reason they lied about the earth was for freedom, taking away your freedom, and so that you didn't understand the importance of looking up and interpreting the sky clock.
Okay, this is my favorite answer, and it kind of goes along with what you just said. You said it better than I just say it real simply. If you don't know where you are, how could you possibly start to think about who you are?
I wanted to add 2 things.
And that
I've
means
heard
like
that
it's
if you,
spiritually. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry,
Hmm.
I'm sorry, I mean cut
No,
you off.
yeah. Mm-mm.
So I heard that if you take the seed and put it in your mouth and then get saliva on it, and then you plant the
I've
seed
heard
will
of that.
provide you the nutrients that your body is missing. And I've also heard like tons and tons and tons of good stuff off of the Moringa oleifera. And this is a tropical tree that they use to sub-nutrient in third world countries. So if you look at this Moringa oleifera, it has 3 different things that you can eat on it. I think is it the seed, the leaf, and the root? I think maybe something like that.
Wow.
And all 3 of them have like different, like crazy amounts of nutrients. So if
Wow.
you like look into that,
I'm
Moringa
gonna
oleifera.
because a while back I was really hardcore into, I mean not every day, but darn near kale slushies. I didn't put yogurt and shit in it. But yeah, so I'm used to drinking grass clippings, so this moringa powder, I'm sure it doesn't taste pretty, does it?
No, it doesn't. But I was just telling me about this dude. It's such a trip. That it's 20 times more nutritious than spinach. He said he puts it on everything. He puts it on his pancakes, you name it. He makes sure his children get it all the time. Moringa powder, organic.
Oh, I love spinach. But
But
the
there's 3
powder,
different
I could
types.
put that in who knows whatever I wanted.
Right, and the reason that this plant is so important is because anybody can grow it as long as you got the right climate. You can't obviously grow it in cold
Oh my
climates,
gosh,
but
Hank.
this
Okay, so I see what you're putting down. It was like, geez, when I first started coming into Flat Earth, and I was on the Discord, and I forgot who I was talking to or how I got to it, but I came across this website, and that's what was talked about on this little blog page this person had. It wasn't anything like a fabulous page or anything, just regular person and sharing information. And the person, I gathered it was a female, but it's been so long. But so the person said that you should put the seed in your mouth, just like Hank described. And, you know, I think I brought that up with my mom in conversation because she has always had a green thumb. And I don't think I got a positive response because my mom's in the Matrix. But, but yeah, so there's some sort of, well, I guess there's no science backed behind it, right? I mean, but the idea is that things happen that we don't know about happens, and you get the nutrients from this plant. I think there's a lot more to plants and trees and stuff that, you know, they tell us about in movies, little hints and such. So I don't know if you guys have heard of a TV show I've been going on and on about that Helio told me about, Raised by Wolves. Whoa!
Yep.
Like some Gnostic serpent seed theory. Whoa stuff. It's whoa. I'm not joke. I'm being a little bit extra right now, but if you guys, I don't know if you're into trailers, but maybe give that a gander.
Can I ask a funny question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wonder which kind of seeds Brenda likes to put in his mouth.
Dude. Okay. Wouldn't that actually be balls?
we were.
I mean, you
Yeah.
can be nice and say
Talk
seeds,
about
but
him.
hey, you guys,
Yeah.
don't forget about April 1st, what that's going to be for the server. Don't forget, y'all.
That's the new year.
Well, it's a Glober Day, like April Fool's style.
No, it's
So
the
yeah,
first.
but I'm just going to tell you, Dave Hinkle refuses to change his icon. So he's not going to be participating in our tomfoolery on April Fool's Day. He's going to remain staunch as a flat earther while the rest of us act a fool.
When people celebrate April Fool's Day, I celebrate the new year. At the beginning of life, in the beginning of creation. And when they worship the new year on the 31st December, I actually don't celebrate that, and I consider
I
like
don't celebrate shit
people are
anymore.
worshiping death in
Yeah,
that time.
I don't follow any holidays anymore really. I like April
Yeah,
Fool's Day.
me too. Not to make jokes, but
Well, no, I'm gonna be acting a fool. I already warned some customers even. Yeah, I sure did.
okay, yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's
Like,
nothing
y'all be
wrong.
careful on April Fool's Day. Oh, sorry. All right, Hank just posted something.
Hey, what else do you know about moringa powder, bro?
Yeah, no doubt.
Dude, it's just no, literally the person that married us, what we were eating, and he was just raving about this with another flat earther there about how important moringa powder is.
I want to know where the seeds are, and can I get some like immediately?
I don't have a green thumb, but can you grow it outside?
Yeah. Have you checked
Okay,
the
cool.
nutrient density of liver?
Okay, for those that know things about botany, I guess it would be the spot outside that I could plant it would be facing
Liver is like 1,000
west.
times more vitamin A than muscle meat, so check out liver.
Mm-mm. But yeah, my plant would be facing west. I don't know if that would even be possible to grow it outside.
If I could grow some on my windowsill, that would be freaking great.
Oh yeah, I don't. Oh. Well, I know it's too cold outside in the evenings for ferns, so I don't know how fragile this plant is. But yeah, I wrote that shit down. And then also, I'm going to be looking into niacin a little bit more because it's a vasodilator like coffee would be. And I need to calm down a little bit on my coffee, even though I love coffee.
Yes, that's something else they were talking about is like the value of cocoa beans and how they called it like the food of the gods because it's so valuable. And that's basically like the replacement for what we drink as coffee now is the cocoa beans are like crazy valuable. Like in the real world, once the economy were to collapse, like cocoa beans would be an extremely valuable asset, you know?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't make my coffee. I used to use a French press, but now I have a Bialetti mocha pot, which is made in Italy. It's pretty badass. It's made with pressure. So it's like the closest you can come to an espresso without the fancy schmancy $1,000 machine or whatever. It's pretty awesome. It brings out the notes in the coffee. So it's like, oh. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Is this plant called a moringa?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a deciduous. It's a tree originally from India.
Like the whole.
No, what about senzu beans? Those are really.
What
They're
about I
good.
thought we were supposed to only consume things that are available in our immediate area, and that would be for a good reason, right? If it's from India.
Well, are we talking about cocoa beans?
No, the moringa powder.
Oh, okay.
But I guess if you germinated them in your mouth or something, I mean, or you know what I'm saying.
Well, so I
guess
don't
maybe they
necessarily
could do
buy into that
something.
entire. I think that you should eat what's close to you, and I think that the plants need to grow in soil close to it. It's like if you use the mulch thing, you need to get trees
Right.
that are close to you. But at the same time, barter and trading is a thing that brings people together. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So the creator made it where it brings people together. That's what caused people to cross lines throughout all history. Like, oh, we want their
okay.
spices.
I can
Yeah.
respect that.
So I don't think that's actually. I think there's a middle ground there where we're
I
supposed
got
to grow our
you.
own stuff, and the reason that certain climates grow certain stuff is because you need to work with your neighbor to get everything.
I got you. I can follow that. I mean, all right.
That's just how I feel, right? I mean, that's
Well,
opinion.
because I'm starting to get worried for myself, really, because if that were true, that line of thinking, then that would mean I shouldn't eat pineapple or bananas. Maybe not, but maybe still bananas, but pineapple, that's not indigenous to the United States, right?
Yeah, I
Or
heard
is
that
it?
the bananas we have now aren't even real bananas.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Oh my God, I don't want to hear about it. Oh my
That's
God.
sad. Yeah, it's sad. But
Yeah,
with the
they're
cocoa
Bananas are
beans,
supposed to have
actually
seeds.
they're actually called the Cavendish banana, and they were made by somebody in a huge greenhouse in England.
that's right. And then they just took the bananas are supposed to have seeds in it. So
No shit.
if it doesn't have a seed, it's not
Wow.
real. Yeah, and they removed all of them because they don't want you just to be able to grow another banana.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Seedless things, yeah. That's kind of concerning to me.
I never knew that, but
Entirely.
yeah, I never knew there was a different type of banana. That blew my mind when Forrest told me that. I was like, what? It's like a whole corporate scheme.
Okay, so actually, it'd be better if I ate. I don't even know much about them to even say if they're comparable.
Yeah.
I don't think they are, but plantains, isn't that indigenous to United States or no?
I don't know.
Central and South America.
You guys have heard of because the cocoa bean thing really fascinated me too. You guys have heard of German chocolate, Belgium chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing, dude. That's not where the cocoa beans grow. There's
No, it's just
Exactly.
processed there. Oh my God, you guys! Oh, that's funny you bring that up because famous Amos, whatever chocolate cookies, the little hard cookies.
Yep.
They did a signature of it with Belgian chocolate, and whatever. I know what you're saying, the point you were trying to make, but aside from that, OMG, they're the bomb.
Yeah, those were my
If you ever
favorite.
get 'em.
Those were my favorite
Oh,
normal for years, dude.
dude, yeah, yeah. Well, the ones with pecans in them, they're not Belgian chocolate, but those are pretty amaze balls too. But
Yeah.
I try not to pay attention to that shit.
So check it
White
out, Jenny.
flour and white sugar.
Check it
I
out,
bought
Jenny.
cacao beans from Bolivia, and they come in 2 days.
Ooh, ooh.
So check it out, Jenny. At Chatsworth House in the Peak District in England is where the Cavendish banana was developed. So I put a link in the
That's fucked up, yo.
voice chat.
No thanks.
So yeah.
I don't want.
Listen,
Okay.
there's lots of strange things about this Chatsworth House. You should do a YouTube search for Chatsworth House. It's got water that has different sound at each level. They knew all kinds of things. built into.
Oh.
Yeah, so check it
So you
out.
talking cymatics?
With water, sound with water. Like, how did they know in 1835 how to like manipulate the sound of running water so it had different tones all the way down this hillside?
Dude, this has been a goal of mine, and it's kind of like the post-it on the refrigerator you don't look at anymore. In fact, I'm going to go move it right now.
And also,
And it
guess what?
says on it, my note, it
Sorry.
says,
I know I keep
sorry,
running on.
Sonny.
I apologize. I was just going
No,
to
no,
finish
me
this
too, me
one
too.
part about Chatsworth House. It also
Yeah.
had a fountain that shot like 200 feet or something into the air.
Serious? Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds all okay. So
Anyway.
this has kind of been a goal of mine for quite some time, and I just moved my note. I wrote it on a whiteboard because I just didn't want to go rushing into this right away, flim flam and all, you know. But it's bless your own water. To some, that would be sacrilegious, but actually, if you break it down, it's an ability that was given to us by the Creator.
I usually
Right?
just drink my piss.
Anyway, so yeah, somebody's trying to rain on our parade in here. Acting
That's
fool.
a pun intended. Who said
Acting
that?
a fool.
Who
There better
said
not be
that?
no more of that.
Who was
We
that?
don't talk about that in here.
Who was that?
Yeah.
Is that the pea drinker? Is he back?
Well,
We're not going to go on this little.
yeah, we don't do that
diversion.
here.
No.
We don't. We don't do that.
Guy from before.
Oh, that's disgusting. AF. So, blessing your own water, putting your own intention into the water you're drinking. So, for me, I focus on laughter is the best medicine. Right now, I'm extra fanciful about Jim Brewer. He's the shit. To me, at least. I've got him on my wallpaper. And he just makes me giggle every time I look at him. So, it's just an example of the abilities that the Creator gave us. I could be upset about something, and then I could look at Jim Brewer and crack the fuck up right away. What the fuck is that? Or you could be upset and crying and look at a baby cracking up to where it's laughing so much it could barely breathe. And we all know that you have to smile at least a little bit. In my opinion, you're not human. But anyway, that's being silly myself. But what do you guys think about that? Does that sound like I would be charting into dangerous territory? Blessing my own water. I mean, if I did it, should I not? Should I keep it to myself or tell people or what?
Yeah, you should look into the word hallelujah's effect on water. Actually, you guys, you can take like a little mirror. So you cut a bottle in half, wrap some plastic around it, put a little mirror on it, put it by a speaker, play music, shoot a laser on the mirror. It'll reflect it back with different geometric patterns based on the sound waves from the music.
There is
You
science
play
behind
the song Hallelujah. Every time you get to the Hallelujah, it'll make an infinity symbol.
Oh, really? I love that song, though. I think Hallelujah. That one.
Yeah. It's
Okay, that's
interesting.
awesome, you guys. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's like we have inherent capabilities that they've told us is superstition. So
Right.
we don't do certain things because we're like, oh, that's crazy.
Okay, I gotta add to my
when
notes.
actually all right.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. Keep going, brother.
I've seen the sound frequencies with the water. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's true. Like
I
even with
think
the light.
Elijah was wanting to continue. Hopefully, he remembers his thought.
I mean, I pretty much said what I wanted to say.
Oh, good. Okay, just checking.
But
No,
yeah.
but I
There's
appreciate
also
what you guys are putting down.
There's ancient texts also that talk about like don't get triggered, man. This isn't about religion. I'm just throwing information out there. So there's
Right.
Egyptian writers that talk about the Hebrew people and how they had this magic word of like Yahuwah, or some would say Yehovah, but they had this magic word they could say that would give them magic powers and allow them to cast spells on people and all this stuff, because that's how they interpreted all these like plagues and stuff.
Water.
I'm just making a point that the actual word, like words and vibrations, have like a powerful manifestation ability.
Man, I love the
Is
birds in
that
the
song
background.
by Leonard Cohen?
Yeah, that's Hallelujah. And then like I like the way Jeff Buckley sings it. I think that there are some Grabbler lyrics in it, to be honest. But we actually played instrumental Hallelujah at the wedding.
Are those your pet birds?
The chirpers.
It sounds like the birds all came around when you started speaking or something. Or they're all already all around.
But you said by Jeff Beck?
Jeff Buckley.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Jeff Buckley.
Oh, that's what I thought you said. Okay, Buckley. All right, there we go. My phone was listening. Hey, I didn't even have to type that in. My phone was listening. Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google. Isn't that cool? You guys just witnessed that.
Hey, Witsit, I kind of missed what you were saying about what you put something next to sound and a mirror?
Yeah, so this is like a real like half-assed way of doing it, but you can take like a bottle of water, a plastic Coke bottle, whatever. You cut it in half.
Okay.
And then you wrap clear saran wrap plastic around the base of it, and then you get a little mirror. So what we did, just to try to do it real fast, we actually just had this little mirror and we literally like cut it. But anyway, you just get a little mirror and you put it in the middle of that hole you cut, saran wrapped on the bottom of the bottle, the halfway part of the bottle that you cut. You're going to put the mirror on it. So anyway, then you put the bottle up by a speaker playing different music, and then you take a laser and you aim it at the mirror. So it's going to come hit the mirror that's being vibrated at the certain vibrations of the music. And that mirror is going to reflect the laser back to wherever you want to project it. We used a projector screen. You could just use a wall, a white wall or whatever.
Dang, I wish I could see that. I can't really see visually what you're doing with the bottle. You cut it in half, you put water in it,
I was
and then
watching. I was watching something on YouTube. We be coming to the same information like damn near around the same time. It's uncanny, or maybe it's divine. But so yeah, I'll try to pull up the video. It shows exactly that what he's talking about.
Okay, thank you.
And the video there's a video on YouTube for sure that they did better than we did. Right, we just wanted to do it real fast, so we used what we had. But what's so cool? What blew my mind, bro. And there are all kinds of frequencies, and you can layer the frequencies, and then it starts moving around. We actually briefly covered this in Glowbusters a couple shows ago, I think. I'm not sure, but it'll start moving around. It's really crazy to layer the geometric patterns. But anyway, when you play Hallelujah, and I like my favorite version of Hallelujah is these Russian children singing it. So, because it's so pure. And we played that, dude, and when they hit the Hallelujah, like it hits the infinity symbol. Like Yah makes an infinity symbol. And then when you get really majestic notes, you get perfect circles and infinity symbols over and over. And you could layer these, which would be effectively like kind of what the earth is. It has layered vibration, but it's very interesting, man. It's very interesting because we know that there's power in the words. Literally, you can do it.
Intention.
Yeah, even intention, exactly. So then you have to ask yourself, what's the difference in intention and speech? I actually think that the thing that you're supposed to grow the most in spiritually during life is minimizing the difference between your intention and your words. You see what I'm saying? Where like your pure intention, you're yourself. Like there's not anything that you're sugarcoating or hiding. Like your subconscious connects with your conscious expression. You see what I'm saying? I think that's kind of the whole trick. I don't think there's anyone alive that's done it perfectly, but I think the whole idea is that you're supposed to try to grow in that. Because that's effectively lying, right? If you know a subconscious truth within you, but then you change it when you consciously express it or say it, that's actually lying.
Well,
not even on purpose.
Or psychosis. You know, there's a lot of people with like borderline personality disorder and shit. They're like, you know, a lot of people are undiagnosed and a lot of people get, yeah. Sorry if that's unrelated with it. I wasn't trying to derail you.
No, I just don't even care anymore if people think I'm crazy. They're like, Kai has a cat. And I told her, I'm like, the cat's super scared of anyone new. And I told her, like, your cat's going to love me. It's a cool story. And then, of course, Leo does, like, love me. And I've trained the cat, like, mind-blowing. It's like a dog. Every RV park, they're, like, amazed that the cat listens like a dog. But my point, anyway, when Leo's sitting over here, I can be looking at him. And I start thinking of stuff. And when I think of a certain thing, like, aimed at Leo, the cat, he'll turn and look at me. And I've had animals do that a lot.
I love that. I love it.
I think so.
High five, bro.
Yeah,
I've used that for
years. I see people, little dogs, and they freak out. They look at me and they start just like, they become joyous. All of a sudden, they're
Oh,
like
and
laughing,
they
wagging
wave
their
their
tail.
little
I'm like,
tails.
all these people's dogs. Like every
Like,
dog I see,
hi, Sonny. Hi.
they do, and I'm the same way back. I'm like, oh, nice to see you again, almost. You know.
Hi. It's been forever since I seen you. Yeah. I love
So,
little
dude,
dogs. I want to get a little bitty dog.
I was at the beach one time. I was actually trying to make the Chicago skyline observation in Lake Michigan, and I was on that beach, and it was really foggy. But anyway, these birds like all landed in the water and were swimming away, and I was looking at the one in the back, and I thought in my mind, like, to him. Most people think that sounds so crazy they'll never even try it, and well, then that's their loss, bro. I directed my thought at that last bird, telling him to come back, like to cut over, like coming this way, to come towards me. And the freaking bird instantly cuts away from the whole group of birds and goes over to the left, gets on the beach, and then looks over at me.
Wow.
Coincidence. Such a coincidence.
Yeah, I have strange things like that too. Like I've had this, what is it? Hummingbird just come right down and just look at me. Too, like come right, swerving right, and just sit there hovering and look at me. I'm like, what's?
I agree, same thing, because they know you're not going to try to hurt it.
Yeah, the same thing with these little lizards. Like they're all over every place now.
That's cute.
So humans are telepathic, and I can prove it.
Yeah.
A lot of people say that we're not, but check this out. So women, when they go on their cycle, if she starts a new job and she's on the 1st, but all of her fellow employees, she'll be on the 15th, she'll line up. And then if she has a mother at the house, eventually the mother will line up with the ladies at work. That way everybody goes on the cycle at the same time, and they never actually have to tell each other or mention to each other when their cycle is. Jenny, is this correct or incorrect?
Well said, brother. Well said.
It was the same way. I was on in the Navy. I was on a ship that was 50% half and half, female and male, and so that was a lot of fun. That time of the month.
If you want to increase your telepathy,
sorry,
bro. Go ahead.
Also worked in a hospital. That was a lot of fun. It's a female-dominated industry.
But about us being telepathic, I wish I had $1 for every time somebody said in here, "Oh my God, I was just thinking that." I mean, that's just not. That's just like a whole slew of coincidences. I'm sorry, not sorry. Yeah. You guys know.
So, if you want to, if you want to work on your telepathy, I would say grow out your hair and quit cutting your nervous system extensions. Right. So you don't want to shave. You don't want to cut your hair. And I would say focus on your focus, because we're real good at getting unfocused. Like, oh, look at the kitty.
Oh yeah.
Right. But focus on how long you can focus and control that monkey mind of yours, because the monkey mind is what breaks your telepathy. Because when you're really, really focusing on something, like, I believe it has like so much amount of power that we just don't realize how powerful we are.
That's correct. And I'll say this, dude. I think that the biggest part of it is asserting the understanding of it being real, or what people would call belief. So, like, believing in it. Like, again, for me to look over at the bird and think I could tell the bird in my mind to come over towards me is insane to 99% of people, and they would never do it. Well, then you would have never been, there is no way that you could have the bird come to you because you would never have even done it. Right. So I think that's the biggest, it's that simple. It's like if people actually started doing it. So maybe people should try it after they hear this. Start thinking about people in your life that you miss or you wonder how they're doing or something, and really think about them for a second. They'll all of a sudden come across your path, and you start like in the next few days. So.
Oh yeah, for sure, guaranteed.
There's even
You
a
know it.
precedence in the. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say there's even a precedence in the epigenetics and how we turn on off epigenetics. So with behavior and beliefs. So we could simply be turning on existing factor through this understanding and belief.
Yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it, right? So maybe our ancestors have lost it because we've lost our connection to nature and everything natural, and we're all focused on all this technological advancement, and we haven't advanced any in the other way, which is the natural way. And I just want to say that it's like really difficult to think about, how people have treated animals in the past, right? For some reason, we try to make the monkey use sign language. Have we not thought to maybe monkeys can't talk like we can talk? So maybe we need to learn how they talk and talk the way that they talk or communicate the way that they communicate, which is primarily through nonverbal communication, body language, et cetera, et cetera.
I think all the animals know that you can. This is my opinion. I think all the animals know that you can telepathically communicate. So the sounds they make are just a thing. Like, I think they all it's the sounds animals make are for more specific articulation, but like most things can be understood unsaid, unspoken. Most things can be understood unspoken, and the animals know that.
It's
If you go
mating
around
rituals
animals,
as well.
if you go around animals and you know this, dude, you can ask Kai, dude. She's experienced it now, so she knows, but she wouldn't have really believed the extent that I'm saying it. We go to a state park, and literally, it's like we're in a movie. All kinds of animals will come out of the woods and surround us to hang out, dude. And I look them in their eyes, dude. I look them in their eyes, trying to understand where they're coming from. And when they see that I'm truly doing that, it's like they love you, bro. It's really crazy. So I think the animals are all kind of communicating without speaking.
Oh, I can appreciate what you just said so much because I went to St. Louis, and on the way back home, I stopped. I think it was Jefferson Barracks National Cemetery or something like that. Well, I just so happened to go there. I think this is what I thought at the time afterwards. That it was during rut season. But I was just going there to stop along the way to take my dietary supplement. And I'm looking around, and all of a sudden I see all these different generations of deer everywhere. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. What's going on? There's all these deer. They happen to know where to go, where they're not going to get shot. This is incredible. It was just such a moment of like childlike wonderment. I felt like I was in Jurassic Park and shit, but with deer. They were coming up like right up to my door, my car.
That's so awesome. This is what attaches humans from animals, in my opinion. They're so arrogant, and so you should be humble because you're going into they're going into the club, and all the animals are in the club, and all know what the club is. They all know that everyone. And when you're being nervous or shysty, all the animals know it. They know that humans being weird. All the animals are in the club. So if you go there more humble and stop underestimating their awareness.
They must have felt it because I was overwhelmed. I've never been, sorry to cut you off. I had never been in a national cemetery like that. And I just saw all this sea of people, and I was like, I had a lump in my throat and everything and maybe that's what attracted them or something, that I felt very humble to be in the presence of everybody who pretty much sacrificed their life and efforts that we could maybe be free.
Right. Well, like humans walk around not underestimating their awareness. I think is the biggest part. Humans walk around just thinking animals are dumb, right? But they're
Oh,
not. So that's why they don't like you, dude. They're like they think you're dumb. You actually are being dumb, though. So they're just right because they don't even have to talk,
Wow.
dude. They just acknowledge the vibration that's there. There's no lying about the vibration. I try to say this in a stream. It's like the ether get triggered. Dude, the vibrations go into the ether. It doesn't matter what you think about it or how you try to paint it in your story you tell people about it. That vibration went out and imprinted in the environment, the energy field, the ether. So the animals are feeling that live, bro. You know, it's just like go in there realizing like, wow, humans have a lot of capabilities that maybe animals don't. But what are they in on that we aren't understanding? And if you go in there humble and you don't underestimate them, dude, they'll talk to you. And then Dre said the big part too. It's also being in a state eating love is very popular. Whenever you just genuinely want the best for them or you admire them, they'll come show themselves to you. When you see a really cool bird and you're like, dude, that looks so cool, and you genuinely feel that, it'll get closer and open its wings so you can see all of its colors and stuff.
Actually, bird owners will tell you that the birds choose them.
Yes.
Especially with parrots.
Yes.
Especially parrots. Mm-hmm.
This might be slightly off topic, but
Absolutely.
babies have the same language all over the world. They all come out making the same noise when they got to poop or when they're hungry. It's different noises for different things, but it's all the same language, and you learn the language,
when
and
I
then you can
cage my
understand any
birds,
baby.
I used to have birds and I caged them, and then when I took off the cage, they left. Then they came back because they chose me.
Yes.
I had
Oh, it's like a
food, I
love
think.
story. That's so beautiful. I appreciate that for you. Awesome.
It's just it's bullshit. They really flew off.
Well, yeah. I've watched videos of people who train their birds to, I believe, what's called free fly, and then they'll come back and land on their owner's arm. That's pretty badass. But yeah, it's just beautiful. It's almost like art watching people interact with animals in that way. But yeah,
like
you
I've
guys.
seen Hitler feeding a deer strawberry very intimately. I'm just saying. Literally, I'm saying. I mean, they say it's so bad, but this deer must not have been in on it. He didn't get it, because something's going on. But
And
anyway,
that's pretty provocative that you bring up that. I can appreciate
Are
it.
you trying to say the deer doesn't watch Nazi propaganda?
Yeah. We don't have to get. It's just that I was saying that's why I say the joke because I'm like, oh, you just post the picture of him feeding the deer the strawberry. I'm like, you can tell a lot about a man based on if the animals like him. Because it just triggers people. Yeah. But it's kind of interesting because I actually do apply that. Like, if animals don't like someone, I know I can't trust them. It's certainly not at that moment. So call me crazy.
Well, can I ask a radical question without everybody going crazy? Do you think that he was a puppet and he just had to do what he was told?
Yeah, I think he wasn't on the game. Yeah, but his role was a lot like Trump, like the hero, and that's why he was on the cover magazine of Time and best
And that's
man.
not. I'm not being apologetic to that whole topic. I just want to put that disclaimer out there. It's just, attributing to what we were talking about.
Yeah, he was in on it. I just think the joke is funny, but like seriously though, man, animals will let you know. Like it's like animals are so hyper aware that they make us look dumb in the ethereal realm, and that's what people don't get. So like they'll know that one person in the group of 5 humans, which is a stupid word anyway, 5 living men and women. They'll know that the one person is being shy or that they has ill intention, and they want to help the other 4 people out. They're like watching, trying to let the other 4 know.
What about lions?
Yeah, I would love to go actually see lions.
What about
I don't
this,
believe anything
Winston?
that they say.
I got something for you. Sorry. What about feeding cats or whatever animals? I guess I'm talking about domestic animals, but conventional pet food like corn.
Because
Wouldn't
when
that stifle?
you feed conventional food
I
to
mean,
pets,
where the main
First,
ingredient is corn.
they make the pets domesticated, so they are going to like be obedient because it's usually crap food. If they eat
Yeah.
like healthy food, they're not gonna take shit from anybody. They're gonna be wild.
Well, we feed Leo raw organic meat, and he's incredibly healthy.
Well, I mean, you just would. I don't know. Just one day I realized that. Oops. Sorry, I got a phone call. It messed up my speaker. You guys, hold on.
So, since we're on the topic of animals and birds, like Hank was asking about the bird enthusiast the other day, freaking Lou caught me hot mic talking to a mockingbird that lives in my backyard. He's like, dude, are you talking to the birds? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, ravens can talk.
Yeah, I do that too. I got really drunk with my brother-in-law one night, and we were just outside like fucking cloud nine or whatever. I don't know what drunk people say. But yeah, I was talking to the birds, and ever since then, I've never stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I
I was
talk to
whispering
everything.
at this dude.
I've always talked with the birds. So, is that strange?
And Lou's like, what the hell? And I was like, you don't understand, man. Like, I helped save this bird when it fell out of the nest. I had to pick him back up. I helped, like that bird's been in my hands about 25 different times. And now it's full grown and runs in the backyard. And I can get a foot away from him. And it's totally cool.
I'm really lucky. I have tons of birds right outside my door. It's incredible. I love it.
I
I
have a
talk to
neighbor
like
cat.
everything. Bees. I talk to bees. Like Kai again thought I was crazy whenever she first saw me doing this, but she'll kind of freak out whenever a bee will get right up on her, and I'll tell the bee to leave, and I can make the bee leave. I don't have to like swipe at him or anything. I'll point in the direction. I'll point and snap in the direction I want him to go, and say, "Dude, you gotta get out of here, man. I'm trying to be cool with you, man, but you gotta get out of here." And the bees will listen, dude. I talk to bees. I talk to
That would
flies.
be an awesome question I could ask Kai if I see her on Ladies' Night again.
And the bees definitely sense the vibe, man, for sure. Because I save a lot of them that get into the pool. So I like get a little stick out and get the bees out all the time, and they're all over my backyard. And dude, they never mess with me at all. I get super close to them all the time.
Yeah,
and they're totally chill.
I feel like I'm in a bubble.
Seagulls come off the seashore because there's no fish, so they come into cities. And one day I threw like a piece of rotten meat, and they ate it. And then I befriended a seagull, and then they come back, and now I have a seagull friend.
You know what's funny is one of the main things they knocked Tesla for is the idea of he told a story about how he had a dream talking to a pigeon, and he felt like the pigeon got him more than any other person ever. But the irony is that so he was just actually kind of in tune. And another thing about what you were saying, Sonny, when you're talking about like the dragonfly just come right up on you, bees do that to me a lot too. Like they'll literally just land on me. It's like they like the vibration that you're in, and they kind of want because that's how they fly.
Yeah. I go to this place where there's thousands of bees over the top of me in this huge mesquite tree. And this tree has like, even the smallest like size branch coming off this tree, it could be like a 1/4 inch in diameter branch. It has like 4-inch long, gnarly freaking thorns, like the longest, sharpest thorns. I have a personal relationship with those thorns. I have little puncture marks all over me from not being careful enough around this place. But when I'm there, I feel like I'm in this bubble. It's so bizarre. Like it's all going bzzz all over the top of me. But anyway,
Dude, they just want to come. They'll come like look you in the eyes, and they want to just. They're just interested in your vibration that they feel. You know, the only reason they'd ever sting you or something is like they feel like you're gonna try to get it.
Right. Yeah, it's a trip. Like one day I laid down on the grass and just like plopped down in this long grass, and I must have been too close. My left arm was too close to some little gopher hole or something. So it came out and like poked his nose at my arm, and I go, okay. He's like, tell me like, look, sucker, this is the front of my house. You just lay down. So you actually start to get a relationship. Like this family of lizards started looking at me recently, and it's springtime, they're all up and out everywhere, and they're all like, it's amazing because you do start to get a relationship with nature. That's if you pay attention and you go out there enough. I have to get out there every day now. Like it's my food.
Well, I think if everybody, if they woke up with their, this guy was calling it the epic nosedive every morning, because on the globe Earth you're just falling towards the sun during the sunrise. But anyway, if everyone like woke up with looking at the sun outside, if everyone woke up and did it every day, I'm just saying, I think cancer might disappear in a matter of years, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Like people kick their shoes off and go look at the sun in the morning. Do you guys think I'm?
Well, I live in a high rise.
Sunbathing.
I'm kind of high off the street, so like when the sun comes around, I have a full, like I can look out my window. I don't have any windows that open, so naturally I have to get out a lot. But in the morning, I look up at the sun when it comes around and shines right there in your third eye, and just sit there for a minute and bask in that. It's pretty cool. Only takes a couple minutes too. You do it for a couple minutes. If you do that for 2 minutes or a minute even, I think you'll notice a big difference during the day.
Well, let me say this. So when I came to Florida, dude, one of the reasons I love Florida is because you can be in the sun so much. And like I started seeing the sun a lot. And like I became noticeably healthier in like a matter of like 2 weeks of constantly getting sun, like noticeably healthier.
Yeah, that's what I was about to talk about, homeostasis. So if you're not getting enough vitamin D, you literally can't be in homeostasis because vitamin D is responsible for converting so many different like hormones and different nutrients and different processes. I can't name them all, but I've heard it's up to 300 different processes in your body. And if you look at the vitamin D under the microscope, it looks a lot like the testosterone hormone. And they're very closely related. So, boys, if you get enough testosterone, steak and eggs and sunlight.
Yeah, and you know what? I haven't used any sunscreen. I only use pure organic coconut oil on my skin, and I'm a white boy. I never burn. And I'm out there I could be outside for like 6 hours
Exactly.
in a t-shirt and shorts, and I never get burned.
Yeah, but I just put coconut oil on everything, and I'm perfectly fine. It allows you to still absorb the sun, but it doesn't burn you.
It has a natural, it's only a 4, but whatever spectrum they're using, they lied about that too. So look at the increase in cancer and sunscreen.
Nanoparticles, aluminum, it's in your deodorant. There's a lot of things that pee drinker is right about. Obviously, drinking pee, you got to be pretty desperate, like with cancer or something, to drink your pee. But if you're not desperate, don't drink your pee. Don't take colloidal silver if you're not sick, duh. But obviously, there's a lot of things that we put on our body that we really shouldn't. I think that pee drinker convinced me that I should do the bowl bath. Like, it's a horse bath, right, out of a bowl, or a traditional Japanese bath with a big plastic tub or something. But distilled water is where it's at, I think. Sweating is really, really important. Don't wear deodorant that blocks, no antiperspirant deodorant. So it's okay to go days without deodorant if you're taking sponge baths out of a bowl. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I would try to stay away from all the detergents that we put on our clothes. I think it's completely unnecessary. There's plenty of stuff that we could use that's natural instead.
Well, just yeah. Good.
I'm just gonna add the healthier your diet, the less smelly the BO. So it all works together.
But like, just everything is just actually just not impeding what's already naturally here. That's what's the craziest red pill. Like, to be healthy, it's just to let nature be around you naturally. It heals you, and that's why we have a resonance and a rhythm to the electric nature of the earth. It's like a machine that heals you, like the earth. I think that's pretty crazy.
Get grounded, no shit, hug trees. Like, I'm not joking. Like, you think about a tree, like what it is. It's like, oh, these things are like giving me all the oxygen. So every once in a while, I'll just walk up to a tree and be like, hey, buddy, I love you. I know you've been here like longer than me, and you're a lot older than me, and I just want to say I respect and appreciate you.
Hey,
And then, yeah,
That's so
hey,
funny.
sorry, dude. Just about what you're talking about. Sorry to be a pest. Raised by wolves. Very interesting points about a tree. I don't want to give any spoilers. I just wanted to put the 2 cents in. Thank you.
That's so
yeah,
funny,
I'm not
Hank.
gonna lie.
I have a tree right in front of my house, and I've done that many times. So that's just so funny.
Trees are super
Raised by
special, man.
wolves and Cowboys and Aliens. Have you guys seen it?
Yep, I saw it.
Yeah, they had that special music sound and was making gold flow and coming to the ship.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It still boggles my mind today. What did they want to say with that?
Yeah, I don't know. Someone recently showed me another video of some series out right now where they all get together and dance and make certain vibrations to like bring people back to life and prevent them from being sick and all this stuff.
Wow.
But so I know it sounds crazy, but what I'm saying is all of these sound the same to me in the sense that they're just starting to prep the consciousness of people to accept the revelation of some of these bigger truths, but only in a way that they can misguide it. So this is where people get real triggered. I basically triggered. I basically said everything for the last like hours that would trigger people that aren't open minded, honestly. But like astrology is much more scientific than astronomy ever could be, and also very limited with the strict use of it. I mean, it has an energy pattern here, and so we did just now click over, and a little part of the wheel, a little part of the
It's
gear
not
just clicked over.
scientific. It's not scientific, but it's very close. It stands more chances than astronomy.
Right, like you maybe you could never manipulate the source, so that, but
Yeah.
yeah, so it's more so, let's say it's an actual study of reality as opposed to just complete fairy tale, right? But so we did just click over. I mean, actually, it's like, well, we can't study it, but you can't say it's not there because we know that everything's electric, and we know that that thing moves over top of us within an electric field. So, I mean, to say it has no impact on you is actually a very unfounded claim. I don't know how one could make that claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
There
look at
are.
statistics with police stations and emergency services all throughout the world. Anytime there's a full moon, shit's going to be crazy that day. If we're talking about ERs, fire stations, police stations, sheriff's office, this sort of thing goes crazy during a full moon and or around a full moon. And you can obviously say that there's a tie between women and the moon, and I would say that there's definitely a tie between men and the sun. Obviously, there's feminine and masculine in each one of us. So make sure you don't get too muscle bound. That's another way of saying like lopsided.
Yeah. There's a feminine and masculine, but there's only one Brenda.
So you know how they say we clicked over into the new era, right? The Aquarius era or whatever. So I'm just saying that there may be more truth to that than you know. And that means people are going to start, a lot of knowledge is going to increase. And so they're just going to bring it out preemptively tied with deceptions. So I think that we may not even recognize the world in 5 years because a lot of this truth, this ancient truth, is going to start to kind of get sprinkled out. Speculative.
Well, this increase in knowledge is very debatable. People can increase in knowledge, but fake knowledge.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Misguided. Like
Pseudoscience.
you can give
That's
someone
also an increase. Yeah.
you can give someone like an epiphany, right? You can give someone like an actual revelation they didn't have, but you can just, by lying by omission, you can just completely trick them and they won't actually have the real true knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do, man. I think they're about to do that on a massive scale, in my opinion.
I think it will actually harden their belief, and in this system and in this world, in physicality. So they will walk much further away from spirituality.
Well, this is another triggering subject for people too. But when you start to look at the importance of the sun and being in the sun, grounded, looking at the sun, and sun gazing, then you get into the conversation of melanin. Because, like, oh man, how dare you? People don't like to talk about that. Yeah,
I
I'm
know
so
what
white.
you're
I talk about it all the
saying.
time. Why are you scared?
No,
You're
a
right.
couple of years
Sunglasses.
ago, you know how they tell you when you're a child that it's not good to stare at the sun, you go blind. And I believe that throughout the whole of my life. When I came to Flat Earth, I was like turning everything upside down, every rock, and do the exact opposite of what I was being told before, and try to think in the opposite way. And then I was looking at the sun, for minutes. And yeah, it does something like it's blinding you when you move your eyes away from the sun. Wherever you try to focus to look at, you will see like a very bright spot, colors and stuff like that. You don't see the image in front of you where you are focusing. But I felt like something like I'm charging myself, and when I look towards somewhere, I'm discharging in that place, And it's weird. I saw like I was looking at the sun, and then I looked at someone's shoulder, and then I saw that person like moving it, like making himself comfortable, something like that. It was like I was doing that. But yeah, it's
Do you guys agree that, have you guys ever, like, if you can look at the sun, you'll see like this black pulsating ring moving around,
yeah, I do see that.
pretty crazy. It's like the sun it's just like a pulsating circle ring.
Yeah, it's pulsating. Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
So I wanted to say that wearing sunglasses blocks your eyes from receiving the sunlight, and receiving the sunlight into your eyes tells your brain to create melanin. I think melanin is almost like a superpower in a lot of ways, because
Yeah.
we're supposed to have it, obviously, because we're supposed to be out in the sun, and being in the sun creates melanin. So it's kind of like no duh, right? So the sun creates the melanin. The melanin protects you from the harmful parts of the sun, allowing you to absorb more sunlight and block out the harmful parts. Thanks. Don't wear sunglasses.
Yeah, then you start looking at how attacked melanated civilizations writings are. So it gets really interesting. Actually, I think I'm gonna make a song about it. I think I'm just because people are gonna get so triggered, and I'm from both sides. I guess I'm just gonna make a song called Melanin. Oh well, because I think it's important, man. You just nailed it on the, like, that's what it is. So it's obviously somewhat relevant to society we live in, bro. Like, come on. If no one's putting it together, then good. Maybe you have an innocent view of it, and that's how you should stay. But it really triggers people. It pulls out the real people. Sometimes I hate to bring it up because I just don't even want to know that some people are like that.
Well, if you live under the sun, there's no chance you will be living above 120 years for the vast majority of people, but in extreme rare cases, we do have accounts where we had people living like 160, 131 years. As I saw, like the oldest people in the last 2-3 decades. One of them was a Japanese I read about in the 90s, and this guy lived 161 years. And then after 2000, another man about 131. But yeah, these were people who lived lives under the sun. But I've read that we had monks in Romania who actually went inside the mountain cave. They never came out for like 300-400 years. They stayed there, and yeah, they came out after 300 years, and everybody they knew was passed away, and the people who were living in that time, this guy's knowledge was so ancient for them, and he was talking about events like he was out from their world, and it literally was like that. Yeah. But
Also, you should
yeah,
do jumping
the
jacks or
cave,
jump rope. Sorry, go ahead and finish, bro. I thought you were done.
the cave is very similar to what the mother's womb is. So if you have water in the cave, then you got everything you need to live. And by removing when you go in a cave, it also means that you are removing yourself from this world. So you don't get affected by the seasons, by passing time, by anything. But of course, there's not much that you can do inside that cave. So drink water and sleep, And when you are awake, you don't move from here to there because you don't want to go away from the water, because if you lose the source of the water, then it's a problem. You get thirsty.
So I was saying that you want to do some sort of jump, right? Get as low as you can go and jump as high as you can jump, or just steady hop, 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 or some sort of jump rope. Because when you do this, it forces the lymph nodes to get flushed out. It's like kind of like shaking it loose, so to speak. And the lymph nodes are the things that filter out your blood. So you definitely want to keep those in good shape. It's like if you get like really bad shape with your kidneys, like your body will increase the blood pressure because the kidneys are so messed up that the blood won't go through it. So it's really important that you have good blood flow. Lots of cayenne pepper is good for that sort of thing. When you have turmeric, unlock it with heat and fat. Also, some people say black pepper. And this sort of things, like with the cayenne pepper and the turmeric and your eggs and your steak,
What about
it's really good for
drinking blood
cardiovascular.
to replace your blood?
No, I don't drink blood. I don't eat blood.
No,
Why not
blood
eat
drinking is
bone
not
marrow?
good. It's not
That's where
healthy.
blood is made.
No,
Well,
not even bone marrow. That
I'm
is
okay
not
with
for human consumption.
Why
I'm
not?
okay
Life
with
is in the blood. You should not eat it, drink it.
Why?
unless you want to be an animal.
Because it's
You
the
want to be
worst.
like an animal.
You are taking away from the world something that you will never be able to give back.
Blah.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's. But you're.
He's
If you
from
want
he's from Transylvania.
healthy
You should
blood,
listen to.
like it's kind of alchemy. You take something, you get it.
Okay, look, you don't
No.
actually have to. Why would you consume bone marrow? Though? I mean, yeah,
You you,
blood
you
cell
don't have
production,
to. It's just
it's
it's
important. No,
just
I'm
very
saying,
good
but
for
you
you.
can. But no, yeah, but the nutritional benefit doesn't. That's not required to get the same nutritional benefit. Just like like magnesium for one is a big starter, and then I think it's forgot what it's called, like cesium. I will say though, what's difficult is getting it without it being synthetic. You have to find it, but it's the part that's responsible for white blood cell production, the bone marrow. That's why it's important. And like you don't have to literally consume bone marrow to get it. I mean, that's the only benefit
There's
you'd be getting.
nothing weird about eating bone marrow. People do it for a long time.
I tell you what,
Totally normal.
no,
Also, like if you want
listen,
like the most amount of nutrients, you can just eat liver, which is very packed with nutrients.
no,
That's true.
listen,
And also,
I
like
tell
I
you
heard
what,
about, if you walk on beach, like sand, you help like your blood viscosity increases just because you're walking on sand or something. It's helpful if you have like if your doctor tells you to take a pill to reduce blood pressure. I think you can just walk on the beach instead of taking a pill.
yeah, okay, walking is actually triggering the metabolism, yeah, certain parts of the metabolism. It triggers certain activities of the metabolism, which lead to when after walking, yeah, when you rest, then yeah, that those actions are being taken by your metabolism to heal and cleanse itself and all that. But that doesn't mean that if you just stay, yeah, if you lay in the bed and sleep, that doesn't mean these things are not happening. They still happen, but very, very important. The most important in health, human health, is the diet, what we eat. I give you
I
that.
agree with that.
When you drink blood from an animal, you are taking away the power of that animal. It will give you a great strength, physical strength.
Yeah,
This is empirical strength. And in comparison with me as a vegan, I don't have the same strength as you do, but I do have the strength to go anywhere in this world, work not easy jobs, yeah. My effort, I feel it considerably a little bit higher. I struggle working, but I can do it
but can I ask
without
something?
crying, you know. But for you, when you do the same work, it will be like just, playing. You don't feel
Can I
it.
ask something? Like,
Go ahead.
are you suspicious of big pharmaceutical companies?
Sorry, what about them?
If you are suspicious of big pharmaceutical companies,
Oh, drug industry. If
Well, the drug companies, a lot of
well,
them have been convicted by fraud, right? But don't worry, they found Jesus when it comes to jabba jabba doos.
mm, okay. Let me ask you something
I
about
was just
this
asking
on
because
this topic. I tell you, the drug industry, yeah, the pharmaceutical industry, is making medicine for iron blood-based chemistry. Now, how do you prove that the blood contains iron? I know the chemical formula of the hemoglobin. It ends up with 4Fe, 4 atoms of iron. But I want you to show me the scientific method of determining that the blood actually contains 4 atoms of iron, which you can actually extract from the blood.
well, I never claimed there was 4 atoms of iron.
Well, then, if you don't have iron in your blood, then by default, you are taking medicine which is being designed to function for that kind of chemistry.
What? Okay, I'm confused. I'm just gonna say
Biochemistry.
something like I don't eat for. Of course, sometimes I read about nutrients and whatever food has, and but what I eat, what I think is like no other animal like has a study for their diet. You know, they eat what, and usually they know it by instinct. That's how I do it.
Well,
Intuition.
look, I'm not saying you're a bad man for eating animal blood. Or are you Romanian?
No.
Oh, because I heard someone saying something about Romania. But yeah,
That was you, bro. I was talking about you.
yeah, I know. But I thought he is too. Yeah, in many European countries, they have this tradition of eating this thing made of pig blood. You know, they mix it with pig fat and they boil it, and yeah.
Yeah, but that's boiled.
I'm not saying you're a bad person if you would eat that, and I'm not saying that's bad. Actually, if I see someone eating, I say God bless you eating, and may it be with good health for him. You know, but you should know that, yeah, in the Bible, the God of life does say, "Do not drink the blood." You know, and if he
Yeah, I
said
know, I
that,
know.
it's not hard to keep it or to break it, that law, you know.
I know,
It's
man.
our choice. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you something before, because if you thought the big pharmaceutical companies were suspicious, because, like you said, you were a vegan, right? That means you eat
Yeah.
a diet, a plant-based diet. Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So, have you ever heard about any, like, if you, when you researched it, were you afraid of like missing nutrients or anything?
No, I don't feel like missing anything.
No, no,
And
I didn't ask that.
actually,
I mean, have you
ah,
ever heard about any, like, oh, you need to take this pill, whatever, or etc.
yeah, yeah,
Right.
I did
That's what I
hear
mean.
this
Like,
and that a lot of times. Yeah. And
yeah, okay.
tell
Collagen,
me
That's what I mean.
also about food,
When you think
that
about it,
we
when you
have
think
to
about it,
eat
look.
meat for the protein,
Yeah,
but
yeah. That's
I don't
but look,
feel any need for
but
protein.
look. Who do you think
Yeah.
sells you the pills uh, that vegans supposedly need or should take, like the big pharmaceuticals, right? So if you were selling pills and people said, okay, this diet sells more pills, you're going to promote
Yeah.
the diet so you can have more sales. Just logical, right? Like the same. I'm not saying veganism is totally supported, but it makes
Mm.
sense.
Well, I try to stay away from pharmaceutical industry. I mean, there are some medicines which, yeah, penicillin, antibiotics, you know, which, yeah, for certain infections and stuff, uh, they really help. And I don't know anything else that can do such, that can help you achieve uh, you know, getting back on your feet so fast, you know.
Okay, guys, I'm trying to say something for a minute. I wanted
Yeah.
to say that
Go ahead.
sleeping and fasting creates growth hormone. You wouldn't think it, but it does.
Yeah.
Also, grounding. You can put a copper wire through your wall into the ground and wrap it around the metal in your bed. And that way, every night, you know, you turn the phone on airplane mode. You rub your leg against the metal of your bed, and then you go to sleep. And then when you wake up, you tap the bed, or, you know, um,
Mm.
what else was I going to say? Oh, um, working out creates neuroplasticity. I think high intensity training creates neuroplasticity, and fasting for 3 days resets or kind of kicks in your immune system, causes it to like kick in high gear and create a whole bunch of new stuff. And I think that's what I was holding on to. Yeah, continue.
Yeah.
Dude, I think fasting is like the most important thing that exists almost.
Well,
Yeah, if you're
for me,
fasting and you're eating olive oil, like you're cleaning everything out and like recoating it with omega-3s, right? A lot of people have like digestive issues in the United States. I've heard of people like moving to Germany, not changing their diet or working out or anything, and they lose like 30 pounds after they move to Germany for 6 months because the stuff that they're allowed to put in the food here is completely illegal in other countries. So yeah, when it comes to like food, like really know your food, know where it's coming from. As much grass-fed beef and chicken, especially the eggs. Eggs has everything in it it needs to build a chicken, so it would make sense that as everything you need to build you. Organ meats, of course, they were said to be really high. But here's the deal: you need certain things to open up certain other things. So if you have all the water right in your system, but no salt, the cell walls won't open up and let the water in. If you have all the vitamin C but no selenium, you can't absorb the vitamin C, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's all these things that you have to have that are required and part of your body. And most of that can come from Celtic salt or pink Himalayan salt. These things are like essential with your meat, salt to taste. If you're eating lots of carbs, like you, bro, you talk about being a vegan. You want to have lots and lots of vitamin C. If you are eating lots of beef and steak, you definitely want to load up on fibrous foods like celery, broccoli, the high fiber, low carb type of food, because fiber also does like a lot of those additional processes that I can't remember the names of.
I
Selenium
use
is what I was talking about
kale.
earlier.
Building muscle, I think.
You guys, I did kale slushies, not smoothies, slushies for quite some time. And I went down, I am not exaggerating. Females are known to do that. Not doing it in this case. 3 pant sizes. Yayos. So I'm thinking maybe if I can tone up, I might become a cougar. I haven't decided yet. Yes, and I'll flat smack them all.
Why would you give up on your beauty, Jenny?
Oh no, I aspire to natural beauty. Me dressing up is putting on mascara and eyeliner. I try not to put product in my hair. In fact, being a new old person, I just turned 50 last year. I use baby shampoo now.
I use
Yeah.
baby body wash.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want all the chemicals. I don't need all the harsh chemicals. I try not to use products. I mean, I use hairspray, but it's a necessary evil in our society.
Yeah, like the all natural body wash that we get from Whole Foods is literally made for babies.
Yeah. So there's quite a line of baby products now, and so yeah. Just making it simple for myself. Not saying it's the be all end all. I mean, I focus on diet, try to stay away from white flour, white sugar. I mean, it's next to impossible to do, but about the only time I use white sugar is when I make caramel sauce for my coffee.
But you see, what I think is crazy is everyone talks about your diet, which is hands down like the most important thing.
Absolutely, food is medicine.
But the other thing before that, you even get there, is fasting. Like, and I only recently
I could
discovered
totally
this.
do that.
Like, I recently
I
discovered this.
could.
Chris really was putting me on, like, even intermittent fasting. So that's like the best, working your way up, right? So you maybe don't
Yeah.
eat in the morning until 12, and then you eat from 12
Oh
to
no,
6.
I go longer than that.
Right. So just
I'll
eat as much
go.
as you want to in certain windows. And then what will happen is your body will start to be trained to, your metabolism will become more efficient. The reason people are out of shape is because their metabolism doesn't work anymore.
Oh
And that's
yeah,
why when
for
Hank
sure.
said, if you can fast for 3 days, it helps like reset. And that olive
Right,
oil is
let me give
great
you an
to be able to.
example of what my intermittent fasting is. You can give me your opinion, okay? So I make really strong coffee, and I use ingredients that I make myself. So, like I said, I make my own caramel sauce. I use Irish butter, and I try to find the best heavy cream, to make caramel sauce. And so with my coffee, I have one good coffee in the morning, and then I'll drink water or tea, if that. And I use honey. I can't drink soda anymore. It's too sweet and the carbonation kills me. But then I could go all day. I don't eat at lunch because it'll bring it. I don't have a really physically tasking job, so it'll weigh me down. So I wait till I get home and then I eat something. I imagine that. My stomach is the
How do
size
you,
of my fist. My stomach is the size of my fist. What am I going to eat? You know what I'm saying?
how do you feel about drinking Red Bull?
Mm.
George, Red
Emergencies.
Bull is about the most stupid beverage. It's like
Yeah, no
you want to
doubt.
get a
I
heart
would
attack.
drink it in an emergency, quote unquote, but on the regular, I feel bad for people. People's skin is so horrible, and they're buying cases of soda, and they're just drinking all this alcohol, and
All
they're
it does is
ruining their
like
bodies. They're ruining their bodies, and I'm watching them do it. So I try not to think about it. I
all it
mean,
really
Well, I
does is like
drink quite a lot
all
of
I
release.
can
Red Bull.
do all I can do is
And
be kind to everybody that I interact with. I try not to get into people's business unless
Yeah.
they bring it up. And you guys know if people bring something up, I'll be having something to say.
if you give Red Bull to a person that has cancer or diabetes or thyroid gland
Oh, what
problem
about
issues,
okay?
it will kill them. It's
Well, it
literally
will kill people.
poison
It can
for
kill
those
anybody,
people.
not
Okay,
just
what
the
about
general.
this?
This is actually how you can find if you are suffering of certain illnesses by drinking Red Bull. And if you have bad reactions, then yeah, you have health
All
issues.
right, what about
If you
this
can't
though?
tolerate it. Sorry?
This is how messed up our society and how blind everybody is and how I was at one time as well. And that is orange juice. Okay, so I don't know how many people
Yeah.
look at the back of orange juice, but they add citric acid. Now, why would they need to do that? Because they pasteurize it, and that kills the
Yeah.
natural vitamins in it. So they have to add in artificial. It's
They
like
don't.
WTF. Why don't you just eat an orange?
They don't eat. They don't pasteurize to kill
The
the vitamins.
concentrated sugar that's in orange juice is crazy.
They
Does
They
anybody know
break
how much
the
juice
vitamins.
comes out of
Yeah.
one orange?
pasteurization.
Sorry.
Pasteurization is not to
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
vitamins. It's just a coincidence. They kill.
Okay, whatever. But
You
the
do it
amount of
because
okay, hold on. I wasn't done. I'm so sorry. So the amount of juice that comes out of one orange, I think, is anywhere between a quarter to a half a cup at best.
Yeah.
And people are drinking an entire 20-ounce glass of it and shit. That is so. It's no wonder why everybody's the weight they are. It's insane. I mean,
Yeah, you shouldn't drink your carbs. A lot of people don't realize the amount of sugar that they put in certain drinks should absolutely be illegal. It's pure poison. I think you can process
well,
7 grams of sugar a day, right? We're talking about processed foods. You
it's
want to
not
avoid
just
those.
about the sugar though. It's about
oh
if you
yes,
imagine.
it is.
It's not. It's like
It's about
okay.
what?
Imagine you have like the really
Called
organic,
inflammation.
like a really organic plant food or whatever you want to eat. The thing is, even if
Well,
that
all
plant food,
plants are organic.
can I speak though? If you
Yeah,
have
please
that
do.
plant food, that's fine. Like you can get sick from eating a bunch of organic food, even though it's
No, that's not what we
whatever.
were
But
talking
the thing
about.
is, they still on
Pardon
top
me for a moment.
on top of
Pardon
eating
me.
a wrong food for you
Okay.
that causes you
Okay,
some
but wait,
stuff. Can I
pardon me for a
speak?
moment. No, you can't for a moment because the effects of sugar is an inflammation and therefore pain. Okay,
Yes,
so the
correct.
simplest way to
Sure, you
remedy
might be
that
right,
Internal
but you're still
injuries.
is
interrupting me.
stop. Oh, wait a minute. To stop ingesting sugar, and
Right.
then you
Thanks
won't
for your
have
health
that
advice.
pain. But people are taking Tylenol to reduce their inflammation and their pain while
Yeah. Okay.
continuing to eat
So,
sugar.
all right. Thanks
It's
for your advice.
illogical.
So, even if you have a really organic chicken, and the problem is when you buy a factory farmed chicken, you don't.
You're a
I don't know if you
goofball.
know. I don't know if you know this, but the
I'm walking
standard.
away. Bye.
Okay. Even if you buy a really organic chicken, the standard is that in the UK at least, they give it 10. I don't know if I can say this word on live stream, but the injections, I think you know what I'm talking about. They give them 10 injections, as well as a very poor environment, and their food is basically GMO grain. So what you have is like a time bomb of a diseased animal, and then your source for nourishment is a diseased animal. And if you eat the entire chicken, you're literally eating 10 injections. Well, you know what I'm
Yes.
talking about, right? So it's very important
Yeah.
not just to find the right diet for you, but to also get the best source with the least denatured animal that's most free range, you know? Because like it's gonna affect your health, your hormones, your moods, of
Okay,
course.
but where are you gonna find chickens which have not been injected?
What do you mean? You can buy a chicken.
Yeah, where can you
Oh,
buy?
you can like there's organic shops in
Oh,
cities and
really?
stuff. Yeah.
Are you
Yeah, I mean, you can buy chickens
100%?
everywhere. You can buy chickens everywhere
What?
here.
Yeah, I tell
You can
you,
have your own chicken, you know?
everyone who has a license to raise chickens, yeah, they must have a veterinary doctor.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they
And
have to
those
inject anything.
chickens, they have to take certain drugs.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
You
they
actually
do.
don't. Though. Like
Yeah.
In Europe, you have a to sell. You have
That's
laws to
illegal.
abide.
I know you can still do it illegally. Grow chicken
Listen,
illegally. Yeah, I know.
listen. Like
Which
I
just
know
means
you can do
naturally,
that.
right? So we disregard laws antithetical to the
that's
creator's
not it.
natural
That's not
way.
the thing. Like, okay, you don't have to inject a cow, but you do have to abide to some rules of like their diet. Like, you have to give them some soy or some grains. That's or it puts like citric acid on the meat or something like that. That's the law because that's the label. You have to put a label to sell it. And if you have the
No.
option to have your own food, you don't have to do any of that. That's important, but you know, nobody teaches you
No.
to be independent at
If
school.
you
So
go, do you think you can go buy a cow and just
yeah,
grow it at your home place
no,
and
if you
never
live in an
have a
apartment, not. But if
veterinary
you have a
doctor
farm,
coming at your place?
if you have a
They
farm, you
will
can do
be
whatever you want.
next day when you buy a cow and you bring it to your home, yeah, and you build by yourself what you think a shed for a cow in your garden. They next day they will come and fine you and demolish everything and take away your cow.
What do you mean? Are you saying we don't have
Yeah,
the
you
right
have to
to have
contact.
my own food?
There is legal ways of buying it,
So
livestock.
you have to give a donation. You not purchasing it.
Yeah, for
Is that what
example,
you're talking about?
you can buy for the like
Well,
people
quote
to
unquote
you can pay people to hold your
barter.
cow, like hold your cow for you, you know. But what you're doing
I
Man,
is
would.
if
just
you
buying
don't
the
have papers for the cow, you are like
no,
those
actually
who steal cows. And do you know what they do
Just
to
get on
those
that.
people? They kill them
That's
like
cool.
those who steal horses. They kill them on the spot. Horse
Mm.
thieves. That's
I
how
don't
they
think
will
that's true,
treat
but
you.
okay.
Are we talking about the industrial meat industry? That
Dude,
thing?
you can like
No,
go anywhere,
even
buy a
home,
bunch of chickens,
private,
and have your own
even in
chickens and
private,
your own
when you
goats,
grow them in
and you're
private,
cheap. You
you
don't.
still have to go to a veterinary doctor, get your all your
Oh,
papers
like a
that
pet?
your animal has been vaccinated.
No,
Right,
you
right,
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
Then are you
Okay,
saying
maybe
like
we just
literally
shift gears
nobody
if it
eats
has,
again.
So,
non
if
we don't want to
non
talk
if
about
injected
the
animals?
doctor
medical.
I
finds,
think we
if the
may just
doctor
shift
finds the animal
gears.
is
Yes, thank
sick
you with
Hey,
of
it,
some illness,
hey,
gentlemen.
bro, we're gonna shift
yeah.
gears because we all know where this potentially is going.
Yep. No medical
So,
information. The server does
Yeah.
not
I never
endorse
said anything
anything
like that. I said
medical.
well,
injected.
no,
So
it's just no, no, it's fine. No, not that. No, it's just
Oh,
the
well.
we know how it goes. We don't want to have the big crazy debate about food. So we're just gonna kind of pivot. That's one of those things I've seen blow up here a trillion times. So I do see there's somebody in here apparently. Let's see if we can. I don't know who he is, Gospel Bearer, but if there's somebody in it, I don't ever do any of that. But anyway,
Aaron
and sorry.
one.
Aaron one.
Aaron one. I just unmuted you. Feel free to say hello.
So anyway, I know it's kind of new.
This
I
is
knew it would kill
none
the
of this
room,
is
but it
medical
is what it is.
advice. All of this is for entertainment purposes only, educational purpose only. Obviously, you should ask your doctor, nutritionist, or chiropractor if any of these things are right for you.
Allegedly.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
Make
allegedly.
your own
what I
decisions.
was. Mic check. Hello, guys. Can you hear me? I want to
Yes.
make sure that you understood what I was saying. I wasn't
Yep,
giving
but
any medical
don't rehash it.
advice.
But don't
I
rehash
was,
it.
I was
You're
explaining only
rehashing it.
the legal means to own an animal.
Yeah. We're just
Yeah,
gonna move on.
You don't need
Like,
papers.
okay. So here's the
you'll
deal.
have to have papers. If you don't have papers for that
Get.
animal,
It's too much, bro.
yeah,
I
Okay.
literally know someone, but okay.
We're just gonna chill, man. Like, okay, so you can do
let's
what you want
move
to.
on.
It's just like in Florida, you can't sell raw milk. Well, that's cool. This dude down the street does it though. Take it or leave it. Do what you want to do.
Yeah,
We're gonna move on from the thing.
yeah.
Thing. So, I mean, anything else? It's very informative. I do think it's important people look into some of the things you talked about, fasting, stuff like that. Very important. And it actually does tie in. Let's see if we can tie it back in here. If you are to ground and look at the sun, this is a natural electric system over top of a stationary plain Earth, and that is obviously intrinsically tied to your health. So, I mean, we're talking about the details of utilizing the Earth.
Another new person in the VC there. What's it? Sacred Knowledge. Interesting screen name.
In USA, even if you take a dog and
Oh my
it's
god.
not cheap,
Just
No.
it doesn't give up.
No,
does
get me
it?
get. No.
Sacred Knowledge. I don't know if you have anything you want to say,
yeah.
if you have any questions, or how you found the server.
Sounds like
you're driving, so you're good.
That was like
So anyway,
synchronicity. Chirp, chirp.
Well, how do we measure the spin, rotation, RPM? Actually,
Well, if you've drank 4 tequila
per day,
right, you can probably say it's going to be about
you're gonna feel it spinning. Yeah,
1 or 2 spins per minute at least.
Yeah.
Per minute.
how many?
Watch
how do
the
you
video.
count
I'm sorry.
how do you count the sparkles and the fairy dust of Tinkerbell?
Sounds like
That's a good
general
question.
relativity or something. Anyway, check out the video I put for Robert Sanjanis' channel. Let's go with Newton's view of the world. He said, it's just convention. We could have a geocentric Earth and everything works out perfectly and you don't need fictitious forces. Let's just go with Newton.
Fictitious, yeah, nice. He knew his force is fictitious.
That's because he didn't say that it was his force. He explicitly said, do not ascribe this to
Yeah.
me. And yet that's what they did.
Yeah.
That dude even exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he did. Anyway,
Unknown.
Well,
it's interesting.
I tell you, I think the reason why Newton said not to attribute theory.
Did he just go off for me? Or?
Yeah, no, not just you. Just stop.
Cool. Yeah, that quote is interesting, right? So if everyone understands the backstory, I guess it's like as they were trying to formulate the idea of this Earth being a ball moving around in space, they got to the point.
endeavor research.
Were you
This guy
talking
keeps
that whole time,
interrupting, though.
Get?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Were you talking that whole
shut
time?
up,
Like, no, Illuminati, for the love.
Oh no, about Newton and
Yeah, you
his,
cut out. and then you came back
Oh,
right in the middle of somebody else
my
talking.
bad.
No, it's probably just a connection problem more than likely. Stuff happens. I think what's it was sharing the history of was it Newton's quote or whose quote was it?
Yeah, like Newton's quote where he said, "Don't attribute gravity to me." It's like they got to a point where they realized that there had to be some type of instantaneous action at a distance, we'll call it, through vast distances with nothing there. And so he's like, because that's the corner they were backed into to try to explain how the Earth could be a ball spinning around in space. So this is not a new problem. 1915 Einstein, this wasn't a new problem. Michelson Morley just made it obvious, but
Royal
Newton
Apple has
realized.
joined us as well. Welcome, Royal Apple. I've unmuted you if you'd like to say hello. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Oh, yes. God bless everyone and happy springtime to my fellow men.
God bless you
And
too.
women.
Can I just say one more thing before the conversation progresses? Perhaps you'd like to say a bit more, maybe ask questions or hang out. But to the point about Newton, maybe the narrative about all these people, maybe that's what's wrong. Like when he said, "Don't attribute that to me," and then I remember other quotes. I can't remember who it was. When they say, once you go from what the purpose of doing all of this is for, and you move into actually, what did he say? Something about these certain conventions are fine, but once you start taking things literally, you leave more a fool than you came in. Dave Weiss says it all the time. He quotes it all the time, and I think like these people are straight up like this is the only semblance of them saying, "Listen, this is what I'm doing. You trying to get down with this globe stuff? I don't know why y'all keep doing that. I'm doing this for this specific purpose." Just like the guy that invented the PCR test, right? He's like, hold on, I made this test for this. What are y'all doing, bastardizing my work? Perhaps it was just math. Maybe it was Dungeons and Dragons math, something that nerds really enjoyed. And then the government came along and was like, yeah, we should teach people that we're on a ball so that we can control them more and hide land and or hide the idea that there could even ever be more because this is all there is. Like, anyway, sorry, that's just my take.
Well, but yeah, they did lie about the narrative of these people for sure. But like with Newton specifically, I mean, that would require forged documents. He just talks about the ball all the time. Like, I just think that he knew the idea that he was starting to see it fell apart, right? And he was starting to see that the idea that the Earth was a ball moving in space fell apart. And so he was explaining like why it fell apart because this is what would be required now that we understand it, and this is the mechanism that would be required. And then he goes on to say, do not attribute that idea to me though, because I would never postulate such a thing because that's absurd. So there's truth. I agree with what you're saying overall. I think that he had a realization of the problem, and he just showed you this. He was explaining intellectually why it was a problem because this is what this model now requires. And then they just took that as if he said that was his proposed mechanism. That's the best they could come up with. And my bigger point was, we think about 1915 theory of relativity and all this. Dude, this problem of it having to be a vacuum out there to be nothingness, that goes back to Aristotle. And the idea of these vast distances and nothingness and the problem that it brings is very old. It's not some new thing right? Like they knew that at the beginning. So I think that's what he's explaining. I was trying to add a little context. Like I think no one really understand. Like he realized this model required this, and that it was pretty much fallible, or it was no longer viable, and they just bastardized it 100 years later.
Hey, do you think that the Freemasons switched sides? Like Freemasons possibly, I mean, I can't verify their membership or not, but let's say people like Newton and others that were giving information, showing information about geocentrism, they were on that side. They somewhere along the line they switched sides.
Yeah, I absolutely do think the Freemasons switched sides. My grandparents tell me that, like so many years ago, that Democrats were Republicans and Republicans were Democrats. I'm sure this sort of thing has happened time and time before.
What do you mean switch sides? Like part of them switched sides?
They switched to the globe side.
What do you mean? To the people's side?
Listen, the Freemasons used to teach reality about Earth as a geocentric universe. They somewhere along the line they switched sides and decide they were going to hide all that from you and me, and every future generation, and they're going with the globe side to go with further.
You know what's interesting? Because I
further
spoke to a Freemason on
I wasn't
Instagram,
done.
and he
Holy
said that
shit.
he believed
Further,
all
I
these
wasn't
wrong
done
things.
still. To further their power and control. Thanks for letting me finish. Jesus Christ.
Sorry, Sonny. I had got a little bit in there.
No, I understand your frustration.
Did the other guy want to?
I totally understand.
No. I'm saying I interrupted too a little bit. It wasn't just the other guy. I was apologizing.
No, it happens to all of us. I get it. Yeah, the way I
well,
see it is...
because I was trying to wait for the other guy to go, but if he's not gonna go, I just want to read this quote really quick, Drace, and then I'd like to hear what you have to say. Where did I download it? Right here. And I read this the other day. I read this before. So they didn't hide it well because when it comes to navigation, then it's exactly what's required. A fixed Earth with the heavenly bodies moving above. So I'm going to read from here. Earthly Andrew Hill, parentheses, in quotes, Darwin rules, okay, end quote, July 12th. Page 127 says, even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth and around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Now, I might have a little more here because Tenth just sent me the second half of this. Or maybe this is just another piece from this article. I gotta find it. Oh no, okay, it is. If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. Darcy Reddyhoff, Royal Air Force College. That's interesting. All the flat earthers, they're just degenerates with no education that sit in their mom's basement or probably sucking on their mom's milk still because their babies and the earth is a globe and nobody thinks that the earth is flat.
Not even the royal.
I love your mocking voice, Elijah.
The thing is,
I know, we should all practice our own. They'll love that.
Both Newtonian and Copernican so-called theories were published after their death. So who's to say they were not commissioned to do this in secret, in part of their secret societies that they belonged to, and they didn't want it public, and once they're dead, you can just publish it.
Yeah.
Do you guys see our little RV video?
Not yet.
Pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
Where is it? Where is it?
This is.
The simultaneous coffee drinking on that one video, which it was just so hilarious. I about busted up.
Wait, what?
Oh, it was an interview that you and Kai did. That interview, and you were drinking.
Oh yeah.
I almost fell out of my chair. Gee whiz.
Anyone knows or heard about Newton being a plagiarist?
What, like Epicurus? He stole his work? For gravity?
Yeah. I heard he stole papers from Leibniz where he actually uh, pulled out this gravity formula.
That wouldn't surprise me. Grabblers be grab.
Yeah.
Grabbler's gonna grabble.
Yeah. And I think that's also the reason why he will say not to attribute this work to him, to his name, because he fear if he was found out to stealing, then yeah, nobody wants that to be caught stealing.
Well, but he says it's absurdity. He said, to me, it's so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. I mean, that's just yeah. He wasn't really putting it off as his own. He was actually just adamantly distancing himself from it.
Yeah, correct. And why would that be the reason?
I just think it was so dumb. I don't know. I think he was just honestly reflecting on how dumb it was. I don't know.
You're currently unmuted, Love Chunks. Feel free to say hello.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say hello again to the. Oh yeah, hello. Hello all, everyone that is new. We shall step aside with our easy banter for any questions that you may have. So the floor is open. Don't be shy.
I heard you say something, Love Chunks.
Just personally, I just want to listen. Just curious, and I no questions. I'm just curious. That's the only thing. A little bit of skeptic myself, but I feel more comfortable just listening. Thank you for unmuting me, though.
That's cool.
Well, I won't feel afraid to speak out if I have any questions on the way.
How long ago did you find about the flat Earth?
Maybe just, I don't know, like 3-4 months ago or something like that. I mean, I heard about it, but never paid any attention to it. But
yes,
just some videos on YouTube, and then just ball start rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that being said, if you just started looking into it 4 months ago, you don't have the kind of resources that we had when we first started out. Well, I mean, they're available. It's just the ease at which you would find it is much harder than it was before. I mean, you would have to kind of know what you're looking for, and the keyword flat Earth is definitely not going to do it. As a matter of fact, anything that you can Google or YouTube about flat Earth right now that comes up, if you don't know how to change like the relevance of your searches, all of that is pretty much none of the information we would give. People, people seem to think that we have a model or we believe in uh, something like maybe an AE map, well, which maps have purposes, but you know, you ever heard the quote, "The map is not the terrain"?
No, I don't believe I've heard that before.
It simply means that a map is not like a screenshot or a picture of the actual land. There's more involved.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
So here, as a matter of fact, I'll make it really easy, and maybe you'll have questions from this simplification. At the end of the day, the globe claims to have a set rate of curvature. Now, it also has certain formulas like the distance to the horizon, the thing that's supposed to block boats and buildings and people and anything, right? Because the ground is curving away from you. The short and sweet of it is that's actually not true. So when you Google how to calculate the distance to the horizon, everything that you find is not true upon investigation. Meaning the claim that they made, which the size claim is within it, like this is the size, this is how far you would see based on this size, this is what the orbits of everything in the sky do, these are the calculations based on this size of the earth. Well, the bottom line is we've measured it, not the whole earth, we've measured sections of it, meaning basically there should be obstruction based on, well, how high above the earth you are. And that's never the case. That's why we're here, because we're looking for curvature. There is none. And people point to a million different things like, what about the sky? What about seasons? What about this? What about that? Well, what about the curvature that was supposedly measured 2,000 years ago? Oh, I'm sorry, not measured, calculated after having measured angles off of the planet. But that's another story. So that's why we're here, not for any other reason, not because we were born flat earthers, not because we woke up like, you know what? Today I believe in this pizza planet in space with all these other planets around us. None of that is true. So there you go.
Yeah, and as
It's
a
a little
fellow
less
Icelander,
concise than I meant to make it, but yeah, there you go.
as a fellow Icelander, I confirm everything Elijah just told you.
Yeah, it was quite informative. Why we haven't not done anything about this before? Are people just waking up to this right now, or has this been going on for a long time? People fighting for flat Earth.
I
So
think we've been
imagine
busy with the wars. Go ahead.
It goes up and down.
I'm gonna take Witzig's example. Imagine you had a wife. She cheated on you. How do you know she cheated on you? Because you literally walked in on her and the guy she was with. They were laid up in the bed doing the horizontal poking, right? That's how you know, evidentially, that she cheated. And then she turns around and says, "No, I didn't," as she's slipping on her bra and her panties. That's how the conversation has went for the last 3-4 years since we've gotten the argumentation down to a more concise bite. So when we say, well, look at what this says, here are the numbers based on what's claimed. The claim isn't true. Oh, well, it is true, but the reason that you can't verify it is because insert ad hoc explanation. So instead of verifying and validating the claim, they're agreeing with us that it's not verifiable, but they give us a reason as to why it's not. And then when we ask them, well, can you cite that source, like the information where you got what you're saying? Can you put that in the chat? And they'll go, well, it just makes sense. Yeah, okay, but why are you refuting this information? You're saying you're using certain key phrases, and then we say, okay, define it, and you don't define it. You don't give any information. You just deny it, regardless of how much information we give you. That's pretty much why we're still here. The guy literally said in the because there was a guy who came in and we gave him the example of the cheating wife, and he said perhaps it's a sex robot that she bought that happens to look exactly like my neighbor. And he said that because he didn't want to admit that his logic was flawed. And that's why we're still here. We have been banging this drum for a long time. Well, not a long time. I mean,
I've unmuted Lloyd Reaper. For the record, Lloyd Reaper, you're free to say hello.
I will say still cheating if it's a sex robot. That's still cheating.
Why wouldn't you allow the it's not your fault, I guess. Hi, Lloyd Reaper.
Hi.
And by the way, Love Chunks, above this channel you're in, there's Livestream voice text, and in that we will post things relevant to the discussion. For instance, the video to the sex robot experience.
All right.
Three points questions.
Where do I find this chat?
It's just
Directly
above the channel you're in.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Debate text you said was under, or
No, you're in a channel called Livestream. Right above that is Livestream voice text.
I pinged you. You should see a red circle with the number 1 next to the room that we're referring to. Yes, I'm going to keep on removing the embed, Sonny. I don't want to look at it.
Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, okay. I didn't realize what was happening. I apologize.
No, it's fine. You wouldn't know. I'm just weird like that, and I don't like to look at stuff like that.
Okay, it's all right.
I'm a freak, you know.
It off myself.
Weird, modest freak of society that doesn't like stuff like that.
No, the society likes stuff like that. You're the modest freak who's just like not into weird
I'm
stuff.
being facetious. It's all good.
Yeah, I get you. I'll try to be more cognizant.
No, don't worry about it. Just, it's all good.
Anyway, did you find the text?
No, I don't seem to be finding it.
Yep, Love Chunks said
he's not live VC verified. That's the problem.
Oh, you know what? Here. Brain cells to rub together. And that's one of the primary requirements to being voice verified besides having a microphone to talk. So
yeah,
you win.
There's also, I would recommend you go to the top of the server. There's #welcome. In that are our rules, and I would recommend reading those over before you engage too much.
Yeah. Thanks, Trace. That's very wise.
I will do that.
You should have access now, though, for the record.